Chapter 1. The Player on the Rooftop. Chen Luo, starting tomorrow, you should prepare to seek employment. The acquisition negotiations have been finalized, and the major shareholder only desires RD personnel with master's degrees or higher. Your qualifications are limited to a college diploma. So, at 7 in the evening, in a brightly lit glass-partitioned meeting room, a stylishly dressed female HR manager addressed Chen Luo, who stood before her. Yuxu, I have been with the company since my graduation, diligently working for 5 years in terms of ability. I am no less competent than those with master's degrees. Chen Luo was momentarily taken aback, then clenched his fists, speaking with a tone of reluctant defiance. Why am I the one being let go? Since last month, rumors had circulated among the employees that the boss intended to sell the company. The incoming major shareholder was a noble consortium from the southeastern coast, drawn to the company's achievements in chip design. However, it seemed that the new shareholders placed great importance on the educational backgrounds of the RD team. Consequently, mere days into the acquisition process, whispers began to circulate. The new shareholders planned to lay off 80 of the regular staff. Chen Luo had never considered himself at risk of being on the layoff list. From the moment he graduated, he had worked diligently, climbing from a technician to the position of deputy group leader in RD, establishing himself as a veteran technical backbone of the company. Yet, unexpectedly, his name was the first to appear on the layoff list released today. Noticing Chen Luo's agitation, the woman referred to as Yuxu furrowed her brow and instinctively distanced herself, stating, I recognize your capabilities, as does the boss, but the major shareholders are indifferent. Their acquisition of the company is solely for the purpose of going public. As for the RD department, possessing a few master's graduates suffices. They are cheaper, more educated, and serve as suitable window dressing. Moreover, the severance package is substantial, totaling nearly 90,000 yuan when calculated with N1. Use this time wisely to find a suitable job. With that, the woman clicked away in her high heels, leaving Chen Luo with no room for rebuttal. He leaned against the wall of the room, shoulders slumped, feeling as if his life was crumbling around him. As a college diploma holder, securing the position of deputy group leader in RD and earning a monthly salary of 15,000 yuan was nearly achieved through relentless overtime. During the most demanding times, he had worked over 400 hours in a single month. But now that job had vanished. The girlfriend he had dated throughout university had also left him, citing his singular focus on work and neglect towards her as the reason for their separation. To make matters worse, the house he had painstakingly saved for and mortgaged after 5 years of hard work had depreciated by nearly a third. Now, each day upon waking, he faced a debt of nearly 300 yuan owed to the bank. The pressure was overwhelming. He could not fathom why, despite his relentless efforts to provide a better life for himself and his parents back home, all misfortune seemed to befall him. As for seeking new employment, before the layoff news broke, Chen Luo had taken precautions, applying for jobs, but his resumes had seemingly vanished into a void. He had been fortunate to join this nascent chip company right out of university. 5 years had passed, and the job market outside was now so bleak that undergraduates were struggling, with graduates flooding the scene. With his college diploma, he could hardly find a position that matched his current salary. He contemplated confronting his boss, but remembering that the boss had sold all his shares and that the new management was comprised of representatives from the major shareholders, he realized his boss had little influence. What could an ordinary employee like himself possibly achieve? The more he pondered, the more agitated he became. Chen Luo downed the glass of water the HR manager had poured for him in one gulp, then strode out of the meeting room, seeking solace on the rooftop. The rooftop was immaculately maintained, with a few potted plants and several benches still wrapped in transparent protective coverings, destined for a rooftop garden. In a city where every inch of land was precious, the ground floor was occupied by stores and parking lots, with greenery only finding a place in the rooftop corners. Seated on a bench, Chen Luo lit a cigarette, gazing at the star-studded night sky, lost in contemplation. He pondered the very purpose of his existence. Day after day, he toiled tirelessly, exchanging his life for financial compensation. Yet, after merely 5 years of labor, he faced the prospect of unemployment. Should he seek another job? But what if he was laid off again at 35, unable to work? What then? Clenching his fists, he felt an overwhelming fatigue wash over him. He sensed that his life had become ensnared in a meticulously woven trap. Study work, earn money, buy a house, repay loans, work again, raise children, buy houses for children, and repay loans. Like a finely tuned machine, he was in constant operation, never allowed a moment's respite. Until one day, when he became too worn down, he would be discarded like refuse, unceremoniously tossed aside. In his relentless pursuit of work, he had never contemplated such matters, however. Upon receiving the layoff news today, the tension within him dissipated and chaotic thoughts began to flood his mind. Chen Luo remained seated on the bench, chain-smoking until the pack was empty, only then realizing that half an hour had slipped by. He extinguished the last cigarette in the potting soil, rising to return to the company. At that moment, he suddenly noticed two figures appearing in the center of the rooftop. They were two men in their early 30s, clad in identical blue short-sleeved shirts and blue work pants, with a Black Fist logo embroidered on the shirts, reminiscent of a company logo. Property management? When did they arrive? The rooftop had only one entrance, located to the left of the bench where he sat. He had been there the entire time, entirely unaware of anyone passing by. Instinctively, Chen Luo swept the cigarette butts from the bench into the pack, fearing reproach from the property management team. The management for their building was notoriously difficult. Any littering in public areas would lead to immediate photographic evidence shared in group chats, resulting in public humiliation for the offender. Chen Luo wanted no entanglement with these individuals. Suddenly, he felt something was off about the two men and looked up abruptly. He discovered that floating above their heads were golden inscriptions that read 6th generation disciple of the Yuxu Palace. This style of lettering was strikingly familiar, reminiscent of the character names from the online games he once played. Have I overworked myself to the point of hallucination? Chen Luo wondered, astonished that such labels could appear above human heads. Rubbing his eyes forcefully, he was taken aback to find that the golden text had not vanished, but rather an additional line of annotation had appeared. Dao Yi, I have become LV12, Stamina, 3335. Sibei Langmao, LV8, Stamina, 2022. Chapter 2, The Player Panel. Dao Ge, I think that NC seems to be watching us. At that moment, Sibei Langmao noticed Jiang He and whispered, Stop chattering and get to work. Quickly gather these materials, defeat this monster, and move on to the next dungeon to farm for gold. Dao Yi, I have become, slapped Sibei Langmao, reprimanding him. NC, farming in dungeons? Chen Luo was momentarily stunned, then shifted his gaze downward, where he noticed an array of shimmering, unidentified circular objects scattered beneath their feet, alongside a dark red pool of blood and several ghastly white bones. As Sibei Langmao crouched down, the shimmering objects and bones vanished, as if by magic. Was this extraterrestrial technology? A tumult of emotions surged within Chen Luo, paralyzing him in place. He observed that the two men each bore a peculiar bronze handgun at their waists. Fearing that any sudden movement might reveal his presence and lead to his demise, he remained still. Dao Ge, my backpack is full. I can't fit another soul bone in. Fool, throw out some of the entry-level manuals from your pack. Why are you hoarding so much trash? Are you a scavenger? Dao Yi, I have become, slapped Sibei Langmao again. The latter quickly crouched down, conjuring several books that glimmered faintly, ultimately discarding one onto the ground. After completing their task, they waved their hands as if conjuring something from thin air and departed the rooftop. Chen Luo, a mere spectator, stood frozen in shock, unable to move for a long while. If not for the glowing books still lying on the ground, he would have firmly believed that the events he had just witnessed were nothing but a figment of his imagination. How could this be possible? How can the world be? Chen Luo mumbled to himself for quite some time, ultimately unable to articulate the words virtual or game world. Yet he found himself at a loss for any known theories to explain the sudden appearance and subsequent disappearance of the two men. Just as he was engulfed in confusion, his gaze fell upon the glowing book on the ground. The book seemed like a product of a third-rate gaming company, glaringly bright. Drawing a deep breath, he approached the book and extended his hand. The moment his fingers brushed the cover, the book vanished without a trace. In its place, several lines of text materialized before him. Ding! You have learned the introductory technique, Taizu Chongquan. Please check the attribute panel. Name, Chen Luo Stamina, 25. Mental Strength, 710. Martial Art, Taizu Chongquan LV1 Beginner 1100. Freely distributable attribute points, 0. Note 1. Your stamina limit is lower than that of an average person. Note 2. Your current stamina is below half. If your stamina reaches 0, your character will perish. Chen Luo gazed at the translucent attribute panel hovering in the upper left corner of his vision, its palm-sized form leaving him utterly astonished. Having played games and read web novels, he was naturally familiar with the concept of attribute allocation. This was the exclusive cheat enjoyed only by protagonists. He never anticipated that he would one day encounter such a phenomenon. This must be the panel of a player. Why has it manifested on me? Faced with this sudden cheat, Chen Luo felt no excitement. Instead, he remained remarkably composed. After enduring a series of misfortunes, unemployment, a breakup, and a decline in property value. He had long ceased to believe in the notion of serendipitous fortune falling from the sky. Could good fortune truly extend to someone of his lowly status? It is well known that benefits, the downtrodden, and ease of acquisition form an impossible triangle. Could it be that this blue star OL has encountered a bug, or perhaps someone has implanted a virus? How could someone like me, a mere NPC, be deserving of a panel? Chen Luo pondered. Had he not encountered those two players, he might have considered this an extraordinary stroke of luck, an opportunity for a dramatic turnaround. But now, he merely felt this could be a trap set by others. Yet, after a moment of anxious contemplation, he found it laughable. Who would go to such lengths to target someone as financially strained as he, who even begrudged a thief for entering his home? At present, possessing an attribute panel seems to offer me only advantages. Therefore, the most pressing matter is to find a way to enhance my attribute points. Once I thoroughly understand this panel, I can contemplate other matters. Taking a deep breath, he quickly scanned the panel once more. Not only is my stamina limit lower than that of others, but my current value is also less than half. He felt a jolt of surprise, realizing the deplorable state of his physical condition. He was somewhat relieved to have a panel providing a clear view of his physical state. Had he continued to burn the midnight oil as before, he would likely have faced a sudden demise. It seems I need to engage in more exercise. With a sigh, he focused once more on the panel. This panel differs somewhat from the ones I am familiar with. It appears my character lacks experience points. How then does one allocate points? Is it through practicing skills to gain experience points? Chen Luo's thoughts began to whirl, and he fixated on the skill bar for several moments. Suddenly, vivid images of practicing Taizu Chongquan began to materialize in his mind. It even comes with a visual guide. Joy surged within him without hesitation. He followed the movements of the figure in his mind. Straight punches to the chest, side punches swinging wide, double fists striking the ears, and stepping back with a sway. The figure executed these actions fluidly and gracefully, akin to a dance. Yet within less than 10 minutes, Chen Luo found himself gasping for breath, beads of sweat forming on his forehead like peas. In the 5 years since graduation, he had devoted himself solely to work, leaving little time for exercise. Additionally, the relentless cycle of overtime and late nights had led to a slight weight gain, making even the slightest exertion leave him breathless, a classic symptom of physical decline. Though the foundational techniques of Taizu Chongquan were simple, they proved to be exceedingly taxing for him. Had it been anyone else in his condition, they likely would have given up long ago, but not Chen Luo. He was a person of remarkable tenacity, capable of pushing not only others, but also himself to the limits. Were it not for this quality, he would not have ascended from the status of a college graduate to a small leader above a sea of master's degree holders. Once more, he wiped the sweat from his brow and resumed the poses instructed by the figure in his mind, repeating the practice time and again. You practice Taizu Chongquan, experience 5. You practice Taizu Chongquan, experience 5. As lines of text floated past, the experience for Taizu Chongquan on his attribute panel continued to rise. Before long, an hour had elapsed. Chen Luo's limbs felt sore, and he lay sprawled on the rooftop in a most ungraceful human shape, utterly devoid of strength. Tilting his head slightly, he focused his gaze on his attribute panel. Stamina, 15. Mental strength, 810. Martial art, Taizu Chongquan LV1 Beginner 91100. My mental strength has recovered by 1 point, while my stamina has decreased by 1 point. This is likely due to practicing Taizu Chongquan. However, with just 10 more points of experience, I can level up. This is quite a rewarding outcome. Chen Luo grinned, feeling rather satisfied with the result. He slowly rose, lying back on the bench, still wrapped in plastic, relishing the cool evening breeze that brought him great comfort. The sensation of having a progress bar, witnessing real-time feedback from his efforts, was simply delightful. He had suddenly found a new direction for his endeavors. In today's society, many young people frequently utter the term lying flat. This is not because they are inherently lazier than the previous generation, but rather because they have grown weary of meaningless efforts that yield no positive feedback. Were they to be given such an attribute panel, they would strive with an intensity that would astonish even their mothers. Chen Luo rested on the bench for over 10 minutes, allowing his stamina to recover to 3 points before finally rising and heading downstairs. He chose not to continue training to elevate Taizu Chongquan to LV2 in one go. Having previously seen reports of individuals suffering muscle breakdown from excessive training at the gym, he understood that martial arts practice necessitated moderation over exertion would not only fail to enhance oneself, but could also inflict harm on the body. Melian Electronics, the company where Chen Luo was employed, occupied the 27th floor of the Pallor building. As he descended from the rooftop, the 27th floor remained brightly lit. The HR manager, Sister Yu, was engaged in discussions with each of the employees being laid off. Those emerging from the meeting room bore expressions akin to wilted eggplants, their faces drooping. Being notified of layoffs during overtime hours was perhaps the most chilling joke of the new era. "Brother Luo, how's it going on your end?" As Chen Luo approached his workstation, a bespectacled youth with a small pimple on his nose immediately sidled up to him, speaking in a hushed tone. This individual, named Li Yuan, was a fellow alumnus of the same school, holding a bachelor's degree, and was one of Chen Luo's most trusted subordinates. "No," Chen Luo replied with a serene smile, then glanced at Li Yuan, curious to ask, "Did Sister Yu not speak to you?" The others at their workstations wore glum expressions, but this young man showed no signs of despondency, as if the layoffs had no bearing on him whatsoever. "She did, and I received an in," Li Yuan replied. "Then why are you still sitting here? Shouldn't you pack up and leave?" Chen Luo patted him on the shoulder. "I still need to work for a while. The boss hasn't left yet," Li Yuan said, his eyes darting, his words hesitant. Chen Luo sensed that this lad seemed to be concealing something today. Otherwise, given his character, he would have surely packed his belongings and made a hasty exit by now. Chen Luo chose not to inquire further and proceeded to stuff the items from the table into his backpack. Noticing Chen Luo's intent to leave, Li Yuan immediately tugged at his sleeve, glancing around before lowering his voice to say, "Luoge, would you like to stay a little longer and perhaps take the opportunity to search for the boss? There might still be a glimmer of hope. They've already laid off staff. Why remain to work overtime? It makes no sense." Chen Luo furrowed his brow and immediately declined, stating, "I have matters to attend to. I shall take my leave." With that, he departed the building without a backward glance. In days gone by, he might have lingered to seek out his boss and explore alternative solutions. However, at this moment, all he yearned for was to secure a position at Tom's. He was resolute in his desire to enhance his strength and seize control of his destiny. Chapter 3. Practicing martial arts, he found himself jostling in the crowded bus. The route from the Pongal building to Chen Luo's residence traversed the city's main thoroughfare, devoid of a subway, relying solely on 3 bus lines to accommodate the throngs of commuting professionals. Consequently, during the peak hours of departure, the bus became a battleground of close quarters. Most of Chen Luo's savings were invested in real estate, leaving him without even the most basic mode of transportation after 5 years of employment, forcing him to commute daily by bus. At that moment, he firmly grasped the overhead handrail, his gaze fixed on the news broadcast on the in-car television. Recently, there had been yet another unexplained death in a certain neighborhood, and the relevant authorities were exerting every effort to investigate the cause. A missing persons notice was displayed, with Oster Company offering a reward of 1 million for information regarding their missing general manager, Wang Miao. Anyone who has seen Mr. Wang is urged to contact the company at the phone number 158X*X*X*X. Reports indicate that agricultural experts have discovered a new type of toxic crop in various regions. Resembling tea leaves, accidental ingestion may lead to hallucinations and, in severe cases, death. Citizens are advised to exercise caution when consuming tea. Strange occurrences seem to be on the rise. Chen Luo furrowed his brows. Previously, he had been preoccupied with overtime work, scarcely paying attention to the news. However, after the events of today, as he revisited the headlines, he realized that the world had begun to reveal its anomalies several months ago. It is imperative that he swiftly enhances his own capabilities. Chen Luo was engulfed in a pressing anxiety to enhance his strength. As he swayed in the vehicle on his way back home, he hung his backpack on a nail protruding from the bare wall, slipped into his slippers, and indulged in a soothing hot shower. After his bath, Chen Luo intended to mentally rehearse his boxing techniques, yet he scarcely settled onto the mattress before succumbing to slumber. When he awakened once more, it was already the dawn of the next day. He stretched languidly and then accessed his attribute panel. Name: Chen Luo. Stamina: 55 mental power, 1010 martial art, Taizu Changquan LV1, beginner, 91100, freely allocated attribute points, 0 note. Your stamina ceiling is significantly lower than that of an average individual. Stamina and mental power have both recovered to the limits of your physique. No wonder I felt so profoundly rested after that sleep, he mused. His gaze swept the room, and he suddenly noticed the scale nestled in the corner, stepping onto it with curiosity. 85, 6 kilograms, an impressive decrease of 1 kilogram since yesterday. Setting aside other considerations, the health restoration effect inherent in the martial art alone is immensely beneficial. He had practiced for a mere hour the previous day, and the results were already remarkable. A wave of joy washed over him at the prospect of continued training. The mild fatty liver caused by late-night work would likely dissipate swiftly. Indeed, exercise is the greatest remedy. Chen Luo briefly washed his face and then picked up his phone to request a 2-day leave from the HR manager, Sister Yu. He still had several days of annual leave remaining, and having decided to part ways with Mailian Electronics, he naturally intended to utilize these vacation days in succession. After completing these tasks, Chen Luo changed into a short-sleeved shirt and headed towards the park across from his community, Funga Park. This park, a verdant corridor stretching over 10 kilometers, was constructed in collaboration with the local government by the developer to promote housing sales, and the air was refreshingly pure. In the early morning, the park was relatively empty. Chen Luo chose a tranquil patch of grass, held his breath, and, guided by the memories in his mind, began to practice his boxing techniques once more. Taizu Changquan. A fundamental martial art, features a simple routine with only a handful of moves. Within less than 20 minutes, he had accumulated the full 10 experience points. Congratulations. Taizu Changquan has advanced to LV2 Proficient. Please check your attributes panel. The system's notification chimed as anticipated. As I surmised, any enhancement in skills grants me attribute points. If this rule can be harnessed, it appears there is considerable room for manipulation, Chen Luo mused. With a surge of excitement, he immediately focused on the plus sign next to the vitality attribute. Without much hesitation, he allocated this 1 point to his stamina. An invisible wave of gentle energy coursed through Chen Luo's entire being, followed by a searing sensation as the fat in his abdomen and legs seemed to ignite, producing an intense and burning discomfort. Fortunately, this sensation did not linger long. As the morning breeze swept through the park, it vanished without a trace. Chen Luo approached the riverbank and gazed into the crystal-clear waters, where he beheld his own reflection. To his astonishment, the flab that once encircled his abdomen had vanished without a trace. Indeed, it was miraculous. Merely a slight addition had yielded such a remarkable effect. Chen Luo felt a surge of astonishment within. At this moment, having merely added 1 point to his stamina, such a transformation had already occurred. What would happen if he were to elevate his stamina to 10 points? His gaze shifted, fixating on the panel. Name: Chen Luo Stamina, 56 Mental Strength, 1010 Martial Arts. Taizu Changquan LV2 Proficient, 1500. Attribute points, 0. The notification had vanished after his stamina reached 6 points, indicating that this was the standard of an average person. The experience points for Taizu Changquan had escalated to 500. It seemed that as the level of the martial art increased, the requirements for experience points also rose, making it increasingly challenging to obtain attribute points. After reviewing the changes on the attributes panel, Chen Luo's initial excitement gradually subsided. The phenomenon he experienced yesterday and today, where merely practicing for a couple of hours could yield an attribute point, was likely the fabled beginner's bonus. Nevertheless, he remained undeterred. He feared neither hardship nor the passage of time. As long as he could see returns from his dedication, he was willing to invest a decade or two in practice. With a long exhale, Chen Luo took a step forward, grounding his energy in his dantian, and began to assume the horse stance. Although Taizu Changquan was termed a boxing technique, it encompassed not only hand movements but also stances and footwork. Once Chen Luo's Taizu Changquan reached LV2, the focus of his practice shifted from striking techniques to foundational stances. As the saying goes, practicing boxing without mastering stances leads to a decade of futility. Here, the term gong refers to foundational stances. The foundational stances of Taizu Changquan are divided into 3 levels: horse stance, kneeling stance, and dragon riding stance. Each stance emphasizes the harmony of body and strength and energy, making practice particularly taxing on stamina. After practicing the foundational stances for 2.5 hours, Chen Luo found his clothes drenched in sweat, and his stomach growled with hunger. He glanced at the attributes panel, noting that his stamina had diminished from 56 to 36. While Taizu Changquan had progressed from LV2 Proficient, 1500, to LV2 Proficient, 81,500. He decided to cease practice while he was ahead, avoiding overexertion. This is the advantage of having an attributes panel. It allows for constant monitoring of one's physical condition. After a quick rinse with cold water from a public restroom to wash away the sweat, Chen Luo made his way to the breakfast stall on the west side of the park. 10 meat buns and a large bowl of spicy soup. As soon as he settled onto the stool at the stall, he waved to the shopkeeper. "All right, shall I pack all 10 meat buns for you?" The breakfast stall owner inquired with a smile. "No need. I'll eat here," Chen Luo replied, waving his hand. The shopkeeper looked at Chen Luo with skepticism. doubting his claims. The meat buns in the shop were as large as an adult's fist, and even the laborers from the nearby construction site could manage only about 4 in one sitting. A refined young professional like Chen Luo could barely handle 2 at most. Here are 3 buns for you to start with. I'll bring the rest after you finish. The shopkeeper placed 3 meat buns in a bamboo basket before Chen Luo, cautious not to serve them all at once, fearing that Chen Luo might struggle with the quantity. Chapter 4. The out-of-control giant dog and leveling up. Chen Luo paid no heed to the shop owner's thoughts, deftly picking up a bun with his chopsticks and devouring it with great enthusiasm. As his teeth sank into the steaming bun, the soft dough and succulent juices erupted in a delightful frenzy upon his palate. His throat quivered slightly as he swallowed, the torn skin and meat filling cascading into his stomach. Subsequently, his intestines began to contract rapidly, secreting a unique fluid that facilitated the digestion and assimilation of the energy within the food, replenishing his depleted stamina. After more than 10 hours of exploration, Chen Luo had essentially grasped the fundamental rules and usage of the attribute panel. Physical activities such as exercise or labor reduced both stamina and mental state values. To restore these values, one needed to rest or consume food. Injuries, on the other hand, required treatment for recovery, distinguishing this experience significantly from that of a gang. At this moment, after consuming 3 buns, Chen Luo's stamina status instantly rose from 3 to 4. He took a few sips of spicy soup to catch his breath, and then waved to the breakfast shop owner, "Bring me the remaining 7 buns." Once the owner presented the buns, he unceremoniously devoured the rest. The shop owner and other patrons nearby were left wide-eyed, internally exclaiming in awe at his remarkable appetite. They had witnessed those with hearty appetites before, but never had they encountered someone capable of such voracity. After finishing the buns, Chen Luo lifted the bowl of spicy soup, preparing to soothe his throat. Just then, an urgent voice called out from the park's entrance, "Panda is back! Panda is back!" Chen Luo turned his gaze towards the sound, discovering a giant dog, nearly human in height, charging out from the park. Behind the colossal creature, a young girl clad in a gray short skirt was desperately pursuing it, clutching a frayed length of rope, her breath coming in quick gasps. Upon hearing the commotion, Chen Luo raised his head and was immediately taken aback. For there, atop the giant dog's head, he beheld a line of text, "Out of control giant dog, LV2, stamina, 56. While he was momentarily dazed, the beast barked furiously and bared its teeth, charging towards a nearby young boy. The boy appeared paralyzed by fear, standing frozen in place. "Get out of the way," cried a girl in a gray skirt, her voice laced with urgency. Yet, it was too late. The massive dog was now merely 2 steps away from the child. In a swift reaction, Chen Luo abandoned his chopsticks and dashed forward, delivering a powerful kick to the dog's abdomen, propelling it away. The strength of an adult male's legs is formidable, and with Chen Luo's training in martial arts, he possessed greater power than the average man. The dog, struck by the force of his blow, emitted a low growl of pain. Woof, woof, woof. After barking thrice, its eyes reddened as it lunged at Chen Luo, baring its sharp fangs, aiming to sink them into his head. Adrenaline surged within Chen Luo's body. This beast was a fierce dog. Its strength and biting power were formidable. If he were to be bitten, the mildest consequence would entail a hospital stay of 10 to 15 days. Instinctively, he grasped the giant dog's throat with one hand while clenching his other hand into a fist, relentlessly striking the creature's head. 1 punch, 2 punches, 3 punches. It was not until the 7th blow that the giant dog whimpered and collapsed, never to rise again. Congratulations on defeating the rampaging giant dog level 2, experience 100. Chen Luo gasped for breath, and only after the adrenaline subsided did he notice the words that appeared before him. At that moment, the others present were left in a state of shock. The colossal dog stood a full meter tall, towering even over the young boy from earlier. Yet, astonishingly, this fierce beast had been felled by Chen Luo's fist. "Panda! Panda!" The girl in the gray skirt finally caught up, but instead of checking if Chen Luo was injured, she rushed towards her pet. Upon discovering her beloved dog lifeless, she immediately confronted Chen Luo, exclaiming, "Why did you kill it? Why couldn't you just subdue it and stop? How could you be so cruel?" Chen Luo replied coldly, "Have you considered the possibility that I might fail to subdue it, resulting in my own injury or even leading it to bite someone else? Are you prepared to bear the consequences of such an outcome?" Faced with Chen Luo's fierce demeanor, the girl in the gray skirt felt a wave of indignation and was on the verge of tears, murmuring softly, "It wasn't intentional. It was the fat panda that broke free from its restraints. Moreover, you have already killed it, and I didn't demand any compensation from you. Why are you being so harsh?" Chen Luo grew weary of conversing with the affluent heiress, adorned in designer labels. He rose and approached the corpse of the colossal hound, his gaze sweeping across its form, a frown creasing his brow. The identification tag upon the creature's head remained, albeit its vibrant white hue had faded to a somber gray. Chen Luo turned his gaze towards the other pet dogs in the park, noticing that they bore no similar identification tags. Thus, it seemed that not all creatures were marked. This giant dog was merely an anomaly. If I could engage in combat with such a marked beast, would it grant me experience? His thoughts shifted, leading him to a deeper understanding of the panel's rules. Yet, why had this giant dog transformed into such a state? Just as he pondered, a distant siren pierced the air. Soon, 2 security personnel and 3 public officials clad in black uniforms, devoid of any identification, emerged from their vehicle. Upon witnessing the arrival of the security officers, Chen Luo stepped away from the giant dog's carcass and approached the breakfast shop, preparing to pay via scan code. No. You acted bravely and drove away that dog. I cannot possibly accept your money. Consider this meal my treat. The owner exclaimed, hastily waving his hands. Chen Luo did not stand on ceremony. After a brief expression of gratitude, he finished the remaining half bowl of spicy soup and turned to leave. This dog has undergone a mutation. I shall take it back shortly for thorough examination. Please have someone search the vicinity, as this dog likely ingested something it shouldn't have. Additionally, locate the young man who displayed such bravery. It is no trivial feat to dispatch a fierce dog with just a few punches. He must possess some remarkable abilities. As Chen Luo passed by a security officer, he overheard a conversation between a uniformed official and the officer. Preferring to avoid drawing attention to himself, he quickened his pace to exit the scene. In the ensuing days, Chen Luo dedicated all his energy to practicing Taizu Changquan. Through his relentless efforts, he finally achieved a breakthrough on the 6th day, elevating his skill level to proficiency. Success. On the balcony of his home, Chen Luo gazed at the newly acquired attribute point with delight. He wiped the sweat from his brow and focused his attention on the plus sign following his stamina. Thump, thump, thump. As his stamina increased from 6 to 7, his heart began to race, echoing the lively beats of a basketball on the court. The rhythm of his heartbeat intensified, akin to a pressure pump, propelling blood through his veins with extraordinary vigor. Subsequently, the accumulated waste and impurities within his body were swiftly purged by the rapid blood flow. His physical vitality was astonishingly robust. Chapter 5. Skills. My current physique is comparable to that of provincial-level professional athletes who have undergone rigorous training and are at the peak of their physical condition. Chen Luo performed several high-intensity movements, and after assessing his physical condition at that moment, he felt an overwhelming sense of joy. In less than a week of training, he had achieved such remarkable results. If he continued to train diligently, attaining the physical prowess of elite athletes would not merely be a dream. However, what did this martial skill entail? Just as Chen Luo was reveling in his progress, he suddenly noticed an additional section beneath the original martial arts technique. Martial skill, 8 extremes collapse, first level, 1100, a skill derived from another world. Each level of mastery grants a chance to achieve a critical strike effect of 100. With a maximum of 8 levels of accumulation, it resembles a finishing move. Could it be that I instinctively comprehended this skill after advancing the Taizu Changquan to the 3rd level? Chen Luo pondered to himself. He wished to test the might of the 8 extremities collapse, so he immediately procured a clothes rack and draped a thick winter quilt over it. With everything in place, he executed the technique, launching himself forcefully at the rack. With a resounding thud, the quilt burst apart, cotton fluff scattering everywhere. The magnitude of this damage left Chen Luo astonished. Had he unleashed this power against the mutated giant dog a few days prior, one strike would likely have been fatal. Yet, he couldn't shake the feeling of exhaustion that washed over him after the exertion. Chen Luo quickly glanced at his attribute panel and was immediately struck by the realization that his mental power had inexplicably decreased by 3 points. Emotions, it seems, deplete one's energy. This implies that, to be on the safe side, I can use the 8 extremes collapse technique at most twice. Chen Luo let out a sigh. Nonetheless, he felt a sense of contentment. Such skills were essential for survival and were seldom employed unless absolutely necessary. After returning the coat rack to its original position, he picked up a broom and began to sweep away the cotton fluff scattered across the floor. Fortunately, apart from the bathroom, the rest of his house was unfurnished and empty, making the cleaning process rather straightforward. He had barely swept for a moment when he felt his phone vibrate in his pocket. He took it out and discovered a message from you, the HR manager at his company. Chen Luo, are you coming to the office today? President Zhou wishes to speak with you. The president Zhou mentioned by HR was Zhou Hong, the owner of Malian Electronics and Chen Luo's superior. Upon reading the message, Chen Luo furrowed his brow. He had already agreed to accept compensation and leave. What more could there be to discuss? Initially, he considered ignoring the message, but then he recalled that Zhou had generally treated him well. Over the 5 years working at Malian Electronics, Zhou had not shortchanged him financially and had even promoted him, a mere junior college graduate, to the position of deputy group leader in research and development, a gesture he appreciated. Although Zhou's decision to sell the company without regard for the well-being of loyal colleagues was undeniably ruthless, Chen Luo was not yet inclined to sever ties completely. After a moment's contemplation, he replied via text, "I will arrive at the office by 9. Setting his phone down, he tidied up the remaining debris before changing into a clean outfit and heading to the office. Upon entering the company's lobby, Chen Luo noticed several young men in suits being guided by a veteran employee as they familiarized themselves with the organizational structure. Had the consortium arrived so swiftly? He averted his gaze and proceeded towards the general manager's office. Inside, Zhou Hong was preparing tea. Upon seeing Chen Luo enter, he immediately gestured for him to take a seat. "Have you found a new job?" Zhou Hong pushed a cup of green tea towards Chen Luo. Chen Luo did not take over the conversation and replied in a flat tone, "I have contacted several companies and am now in the final stages of salary negotiations." Noticing Chen Luo's indifferent demeanor, Zhou Hong chuckled softly. "I won't beat around the bush with you. Are you interested in continuing to work with me?" Chen Luo stared at Zhou Hong for several seconds, struggling to comprehend the latter's intentions. Although Malian Electronics had yet to turn a profit, the semiconductor industry is a burgeoning field with promising prospects. The company could thrive solely on the financial backing of investors. Otherwise, the Southeast Consortium would not have acquired it. Zhou Hong's decision to sell such a promising company and embark on a new venture seemed irrational at best. "I am aware that you and your associates harbor grievances regarding my decision to sell the company, yet I too have my own dilemmas." Zhou Hong sighed when he noticed Chen Luo's silence. "Although the company appears prosperous, our liquid assets are dwindling. The chip design and manufacturing sector in Chigua has entered a ruthless phase of competition, where substantial imperial and aristocratic capital has already flooded in. A small company like Malian Electronics cannot possibly compete with such financial might. Thus, the most prudent course of action is to sell the company while it still holds value. My new venture will focus on industrial software. I am growing older, and my daughter has just returned from abroad. I wish to secure some funds to help her establish a modest enterprise, offering her a stable career. If you are willing to continue working with me, I can offer you a stake of 3 to 5%. Of course, with equity comes a reduced salary of 6,000 yuan per month. However, this will become our shared enterprise, and as it expands, the salary will merely be a trifling matter. Would you consider this opportunity?" Chen Luo was taken aback, utterly unprepared for Zhou Hong's unexpected proposal to make him a partner. Regrettably, the suggestion came too late. Had it been a week prior, he might have been captivated by Zhou Hong's enticing promises. However, at this juncture, he had acquired an attribute panel and yearned for a stable job to repay his mortgage, secure an asset for his parents far away in their hometown, and utilize his spare time to enhance his attribute points. While the notion of partnership sounded appealing, accepting it would necessitate dedicating all his energy to the operation of the company, a future that Chen Luo did not desire. Feigning contemplation for a moment, he addressed Zhou Hong, stating, "I can choose to forego equity, but my monthly salary must not be less than 12,000. You are aware that I have a mortgage to pay, and the cost of living in Dongdu is exorbitant. Should it fall below this amount, after deducting my mortgage and basic necessities, I would be left with barely 2,000. He added the last sentence as a mere bluff. The companies he had applied to had not provided any feedback. Zhou Hong's gaze remained fixed on Chen Luo, his mind rapidly weighing the pros and cons. His strategy of offering a low base salary combined with equity to entice Chen Luo was aimed at minimizing initial expenses for the new company, hoping to recruit this technical talent at a relatively low cost. Unfortunately, this plan had now unraveled, as Chen Luo seemed to have perceived his intentions. Chen Luo was unaware of the thoughts swirling in Zhou Hong's mind. Noticing that the latter remained silent, he assumed that Zhou disagreed and rose to leave. Although he sought a stable job to repay his mortgage, he was not solely reliant on Zhou Hong's position. If he failed to secure a high-paying job, he could always rely on the martial arts skills he had recently honed to pursue a career as a bodyguard. With his attribute panel, he was confident that earning hundreds of thousands annually would not be a daunting task for his future self. Alas, he had initially hoped for them to toil together for a new venture, but since you are unwilling to take equity, Let us proceed with this salary. Just as Chen Luo was about to step out, Zhou Hong spoke up. When do I start working? Chen Luo paused to inquire. I will call you next week. Zhou Hong replied. Chen Luo nodded and departed from the general manager's office. Upon returning to his workstation, his junior and apprentice, Li Yuan, stealthily approached him and inquired in a hushed tone, Brother Luo, how did the discussion go? What promises did the boss make to you? With your skills, surely the salary he offers will at least match your current one. Chen Luo cast a glance at Li Yuan, suddenly realizing that this fellow must have been recruited by Zhou Hong on the very day the layoff news was announced. Otherwise, he wouldn't have appeared so composed during the recent layoffs. What conditions did he offer you? Chen Luo inquired. A base salary of 6,000 without responsibility. And at the end of the year, there's an additional bonus of 3 to 4 months' salary. This is significantly higher than my current pay, Li Yuan exclaimed, brimming with excitement. For an ordinary undergraduate who had just graduated less than a year ago, this indeed qualifies as a generous salary. Congratulations to you. Chen Luo patted Li Yuan on the shoulder and said, I am slightly lower than before, yet in this current employment landscape, I find great contentment in having a stable job. It is said that Zhou Hong sold Malian Electronics for nearly 300 million. Such a sum makes it entirely feasible to sustain a software development team, at least until he achieves a modest level of success in his martial arts training. He can be assured of his employment. We can once again stand shoulder to shoulder in battle. Li Yuan replied with a cheerful smile, then retrieved a box of tea leaves from his drawer and handed it to Chen Luo. This box of tea is for you. I brought it from my hometown. President Zhou has been enjoying it and finds its flavor delightful. Brother Luo, do give it a try. Chen Luo turned around, poised to express his gratitude. But upon catching sight of the inscription on the tea box, his expression abruptly shifted. Mutated tea leaves, primary, quantity, 1099 effect, unknown chapter 6. A chance encounter with a player. Where did you procure this tea? Chen Luo suppressed the astonishment within him and hurriedly inquired, including the 2 players he had encountered on the rooftop that day. This marked his 3rd encounter with such items bearing textual insignia. I cultivated this at home. My hometown is renowned for its tea. This is a new variety that gained popularity starting last year, Li Yuan responded. Even Zhou, an adept connoisseur of tea, declared that this variety was no less exquisite than Mao Jian. Wait, did you say Zhou Hong has been indulging in it all this while? Chen Luo's heart jolted as 2 pieces of information from a few days prior suddenly surged into his mind. Experts had discovered a new type of cold toxin crop resembling tea leaves, which may have been contaminated by accidentally consuming a certain pollutant. This was dire. His heart raced with alarm. No sooner had the thought crossed his mind than he heard a cacophony of clattering noises emanating from Zhou Hong's office. Without a moment's hesitation, he dashed towards the latter's office, with Li Yuan hot on his heels, both racing forward. Bang! Chen Luo forcefully kicked open the office door, only to find Zhou Hong leaning against the window, his complexion a disturbing shade of purplish hue, eyes bulging, hair disheveled, and his expression exceedingly grotesque. His hand rested upon his throat, as if he were engaged in a desperate struggle against an invisible grip tightening around his windpipe. Help me. Please, save me. Zhou Hong managed to utter a few words with great difficulty as he spotted Chen Luo and Li Yuan entering. At this moment, Chen Luo was taken aback, for he beheld a line of purple text hovering above Zhou Hong's head. Zombie, Elite, LV3, Stamina, 112. Not long before entering the office, such an indication had not been present over Zhou Hong. Beside Zhou Hong, at the edge of the floor-to-ceiling window, stood 2 men clad in tight leather. Their hair dyed red and purple respectively. Above their heads floated the golden D names that only players possessed: Lin Zi, LV3, Stamina, 68, and Lin Hong, LV3, Stamina, 89. The player with purple hair, while gripping Zhou Hong's neck, exclaimed with excitement, Brother, this bug is indeed real. By tricking NPCs into consuming materials, there is a chance to transform them into elite monsters devoid of any offensive capabilities. We can then effortlessly slay these elite creatures, acquire high-grade materials, and remain unbound by the red name rules. Quickly, choke him to death, stop the chatter, urged the red-haired player beside him. It appeared that the official organization of this world had begun to sense something amiss, as they, in a sense, represented the will of the rules. We must gather as many materials as we can before this bug is patched. The 2 NPCs have entered. Should we eliminate them? Inquired the purple-haired man. Fool. They haven't turned into monsters. Do you want to become a red name by killing them? They can't see us anyway. Let's first deal with this monster. retorted the red-haired player. The conversation between the two players concealed a plethora of unsettling information. Yet, in that moment, Chen Luo could not afford to ponder over much. He fixated on the duo, contemplating how to rescue Zhou Hong before the players could strike. "Brother Luo, what should we do? Is the boss having a fit? Should we call for emergency assistance?" Li Yuan anxiously inquired from the side. Chen Luo cast a fleeting glance at the latter. Discovering that the other party's gaze was entirely fixated on Zhou Hong, oblivious to the two players beside him. "Could it be that only I can perceive them?" Without revealing his intentions, he discreetly instructed Li Yuan, "I shall contact the hospital. You reach out to the police department." With that, he picked up his phone and nonchalantly approached the area where Zhou Hong and the two players were situated. Though his demeanor appeared casual, his heart was taut with apprehension. Should the players become aware of his presence, not only would Zhou Hong remain in peril, but he himself might also find his safety compromised. He inhaled deeply, gradually edging closer to the window. 10 steps, 8 steps. With each stride, he closed the gap between himself and the two players. Unbeknownst to them, Chen Luo could see their every move, so they devoted themselves entirely to the silent execution of Zhou Hong. It was only when he was a mere 3 steps away that they sensed something amiss. Yet, it was too late. Chen Luo lunged forth like a tiger unleashed, swinging her fist, which was the size of a sandpot, delivering a powerful blow to the purple-haired player's abdomen. Bang! The purple-haired player staggered backward, his face contorted in agony. Gasping for breath, he looked at Chen Luo with disbelief. "You can see me?" Chen Luo's expression was grave. He had taken the initiative and launched a full-force strike. Yet he only inflicted superficial wounds upon his opponent. In terms of data, the adversary had lost merely 1 point of health, significantly less than the anticipated 23 points. Chen Luoxin remained on high alert, refraining from any semblance of relaxation. Without allowing the purple-haired player a moment to react, he swiftly advanced to confront him, launching a powerful punch aimed directly at his face. Days of relentless practice had honed his mastery of the Taizu Changquan to an extraordinary degree. Though his strikes appeared unremarkable, their potency was far from negligible. Each movement was executed with unwavering precision, and his footwork was flawlessly synchronized with his punches, leaving the purple-haired player no opportunity for retaliation. After enduring 7 or 8 consecutive blows, the player felt a surge of alarm as he realized that if this continued, his only fate would be to be brutally defeated unless he resorted to using his weapon. Unfortunately, he found himself unable to draw his weapon for a counterattack. They were exploiting a loophole in the rules to hunt level 3 elite monsters. Any attempt to wield a weapon before the NC was fully transformed into a monster would instantly label them as a red name under the rules. "He is an official. Give me the gloves," bellowed the red-haired player beside him. The gloves he referred to were a pair of semi-transparent silk gloves currently worn by the purple-haired player, which allowed them to slay the monsters transformed from NC without being marked as red names by the rules. Hearing the conversation between the two, Chen Luo, although unaware of the gloves' purpose, realized their critical importance in the assassination of Zhou Hong. Naturally, he would not afford his opponents the opportunity to change gloves. He delivered a swift jab aimed at the purple-haired player's face. The strike, although simple and unadorned, seemed to lock onto the latter, leaving no room for evasion. His fists rained down like a torrential storm upon the opponent's face, shoulders, abdomen, and armpits, creating a cacophony of thunderous impacts. The purple-haired player, overwhelmed and breathless, found himself unable to remove the gloves. Damn it! Frustrated, the purple-haired player erupted in curses, astonished that his mere intention to confront an elite monster had led him into a confrontation with an unknown NC. Just as the purple-haired player became ensnared in this arduous battle, a piercing siren echoed from outside the window. Damn! Both the purple-haired and red-haired players paled at the instant the law enforcement officers arrived downstairs, their D-names instantly turning crimson. "I will deal with the monster. You handle that guy. How dare an NC meddle in our affairs?" The red-haired man furiously drew an elegantly crafted, sharp short sword and plunged it into Zhou Hong's body multiple times. Meanwhile, the purple-haired man, his expression twisted with malice, brandished a firearm, aiming it menacingly at Chen Luo's forehead. "An official NC? Do you truly consider yourself a player? Don't play the hero in your next life." Chapter 7. The extraordinary bureau. The handgun bore a layer of colorful spray paint, resembling a child's cartoon toy, utterly ludicrous and comical. Yet, when it was pointed at his own head, Chen Luo found no humor in the situation. A cold sweat broke out, and his heart raced as if it might explode. 8 extremes burst. He muttered a fierce incantation, instinctively unleashing his martial technique. He was uncertain whether he could outpace the bullet or trigger a critical hit. But he had no choice. He could only take a perilous gamble. Chen Luo fiercely stomped the ground, his body propelling forward like a tempest towards the violet-haired player. His speed was astonishing, sending papers and calendars scattered across the tabletop, caught in the whirlwind of his momentum. Before the violet-haired player could register the sudden onslaught, Chen Luo had already closed the distance, his shoulder crashing forcefully against the opponent's chest. With a resounding thud, the violet-haired player was sent sprawling against the wall like a kite severed from its string. Without allowing a moment for the adversary to react, Chen Luo advanced, his elbow striking with the ferocity of a cannonball against the opponent's chest. Lindsay, level 3, stamina, 18. Chen Luo unleashed the 8 extremes burst twice in succession, each time triggering a critical hit that directly depleted his opponent's health by 5 points. The purple-haired player was caught off guard, succumbing to the overwhelming pain and fainting. You have vanquished the player Lindsay, earning 500 experience points. You utilize the 8 extremes burst, gaining 20 experience points. You utilize the 8 extremes burst, gaining another 20 experience points. Your skill in 8 extremes burst has improved. Please check your attributes panel for details. The consecutive use of martial arts drained Chen Luo of 6 points of mental strength, leaving him momentarily disoriented. Nevertheless, he was mindful of the enemy beside him, taking a deep breath to conceal his state of disarray. What on earth? The red-haired player was entirely oblivious to Chen Luo's condition, standing frozen in disbelief in his understanding. Even a level 3 elite monster could not inflict such damage. While the red-haired player was lost in thought, the voices of security personnel echoed outside the company's entrance. Fearing capture by the authorities, the red-haired player executed a roll, positioning himself beside the purple-haired player in an attempt to wrest the gauntlet from his grasp. Clearly, this gauntlet held significant value for the red-haired player, far surpassing the heap of materials dropped by the deceased Zhou Hong. Chen Luo would naturally not grant the opponent such an opportunity. He swiftly threw a punch, effectively stopping him in his tracks. Damn it! Cursed the red-haired player. With Chen Luo's obstruction, he had no chance to seize the boxing gloves. Left with no other option, he reluctantly settled for the bloodstained materials beneath Zhou Hong and produced a small jade token resembling a return scroll. After shattering the glass, he leaped out the window. You scoundrel, once my level rises, I will surely annihilate your entire family. Chen Luo immediately pursued, yet outside the window, there was no trace of anyone. Only the echoes of sound reverberating. Chen Luo returned to the purple-haired player and gazed at the gauntlets in their hands for a moment. Then he crouched down, removed the gauntlets, and tucked them into his pocket. Having completed this, he approached Zhou Hong to assess his injuries. Zhou Hong had been stabbed at least 10 times with a dagger, his abdomen soaked in blood. Take care of my daughter, the other party gasped, gripping Chen Luo's hand tightly. Chen Luo was perplexed as to why Zhou Hong had entrusted him with such a significant task. Perhaps, in his final moments, Zhou's mind had become fragmented, leading him to cling to Chen as a last resort. Alternatively, it is possible that Zhou had witnessed Chen's battles alongside the players and deemed him a worthy individual to confide in. I promise you, Chen Luo nodded in agreement. Having worked alongside Zhou Hong for 5 years, he found it impossible to decline the dying man's request. As soon as Chen Luo finished speaking, Zhou Hong drew his last breath. He gently closed Zhou Hong's eyes and squatted beside the lifeless body, momentarily engulfed in a haze of confusion. Luo Luoge. He had just begun when Li Yuan's voice resonated from behind him. What did you just witness? He turned around, his gaze piercing into the other man's. Li Yuan immediately shivered. Having spent almost a year with Chen Luo, he had never before encountered such a terrifying expression on the latter's face. Overcome with dread, he hastily replied, I only saw you at the window, appearing possessed as you swung your fists, and then the boss beside you collapsed, while the window shattered simultaneously. I didn't see anything else. Luo Gu, what on earth is in this room? Don't frighten me. Indeed, it seemed that ordinary individuals could not perceive the players. The conjecture in his heart was once again validated as Chen Luo calmly replied, there is nothing. I experienced some hallucinations. When the security personnel inquire later, simply tell them the truth. No sooner had he spoken than the security officers hurriedly arrived at the scene. Upon witnessing Zhou Hong's motionless form and the pool of blood surrounding him, several officers turned pale with shock. They had received reports of a disturbance at the Pang Le building, but never anticipated that a murder had occurred. Who made the report? One of the officers inquired. It was I. Chen Luo stepped forward voluntarily. The officer exchanged glances with his colleagues, who then promptly escorted Chen Luo and Li Yuan to a nearby office to take their statements. What was your relationship with the deceased? He was my boss. Please elaborate on the entire sequence of events leading to the deceased's demise. If I were to say that the deceased was killed by two invisible individuals, would you believe me? The female officer raised her eyebrows, closed her notebook, and with a stern expression declared, "Cooperating with the police investigation is the duty of every citizen of the Great Qing Empire. Do not treat me as if I were a 3-year-old child." Chen Luo felt a throbbing headache. He spoke the truth, yet his interlocutor remained skeptical. Must he resort to deception? At that moment, a man and a woman entered from outside. The man, approximately 40 years of age, possessed a towering and formidable stature, standing nearly 6 feet tall. Clad in a sleek black uniform, his head was completely bald, reminiscent of the comedic actor Guadaciton. The woman, in stark contrast, appeared significantly younger, akin to a high school student yet to graduate. Her curly hair framed her face, and she wore a white dress in the Lolita style, with smooth, porcelain-like ankles adorned by a red ribbon that held 2 golden bells, producing a melodic jingle with each step. "Leave this to me. You may step outside for now." The middle-aged man gestured dismissively to the female security officer before taking a seat opposite Chen Luo alongside the Lolita-clad girl. "I am Lei Pingbo from the 8th Division of the Supernatural Bureau. I must inform you of unfortunate news. The extraterrestrial being you subdued has just succumbed despite our efforts to save him." The Supernatural Bureau? Chen Luo furrowed his brow, as he had never heard of this organization before. However, the latter part of the other party's statement made his pupils constrict, and he blurted out, "The player is dead? A player? It seems you are already aware of their identities, though I prefer to refer to them as extraterrestrial guests," Lei Pingbo remarked. Noticing the look of terror on Chen Luo's face, he quickly added, "Do not burden yourself with guilt. Extraterrestrial guests are not protected by the laws of Qinghua. Even if you were to eliminate them, no one would hold you accountable." Chen Luo let out a bitter laugh. He was not concerned about facing repercussions, rather. He was astonished that players could also perish. The situation appeared to diverge from his expectations. Who then were they? After taking a deep breath, he inquired. "You may regard them as travelers from alternate dimensions. However, their entry into this realm resembles our process of logging into a game. Hence, they refer to themselves as players. Yet, in reality, they are not invulnerable. Should they be slain in this world, their true selves in the parallel dimensions will also meet their demise," Lei Pingbo elucidated. "Travelers from parallel dimensions, you say? But what, then, is the significance of the labels hovering above their heads?" In the depths of his thoughts, Chen Luo pondered. Chapter 8. Joining. "Do not envision them as exalted beings, a scoundrel committing heinous acts. Eliminating him is a service to the populace." Beside him, the young Lolita, noticing Chen Luo's vacant gaze, assumed he had yet to recover from the news of the player's demise, and promptly offered words of consolation. As she spoke, her large, glistening eyes regarded Chen Luo with keen interest. "You, having recently awakened, have directly vanquished a formidable outsider at the 3rd level of the cultivation realm. Is this the remarkable strength of an awakened self?" Chen Luo was utterly perplexed by the girl's words. "What are you talking about? What is awakening? And what does the 3rd level of body cultivation entail?" Indeed, as a self-awakened individual, he was entirely ignorant of the intricacies of the power system. Given this, he decided to assume the role of a teacher and introduce her to the world of awakeners. The girl smiled gently and then extended her arm towards Chen Luo. Her arm was fair and delicate, resembling a meticulously carved jade lotus root, evoking an irresistible urge to touch it. Just as Chen Luo puzzled over why she presented her arm before him, a horrifying scene abruptly unfolded before his eyes. He beheld long, crimson, centipede-like worms erupting from the girl's veins. These creatures voraciously consumed her blood, incessantly dividing and multiplying, soon covering her arm, cheek, and entire body. Chen Luo took several steps back, his complexion pale and his abdomen churning, nearly on the verge of regurgitating his breakfast. Even witnessing the entire process of Zhou Hong's demise had not unsettled him to such an extent. "Just as I had surmised, your spiritual perception is indeed extraordinary." The voice of the young woman resonated once more, prompting Chen Luo to look up, only to discover that the insects on her body had vanished without a trace, leaving not even a remnant of their passage, as if everything had merely been an illusion of his mind. This world harbors numerous sources of contamination imbued with peculiar pathogens, such as the materials that erupt from monsters upon their demise, or objects that descend from the heavens. The pathogenicity of these contaminants is formidable, ordinary humans or creatures. If they inadvertently ingest these materials or maintain prolonged contact with them, may easily undergo a transformation into monsters, much like your employer. Nevertheless, there exists a segment of humanity capable of withstanding the encroachment of contamination, developing corresponding antibodies that enable them to harness extraordinary powers. The insects you observed earlier were, in fact, the antibodies residing within my body, which I have affectionately named the life mark. Upon listening to the explanation provided by the Lolita girl, Chen Luo experienced a profound clarity within himself. However, simultaneously, a sense of dread washed over him. The manner in which he acquired his powers bore no resemblance to what she had described. He had derived his strength from the discarded tomes of two players, having never undergone an awakening nor possessed a so-called life imprint. Could the power obtained through an imprint be cultivated akin to the practices depicted in martial arts novels? He cautiously inquired. Indeed, replied Lei Pingbo, nodding in affirmation. The concept of awakening can be traced back to the early 20th century. After nearly a century of development, we have meticulously crafted a comprehensive methodology for training. Awakeners are classified into 4 realms: nurturing the body, gathering energy, establishing a foundation, and the golden core, each divided into 9 levels based on their characteristics. Doesn't that sound reminiscent of the Taoist cultivation system? Chen Luo questioned, gazing quizzically at Lei Pingbo. We have indeed drawn upon certain Taoist concepts, as we discovered similarities between life imprints and the Taoist framework. You will understand this better as you delve deeper into your studies, Lei Pingbo responded. Understanding dawned upon Chen Luo, and he then posed another question that weighed heavily on his mind. Is it possible for awakeners to evolve by allocating points like players do? A soft chuckle escaped the Lolita girl, who then perched herself on the table, her legs gently swaying, the bells jingling melodiously. How could you be so naive? I just explained that this is not a game. Not only awakeners, but even the players you mentioned cannot allocate points for cultivation. At most, they possess a data panel that displays their status in real time. Chen Luo was taken aback, quickly realizing that the mention of enhanced cultivation likely pertained to his unique circumstances. He was immensely curious about how Lei Pingbo and the others had come to know that players possess data panels, yet to safeguard his own secret, he refrained from probing further. After all that has been said, would you be willing to join us? The Lolita girl leaped off the table and approached Chen Luo. What tasks would be involved? Chen Luo inquired. Our primary responsibility is to eliminate uncontrollable mutated monsters to prevent them from endangering ordinary people. Should any extraterrestrial beings disrupt the order, we must also address this group of deranged individuals. Of course, due to the red name rule, outsiders typically cannot harm ordinary citizens. You need not worry about danger. The captain is a formidable awakened one at the 9th level of Qi gathering, just one step away from becoming a foundational practitioner. The Lolita girl declared with pride, lifting her small face. Chen Luo glanced at Lei Pingbo's head. Lei Pingbo, a 9th level of Qi gathering, possessed a stamina of 7,580. He inhaled sharply. With a stamina ceiling of 80 points, it was nearly 10 times his own. Indeed, a 9th level awakener is fearsome. This was, without a doubt, the highest stamina value he had encountered thus far. However, Chen Luo remained clear-headed and did not overlook the perils associated with working for the official organization merely due to Lei Pingbo's elevated status. Nothing is absolute. Even the infamous red name rules could be exploited by players like Lin Hong and Lin Zi, let alone others. What about the compensation? He pondered aloud after a moment of silence. Compensation? The Lolita girl widened her eyes. It was her first encounter with someone discussing this matter. In her understanding, becoming an official administrator to maintain world order was an exceedingly noble and honorable pursuit. Why would one speak of compensation in such a context? Do you not discuss salary when working? Chen Luo cast a sidelong glance at the girl, thinking perhaps she had been misled. The Lolita girl, her face flushed with indignation, retorted, "This is a glorious and magnificent endeavor, not merely a job. There's a base salary of 6,000 with no responsibilities, social insurance, and housing fund contributions, plus weekends off." Lei Pingbo interjected, displaying his seasoned demeanor. Xiaoyan is not yet 18 and currently works voluntarily, thus no compensation was discussed at that time. Of course, we provide her with a specific monthly allowance. Exploiting child labor. Chen Luo mused. He sighed and replied, I may need to consider this. I still have a mortgage to repay. The mortgage was but one aspect. His primary reason was that he did not wish to agree on the spot. He was utterly ignorant of the so-called anomalous bureau and could not be swayed into signing a contract with just a few words from Lei Pingbo and the Lolita girl. The initial salary may not be high, but once you enter the Qi gathering realm, you can steadily earn around 15,000 a month. Moreover, Joining grants you access to various exclusive materials that would significantly aid your advancement. Are you certain you do not wish to contemplate this? Lei Pingbo frowned, encountering rejection for the first time in his recruitment endeavors. The last person who spun such dreams for me was my boss, and he is now no more. Chen Luo replied with a hint of melancholy. Lei Pingbo and Xiaoyan continued. If you do not wish to become a full-time employee, you might consider being an external member. External members receive only 1,000 yuan in monthly allowances, with no benefits such as funeral subsidies, bereavement payments, pensions, or housing funds. However, they are not required to attend office hours, and for every task you participate in, depending on your contribution, you can claim up to 70% of the materials. Whereas full-time members can only receive 50% at most. Reluctant to let Chen Luo slip away, Lei Pingbo pondered for a moment before proposing a compromise. Of course, should you change your mind later, you can convert to a full-time member. Chapter 9, Capsule. 70% at most? Chen Luo was taken aback. Materials were indeed the most valuable assets. Otherwise, those players would not risk venturing into this world, slaying monsters to acquire resources. Lei Pingbo's ability to produce 70% of the materials clearly indicated that he had invested significantly. However, Chen Luo understood well that such an agreement resembled a gambling contract. One could either enjoy extraordinary luck, yielding a plethora of materials, or find oneself devoid of any rewards for an entire month, a classic case of winning a charming model or losing to a wealthy matron. Nonetheless, this model held considerable allure for Chen Luo. On one hand, it granted him ample time to assess whether the so-called anomalous bureau was worthy of his dedication. On the other, it provided him with opportunities to undertake monster extermination missions, thereby gaining invaluable combat experience. For Chen Luo, experience was paramount. I agree to become your extramural personnel. Although he had already made up his mind, he pretended to deliberate for an extended period, creating an impression of careful consideration behind his choice. After Chen Luo departed, the Lolita girl murmured softly, "Captain, why not try a bit harder to recruit him? A freshly awakened individual capable of defeating an outsider at the 3rd level of body cultivation possesses extraordinary potential. If we could secure him as a full-time employee, our team's standing would undoubtedly rise within the anomalous bureau and beyond." I am well aware of that, but we lack the funds, Lei Pingbo replied, scratching his bald head. The royal family allocates only a meager budget each year. Even at my level, my salary barely exceeds 20,000. The royal family he referred to as the Qing dynasty, the Li clan of Longxi. The Qing nation operates under a constitutional monarchy in modernity. Although the royal Li family relinquished most of their powers following a coup a century ago, they still wield considerable influence in certain circles. The anomalous bureau, to which they belonged, is an entity controlled by the royal family, specifically tasked with managing domestic incidents involving players and monsters. All expenditures are drawn not from public finances but from the royal treasury. The anomalous bureau is divided into 8 departmental divisions, with the 8th division, where Lei Pingbo worked, being the most impoverished. After disbursing basic salaries, virtually nothing remained from the annual allocations. The budget of 6,000 allocated by Chen Luo represents the utmost limit that Lei Pingbo can provide within his authority. Alas, I shall submit an application to the higher-ups. A mere fledgling, having just awakened less than a week ago, has managed to defeat an outsider at the 3rd level of cultivation. This clearly warrants considerable attention. Let us set aside these matters for the moment and contemplate how to address today's predicament. Darn it, even the rules regarding red names can be exploited. If this issue remains unresolved, it may herald a significant upheaval. Lei Pingbo could not refrain from uttering an expletive. Chen Luo was unaware of the difficulties faced by the 8th location at that moment. Upon exiting the room, he discovered that Zhou Hong's lifeless body had been placed into a body bag. As the security personnel carried Zhou Hong's corpse past him, a wave of complex emotions washed over him. Just over an hour earlier, Zhou Hong had been brimming with enthusiasm, eager to forge a new path for his daughter. Who could have foreseen that in the blink of an eye, he would become a cold, motionless figure lying on the ground? "Brother Luo, what shall we do now?" At that moment, Li Yuan approached with a troubled expression, inquiring earnestly. "Let us search for new employment," Chen Luo sighed. Although they had been recruited by Zhou Hong, it had been merely a verbal agreement without any formal contract. In the face of death, one cannot seek out Zhou Hong's daughter to request employment. After Chen Luo tidied up his belongings, he proceeded to the Human Resources Department to complete his resignation procedures before departing the company by bus. Upon returning home, he sat on the open balcony, gazing at the night sky, lost in contemplation. Those enigmatic and lawless players loomed over him like a Damocles sword, a constant threat. Even someone as wealthy as Zhou Hong had met an untimely demise. How safe could an ordinary citizen like him possibly be? He could still manage players at the 3rd level of Qi gathering, but what about those at the 4th or 5th levels? What if players like Lei Pingbo, at the 9th level of Qi gathering or even above, sought to take his life? Did he possess the means to protect himself? If such players ventured into the countryside and targeted his family, who had lived there for generations, could he safeguard them? He must grow stronger, relentlessly. His first goal was to reach the Qi gathering stage. At that moment, an intense desire for power surged within Chen Luo. He did not wish to meet an inexplicable end like Zhou Hong. He needed to allocate his points. He opened his attributes panel. After upgrading his 8 extremes collapse to the 2nd level, he gained 1 free attribute point. Without hesitation, he allocated this point to his stamina, increasing it from 7 to 8. Once he had finished, he retrieved a pair of transparent gloves from his pocket and examined them closely. These gloves had been seized from a player with purple hair. Initially, he had thought them to be a rare treasure, but upon closer inspection, he found no distinctive features. Never mind, they would suffice as a pair of ordinary training gloves. Unable to discern any clues, Chen Luo casually tossed the gloves onto the table. Unexpectedly, he miscalculated the force, causing the gloves to knock over a water bottle on the table. Water spilled out, quickly soaking the gloves. Chen Luo picked up the towel, preparing to wipe away the water stains. However, the scene that unfolded next caused his pupils to constrict sharply. He observed as the boxing glove, upon contact with the water, began to dissolve rapidly, soon vanishing entirely, leaving behind a pure white crystalline capsule, no larger than a marble. What could this be? Chen Luo cautiously lifted the capsule crystal. Suddenly, with a crack, the crystal split open, revealing 8 slender, spider-like legs. With the aid of these spidery appendages, the capsule crystal appeared to come to life, swiftly crawling up Chen Luo's arm towards the nape of his neck. Chen Luo sensed something amiss and swiftly reached out to grasp it. Yet he was a moment too late. With a sudden thrust, 8 spider legs pierced his skin, binding the capsule crystal tightly to the nape of his neck. He tugged fiercely at the capsule, attempting to dislodge it, but it seemed to have fused with his very being. Despite his efforts, he felt as though he might tear the skin from his neck, yet the object remained unmoved. As a new interface loaded, a notification appeared, automatic logout imminent. Please find a safe place to exit. At that moment, a system prompt materialized before his eyes. Logout? Could it be that this world is merely a game? Or perhaps, I have acquired the key for players to enter and exit this realm? In a fleeting moment, several thoughts raced through Chen Luo's mind, accompanied by the echoes of the words spoken by the Lolita girl earlier that morning. Gradually, he regained his composure, his gaze sweeping around the room as he swiftly picked up his phone and made his way to the bedroom. Lying on the bed, he opened the shortcut application on his phone and set a reminder for a call to Miss Xiao Yin at 1 p.m. the following day, imploring her for assistance. Should he remain unresponsive by noon tomorrow? He could only hope that the enigmatic Miss Xiao Yin from the Supernatural Bureau would receive his call and text in time to come to his rescue. After completing these tasks, he plugged his phone into the charger and set it aside, taking a deep breath as he prepared to log out. As evening fell, a fierce wind howled outside. Chen Luo opened his eyes to find himself reclining on a narrow single bed. Opposite the bed stood a low square table, adorned with numerous discarded beverage bottles. Each bottle was enveloped in a layer of pale blue tissue paper, upon which a jade-green logo of a Rui was printed. Chen Luo cast a glance at the bottle, his expression suddenly turning serious. The text beneath the logo was astonishingly identical to that used by Daqing World. Yuxu Palace Group Beverage Division Chapter 10 Players World. Although Chen Luo possessed limited knowledge of Taoist scriptures, he inherently grasped the significance embodied by the Jade Void Palace, a sacred domain of Taoism. Here it found an incongruous association with a beverage company, eliciting a sense of absurdity within him. Is this truly the realm of players? He inhaled deeply, attempting to cultivate calmness in his mind. Yet at that moment, a stinging, acrid sensation surged through the air into his lungs. Cough, cough, cough. An excruciating pain akin to needles pierced his lungs and throat, provoking an uncontrollable fit of coughing. After several desperate attempts to alleviate the torment, he rummaged through a pile of discarded bottles on the table and found an unopened bottle of purified water, draining it eagerly. The cool liquid coursed down his throat, swiftly quelling the discomfort. The air was laced with an enigmatic substance that exerted a potent irritant effect on his respiratory system. Conversely, the beverage contained a substance reminiscent of an alien energy. It was sweet to the taste, and provided relief from his cough. Chen Luo's gaze swept across the bottles before the table, and he began to comprehend the reason. He rose to his feet and wiped the dust-laden mirror hanging on the wall with a tissue. The reflection revealed the visage of a pale, emaciated young man. Is this truly the appearance of this body? Chen Luo scrutinized his reflection in the mirror for a moment, then caught sight of a wallet nestled in the corner of the table from the periphery of his vision. He opened the wallet and retrieved an identification card. Name, Lin Z. Identity D, 310204610138023 Dao Tong. Yuxu Palace Group, Jingguang Cave Branch. Lin Z. So, this individual is the lavender-haired player I have slain? Gazing at the photograph on the ID, Chen Luo instantly grasped the identity of the body he currently inhabited. He reached back to feel the nape of his neck and discovered that the capsule had completely transformed into a small flesh lump, merging seamlessly with him. How does one return? Chen Luo stood before the mirror, lost in contemplation. At that moment, a series of urgent knocks on the door shattered his reverie. Xiaozi, are you awake? Accompanied the knocking, a voice imbued with the tremor of age. Chen Luo stepped forward and opened the door. Outside stood an elderly woman. Her hair is white as snow, and her face etched with countless wrinkles. Leaning on her cane, she rapped it sharply against the ground and admonished him in a stern tone. Now that you are awake, do not linger in bed any longer. Hurry and come to affix the talisman. Grandmother Zhang, a practitioner of the first level of Qi gathering. Chen Luo observed a line of golden labels atop the elderly lady's head, discerning her identity and prowess. He averted his gaze and followed Zhang out. Zhang retrieved a stack of yellowed papers from the living room table and inserted them into a stained, antiquated printer positioned in the upper left corner of the desk. The printer bore the logo of Yuxu Palace, clearly aligned with the beverages present in the room. Click, click. After a series of mechanical whirs, the yellowed sheets emerged from the printer's other end, adorned with 6 intricate and complex runes. Cut these talismans and affix them to the windows and doors, Zhang instructed. Pulling out the freshly printed talisman and casually handing a pair of scissors to Chen Luo, while her gaze remained fixed on the printer. Chen Luo was unaware of the purpose behind the other party's application of these talisman papers. However, to avoid arousing suspicion, he remained silent, bowing his head as he meticulously cut the yellow paper along the dotted lines into 6 slender strips, ensuring that each elongated strip corresponded to a distinct rune. I paid to send you into the Dian illusion to earn a living, not to follow that Lin Hong fellow like a lackey. Failing to bring back even a single crystal. What a waste! Exclaimed old lady Zhang, her gaze fixed intently on the printer as she muttered her curses. Chen Luo continued to lower his head, meticulously cutting talisman paper, yet his heart trembled slightly. The great transformation illusion? Could it be that I am merely a virtual entity within this phantasm? However, upon further contemplation, he discerned that the reality appeared to be otherwise. If he were indeed just an illusory character, how could he have arrived at this place? Just as Chen Luo was lost in thought, the antiquated printer on the table abruptly ceased to function. The yellow paper spun idly within the machine, emitting a series of clicking sounds. Granny Zhang, infuriated, struck the printer several times in frustration. Once her ire was quelled, she opened the cover at the back of the machine, retrieved the depleted crystal, and replaced it with a new one. As she changed the crystal, she muttered curses at Chen Luo, saying, "When the day comes that the crystal is entirely consumed, you shall perish here alongside me." Chen Luo remained indifferent to the curses hurled by the elderly Zhang, his gaze fixated on the discarded crystal before him. Wasn't this the very material expelled from Zhou Hong's body upon his demise? Could it be that the crystals in this world originated from Deqing? A multitude of thoughts surged within him. Observing Chen Luo lost in contemplation, Zhang resumed her tirade. You dare to slack off when tasked with work? Hurry and affix the talisman, or when the wind arrives, neither of us shall survive. With that, she flung a tube of transparent glue before Chen Luo. Chen Luo picked up the glue and approached the window, adhering the talisman papers to the window and door frames as instructed by the elderly lady. What was she truly afraid of? As he pondered this thought, he suddenly felt the glass beneath his palm tremble violently, followed by a series of urgent howling winds ringing in his ears. The wind was exceedingly fierce, causing the entire room to sway precariously. Hurry, it's coming. Affix all the talisman papers immediately, old lady Zhang exclaimed upon hearing the wind. She seized a pair of scissors and swiftly cut the pre-printed talisman papers, hastily applying some glue before affixing them to the doors and windows. Chen Luo proceeded to follow suit, covering all the windows with talisman paper. The wind outside grew increasingly fierce, causing the doors and windows to rattle violently. Through the crevices of the talisman paper, Chen Luo glimpsed what appeared to be some indescribable monstrosity wandering in the air beyond. Suddenly, a series of thunderous knocks echoed as those creatures launched an assault on the room where Chen Luo resided. They forcefully struck the walls, windows, and door panels, producing a cacophony of deafening sounds. Their strength was ferocious, causing the doors and windows to clatter ominously, teetering on the brink of collapse. Fortunately, at a critical moment, the talisman paper on the wall manifested its protective properties. Layers of golden light shimmered upon its surface, forming a colossal luminous barrier that kept the creatures at bay. However, it seemed that the number of monsters was overwhelming, and the talisman paper struggled to endure the onslaught. Chen Luo witnessed several talismans whose surface inscriptions were rapidly fading. Once the runes completely vanished, these talismans ignited spontaneously, turning to ash. Fool! Hurry and affix new talismans. Do you wish for us both to perish here? Lady Zhang rebuked once more in fury. Chen Luo's expression turned icy. After being insulted time and again, even a clay figurine would feel vexed. However, upon glancing at the ominous symbol of energy swirling above the elderly woman's head, he could only force himself to suppress his fury. After all, he truly stood no chance against her. He repeatedly reassured himself that the insults were directed at Lin Zi and had no bearing on him. Chen Luo. With this thought in mind, he picked up a talisman and approached the window, swiftly replacing the damaged paper. At that moment, through the gaps in the talisman, he beheld an enormous eye, towering over 70 meters, reminiscent of a monster from Ultraman, slowly advancing from the distance. Surrounding this colossal eye were countless minuscule flying insects, each no larger than a pinky finger. Their wings fluttered rapidly, creating the illusion of a black tempest from afar. Encircling this whirlwind were the indescribable creatures that had just battered the doors and windows. They resembled spherical lanterns, glowing with a sinister red light, their surfaces etched with grotesque smiling faces. As Chen Luo observed, he witnessed a building across the street being breached by these monsters. The inhabitants within were mercilessly torn apart, their heads soaring into the air, transforming into blood-red spherical lanterns. What on earth were these terrifying entities? Upon witnessing the origin of the spherical creature, Chen Luo felt a sudden chill run down his spine. Just as he was engulfed in terror, the enormous eye that roamed the streets suddenly turned its gaze towards him, locking eyes in an unsettling encounter. Chen Luo cast a fleeting glance at the other party and felt an overwhelming sense of disorientation, as if his very soul were attempting to detach from his corporeal form and reach out to them. In a haze, he beheld the talismans in the room radiating a blinding luminescence simultaneously. Meanwhile, the delicate, repetitive voice of the elderly Zhang resonated throughout the chamber. Before the void, at the dawn of vitality, revered primordial heavenly sovereign, we beseech your compassion for your wretched devotees. Grant us your protection to navigate through these tribulations. Chapter 11. Runes. Has it returned once more? Chen Luo opened his eyes, discovering that he had returned to the half-painted, raw concrete house. He brushed his fingers against the capsule-shaped scar on the back of his neck and immediately accessed the system panel. The log-out option remained, yet it had transformed into a grayed-out, unselectable state. Furthermore, a progress bar had now appeared behind the log-out option. This implied that if he wished to re-enter the realm of players, he must first await the completion of this progress bar. Chen Luo stared at the progress bar for a moment, comprehending its significance. He dismissed the panel and glanced at the time on his phone. It was now 2 p.m., while before he fell asleep, it had been 1 p.m. This indicated that he had ventured into the world of the players, and in reality, less than an hour had passed in Daqing. Was time synchronized? Chen Luo picked up a piece of paper and a pen, seizing the clarity of his memory at that moment to meticulously record the details observed in the player's world. Although Grandma Zhang possessed the strength of the first tier of Qi gathering, the dialogue with Lin Zi and the items within her home suggested that they inhabited the lowest strata of that world. This implies that even the lowest-ranking individuals in the player's realm possess greater strength than those in the Daqing world. The few items glimpsed within Lin Zi's household bore the emblem of the Jade Void Palace, and Lin Zi's own lineage was associated with the Golden Light Cave of the same palace. The talisman papers affixed to their walls could fend off monstrous incursions at critical moments, indicating that the world of the players likely harbors genuine Taoist arts and celestial beings. However, these celestial entities have long since interwoven into modernity, permeating every nook and cranny of this world. Furthermore, it seems that life for the lower classes in the players' world is exceedingly arduous, as they must constantly brace for potential monster invasions. The pen danced swiftly across the paper as Chen Luo poured forth all he had witnessed and speculated. striving to capture every detail without omission for fear of forgetting later. In this light, Miss Xiaoyin and Lei Pingbo were indeed correct. Those individuals were not players, but rather inhabitants of an alternate realm. Chen Luo took a deep breath. Yet, that world harbors its own dangers, hence the imperative to enhance one's strength remains paramount. Contemplating this, he paused for a few seconds before inscribing the most crucial element from his memory. Runes. With merely a single talisman paper, Grandma Zhang and her companions could repel those monsters. Should he succeed in replicating such talismanic papers, even achieving just 1% of the original's efficacy would yield immeasurable benefits. Chen Luo tightly closed his eyes, repeatedly tracing the intricate patterns of the talisman characters from Granny Zhang's home onto the paper, guided solely by the memories in his mind. Before long, a twisted and convoluted script, reminiscent of a primary school student's calligraphy, materialized before him. Chen Luo affixed the paper to a makeshift wooden box to test its defensive efficacy, only to discover that the talisman remained utterly inert. Was it possible that the runes had not been inscribed correctly? Chen Luo pondered quietly to himself, drawing upon the memories etched in his mind. He continued to meticulously adjust and refine the runes. Finally, at 8 o'clock in the evening, he flawlessly replicated the rune in a 1-to-1 scale. He procured a glass bottle that had not yet been discarded, affixed the rune paper to its surface, and then, gripping a wooden stick, struck the bottle with considerable force. Crash! In the instant of the violent collision between the stick and the bottle, the rune paper emitted a faint glow, absorbing the impact for nearly a second before the force transferred to the bottle. Although the bottle ultimately shattered, a smile still graced Chen Luo's lips. This indicated that he was on the right path. The efficacy of his rune was not as superior as that of the one used by the elderly lady, likely due to the quality of the paper, though it was most probably related to the printer emblazoned with the logo of the Jade Void Palace. Furthermore, during the latter stages of inscribing the runes, he felt a sense of mental fatigue, which he attributed to his low spiritual strength. After cleaning up the glass shards, Chen Luo began to reflect on his practice of rune crafting. In summary, he needed to enhance his own abilities. Practice was essential for improvement. Taking a deep breath, he picked up his paper and pen to continue his exercises. The following morning, as Chen Luo concluded his daily practice and was wiping the sweat from his brow with a towel, a sudden, crisp knocking echoed from outside the door. He opened the door to find a fair-skinned young woman standing there, with a delicate oval face, appearing to be in her early 20s. Dressed in a lovely light white gown. "Who are you looking for?" he inquired. Chen Luo recognized the young lady outside the door. She was none other than the wealthy heiress whose pet dog he had tragically taken the life of. Had she come seeking compensation for her beloved pet? "My name is Zhou Yin, the daughter of Zhou Hong. I have some matters I wish to discuss with you. Are you available at the moment?" The girl gazed intently at Chen Luo, her tone heavy with significance. The daughter of Zhou Hong? Chen Luo was momentarily taken aback before inviting Zhou Yin into his modest abode. The living room, devoid of any decor, featured only a small round table in its emptiness. Chen Luo poured a glass of water for Zhou Yin and fetched a hard wooden stool, unaccustomed to such a rigid seat. Having always favored the comfort of high-quality leather sofas, Zhou Yin furrowed her brow in discomfort. "What do you wish to inquire about?" Chen Luo inquired. Taking a seat across from her, Zhou Yin sipped her water, adjusted her skirt, and then posed the question, "How did my father die?" Her gaze was fixed intently on Chen Luo, searching for any hint of truth on his face. "You ought to consult the security personnel." Chen Luo replied after a brief silence. "I have approached them, but they claimed my father's death was due to natural causes. I refuse to believe that. He had just undergone a medical examination a month ago and was in perfect health," Zhou Yin retorted. She then opened her phone, presenting photographs to Chen Luo. "These are images I had taken of my father's corpse. This is clearly a murder." Chen Luo glanced at his phone, his cheeks twitching slightly. He clearly observed the sword wound on Zhou Hong's abdomen in the photograph. If this were to be labeled as a natural death, it was beyond Zhou Yin's belief. He himself found it implausible. The methods employed by Lei Pingbo and his associates were exceedingly crude. Did they not even attempt to fabricate the wound? He mused bitterly. "I have consulted Li Yuan and gleaned some understanding of the circumstances in the office at that time. What did you truly witness? Who was responsible for my father's demise? Please, you must tell me." Zhou Yin implored as she gazed earnestly at Chen Luo. Chen Luo raised the teacup to his lips, his mind racing with the dilemma of whether to reveal the truth. After nearly a minute, he set the cup down and replied, "When Li Yuan and I entered, your father was already on the brink of death. I am truly sorry, I could not save him. However, I did not observe anything unusual. Given that the authorities had opted for concealment, he deemed it unnecessary to complicate matters by disclosing the truth. Naturally, Zhou Yin was skeptical. She suspected Chen Luo was attempting to barter the truth for a price. How much do you want to disclose it? 10,000? 20,000? This card holds 50,000. If you tell me the truth, it's all yours. She produced a card from her wallet and placed it before Chen Luo. Chapter 12. Zhou Yan's maneuvering. Do the wealthy truly regard money as inconsequential? Chen Luo had been working for 5 years, and his total savings barely amounted to over 40,000. Before him stood a wealthy young lady who, merely to acquire a piece of information, casually produced a card worth 50,000. While Chen Luo was undoubtedly tempted by the sum, the involvement of players in the matter made him reluctant to engage. He sighed and said to Zhou Yin, "This is not about the money. It is perilous. You could lose your life." Zhou Hong treated him fairly, and he could not bear to see his only daughter risk her life in pursuit of what she deemed the truth. He returned the card to Zhou Yin. "Who is it? Please tell me." Zhou Yin, her eyes reddened, discerned the deeper meaning in Chen Luo's words and implored him. Chen Luo remained silent, revealing only so much. Observing this, Zhou Yin felt a pang of sorrow, realizing that obtaining any clues from Chen Luo was now futile. After a moment, she suddenly addressed him. "You are a veteran of my father's company. Before he passed away, he promised you a position in the new company. Now that this condition is in effect, the terms will align with the agreement he made with you. Would you still be willing to join us?" Chen Luo found it somewhat inscrutable to fathom the thoughts swirling within Zhou Yan's mind. Nevertheless, he would not decline such a fortuitous opportunity presented to him. With Zhou Hong's absence, Zhou Yan's fledgling company was unlikely to garner much business. He surmised that most of his time there would be spent idling. A monthly salary of 12,000, coupled with the prospect of leisurely work, seemed tailor-made for him. He could utilize this period to earn money while simultaneously honing his skills, striving to reach the gathering Qi realm at the earliest possible juncture. Hence, he hardly deliberated and replied affirmatively. "Sure. All right, you shall commence work next Monday. Here is my number. Feel free to save it." After leaving her contact information with Chen Luo, Zhou Yin turned and departed from his residence. Not long after her departure, Chen Luo received a call from his apprentice, Li Yuan. "Brother Luo, the boss's daughter has asked me to start next week. Did she contact you?" "Yes. I will begin next week. I won't be going. With the boss gone, this overseas returnee can't sustain the company for long. You should plan ahead, Brother Luo." Li Yuan implored earnestly over the phone. "I understand, but I believe this new company aligns well with my current situation," Chen Luo replied with a smile. Offering no further explanation, everyone has their own choices to make. After a brief conversation, Chen Luo ended the call and resumed his practice. Though the runes he acquired yesterday possessed various intriguing applications, their efficacy remained rather limited until he enhanced his own capabilities. Thus, he focused primarily on augmenting his attribute points. You have practiced Taizu Changquan, gaining 5 experience. You have practiced Bajiquan, gaining 20 experience. You have practiced Taizu Changquan, gaining 5 experience. At last, he leveled up. On Friday at noon, Chen Luo glanced at the experience points displayed on his panel and exhaled deeply. Name: Chen Luo Realm, Yangxing Realm. 3rd layer stamina, 58 mental power, for 10 martial art, Taizu Changquan LV4, minor accomplishment, 215, 000, skill, Bajiquan, 2nd layer, 131. 000, available attribute points. 1 Chen Luo first allocated the solitary point of freedom to his vitality, raising his health limit from 8 to 9. In that instant, a warm current enveloped Chen Luo's body, and he felt his muscle cells becoming more resilient. After regaining his focus, Chen Luo contemplated the experience required for the next level of advancement. The 8 extremes collapse could be practiced twice daily, while the Grand Ancestor Long Fist could be performed 50 times each day. This implies that, at the current rate of practice, it would take him at least over 10 days to acquire a new attribute point. This pace, indeed, feels rather sluggish. Chen Luo let out a sigh. Thus, if he wished to rapidly enhance his attributes, only 2 paths remained. One was to seek out more techniques or skills, and the other involved continuously battling monsters and players. Chen Luo contemplated, "I shall focus on acquiring techniques first. It is simpler and poses less danger." With this thought, he retrieved his phone and found Lei Pingbo's number. Previously, Lei Pingbo had mentioned that the Anomalous Bureau had devised numerous cultivation methods targeting the source marks, and he wished to test whether the Bureau's techniques would prove effective for his system. To his surprise, Lei Pingbo's call did not connect. Perhaps he is on a mission? He pondered and promptly dialed the number of the girl known as Lolita Xiaoyan. After several rings, a rather irritable voice emerged from the receiver. Brother, you don't need a nap. I, a high school student, still need my rest. What is it? Speak. Does the Anomalous Bureau have any techniques available for borrowing? I am willing to pay a reasonable fee if necessary, Chen Luo replied. He was well aware that, as an external personnel, he could not expect to utilize those resources free of charge and had mentally prepared himself to part with some money. Meet me at number 28. Baisha Road at 2 o'clock. Xiaoyan responded succinctly. The location she mentioned was not far from Chen Luo's home. After hanging up, he scanned for a shared bicycle and rode to the agreed meeting point. Not long after Chen Luo's arrival, Xiaoyan swiftly followed in a luxurious business vehicle. Today, she donned a light coffee-colored blazer paired with a fitted skirt that barely grazed her hips. Her long, slender legs were elegantly encased in gossamer-hued stockings, complemented by a pair of polished black dress shoes. She bore a striking resemblance to a character from an anime, exuding both allure and charm. A name tag hung from her chest, proudly displaying her full name. Yin Xian. I've only taken an hour off. Please be quick, Yin Xian stated, her fair face serious as she beckoned Chen Luo with a finger, leading him towards number 28. Number 28 on Baisha Road served as the 8th outpost in Dongdu, a standalone 3-story building comparable in size to a sports arena. The first floor housed offices, while the second and third floors contained training and material storage. With stringent security measures in place. Little Yin, shouldn't you be in school today? What brings you here? As Chen Luo and Yin Xian pushed open the grand door number 28, a voice of astonishment resonated from the side. Chen Luo followed the sound and discovered a young man, approximately 28 years of age, seated in the center of the hall. He had long hair, a tall stature, and a slightly pale complexion, reminiscent of certain male idol group members from Eastern countries. Zhao Xiao, good afternoon. I brought a newcomer to tour our base. Yin Xian greeted the young man with a sweet smile, then turned to Chen Luo, saying, This is Zhao Xiao, the inventory manager of our 8th base. All materials, techniques, and equipment must be reported and registered with him. You must be Chen Luo. I've heard about you from Captain Lei. The young man smiled warmly at Chen Luo and promptly handed a key card to Yin Xian. This is the key card for the 2nd floor. Thank you. Yin Xian accepted the key card and led Chen Luo to the 2nd floor. To the east on the 2nd floor was a small library, featuring 3 large electronic reading devices in its center. Chapter 13, Techniques. Yin Xian pointed to the machines and explained. Currently, the Bureau of Supernatural Affairs has digitized all cultivation methods, which are stored in these devices. Captain mentioned that the cultivation system of the primordial imprint is similar to that of Taoism, so the techniques bear a resemblance to Taoist practices as well. There are 3 categories of techniques. The first category consists of internal cultivation methods, primarily focused on qi manipulation, with the most formidable techniques capable of reaching the golden elixir realm. The second category encompasses external martial arts, akin to the golden bell shield or body of gold. While they require fewer resources for cultivation, their limitation is that they can only enhance strength to the 9th level of qi gathering. The third category includes various offensive techniques, such as swordsmanship, boxing, knife techniques, gunplay, and firearms combat. Chen Luo approached the electronic reader, and with a gentle swipe of his finger, a multitude of various offensive martial arts techniques appeared before him. He attempted to peruse a particular manual titled Autumn Water Sword Technique, only to discover that he could view merely the initial pages. Access to the subsequent ones required a payment via card. All the materials contained herein necessitated monetary expenditure. Yin Xian interjected from the side. How much? Chen Luo inquired. This autumn water sword technique costs 50,000 yuan, Yin Xian replied, tapping the screen to reveal the price of the technique. However, I would advise against purchasing it. For awakened individuals like us, who have only recently entered the realm of health cultivation, the paramount concern should be the preservation of our bodies. Whether one pursues internal or external cultivation, the priority must be to attain the qi gathering stage. Below this stage, the efficacy of offensive techniques pales in comparison to that of a simple rifle. Unless, of course, you possess ample wealth and time to simultaneously train in multiple techniques. Chen Luo pondered for a moment before inquiring, how much for the cheapest internal cultivation manual? 150,000. Yin Xian retrieved a tome detailing Yang San's breathing technique. How much? Chen Luo was momentarily taken aback. The title of this book distinctly suggested it was nothing more than a low-grade trinket, yet it audaciously demanded a price of 150,000. Each of the techniques contained within was hard-won, either snatched from the hands of celestial visitors or painstakingly compiled over decades by generations of diligent seekers. The Extraordinary Bureau had made significant sacrifices for these methodologies, thus justifying the elevated price. So, the Extraordinary Bureau has been established for quite some time? Chen Luo pondered, wondering why he had never heard of it before. Indeed, should you become a full-time employee, the Bureau will bestow upon you a manual of internal cultivation techniques upon your joining. Do you now regret not accepting the captain's offer earlier? Yan Xian remarked with a playful smile as she regarded him. Chen Luo indeed felt a twinge of regret. However, his lament was that had he known the cost of the techniques here was so exorbitant, he should have taken the 50,000 yuan from Zhou Yin that morning. Now, he possessed merely over 40,000, and even with the severance compensation arriving in a month, he would only have 130,000, still falling short by 20,000. Unless he resorted to loans, he would not have enough even for the foundational techniques. As for being a full-time employee, he did not feel much remorse. After all, the salary at the 8th branch was significantly low, and even awakened individuals had mortgage payments to consider. Moreover, the full-time position merely offered a single technique, whereas his need for martial arts knowledge far exceeded that. If you desire a foundational technique, I can offer you one that I am currently practicing. However, it will not be given freely. You must assist me in completing 10 assessment tasks. All materials acquired during this period will belong solely to me. Yin Xian noticed Chen Luo's predicament, her eyes twinkling with cunning. Although still a minor, she had mastered the art of winning people's favor adeptly. She understood that Chen Luo, an awakened individual without connections, was in dire need of resources at this stage. A little assistance now could render him a valuable asset in the future. Rest assured, it is not a commonplace technique like Yang San was breathing method. Techniques are typically categorized into 4 grades: initial, intermediate, advanced, and superior. What I offer you is an advanced technique, valued at no less than 500,000. Perceiving Chen Luo's hesitation, Yin Xian added, "Is it possible to privately sell the techniques of the anomalous bureau?" Chen Luo inquired, sensing a potential avenue to wealth. "Of course not. What I provide you is a family heirloom technique," Yin Xian replied. As she spoke, the young girl retrieved a slender booklet from her backpack and handed it to Chen Luo. "Are you not afraid that I might change my mind after acquiring the technique?" Chen Luo was taken aback by Yin Xian's unexpected straightforwardness in presenting him with the martial arts technique. In astonishment, he inquired, "Can the monk escape the temple?" "I know where you reside." Yin Xian huffed dismissively. Chen Luo smiled gently, then tidied away his cultivation method and earnestly expressed his gratitude to Yin Xian. "Thank you. Hold on a moment before you express your thanks. These tasks are far from simple. The monsters below level 3 have already been eradicated by other teams, leaving only those of level 4 or above for me," Yin Xian replied, waving her hand dismissively. "If I fail to complete 10 monster elimination tasks within 3 months, I will not be able to secure a position in the department of the extraordinary upon graduation. Thus, time is of the essence and the tasks are arduous." "Assessment criteria?" Chen Luo inquired. "Indeed," she affirmed. "As an intern, my quota is 10 tasks over 3 months. The regular employees face an even harsher reality, with 20 tasks each month. Failure to meet this requirement results in a salary deduction. Your situation as an external recruit is somewhat better, as you only need to complete 2 tasks each month." Yin Xian's expression soured at the thought of the performance metrics, her delicate face contorting into a frown. "I have already delayed for 2 months. I must accomplish the remaining tasks within this month. I won't keep you any longer. I will send you a message tomorrow. I need to head to school now." Yin Xian waved goodbye to Chen Luo, preparing to leave room 28. "Wait a moment." Chen Luo intercepted the other party and then strode directly towards the technique exchange machine, where he perused for quite some time before finally selecting the most affordable method. Ling Kong de Bu, a technique of movement, priced at 35,000. After making his payment, the machine automatically dispensed a slender booklet. This initial grade technique could only be cultivated to the 5th level, and most of its content overlapped with the later sections of the Wuxiang Heart Sutra. "What do you intend to do with this?" Yin Xian furrowed her brows, unable to comprehend Chen Luo's actions. "It is useful to me," Chen Luo replied with a smile. "I can't be bothered with you. After all, it's your money." Yin Xian shot him a glare, and the two subsequently exited the base of the 8th Division. Once Yin Xian departed in a taxi, Chen Luo tucked Ling Kong de Bu back into his backpack and retrieved the technique Yin Xian had given him. "Wuxiang Heart Sutra?" He uttered the name of the technique. And at the moment he finished speaking, he immediately received a system notification. Ding. You have learned the high-grade technique Wuxiang Heart Sutra. Please check your attributes panel. Thus, it was revealed that simply uttering the name allowed it to be automatically imprinted into the system. A glimmer of realization flickered in Chen Luo's eyes as he opened the attributes panel. Sure enough, a new label for the Wuxiang Heart Sutra appeared in the technique section. He focused on the label and promptly read the corresponding description. Wuxiang Heart Sutra LV1, first level, 1100 Wuxiang, boundless and unfettered, with a heart unburdened and unanchored. Cultivating the Wuxiang Heart Sutra enables one to transcend the superficiality of the material world, perceiving the primordial laws of the universe with a pure state of mind. It seemed quite formidable, indeed worthy of a high-grade technique. Yet, Chen Luo pondered how it would be to cultivate it. However, he refrained from rushing into practice. Internal martial arts are distinct from boxing techniques. They require a serene environment to avoid any missteps. I'll discuss it further at home, he mused. Chapter 14. Wuxiang Heart Sutra in the adjacent room to Chen Luo's living room, which stood uninhabited. He merely swept away a layer of dust with a broom before laying down a mat purchased from the grocery store below. He then commenced his meditation, as outlined in the Heart Sutra of Non-Form. As he practiced this profound sutra, he garnered an experience boost of 5. The Heart Sutra of Non-Form, indeed a prestigious internal cultivation method, allowed him to cultivate a sensation of qi after only a brief exploration. Each complete circulation of this warm current around his body, coinciding with the great cycle of qi mentioned in the sutra, rewarded him with an additional 5 points of experience. Within merely 2 hours, he had completed 12 great cycles, amassing a total of 60 experience points. Moreover, the Heart Sutra of Non-Form possessed another remarkable advantage. Once he had grasped the basics, the technique would continue to operate autonomously, accumulating experience even in the absence of active meditation. However, this automatic operation would yield only 1 point of experience per cycle, a lesser reward compared to the active practice. Indeed, it was truly extraordinary. Upon mastering the initial stages of qi, Chen Luo opened his eyes, his face illuminated with joy. He discerned a significant enhancement in the rate at which his physical and mental stamina replenished. Previously, he required at least an hour of rest to regain a modicum of stamina or mental fortitude. Yet, after practicing the Heart Sutra of Non-Form, this duration was reduced to approximately 20 minutes. One must consider that he was only at the nascent stage of his cultivation. Should he advance to more advanced levels, the recovery time might dwindle to merely 1 or 2 minutes, allowing him to continuously employ formidable martial techniques, such as the 8 extremities burst. It was no wonder that such a technique commanded a price of 500,000. It was akin to simultaneously equipping both a conqueror's might and a sacred chalice. The higher the grade of the technique, the more efficacious its recovery effects, Chen Luo mused. Furthermore, he sensed a subtle shift as the qi perpetually circulated. The limits of his physical and mental stamina were beginning to loosen. Although his attribute panel did not reflect this change, he could distinctly feel a slight enhancement. Perhaps it was merely a fraction represented by several decimal places, akin to the invisible decimals after a discount on a platform. However, over time, even without actively allocating points, this upper limit would autonomously rise. This might well be the method through which Lei Pingbo and Xiaoyan enhanced their prowess, transforming oneself through the cultivation of techniques. Chen Luo thought to himself, and then let out a sigh. This person is deeply indebted. He felt that such a technique might be worth far more than 500,000. Although Yin Xian suggested he repay the debt by assisting with the task, he did not believe that his help for a single task was worth 50,000. What is she after? I am not even handsome. Chen Luoxin pondered for a moment before approaching the mirror in the living room, casting a glance at his reflection. He appeared somewhat handsome. He stroked his chin, feeling a surge of pride. After days of relentless training in martial arts, not only had his physique undergone a remarkable transformation, but his demeanor had also evolved. No longer the slightly overweight, greasy middle-aged man he once was, he had metamorphosed into a robust young man with a hint of defined abs. Indulging in a moment of self-admiration before the mirror, Chen then reached into his backpack to retrieve the tea leaves he had acquired from Li Yuan a few days prior. Whether players or awakened ones, the relentless pursuit of these materials was the driving force behind their efforts. Thus far, this was the only material he had encountered. According to Xiao Yin, ordinary individuals who come into prolonged contact with such materials risk transforming into monsters, with only a fortunate few managing to survive and become awakened. Now that I am considered an awakened one, it should pose no toxicity to me. Chen Luo's eyes sparkled as he reached into the box, retrieving a handful of tea leaves and placing them into his cup, followed by a cascade of boiling water. as the water enveloped the leaves, releasing their essence. A refreshing aroma wafted through the air. Merely inhaling this fragrance brought an immense sense of comfort to his being. Once the tea had cooled sufficiently to sip, he indulged in a taste that invigorated his spirit. Furthermore, Chen Luo noticed that as he consumed this tea, the speed of his mind's operation, governed by the Wuxiang heart method, accelerated significantly. It could be deemed divine or spiritual tea. However, why had the system categorized it as mutated leaves? Was it possible that what posed a lethal threat to ordinary humans was, in fact, an elixir for those awakened? Chen Luo felt a surge of secret delight. To him, this was an unexpected boon. In addition to diligently honing his skills and vanquishing monsters, he could now acquire experience by consuming these mutated materials. After downing a cup of tea entirely, Chen Luo commenced his training for the day. Your technique, the Formless Heart Sutra, has been enhanced. Please check your panel for details. On a Saturday morning, at a certain gorge within the Zhidua Mountains, Chen Luo stood at the entrance of a dilapidated earthen house, engaging in controlled breathing. Upon hearing the system's prompt, he promptly opened his eyes with a look of delight, emerging from his meditative state. Ever since acquiring the Wuxiang Heart Sutra from Yanxian the previous day, he had not dared to pause even for a moment, aside from eating and sleeping. Every other moment was devoted to diligently cultivating his skills. My efforts have not been in vain. I have finally leveled up. After exhaling deeply, he swiftly glanced at his attribute panel. Name, Chen Luo Realm. 3rd level of body, nourishing realm stamina. 89 mental strength. 1010 cultivation techniques. Taizu Long Fist LV4, minor accomplishment. 150-5000. Wuxiang Heart Sutra LV2, 2nd level, 2500. Linggong Dabu LV1, entry level, 30,100. Skills. Bajiquan LV2, 2nd level, for 0500. Available attribute points. To his astonishment, he had acquired 2 free attribute points. Chen Luo was utterly astonished. Truly, the advanced martial arts technique offered far superior attribute points compared to the Taizu Long Fist. After a moment of contemplation, he allocated all his attribute points to stamina. As his stamina increased from 9 to 11, his realm surged from the 3rd level of body cultivation to the 4th. Upon entering the 4th level, he felt an exhilarating rush of vitality coursing through him, akin to having consumed a potent elixir, rendering him remarkably formidable. He glanced around and, without hesitation, struck the adjacent earthen wall with a punch. Bang! A 1 centimeter deep impression materialized on the wall. Should his martial skill and realm ascend another level, he could indeed possess the capability to fell a bull with a single blow. Satisfied with his current physical prowess, Chen Luo withdrew his fist. However, just as this thought settled in his mind, a chill breeze swept through, causing goosebumps to erupt across his skin and forcing him into a heavy sneeze. Achoo! Achoo! I had advised you to dress warmly. Now you seem taken aback. At that moment, a melodious laughter echoed from a distance. He looked up to find Yanxian had arrived. The young woman, today clad not in a frilly dress, but in a sleek black combat outfit, her hair tied up in a high ponytail, was astride a black cruiser motorcycle, exuding an air of coolness. Perhaps someone has been speaking ill of me. After all, I am an awakened one, and should not succumb to a mere cold breeze. Chen Luo replied, yet his hands instinctively crossed over his chest, palms rubbing against the exposed skin of his forearms to dispel the goosebumps. Here, take this. Yanxian beamed, revealing 2 charming dimples as she retrieved a jacket from her backpack and offered it to Chen Luo. Thank you. After Chen Luo changed his clothes, he remarked, casting a curious glance at Yanxian. Are you carrying a gun? It was only then that he noticed the 4 tactical grenades and a small handgun suspended at her waist, while a fully automatic rifle was slung across her back. The task of exterminating monsters was perilous, which is why the Special Affairs Bureau instituted a policy allowing all full-time members on missions to procure firearms and ammunition. Though I am not officially employed, I am considered a de facto member and possess the qualifications to bear arms, Yanxian elucidated. Furthermore, the offensive methods of the Wuxiang Heart Sutra primarily rely on talismans and sword control, which cannot be utilized before reaching the gathering chi stage. If I venture into the jungle without a firearm, my chances of survival are virtually non-existent. It seems you are merely a mage with no close combat abilities. Chen Luo cast a silent glance at the white D label atop Yanxian's head. Yanxian, a 4th-level cultivator, possessed a stamina of 56. It dawned on him why she sought his assistance for the mission. Without him, should a monster ensnare Yanxian, her demise would be all but certain. The mountains of Zhuduo were rife with creatures, and their primary task today was to eliminate the mutated rats surrounding an abandoned village within the mountains. Although these rats lacked formidable strength, their reproductive capabilities were alarming, capable of yielding 12 litters in a single year. These offspring served as a food source for certain powerful monsters lurking within the forest. Should their numbers swell unchecked, the population of those formidable beasts would inevitably rise, leading to renewed threats against human society, Yanxian explained. Chen Luo pondered the implications of the biological cycle. He then took an electronic locator and an earpiece communicator from Yanxian, leaping onto the back of the motorcycle. They pressed onward, but after only a few minutes, Chen Luo's keen senses detected a faint sound of footsteps emanating from a nearby earthen dwelling, prompting him to become alert. Chapter 15. Disturbance in the village. Someone is ahead. The mountain village they found themselves in was called Yangshao Village, nestled deep within the mountains. The villagers had been relocated 5 years prior to the outskirts of the eastern metropolitan area, rendering it typically devoid of human activity in the early morning. Yanxian sensed something amiss as well. She dismounted from the motorcycle, drew her pistol, and disengaged the safety. Just as they exited the vehicle, 3 armed men emerged from a nearby residence. Clad in the same black tactical uniforms as Yanxian, they were evidently agents of the Anomalies Bureau. Ah, if it isn't the little lady from the 8th Division. What a coincidence. Are you here on a mission? Would you like us brothers to lend a hand? The man at the forefront removed his mask, revealing a lewd grin, his cheeks bulging with excess flesh that jiggled unpleasantly with his smile. Yanxian's expression hardened instantly. Zhu's pig-headed lackey, I advise you not to stir up trouble. Chen Luo furrowed her brows and glanced at the designations of the 3 individuals. Zhu Da, a 4th level in the Nourishing Realm, with stamina, 78. Zhu Er, a 3rd level in the Nourishing Realm, with stamina, 67. Zhu San, also a 3rd level in the Nourishing Realm, with stamina, 67. She then inquired, what is happening? The few ruffians from the 3rd Division are not getting along with those from the 8th Division. Pay no mind to these braggarts. We shall proceed into the mountains. Yanxian replied, leading Chen Luo further up the mountain. Why get angry? Spend some time with your brothers. They will help you clear the tasks. That one beside you is your newly recruited auxiliary, right? Such a liability will only hinder you. It would be better to have some fun with your brothers. Zhu Da stepped forward, blocking Yanxian's path. Zhu Da, I warn you once more. If you block me again, I shall not show you any mercy. Yanxian, unable to tolerate the provocation any longer, drew her pistol. You little girl. If you have the guts, go ahead and fire. If not, put away your toy. Zhu Da scoffed, suddenly lunging to seize Yanxian. Yanxian possessed weak close combat abilities. In a moment of distraction, her pistol was snatched away, and she was subdued. Zhu Da grasped her delicate wrist, laughing unabashedly, with such feeble strength. You ought not to flaunt firearms in front of me. When I was playing with guns, you were likely still suckling at your mother's breast. Zhu Er and Zhu San nearby joined in with lewd laughter. Let go of me. Yanxian cried out in pain. Zhu Da not only refused to release her, but became increasingly brazen, his other hand reaching towards her shoulder as he sneered. Today you, before he could finish his sentence. A fierce punch came from the side. Zhu Da instinctively raised his hands to shield his head, but the force behind the blow was overwhelmingly violent. Bang! He staggered back 3 or 4 steps, and the pistol clattered to the ground. Looking up, he was astonished to find that the assailant was none other than the inconspicuous auxiliary member trailing behind Yanxian. Apologized to her. Chen Luo picked up the handgun from the ground, aiming its muzzle at Zhu Da. I noted that Zhu Da felt deeply aggrieved, spewing forth a torrent of foul language. Chen Luo furrowed his brows, and before the other party could finish uttering the last word, she forcefully brought her palm down. The steel butt of the gun struck directly upon Zhu Da's face. A faint sound of bones fracturing resonated, and a surge of crimson blood gushed from his visage. You little bastard! Zhu Er and Zhu San, witnessing their brother being assaulted, let out a furious roar and charged towards Chen Luo. Chen Luo cast a glance at the 2 individuals. As they took their first step, he swiftly pulled the trigger, firing 4 shots in quick succession. Bang, 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 bang. The bullets struck the ground near Zhu Er and Zhu San, startling them into a state of sheer terror. Apologize. Chen Luo turned his gaze towards Zhu Da and reiterated his command. If you dare, shoot me dead. At worst, we shall perish together. Zhu Da remained defiantly resolute. Chen Luo spoke no words, his expression devoid of emotion as he relentlessly brought the butt of the gun down again and again. With each strike 1, 2, 3 upon the 4th. Zhu Da, being overwhelmed by pain, collapsed to the ground, trembling as he fervently bowed his head in apology to Yanxian. Little Yin, I was wrong. I am so sorry. I was wrong. Realization dawned upon him. Should he fail to concede, he would undoubtedly face a brutal demise at the hands of Chen Luo. Chen Luo holstered his pistol and waited in place for a while, yet the system failed to provide any indication of combat resolution. Was he lacking experience in battling awakened beings in this realm? He momentarily found himself lost in thought. A group of worthless individuals devoid of even basic experience. He spat disdainfully at the Zhu brothers, then retrieved a tissue from his pocket to wipe the blood from the stock of his gun. After disengaging the safety, he returned the firearm to Yanxian. Thank you. Yanxian accepted the gun back, her gaze lingering on the bloodied Zhu De, and with a hint of trepidation. She remarked, "You were exceedingly brutal. I was genuinely concerned you might have killed him." Chen Luo furrowed his brow, realizing that his recent demeanor was somewhat amiss. Perhaps it was the pent-up aggression accumulated from his martial training. After all, I was once an innocuous office worker. Beside him, the battered Zhu De felt a wave of despair. Brother, with your ruthless temperament, how can you claim to be harmless? Ignoring the Zhu brothers, Chen Luo and Yanxian resumed their journey deeper into the forest after a brief rest. Not long after their departure, Zhu Er and Zhu San quickly assisted Zhu De, making their way towards a nearby earthen house, where they knocked on the door. "Come in." A deep male voice resonated from within. The Zhu brothers entered to find a young man seated on a wooden chair, engrossed in his phone, greeting him respectfully, "Sir." The young man, surnamed Su, possessed the strength of the 9th level of body cultivation, capable of gathering energy at any moment, and his rank and power far surpassed that of the Zhu brothers. "What of that outsider?" Su Hao inquired nonchalantly, putting down his phone. Coughing to clear the blood from his chest, Zhu De replied, "He possesses at least the strength of the 4th level of body cultivation, and he is quite peculiar, despite being only 23 or 24. His movement and boxing skills resemble those of a seasoned fighter with over a decade of experience. Even I am no match for him." Their earlier harassment of Yanxian was not merely a foolish whim driven by lust, but rather a mission from Su Hao to gauge the strength of the newly recruited outsider by testing the capabilities of Yanxian's companion. No wonder the 8th Division valued him so highly. Lei Pingbo's application report had even reached the bureau. Su Hao displayed surprise. He had reviewed Chen Luo's profile and was aware that the latter had recently awakened. However, this was even better. Should this individual thrive within the 8th Division, he might become another troublesome adversary. What was initially intended as a plot against the girl surnamed Yin unexpectedly turned into a 2-for-1 deal, a pleasant surprise indeed. It was merely unfortunate for this young man to have chosen the 8th Division and aligned himself with that lay fellow, Su Hao mused with a smile. "Sir, if we eliminate the girl surnamed Yan, will it truly impede Lei Pingbo?" Zhu De asked, somewhat apprehensively. After all, Lei Pingbo is an awakened individual at the 9th level of energy gathering, and the Yin family is not ordinary. If they suspect foul play, we could all face dire consequences. Yanxian is the daughter of a close friend of Lei Pingbo, who had vowed to care for her well-being. Should anything happen to her, Lei Pingbo's heart might shatter, making it uncertain whether he could maintain his strength at the energy-gathering level, let alone break through to foundation establishment. As long as Lord Wang Yuan successfully establishes his foundation, the 3rd Division will gain another awakened individual at that level, and you shall be safeguarded, Su Hao replied coldly. Furthermore, with so many monsters in the Zhidua Mountains, if they were to perish at the hands of these creatures, it would have no bearing on us. Su Hao then tossed a vial of healing medicine and a bank card containing 300,000 to the Zhu brothers. "This is a specially concocted external injury remedy from the Bureau, along with 30,000. Take these and head to the camp at the foot of the mountain, where there are cameras. Remember, you are to claim you were injured by Yanxian and her companion and did not encounter anyone else along the way. Should you slip up, you know the consequences." "Understood, understood." The Zhu brothers responded in unison, clutching the items before hastily making their way down the mountain. Not daring to linger, between the dilapidated village and the snow-capped peaks of Zhidua Mountain lay a neglected national highway, overgrown with weeds. Chen Luo and Yanxian rode their motorcycle along this old road, progressing steadily. After approximately half an hour, a decrepit town came into view. The town was lined with over 100 residential buildings, yet to Chen Luo's astonishment, these homes had all been reduced to ruins. Tall grass burst through the shattered concrete, creeping up walls and roofs, concealing the dilapidated structures and rendering the area hauntingly desolate. What had transpired here? Chen Luo's gaze swept across the small town as he inquired in a low voice. This place was markedly different from the mountain village they had recently traversed, not due to abandonment from relocation, but rather the remnants of a fierce battle. Scattered throughout the ruins were visible signs of conflict, along with the blood and remains of unknown creatures. Beneath some of the shattered bricks and tiles, one could even glimpse a couple of corpses that had not been fully dealt with. However, these remains were unlike those of ordinary humans. Their bodies were desiccated and darkened, resembling dried radishes tainted with ink. This small town was named Sangxi. A decade prior, a grave pollution incident had occurred here, transforming the entire population into monsters. In an effort to contain the spread of pollution and uncover its source, the Anomalous Bureau dispatched 500 awakened individuals. What you see now is the aftermath of that battle, Yin explained softly. Are those corpses the transformed residents of the town? Chen Luo asked, pointing to the darkened body trapped beneath the floorboards. Yin followed his gesture, her brow furrowing as she murmured, that is the corpse of an extraterrestrial entity. The mutation was instigated by these outsiders. In their attempt to eradicate a level 20 foundational beast, they used the entirety of Sangxi as a focal point, resulting in this tragic incident. Yet, why are there still residual corpses? They should have been cleared away long ago. As she spoke, she took a photograph of the body with her phone and sent a voice message. Captain, there are some remaining extraterrestrial remains that have not been cleaned up. You need to inform those slackers at Section 7 to dispose of them promptly. After sending the message, she revved her motorcycle and rode deeper into the town. Chapter 16. The mutated giant rat. The Anomalous Bureau is composed of 8 divisions. The first division is responsible for medical care, the 7th for battlefield logistics and post-conflict support, while the 2nd, 4th, and 5th divisions focus on intelligence gathering, equipment development, and martial arts research. The 3rd division's responsibilities are similar to ours in the 8th, both being tasked with external operations and thus serving as direct competitors. The 6th division operates under the direct command of the royal family and remains shrouded in mystery. As Yin wrote, she elaborated on the organizational structure of the Anomalous Bureau to Chen Luo. Chen Luo silently committed this information to memory. Although the Supernatural Bureau is an official institution concerning the awakened, it bears no distinction from the corporate world. To thrive within such an organization, one must possess exceptional capabilities. But aligning oneself with the right factions is equally crucial. As Chen Luo pondered, a rustling sound of footsteps drew near. He anticipated a situation reminiscent of the earlier encounter with the Zhu brothers and promptly prepared for confrontation. Do not worry, they are our people, Yin assured him. They then rode towards the source of the sound, and Chen Luo followed suit. Soon, several emaciated figures emerged into his line of sight. These diminutive shadows cowered between the crevices of the floorboards. Upon hearing the motorcycle engine's roar, they initially prepared to flee, but Yin voice halted them in their tracks, and they excitedly approached, calling out, Sister Xian, Sister Xian. There were 5 children in total, each barely exceeding 1 meter in height, appearing to be around 8 or 9 years of age. Beneath their tattered garments, hardened protrusions, covered in scales, riddled their bodies, presenting a sight both terrifying and grotesque. Upon encountering them, Chen Luo instinctively felt the urge to distance himself, fearing the unknown affliction that plagued the children might be contagious. However, Miss Yin did not retreat. Instead, she stepped forward and gently patted the filthy hair of the children. Subsequently, she retrieved a substantial quantity of military-grade compressed food from her backpack, mixing it with hot water. She advised them not to consume too much, lest they feel uncomfortably full. The children expressed their gratitude, exclaiming, Thank you, Sister Xian. Sister Xian, you are becoming more beautiful. After sharing the food, the children cheered with delight. A smile revealing 2 dimples appeared on Yin face. Reminded of her mission, she inquired, Have you recorded the locations of the mutated rats I asked you to? Yes, we have marked them all and placed the notes in the house, one child replied. Excellent. With Sister Xian here, we can feast on the mutated rat meat again. The other children rejoiced. As they spoke, Yin rode her bicycle, following closely behind the children. Venturing deeper into the town, what is the story behind these children? How do they manage to survive in such ruins? Chen Luo couldn't help but ask from behind. They are the offspring of extraterrestrial visitors, Yin explained. These visitors bear no outward difference from the Qing people and had been residing here for nearly a year before the arrival of the Anomalous Bureau. Some of them formed relationships with the women of Sangxi Town. During the initial purge, the Bureau spared these children, yet forbade them from leaving Sangxi. As they conversed, they arrived at an abandoned cylindrical building. Hanging from the exposed steel reinforcement was a half-dried, gargantuan piece of meat, initially mistaking it for cured pork. Chen Luo soon realized it was, in fact, a massive rat. The enormous head of the creature dangled from the steel, nearly the size of a lantern. Inside the partially collapsed structure, a 10-year-old girl was setting up a cast-iron pot, larger than herself, to cook the desiccated rat meat for her younger siblings. "Big sister, quickly take out the map. Sister Xian is here," the children shouted excitedly as they reached the cylindrical building. The girl, hearing their voices, beamed with joy and promptly retrieved a notebook from a damaged safe, rushing to Yin Xian. "Sister Xian, this is for you." The girl's excitement stemmed not only from reuniting with Yin Xian after a long time, but also from the dwindling supply of dried rat meat, as Yin Xian's arrival promised a new bounty. For these children, the dried rat meat constituted their primary sustenance in the mountains. "This is a little hairpin for you." Yin Xian then produced a pink butterfly hairpin from her backpack, exchanging it for the hand-drawn map. Chen Luo observed the interaction between Yin Xian and the group of young children with great curiosity. He found it truly astonishing how a girl of such noble lineage could interact so harmoniously with these children from the lowest strata of society. After retrieving the hand-drawn map, Yin Xian began to compare its details with the electronic map, diligently searching for the whereabouts of the mutated giant rats. Upon witnessing the situation, Chen Luo took the initiative to occupy the driver's seat. After the motorcycle advanced for a while, he spotted their mission objective on either side of the road, two enormous mutant rats, each the size of an adult wild boar. Mutant rat, LV3, stamina, 56. Although they were only level 3 and classified as ordinary creatures, they posed little threat. Chen Luo glanced over the creature's head, pondering silently, and then steered his motorcycle closer to the mutated rats. The two mutated rats were exceedingly cautious. At the moment the motorcycle turned, they swiftly scurried into the bamboo grove, halting only after establishing a safe distance from Chen Luo. The motorcycle could not enter the bamboo thicket, leaving Chen Luo to observe the mutated rat from across a small stream. So vigilant, are they? It seems that brute force alone will not suffice to capture them. I wonder how Gandhi managed to procure so much dried mutated rat jerky, Chen Luo mused. Indeed, brute force is futile. These large rats are too swift for us to catch. Yin Xian chuckled softly, then produced a bottle resembling a bottle of herbal essence, placing it in the palm of her hand. "I have brought the hate fragrance. Once the creature catches a whiff of this scent, it will lose its sanity and attack me, allowing you the opportunity to slay them." As she spoke, she liberally sprayed the essence onto herself. Soon, a delicate fragrance wafted toward Chen Luo's face with a gentle breeze, prompting him to instinctively sniff. "Do not inhale." Yin Xian's cheeks flushed slightly as she playfully smacked Chen Luo's shoulder. "It seems there is no reaction?" Chen Luo regarded her with skepticism. "Fool. This is effective only against monsters." Yin Xian laughed. "Furthermore, it requires a few minutes for the fragrance to disperse before it can take effect." After approximately 5 minutes of waiting, Chen Luo beheld a swarm of glossy, ebony-hued giant rats darting forth from the thicket. Under ordinary circumstances, such creatures would never dare approach an awakened individual. Yet, driven by the potent scent of hatred, they lunged frantically towards Chen Luo and his companion, their beady eyes glinting with a chilling crimson glow. They needed to act swiftly to eliminate these foes, for the effects of the low-grade hatred aroma would only persist for a mere 5 minutes. As the mutated giant rats advanced menacingly, Yin Xian promptly urged action from the sidelines. Chen Luoping held his breath and focused intently, executing a series of movements from the Taizu long fist. After several days of diligent practice, his martial skills had reached a commendable proficiency. At this moment, his fist struck the enormous rat with the force of thunder, producing a resounding impact. The giant rat emitted a mournful wail before collapsing to the ground. Simultaneously, a series of notifications appeared before Chen Luoping, indicating, "You have slain a monster, gaining 100 experience points. You have utilized the Taizu Long Fist, gaining 20 experience points. You have employed the Wuxiang Heart Sutra, gaining 50 experience points." Chapter 17, The Fifth Stage of Bodily Refinement. Chen Luo cast a glance at the panel, his face lighting up with joy. The experience points awarded for defeating a level 3 mutated giant rat were astonishingly equivalent to the fruits of his arduous 2-day training. However, he pondered, it seemed to be less than the reward he had received for vanquishing that level 3 purple-haired player. Yet, in an instant, he grasped the reason. Although both were level 3, the challenge of defeating a player was far greater than that of slaying these creatures. The system must have allocated rewards based on the difficulty of the kill. Chen Luo swiftly regained his composure, then fixed his gaze upon the colossal rats, transforming into a veritable harvester of these behemoths. He unleashed a relentless barrage of punches, systematically dispatching the mutated giants drawn by the alluring scent of hatred. He would not let these delectable experience capsules slip through his fingers. Chen Luo's fierce display left Yanxian utterly astonished. The 8 mutated giant rats. According to her original plan, would have required at least half a day's effort to eliminate. She never anticipated that Chen Luo could dispatch them in under half an hour. And without the use of firearms, how many more giant rats do we need to exterminate? Let us take care of them all, Chen Luo exclaimed, rinsing the blood from his fists in the stream by the riverside as he glanced back at Yanxian. The 8 mutated giant rats had granted him nearly 1,000 experience points, elevating his Wuxiang Heart Sutra to the 3rd level and refining his movement technique to a state of mastery. He also accrued 3 free attribute points, resulting in a bountiful harvest. Thus, he was eager to hunt more mutated giant rats to enhance his strength. Let us first transport these rat carcasses back, Chen Luo suggested. But Yanxian disagreed. The children in the abandoned town depended on preserving the meat of these rats to survive the latter half of the year. It was summer. And with the rats harboring significant radioactive energy, if not dealt with promptly, the meat would spoil rapidly. As she spoke, Yanxian mounted her motorcycle and headed back to the abandoned town. Upon witnessing the scene, Chen Luo promptly abandoned the notion of continuing to delve deeper into the fray. After all, he was utterly unfamiliar with the conditions in Jidua Mountain, and without Yanxian's guidance, he could easily find himself ensnared in peril. Before long, Yanxian returned on her bicycle, trailed by several children pulling along a rusted unicycle. When the children caught sight of the 8 plump giant rats, a spark of excitement ignited in their once dry eyes. Chen Luo had initially harbored reservations about Yanxian's fervent pursuit of the monsters. But upon witnessing the expressions of the children at that moment, his heart softened instantly. He lifted 2 large rats and placed them onto the unicycle, then, alongside the children, transported all 8 rats back to the abandoned town. Once the rats were unloaded, the eldest girl began to scavenge for firewood, preparing to smoke the meat. Sister Xian, and you, dear brother, we are immensely grateful to you. As long as we can turn this rat meat into cured provisions, we need not worry about food for the winter, the eldest girl said, bowing deeply in gratitude to Yanxian. Chen Luo helped her up and said, relying solely on cured meat will surely deplete your health. We possess no alternative means of preserving food. Even the salt for the cured meat is brought by Sister Xian each time she undertakes a mission. The eldest girl spoke with a look of embarrassment. Chen Luo's gaze swept across the scene, ultimately resting upon the long-abandoned solar panels atop the town's rooftops. An idea sparked within him. Accompanied by several young boys, he meticulously dismantled all the solar panels, salvaging those that remained relatively intact to reconstruct a functional power generation system. Subsequently, he utilized batteries from several discarded electric vehicles to establish an energy storage system. With these 2 systems, he revitalized the long-neglected town, restoring its electricity. Do you still engage in such endeavors? Yanxian inquired in astonishment. My profession revolves around industrial circuitry, Chen Luo replied with a smile, then proceeded to repair several refrigerators, relocating them to the dilapidated building where the children resided. Observing Chen Luo's industrious figure, a glimmer of intrigue flickered in Yanxian's eyes. Many awakeners had come to this place, yet few were willing to extend their assistance to these innocent children. Chen Luo was the only one apart from her. Chen Luo connected the refrigerator with solar panels, and the children expressed their heartfelt gratitude by bowing to him in delight. With the refrigerator, these unfortunate children could not only store the meat of giant rats, but also preserve some wild fruits, thereby enhancing their quality of life. Chen Luo helped the children to their feet and, taking advantage of the moment when the other was busy packing meat into the refrigerator, quietly slipped outside. He sought refuge in an abandoned building, free from disturbance, and opened his attribute panel. Name: Chen Luo Realm. 4th level of body refinement stamina, 1011 mental strength, 1010 martial arts, Taizu Long Fist LV4, minor accomplishment, 13005000, Wuxiang Heart Sutra LV3, triple, 540, 1000, Skywalk LV3, proficient, 600, 1000, skills, 8 extremes collapse, 4th level, 550, 5000, available attribute points, 5 taking a deep breath. He allocated 4 points to stamina and 1 point to mental strength. In an instant, his stamina surged to 15, and his realm ascended to the 5th level of body refinement. The moment he completed the allocation, Chen Luo sensed a profound transformation within his body. His previously ordinary muscle tissue felt as though it had been entirely reshaped, becoming resilient and powerful. His skin grew smoother and more delicate, exuding a faint, pleasant fragrance. He caught sight of himself in a half-broken mirror and was astonished to discover a hint of youthful charm reflected back at him. This upgrade had undeniably wrought significant changes to his physique. Is this the 5th level of body refinement? A complete metamorphosis? At that moment, Yanxian arrived and immediately noticed the transformation in him, her eyes wide with astonishment. According to the investigation report from the Anomalous Bureau, Chen Luo had only awakened around 10 days prior. What kind of evolutionary genius is this? Such rapid progress? A complete metamorphosis? What does that mean? Chen Luo countered. The 5th level of body refinement, as the name implies, involves the honing of the body, forging the human frame to lay a solid foundation for future evolution. At this level, individuals experience 2 opportunities for transformation. The first occurs at the 5th level, during which all cells and tissues undergo their initial mutation to adapt to the contaminated radiation energy. The second takes place at the 9th level, where the awakened individual will undergo a second mutation. Upon success, they can establish an energy absorption organ within their body to harness the altered radiation energy for their own use. This organ is referred to as a cyclone, and those who reach this stage have entered the realm of qi gathering. Yanxian elucidated. Altered radiation energy? I always thought we were absorbing the essence of heaven and earth, refining the energies of the sun and moon. Chen Luo exclaimed, taken aback. If it truly is spiritual energy, why can only we absorb it while ordinary people undergo mutations and perish? Yanxian shook her head slightly. It is a form of highly contaminated altered radiation energy, also known as alien energy. Only those fortunate enough to survive the transformation from this alien energy possess the qualification to wield it. Unfortunately, the others become monstrous beings akin to giant rats. Chen Luo did not comprehend the meaning behind Yanxian's final statement until the latter produced a black crystal and placed it before him. This object is known as a crystal nucleus, typically found within creatures of level 5 or higher. It harbors an exceptionally rich essence of foreign energy, making it a coveted material for both awakeners and extraterrestrial beings seeking evolution. However, I discovered it within the body of a giant rat just moments ago. Chen Luo gazed at Yanxian, awaiting further elucidation from her. However, there are always exceptions if a human undergoes a transformation into a monster, regardless of its level. A crystal core will invariably exist. Yanxian continued. Upon hearing her words, Chen Luo abruptly raised his head, feeling a chilling sensation coursing through his body. Chapter 18. The Shadow Serpent. Are you suggesting that some of the giant rats we just exterminated were once humans? Chen Luo inquired. Indeed, Yanxian nodded. Any human infected will ultimately succumb to monstrosity. The creatures we eliminated moments ago were likely tourists who had inadvertently wandered into Zhidua Mountain. Such occurrences have happened frequently in the past, but since the Dongong government imposed a strict ban on tourists entering the mountains 2 years ago, such incidents have gradually diminished. Yanxian's words reminded Chen Luo of the earlier incident involving Zhou Hong turning into a corpse spirit, making him feel as though even breathing had become a struggle. In addition to ordinary humans, some awakened individuals may also devolve into monsters if they lose control, Yanxian continued. Will all awakened individuals reach this point? Chen Luo asked. Not necessarily, Yanxian replied with a slight shake of her head. Most of those who succumb are at the body-nourishing stage. The higher one ascends beyond this stage, the greater their mastery over the radiative energy within themselves, thus making it increasingly difficult to lose control. Chen Luo took a deep breath. His heart solely focused on swiftly elevating his realm to the qi-gathering stage. The body-nourishing stage was perilously fraught with danger. One could never be certain when it might spiral out of control and transform into a monster. Regaining his composure, Chen Luo strode towards the outside of the building. What are you planning to do? Yanxian inquired from behind him. Chen Luo, defeating monsters and leveling up. In the depths of the jungle, the afternoon sun cast a golden hue upon the scene. A robust, mutant giant rat, as formidable as a wild boar, was in a frenzied flight for its life. Hot on its heels were a sturdy human male and a petite, delicate girl, relentlessly pursuing it. These two were none other than Chen Luo and Yanxian, who had ventured deep into the mountains to eradicate the mutant rats. The rat, increasingly timid, found its survival instincts overpowering the enticing effects of the hatred-inducing aroma. As it darted towards its burrow, Chen Luo decided to abandon the chase. After 2 hours of wandering through the thicket, he had slain 15 mutant rats, earning a total of 1,000 experience points, which allowed him to elevate both the Wuxiang Heart Sutra and the Skywalking Technique by 1 level, along with acquiring 3 free attribute points. He approached the riverbank and splashed his face with the cool stream water, then opened his attribute panel to allocate his points. Instead of enhancing his physical strength, he devoted all 3 points to his mental power, raising it from 11 to 14. According to Yin Xian and the records within the Wuxiang Heart Sutra, the mental power generated through meditation could be harnessed to control the alien energy within an awakened individual. He wished to ensure a harmonious balance between his mental and physical strength to prevent any potential chaos caused by the radiation energy, necessitating that his mental power kept pace with his physical prowess. Moreover, the cultivation of runes required a formidable mental capacity as a foundation. As the experience required for leveling up grew increasingly substantial, merely slaying giant rats was no longer an efficient means of accruing attribute points. Casting a glance at his panel, Chen Luo mused silently. Upon reaching level 4, a skill upgrade demanded 5,000 experience points. However, the experience awarded for killing a single giant rat had plummeted to a mere 50 points, indicating that he must seek out higher-level monsters to hone his skills. Aside from the mutant giant rats, what other creatures exist between levels 4 and 5? He inquired, turning to Yin Xian. Yin Xian, who had been trailing him, running back and forth to assist, was now panting heavily from exhaustion. Upon hearing Chen Luo's question, her voice rose in pitch. You want to hunt level 5 monsters? Brother, take a breather. I've never seen anyone so fervently pursuing the extermination mission. With that, she plopped down onto a damp stone, resigning herself to rest. Chen Luo noticed the girl's flushed complexion and her labored breathing, realizing she had reached her limit and chose not to press her further. Now, please disclose the location and details of the task to me, and I shall undertake it while you return to the abandoned town to rest. The missions you have accomplished must be included in my assessment, and I must record the proceedings alongside you. Otherwise, my efforts would be in vain. Yin Xian shot him a glance, clearly reluctant to relinquish such a capable laborer as Chen Luo. However, in the Zhidua Mountains, there were no level 4 monsters. Beyond that, only level 5 mountain wolves roamed. These creatures were highly social and ferocious, proving to be formidable adversaries that required firearms to be subdued. Our current ammunition and supplies are limited. I suggest we return to the camp below to replenish our ammunition before we venture back. Are you running low on bullets? Chen Luo furrowed his brow. Do not regard me with that dissatisfied expression. 20 giant rats suffice for 5 assessment tasks. I initially intended to complete merely 2 today. Yet I have already exceeded that expectation. Yin Xian scoffed. There are still 40 bullets remaining, and mountain wolves are somewhat challenging to kill. For safety's sake, we should reserve at least 200 rounds. Chen Luo felt helpless against Yin Xian's nonchalance. Aware that further monster hunting was futile for the day, he shouldered the carcass of the giant rat and trudged toward the abandoned town. However, as he entered the town, an unsettling realization washed over him. The children, who should have been enjoying their lunch, were nowhere to be found, and the solar panels he had previously repaired lay scattered on the ground. The wires had been deliberately severed, and the refrigerator had been shattered by some unknown force. He discarded the giant rat's carcass and cautiously advanced. Soon, he discovered a slight figure adorned with a pink hairpin among the debris of the dilapidated floorboards. It was the eldest among the children. Yin Xian rushed forward, calling out the little girl's name repeatedly. Sister Xian, big brother, little brother, and sister are dead. Someone the girl spoke in fragmented sentences. She was grievously injured, her arms and legs crushed, and a gaping hole the size of a fist marred her chest. Before she could finish her words, she succumbed to her injuries. Her breath extinguished. Chen Luo observed the scene with keen intensity, his fists clenched tightly, producing a creaking sound, as if his heart harbored a powder keg ready to explode at any moment. However, after taking a few deep breaths, he managed to regain his composure. The fact that Xiao Yezi could hold on until their return indicated that the heinous crime had likely occurred not long ago. The perpetrator had probably not ventured far and might even be lurking nearby. He rose to his feet and scanned the surroundings, searching for any suspicious clues. Suddenly, a faint, alluring fragrance wafted through the air. It was the scent of vengeful incense. Awakening with a start, he instinctively grabbed Yin Xian's arm and fled. At that very moment, a rustling sound echoed through the abandoned floor. Following this, a massive serpent, as thick as a water barrel, slithered toward them through the dilapidated structure. The creature was adorned with a coat of dark blue scales, and a viscous, pitch-like liquid dripped incessantly between the scales. Even more horrifying, the serpent was eyeless, possessing only a gaping maw lined with sharp teeth. Its enormous body coiled around the derelict building, while its flattened, aimless head bore a chilling expression as it fixated on Chen Luo and Yin Xian. Keen Snake, Elite, LV7, Stamina, 1821. In the instant Chen Luo pulled Yin Xian up, She was unaware of the unfolding peril. However, upon catching sight of the serpent's head, her face turned as pale as snow. Within the realm of the supernatural, there existed a tome of monsters, chronicling the various aberrant creatures that had emerged across the entirety of the kingdom of Qing in the 30 years since the First Awakening incident. Some of these monsters were indestructible, others revived at regular intervals, and some possessed formidable contaminating abilities. The compendium listed over 200 distinct entities, and any creature capable of being indexed bore no comparison to the lowly mutated giant rats. The creature before them, numbered 198, was the Yin Snake. Chapter 19. The Trap Run. Quick run. Yin Xian shrieked in terror. Even though the Yin Snake was ranked at the very bottom of the monster compendium, it was far beyond the capabilities of both her and Chen Luo to confront. Although Chen Luo had never perused the bestiary, he instinctively knew this colossal serpent was far beyond his current capabilities to confront. Without needing Yin Xian's warning, he had already turned and fled at full speed. Yet scarcely had they taken 10 paces when another monstrous beast materialized before them, a crimson-furred, three-headed tiger, each maw clutching a translucent wraith in its jagged teeth. The spectral entities fixed Chen Luo and Yin Xian with their glacial gazes, sending an unnatural shiver through both youths despite the summer heat. Ching Tiger, Elite, LV. 7. Vitality, 2023. To the south of the tiger, dozens of grotesque wolves emerged with ominous deliberation, their matted gray-black pelts studded with tumorous growths, emerald eyes burning with ravenous malice. Mountain wolves, Elite, LV. 5. Vitality, 1415. Several wolves disgorged skeletal human remains from their foaming jaws, the tragic remnants of missing children from the abandoned town. The grim truth struck like lightning. These creatures had devoured the innocents. Specimen 190 Ching Tiger, 198 Shadow Serpent. These should be prowling the depths of Zhidua Mountains. Yin Xian whispered hoarsely, her face blanched as she stared at the striped monstrosity. Catalog beasts strictly maintained territorial boundaries. Their presence here defied all natural order. From his vantage point atop a watchtower, Su Hao observed the encircled duo through binoculars, a venomous smirk twisting his features. A level 7 tiger, a level 7 serpent, and a pack of level 5 wolves. Quite the honorable funeral procession, Miss Yen. With deliberate cruelty, he tossed a dying wolf cub from the tower, its feeble whimper silenced by the impact. This cub had been stolen during his raid on the wolf den, a massacre executed while the pack hunted, his clothes reeking of specially formulated vengeance perfume. The scent-maddened wolves had tracked it to this ruin, slaughtering the half-blood orphans in retribution. Though individually weak, the wolves' numbers and vindictive nature made them perfect pawns. Combined with 2 elite beasts, escape was impossible. Su Hao's scheme was simple. Let the monsters eliminate his targets, then play the hero by slaying the beasts afterward. The plan had flaws, too many bribed informants, too many traces left behind. But none of that mattered. With Yin Xian dead, Lei Pingbo's cultivation would shatter, leaving only Wang Yuan to ascend to Foundation establishment stage. Under a Foundation expert's protection, consequences would be negligible. At this moment, Chen Luo remained oblivious to the fact that he and Yin Xian had unwittingly fallen into a trap set by others. With a grave expression, he fixated on the monstrous entities before him, his mind racing as he contemplated strategies for survival. Suddenly, he discerned a glimmer of avarice in the pupils of the creatures, directed towards Yin Xian's physique. This insatiable gaze was reminiscent of what he had previously witnessed in the eyes of the mutated giant rats. However, unlike the frenzied rush of the giant rats, the phantom tigers, shadow serpents, and mountain wolves exhibited a cautious demeanor, patiently waiting for an opportune moment to launch their assault. Eliminate all traces of the hatred essence on you and dispose of the remaining vials. Chen Luo instructed Yin Xian. Are you suggesting that the hatred essence on me drew them here? Yin Xian initially appeared taken aback, then shook her head in disbelief. Impossible. I received the lowest grade essence from the 8th Division, with an effective range of merely 100 meters and a duration of only half an hour. It had already evaporated during our earlier skirmish with the giant rats. To confirm the integrity of the hatred essence, she retrieved the unused vials from her bag. However, her heart sank as she noticed a layer of transparent crystalline substance at the bottom of the vial. This was far from the lowest grade essence. It was, in fact, a highly concentrated, far-reaching, and long-lasting top-tier essence. Her essence had been surreptitiously swapped. Since receiving it, she had kept it close, leaving no opportunity for tampering. The only plausible explanation was that, at the moment of issuance, the supply officer had given her the highest grade hatred essence. It appeared that the presence of these creatures was no mere coincidence. It was a meticulously orchestrated trap. Chen Luo quickly grasped the situation. Who else knows about your mission? The expression on Yin Xian's face darkened. Why would this happen? The supply officer has been with us for 3 years. Why would he do this? Focus. Our immediate priority is to escape these monsters. If we perish here, the truth will be buried within this jungle. Observing Yin Xian's momentary distraction, Chen Luo reprimanded her sternly. He then softened his tone. Let us continue with our previous strategy and eliminate this pack of mountain wolves first. I will engage in close combat while you provide ranged support. The mountain wolves possess the weakest individual strength on this battlefield. My plan is to slay them first for substantial experience, thereby enhancing my attributes, and then utilize that strength to confront the phantom tigers and shadow serpents. The only dilemma was that he needed to act swiftly, resolving the mountain wolves before the 2 level 7 monsters regained their senses. Be cautious, mountain wolves can be troublesome. Yin Xian's focus returned to her as she loaded the remaining bullets into her magazine, preparing for a desperate fight. Chen Luo removed his coat, his expression fierce. They want to kill us, but they are not quite ready yet. With that declaration, he forcefully pushed off the ground, his body soaring like a swift swallow as he charged towards the pack of wolves. Simultaneously, Yinshi and Chang who retreated a few steps in unison. Level 7 monsters possess a certain degree of intelligence. Although drawn by the sin of vengeance, they would not recklessly throw themselves into battle and risk their own lives. They intended to watch from a distance, waiting for both the mountain wolves and the 2 humans to weaken each other before swooping in to claim the aftermath. On the other side, the Wolf King carefully sniffed the scents on Chen Luo and Yin Xian, confirming that the odors matched that of the individual who had slaughtered their den. With a piercing howl, he commanded the pack to attack the 2. What a welcome challenge! Faced with the ferocious advance of the wolves, Chen Luo felt no fear. His eyes sparkled with the spirit of battle. In this world, he had no backing, no innate talent. He could only strive through relentless combat to secure a better existence for himself, as well as for his friends and family. Kill. He positioned himself protectively in front of Yin Xian, blocking the oncoming wolves, then unleashed a series of fluid strikes with his Taizu Longquan. His first punch landed squarely on the snout of a mountain wolf, the tremendous force shattering its nasal bone, while the residual energy sent the creature flying like a wave crashing upon the shore. The second punch employed the technique of Bajiquan, striking at the throats of 2 wolves, the fury of his attack shattering their windpipes and delivering them to the embrace of death. The third punch connected with a mountain wolf attempting a flank attack, blood erupting from its orifices with a single strike. However, the sheer number of wolves was overwhelming. Even though Chen Luo had mastered the Taizu Longquan to a degree, 2 fists were no match for 4 claws. At that moment, while he focused all his strength on an adult mountain wolf to his right, a young pup lunged from his left, baring its fangs and sinking its teeth into his left arm. A piercing pain shot through his limb, causing Chen Luo to furrow his brow, and with a vigorous shake, he flung the pup aside. The young wolf, undeterred by the impact, landed and viciously charged at Chen Luo once more. Just as it seemed poised to strike again, Yin Xian calmly squeezed the trigger from behind him. Bang! The muzzle erupted with flames, and the bullet flew forth, piercing the skull of the mountain wolf. No matter how formidable the skull, it could not withstand a 7.62 caliber bullet. Well done. Chen Luo flashed a grin and gave Yin Xian a thumbs up. I will activate dynamic vision. You take them down, and I will provide cover fire. Yin Xian replied, her complexion slightly pale. Dynamic vision is a skill associated with the Formless Heart Sutra, functioning similarly to the bullet time often seen in games, though it demands an exceptionally high level of mental energy from the user. Even with Chen Luo's current mental energy limit of 14 points, he had yet to trigger this ability. Clearly, Yin Xian's mental capacity far exceeded that of Chen Luo. Good. Chen Luo nodded, promptly adjusting their battle strategy. He focused on intercepting while Yin Xian took on the task of eliminating their foes. United in their efforts, they grew increasingly fearless, swiftly dispatching nearly 10 mountain wolves. Observing from the sidelines, the specters of the tiger and the serpent watched in astonishment. Although the mountain wolves were merely level 5, their stamina was comparable to that of an awakener at the 7th level of the Nourishing Realm. Having survived in the Duzhua Mountains for many years and encountered numerous awakeners, they had never witnessed such rapid extermination of elite monsters by a pair of them. They truly have impressed me. Is he newly awakened? Su Hao, perched atop a dilapidated building, wore a look of astonishment on his face. He had not anticipated that with the synergy between Chen Luo and Yin Xian, they could gain a local advantage against the pack of mountain wolves. However, Even if they triumphed over the wolves, what would that accomplish? Once their stamina was depleted, how would they contend with those two level 7 monsters? Su Hao shook his head with a cold smirk. Given his own status as a 9th level Nourishing Realm practitioner, his first instinct upon facing a mountain wolf assault would have been to flee. The Duzhua Mountains were teeming with monsters. Should their stamina run out, they would likely become dinner for another creature, even if they did not perish at the jaws of the wolves. A howl erupted from the Mountain Wolf King, whose fury ignited upon witnessing the loss of nearly 10 comrades at the hands of Chen Luo. With the remaining wolves losing their fighting spirit, it roared incessantly, urging its pack to charge once more. Yet, the corpses of their fallen brethren lay at Chen Luo's feet, the pungent scent of blood enveloping the entire town, instilling fear in the hearts of the remaining wolves. No matter how the Wolf King urged them, they dared not advance. The pack's trepidation afforded Chen Luo and Yin Xin a momentary reprieve. Chen Luo wiped the blood from his knuckles with his clothing, his gaze swiftly darting towards the attributes panel. Name: Chen Luo Realm. 5th level of body cultivation stamina. 15-15 mental strength. 14-14 techniques. Taizu Long Fist LV5, major completion. 2500100000. Wuxiang Heart Sutra LV5, 5th level. 1600100000. Aerial Stride LV5, major completion. 1530100000. Skills: 8 Extremes Collapse, 5th level. 3100100000. Distributable attribute points. 5 Having slain a mountain wolf. Chen Luo earned 600 experience points. After defeating a total of 10 wolves, he accumulated 6,000 experience points, which elevated all 3 techniques and 1 skill by 1 level, granting him 5 additional attribute points. Time to allocate the points. Chen Luo silently chanted to himself, channeling all his points into stamina. In an instant, his stamina surged from 15 to 20, and his realm ascended from the 5th level of the body cultivation stage to the 7th, a remarkable leap of 2 tiers. At that moment of elevation, Chen Luo felt every drop of blood within him boiling, every bone crackling with vitality. His energy so robust, it could melt the icy grip of winter. Instinctively, he thrust out a punch, and to his astonishment, the air around him resonated with a series of whooshing sounds. Is this the power of the 7th level of the body cultivation stage? Chen Luo murmured softly. At this moment, his stamina was nearly on par with the Yin Serpent and the Phantom Tiger. He felt utterly unperturbed when facing either of the two alone. However, to confront both simultaneously and vanquish them would still pose a considerable challenge. Are you still capable? Chen Luo turned to glance at Yin Xian. The young girl appeared listless, exhibiting signs of mental exhaustion. The strain from her dynamic vision had taken its toll. A brief respite would suffice. Yin Xian's voice was barely audible, akin to a mosquito's buzz. You should rest. I will handle the remaining matters. After offering her some words of comfort, he strode purposefully towards the remaining mountain wolves. Are you courting death? Yin Xian exclaimed in astonishment, stumbling to her feet. Although Chen Luo's combat skills are formidable, he remains a mere mortal. He can fend off mountain wolves, but cannot guarantee a fatal blow with a single punch. Ultimately, it is the bullets from the rifle that deliver the lethal force. Without her assistance, once Chen Luo is ensnared by a pack of wolves, his escape becomes exceedingly difficult. Yin Xian, dragging her weakened body, hoisted the heavy rifle onto a partially shattered concrete block, preparing to provide cover for Chen Luo once more. However, in the next moment, she stood frozen in disbelief, her pale face reflecting utter incredulity. As Chen Luo entered the throng of wolves, it was as though he traversed an uninhabited realm. The mountain wolves charged at him frantically, yet they could not even graze the hem of his clothing. Meanwhile, he moved with ease, delivering punch after punch, each capable of vanquishing a wolf. The sounds of bones shattering echoed in succession, and soon, the entire pack lay defeated. The Wolf King was pinned against a tree trunk by Chen Luo's fist, rendered immobile. Chapter 21. Vanquishing the Shadow Serpent. How did this fellow suddenly become so powerful? Yin Xian gasped, her expression one of astonishment. The two creatures, the Phantom Tiger and the Shadow Serpent, who had been poised to ambush from either side, felt a simultaneous flicker of fear in their eyes upon witnessing this spectacle. Without a moment's hesitation, they turned and fled into the depths of the mountains. Monsters of the 7th level of the body refinement realm possess a certain degree of intelligence and have developed a fear of death. It is this very fear that temporarily overrides the control of the hatred-inducing pheromones over their bodies. Attempting to escape, it will not be so simple. Upon witnessing the monstrous actions of two creatures, Chen Luo swiftly snapped the neck of the Wolf King with a decisive crack and pursued them. Hey, I haven't recovered my strength yet. Wait for me. Yin Xian, taken aback by Chen Luo's unexpected chase, hastily gathered the various gemstones that the mountain wolf had left scattered on the ground into a lead shielding box, then hoisted her rifle and followed closely behind him. Today marked the most humiliating day for the phantom tiger since its awakening to consciousness. In the past, it had ruled over the mountains of Zhidua, commanding respect and fear. Even the awakened ones seldom dared to provoke it. Never before had it found itself fleeing in disarray from a bare-handed human. Little cat and little loach. Why are you running? Weren't you just trying to devour me? As the human's voice echoed from behind, the phantom tiger's expression shifted dramatically. How dare that wretched human catch up to me again? Is this creature even human, running faster than a tiger? Panting heavily, the phantom tiger exerted all its strength to run. It had felt the power of that human firsthand. A single punch had nearly disemboweled it. Bewildered, it could not fathom how such a seemingly frail human could unleash such terrifying strength. This thought triggered memories of the fear its ancestors had faced at the hands of travelers. By the heavens, aside from those surnamed Sun and Wu, must we encounter yet another adversary? The phantom tiger's anger intensified. To add insult to injury, the loach beside it crawled along the ground faster than it could run on all fours. With a sudden, furious bite aimed at the loach's vital point, the phantom tiger flung the creature behind it and leaped onto a tree, continuing its escape. It did not need to outrun the human, merely the creature beside it. This was a crucial survival lesson it had learned from humans. The phantom tiger's attack on the loach took Chen Luo by surprise. He hadn't anticipated that the creature would resort to dragging others down to save itself. This big cat is quite cunning, he mused. Then his gaze fell upon the loach, which lay in a pit, blood seeping from its abdomen, clearly wounded by the phantom tiger's strike. What astonished him further was the loach's refusal to flee immediately after crawling out of the pit. With its forked tongue flicking and its menacing head raised, it lunged at him, seemingly eager to unleash its fury on him. The wildness of Mang village must have originated from you. He chuckled in disbelief. Did this giant snake truly believe it was merely posturing? Chen Luo exhaled gently, her eyes suddenly igniting with brilliance. Her entire form resembling an ancient bronze statue of a Buddha. With immense force, her fists propelled forward. 8 extremities burst. Chen Luo's fist struck the belly of the shadow serpent with a sound reminiscent of a colossal drum, producing a deep, resonant echo. Immediately, waves of force rippled outward from the point of impact. Is this all the strength you possess? Initially, the shadow serpent felt no pain, its expression betraying disdain for Chen Luo, as well as a fierce determination to consume him whole. However, this thought lingered for but a brief moment before an unbearable agony surged through its abdomen. Thud, 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 like threads unraveling. The scales upon the serpent's body began to shed one by one. Vivid crimson blood rapidly spread from its belly to its head, and in less than a breath, its enormous form collapsed to the ground, lifeless. Is this the creature you have slain? When Yin Xian, carrying a firearm, arrived and beheld the massive serpent's carcass, her eyes widened in shock. Once a monster's power surpasses the 5th level of the body cultivation realm, its physical form is significantly enhanced. In close quarters, or in the intricate embrace of a forest, it typically requires an awakened individual of at least 1 or 2 levels higher to vanquish it independently. Should the combatants be of equal or lower rank, the deployment of substantial military firepower is essential. Yet, Chen Luo had astonishingly defeated a level 7 shadow serpent with his bare hands. Could it be that he concealed his true strength and was not actually at the 5th level of the body cultivation realm, but she had distinctly witnessed his recent breakthrough to that very level? A perplexed expression adorned Yin Xian's delicate face. Chen Luo had no time to ponder Yin Xian's inner thoughts. He approached the carcass of the shadow serpent, gazing at the crystalline substance that had fallen from its belly, promptly beckoning Yin Xian to join him. The crystals were unlike the diamond-shaped amethyst he had previously encountered. They appeared irregular, resembling kidney-shaped stones composed of crystal. In addition to these crystals, he noticed a delicate layer of crystalline flakes now covering the surface of the serpent's scales, reminiscent of frost glistening in winter. Yin Xian stepped beside Chen Luo, glanced at the materials, and her face lit up with delight. The essence of the Xian serpent's gallbladder. Our fortune is extraordinary. We have stumbled upon such a rare material. It is composed entirely of pure, and if I can refine all its energy, my cultivation level might elevate to the 7th or even 8th stage of nurturing life. The gallbladder of the serpent? Chen Luo's face displayed astonishment, unable to associate these mineral-like objects with the serpent gallbladders. The monsters appeared normal on the outside, yet their internal anatomy had long undergone aberration. The aberrant organs would detach from their bodies at the moment of death, subsequently crystallizing on the surface. Yanxian elucidated, as she carefully placed the 9 crystalline serpent gallbladders into the lead-lined containment box she had brought. After completing this task, she gazed at Chen Luo with hopeful eyes. Brother Chen Luo, there are a total of 9 profound serpent gallbladders here. You have saved my life, and these gallbladders rightfully belong to you. However, they hold immense significance for my cultivation. May I exchange them with you for equivalent items? As for the materials left after the decomposition of these monsters, such as scales and wolf bones, I can provide you with an initial sum of approximately 50,000. She counted earnestly on her fingers and then held up 5 fingers to Chen Luo. We can discuss these matters further once we have left the mountains. Chen Luo was oblivious to these matters. His thoughts were consumed by the incident of Yanxian's vengeful elixir being swapped. An unsettling premonition washed over him, suggesting that this affair would not conclude so simply. Good. Yanxian, regaining her composure, nodded vigorously. After a brief moment of preparation, the two hastened towards the edge of the forest without delay. During their journey, Chen Luo accessed his attribute panel to review his recent gains. Chapter 22. Saw how the pack of mountain wolves consisted of 25 wolves, including the alpha. On his first encounter, Chen Luo vanquished 10 wolves, earning 6,000 experience points, which elevated him to the 7th level of the nourishing body realm. On his second encounter, he defeated 14 ordinary mountain wolves and 1 alpha, accumulating 9,400 experience points. Additionally, he slayed a level 17 serpent, netting another 1,200 experience points, bringing his total to 16,600 experience points. This influx allowed him to elevate all his martial arts and skills by 1 level, while also granting him 5 free attribute points. He allocated all these points to his vitality, raising it to 25. Name: Chen Luo Realm, Nourishing Body Realm. 8th level vitality, 25 mental strength, 14 martial arts, Taizu Long Fist LV6 complete, Wuxiang Heart Sutra LV6 6th level, 14005000. Lingkong Dabu LV6 complete, skills, Bajiquan 6th level, 9805000. Free attribute points, 0 upon reaching a vitality of 25. Chen Luo felt his internal energy surge robustly, akin to a raging river. More significantly, whenever this energy coursed through his lower abdomen, it would uncontrollably converge, seemingly attempting to form a cyclone. Yet, for reasons unknown, the cyclone failed to materialize. The energy merely paused momentarily before dispersing once again. What could this mean? I shall inquire with Miss Yen when we are safe. Chen Luo contemplated. Just as he was about to divert his attention from the attribute panel, a piercing sound sliced through the air from above. A moment later, a black arrow, imbued with terrifying energy, hurtled toward them from a distance. Be careful. Yanxian, possessing slightly greater mental acuity than Chen Luo, detected the subtle disturbances in the air and instinctively pushed him forcefully. However, the arrow's speed was astonishing. Before Chen Luo could be thrust aside, they were both struck simultaneously. Bang! The arrowhead concealed a volatile explosive, which detonated upon impact, unleashing a terrifying force that sent them hurtling through the air, their bodies crashing onto the damp earth below. In the instant of the explosion, Chen Luo's head buzzed with disorientation. He rolled several times on the ground before managing to regain his footing. Standing up, he touched his damp right cheek, only to discover it smeared with blood. A quick self-assessment revealed that it was not his own blood. Turning to Yanxian, he was alarmed to see her chest and arms stained crimson. Fortunately, beneath her attire, she wore a ceramic ballistic vest that absorbed most of the impact, leaving her injuries superficial and sparing her internal organs. Xiao Yen Chen Luo cradled Yanxian's delicate form, softly calling her name, only to find that the young woman remained entirely unresponsive. His expression darkened, and he immediately channeled the essence of the Wuxiang Heart Sutra, infusing his vital energy into her body to sustain her life force. Do not succumb to slumber. I shall lead you away, he urged, continuing his attempts to rouse her. After a minute had passed, Yanxian's consciousness began to stir. Sensing Chen Luo's energy, she gently shook her head, halting his efforts. I am gravely injured. It would be unwise for you to carry me. Brother Chen Luo, release me. You still have a chance to escape. However, having grasped the essence of her martial arts, Chen Luo could not simply abandon her. He supported Yanxian and prepared to escort her to safety. At that moment, a man clad in Ultraman attire, complete with a helmet, emerged from the thicket, barring their path. What a profoundly touching scene. It nearly brings me to tears. He taunted. Su Hao. Upon hearing his voice, Yin Xian immediately recognized him. Su Hao from the 3rd Division of the Anomalous Affairs Bureau, a fellow trainee from her cohort. She recalled every voice from her training sessions. I am certain I have not wronged you. Why do you harbor such malicious intent towards me? She demanded angrily. My dear Miss Yin, you and I have no personal grievances, yet you have aligned yourself with the wrong company. If you were to survive, how could Lei Pingbo's resolve be compromised? Should his resolve remain intact, he might ascend to the Foundation establishment stage, thereby seizing Captain Wang Yuan's resources and status. Thus, for the sake of Captain Wang Yuan, I must kindly request your demise. Su Hao replied coolly. Was it Wang Yuan who sent you? Yin Xian countered. You needn't attempt to extract my secrets, Su Hao chuckled, evading a direct answer. You have slain colleagues of the Anomalous Affairs Bureau, once discovered. They will not spare you. My Yin family will not let you escape unscathed either. Yin Xian's face turned ashen. Once you are dead, who will ever know it was I who orchestrated this? Su Hao sneered, his derision palpable. His gaze then shifted to Chen Luo. You, young man, managed to slay a level 17 serpent. I am genuinely impressed. I have perused your file, a provincial lad who, through sleepless nights and hard work, attained the position of a research team leader in the eastern capital alongside a mortgaged home, only to be cast out. Had you not awakened your abilities, you would likely have been unemployed last week. I believe you understand better than anyone the arduousness of striving and the rarity of success. I now offer you a chance. Eliminate Yin Xian as a token of allegiance, and I shall ensure you enjoy boundless wealth and glory in the future. Has the internal strife within the Anomalous Affairs Bureau escalated to such a deadly extent? Chen Luo was momentarily taken aback. He understood that within an organization like the Divine Anomaly Bureau, internal strife was inevitable, yet he had not anticipated the intensity of such conflict. He cast a fleeting glance at his opponent's head. Su Hao, a practitioner at the 9th level of the Nurturing Realm, possessed a stamina of 2,223. A 9th level awakener wielding a powerful crossbow was indeed a formidable adversary, he mused. Yin Xian, noticing Chen Luo's silence as he appeared to deliberate, felt a surge of tension. Despite having invested nearly 500,000 in Chen Luo, their acquaintance was still relatively fresh, leaving her uncertain whether he might barter her future for his own gain. Have you made up your mind? Though Yin Xian held a prominent status, Chen Luo's willingness to eliminate her suggested he was backed by even more formidable forces. They could easily elevate him from obscurity or plunge him into irreparable despair. Observing Chen Luo's hesitation, Su Hao intensified his verbal persuasion. His intention was not genuinely to recruit Chen Luo. Rather, he felt a twinge of apprehension following Chen Luo's earlier act of slaying the Shadow Serpent. If he could incite this country bumpkin to eliminate Yin Xian, it would undeniably serve his purposes well. Can you help me ascend to the Gathering Chi realm? Chen Luo fell silent for a moment before raising his head to inquire. Gathering energy? Su Hao let out a hearty laugh. If your innate talent were sufficiently exceptional, even establishing a foundation would not be beyond possibility. You have slain Yin Xian. None of this presents a problem. Yet, inwardly, he scoffed, fool. He could never grant Chen Luo any form of reward. Once Chen Luo had eliminated Yin Xian, the latter's indiscretion would be firmly in his grasp, leaving him at Su Hao's mercy. Chen Luo cast a glance at Su Hao, noticing that the formidable crossbow in his hand remained aimed at him, indicating that Su Hao had not lowered his guard. Then it was settled. A promise made is a promise kept. He feigned an expression lured by wealth and prospects, forcefully pushing Yin Xian in front of him, and raised his palm with a fierce intent to strike towards the girl's head. Chapter 23. A lethal confrontation. Yin Xian gazed at Chen Luo's descending hand, her heart engulfed in despair. Within a single day, she had been betrayed by 2 individuals. She could not comprehend why her sincere affection towards them had culminated in such a grim outcome. Gritting her teeth, she summoned the secret technique only usable in the Qi gathering stage of the Wuxiang Heart Sutra, intending to perish alongside Chen Luo and Su Hao. Yet, at that moment, Chen Luo's hand, initially aimed at her head, abruptly veered past her body and lunged towards Su Hao. Foolish girl, do not be naive. A mere 9th level in the nourishing body realm is not worth such desperation. With his mastery of movement perfected, Chen Luo's agility rivaled that of the eminent heroes found in martial arts novels. Although Su Hao had long been on guard, anticipating potential treachery, he could not match Chen Luo's astounding speed. Before he could even press the trigger, Chen Luo had already reached him. He first delivered a punch to Su Hao's armpit, and as Su Hao instinctively raised his defense, Chen Luo swiftly struck at his face. With a sharp crack. The sound of the slap resonated, and Su Hao's mind was momentarily overwhelmed by the tremendous force, leaving him dazed for 3 to 4 seconds. By the time he regained his senses and prepared to pull the trigger of the crossbow, it was already too late. Chen Luo unleashed a straight punch, swiftly followed by a forward step and an elbow strike. This was a customary combination within the 8 Extremes Collapse technique. The 6-fold 8 Extremes Collapse triggered an accumulation of 6 layers of critical damage, sending the opponent hurtling several meters away with a single move. You ought not to be so close to me. Chen Luo crushed the fallen crossbow beneath his foot, speaking coldly. The 9th level of the nourishing body realm sounded formidable. Yet the opponent's physical prowess was only marginally superior to that of the Yin Serpent. The sole aspect that warranted his caution was the handmade crossbow in the adversary's grasp. He had just experienced the potency of its arrows. Had it not been for Yan Xian, who had shielded him with her bulletproof vest, he would likely have sustained grave injuries by now. Thus, he was compelled to feign surrender. Yan Xian, who had initially prepared for mutual destruction, stood frozen in disbelief. Just half a day prior, she had witnessed Chen Luo ascend to the 5th level of the nourishing body realm. How could it be that he had now faced and defeated Su Hao, who was at the 9th level? Although progress in the nourishing body realm is not strictly linear, such a dramatic leap seemed unfathomable. 9th level of the nourishing body realm? Su Hao exclaimed, wiping away the blood. He had concealed a heart-protecting mirror within his chest, crafted with cutting-edge technology capable of withstanding the full force of a level 7 monster-S attack. Yet, Chen Luo's punch had shattered the mirror, leaving a deep imprint in the ceramic plate behind it. Without this protective device, he would have perished on the spot. Such terrifying physicality was unlike anything Su Hao had ever encountered among awakeners of the nourishing body realm. Most practitioners prioritize the honing of their spirit, as the quantity of spiritual power is crucial for advancing to the gathering chi stage. In terms of sheer physical strength, many 9th level awakeners in the nourishing body realm would pale in comparison to level 6 or even level 7 monsters. Su Hao's physical prowess, rivaling that of an 8th level monster, set him apart among awakeners. This was due to his relentless pursuit of both spiritual and physical perfection in the ultimate gathering chi. However, today, he was unnerved by Chen Luo. In terms of physical strength alone, many first-level awakeners in the gathering chi realm might not measure up to him. Flee. In an instant, Su Hao turned and sprinted toward the jungle. As long as he could create distance between himself and Chen Luo, he was confident he had 100 ways to eliminate this individual. He doubted that Chen Luo would share his ambition for dual mastery of spirit and body, possessing ranged attack capabilities. But just then, 2 sharp gunshots rang out from behind him. Bang! Bang! Chen Luo aimed his pistol at Su Hao and discharged 2 shots. This marked the first occasion in his life that he had ever fired a gun, and his aim was rather poor. The first bullet missed Su Hao entirely, instead striking a nearby pine tree. However, after a brief moment of adjustment, he fired again. This time, he successfully struck Su Hao in the leg. The bullet pierced through Su Hao's right leg, causing him to falter and stumble into a nearby pit of earth. Upon witnessing the scene, Chen Luo lifted the young lady, Xiaoyan, and approached the edge of the pit. He first set Yan Xian aside, then raised his firearm, aiming it directly at Su Hao's forehead. If you take my life, the Anomalous Affairs Bureau will not spare you, and Captain Wang Yuan will ensure your demise. Su Hao, faced with the ominous barrel of the gun, was engulfed in fear. As he threatened Chen Luo with a trembling voice, he simultaneously sought ways to plead for his life. If you spare me this once, I promise never to oppose you or the young lady again. I could serve as your informant within the 3rd Division. Should Wang Yuan attempt to act against you, I could provide you with a warning. I also possess certain secrets of the 3rd Division that may prove beneficial to you. In his desperate bid for survival, Su Hao exhausted all means to present something of value for negotiation. However, Chen Luo harbored no interest in such propositions. His sole desire was for Su Hao to meet his end, to make him pay for the lives of the children who perished in the Forsaken Town. Chen Luo reloaded his firearm, poised to eliminate this adversary. At that moment, a deafening sound reverberated through the mountains and forests. Drop your weapon. The voice carried an immense, terrifying energy, and even with Chen Luo's current physical prowess, he staggered backward several steps upon being struck by the sonic waves, blood seeping from the corner of his mouth. Wiping away the blood, he raised his gaze to see a remarkably swift figure skimming the ground, racing toward him and Yan Xian. suspended just above the earth. It was a practitioner at the 9th level of Qi gathering. Yanxian's face turned pale, blood also trickling from her mouth and nose. Already injured. The sonic blast exacerbated her wounds. Chen Luo swiftly sensed the impending danger and promptly pressed his hand against her slender, fragile back, channeling his inner energy to her, thereby preventing her injuries from worsening. "Captain, save me," Su Hao exclaimed with delight upon hearing the voice, calling out repeatedly. The one who arrived was none other than Wang Yuan, a formidable awakened being from the 3rd Division, who was on the verge of stepping into the Foundation establishment realm. "Kid, Captain Wang Yuan has arrived. You can no longer harm me," Su Hao taunted Chen Luo with a sinister grin while addressing the newcomer. Chen Luo cast a glance at the other party, perceiving the concealed malice and wickedness within their gaze. He understood all too well that if he allowed this individual to leave alive, they would undoubtedly seek vengeance against him afterward. The very fact that this person had orchestrated the murder of Yanxian was enough to reveal their thoroughly treacherous nature. Therefore, Su Hao must meet his demise. "Little Yin, can the Yin family truly safeguard me?" Chen Luo took a deep breath and turned to inquire. "As long as you have not rebelled or betrayed the nation, Yan's family can ensure your safety." Yanxian seemed to comprehend Chen Luo's intentions and nodded solemnly. Chen Luo finally felt a sense of relief, although he remained unaware of the true nature of the Yin family. The fact that Yanxian could effortlessly produce a martial manual worth 500,000 to present to him indicated that her family held considerable influence. He once again grasped his firearm and, before the 9th level Qi gathering cultivator could arrive, he fired 3 shots directly at Su Hao's head. All 3 bullets struck their mark, causing blood to spill profusely. Even a great Luo Golden Immortal would find it difficult to save him now. This marked Chen Luo's inaugural act of taking a life. And surprisingly, he bore little psychological burden, nor did he experience any physical discomfort. Killing Su Hao felt no different than slaying the wolves in the valley. "You dare." In that fleeting moment as Chen Luo aimed his weapon, Wang Yuan, the 9th level Qi gathering cultivator, let out a furious roar. Witnessing Su Hao fall to Chen Luo's gunfire ignited his wrath, and he summoned a crescent-shaped blade, transforming it into a streak of light aimed directly at Chen Luo. The speed of that streak was astonishing, rivaling that of a bullet, its ferocity accompanied by a deafening sonic boom. If it were to strike Chen Luo, it would surely obliterate him. Fortunately, at that critical juncture, another beam of light rushed in from the side, intercepting the crescent blade and preserving Chen Luo's life. Chapter 24, The Cyclone Dilemma. Lei Pingbo. Wang Yuan ground his teeth as he pronounced the name of the individual who had intervened. It was none other than Lei Pingbo, also a 9th level Qi gathering cultivator. "Wang Yuan, do you truly believe you can treat me like a soft persimmon to be easily manipulated? You must provide an explanation for the attack on Xiaoyan today." Dressed in a black combat suit, Lei Pingbo's dark visage radiated uncontrollable fury. After issuing a thunderous shout, he brandished a purple short sword, transforming it into a streak of light as he engaged Wang Yuan in combat. The air resonated with the cacophony of their clashes, each sound deafening. The two moved with astonishing speed, intertwining like 2 beams of light. They battled from the depths of the forest to the riverbank, leaving a trail of destroyed trees and rocks in the wake of their fierce confrontation. "You lunatic, the attack on Yanxian has nothing to do with me," Wang Yuan exclaimed, his heart racing at the perilous exchange of blows. He had aspirations of ascending to the Foundation establishment stage and did not wish to engage in a mutually destructive battle with Lei Pingbo. "Chen Luo, take Xiaoyan to the hospital." Lei Pingbo did not respond to Wang Yuan. Instead, he coldly instructed Chen Luo before his aura surged once more, unleashing a relentless barrage of lethal strikes without any intention of halting. Upon the arrival of Lei Pingbo, Chen Luo felt an immense sense of relief wash over him. Hearing the captain's voice, he turned to glance back, only to find Yanxian's complexion as pale as snow. He dared not delay for even a moment. While channeling energy to the girl, he swiftly made his way towards the nearest hospital. Just past noon, Chen Luo burst into the closest hospital to the Zhedua mountain campsite, carrying Yanxian on his back. The establishment was modest in size, its walls and structure reflecting a somewhat Soviet architectural style reminiscent of the 1950s. As Chen Luo entered, he noticed a few workers engaged in painting the outer walls. "Doctor," he shouted loudly at the entrance of the emergency room. Before long, a head nurse, approximately 27 years of age, rushed over upon hearing his call. However, upon seeing Yanxian adorned in her black combat uniform, she abruptly halted, her expression shifting with concern. "Awaken one." Chen Luo nodded emphatically and urged, "Is there an emergency, doctor? Hurry, we need help." "Wait a moment," the head nurse exclaimed, swiftly turning and hastening into the office. Before long, several medical personnel clad in full protective gear hurried over, wheeling Yin Xian into the operating room. This operating room differed significantly from those Chen Luo was accustomed to. The walls were exceptionally thick, filled with a substantial amount of lead. As he watched Yin Xian enter the operating room, Chen Luo felt a wave of relief wash over him. Glancing around, he realized he was of little assistance here and resolved to step outside to purchase a meal. He had rushed over without having lunch and was now famished. Just then, the head nurse, accompanied by several aides, intercepted him. "You cannot leave now," she insisted, her gaze fixed anxiously on Chen Luo, while the male aides formed a barrier around him. "Why?" Chen Luo furrowed his brow in inquiry. "The blood of awakened individuals carries a strong contaminative potential. You must remain in the hospital to ensure these contaminants are properly dealt with," the head nurse replied gravely, gesturing towards the bloodstains on Chen Luo's clothing. Chen Luo cast a glance at the head nurse and the nursing staff, then noted the other young nurses who were keeping their distance. In their eyes, he had transformed into a formidable, albeit mobile, source of contamination. He sighed deeply, offering no resistance, and calmly addressed the head nurse. "Please take me to where I need to go." The head nurse displayed a look of relief and promptly led Chen Luo to a separate building at the rear of the hospital. This building, too, was 6 stories high, embodying the classic Su-style architecture, devoid of an elevator, necessitating the use of stairs. At the entrance stood a stone tablet inscribed in bold characters, "Third Ward. You must change out of your clothes entirely and place them in that lead box. Then, proceed to the restroom to examine your body. Should you find any injuries, inform me immediately, and I will summon a specialist to attend to you," the head nurse instructed, guiding Chen Luo to the 3rd floor of the 3rd ward and pointing to one of the rooms. Chen Luo observed that the walls of the room were adorned with uniformly arranged metallic grids, and even the glass of the doors and windows was coated with a remarkably thick metallic film, presumably intended to shield and absorb radiative energy. Without uttering a word, Chen Luo swiftly removed his bloodstained short-sleeved shirt, revealing a well-defined abdomen. "Oh, you really should do that inside. There are so many young ladies in the corridor," the head nurse muttered, her gaze audaciously sweeping over Chen Luo's physique. A married woman, she exhibited a boldness far surpassing that of the unmarried maidens. After indulging in the view, the head nurse continued, "There are devices in the room that can absorb radiation energy. Once the indicator light at the entrance turns green, it signifies that the radiation levels on your skin have fallen below the safety threshold, allowing you to exit." Chen Luo cast a glance at the indicator light, which had remained steadfastly red since his arrival. He brought the blood-stained clothing closer to the lamp, and its hue instantly shifted from a pale crimson to a deep scarlet. It appeared that he would not be able to leave any time soon, Chen Luo mused. He discarded the bloodied garment into a leaden box and then picked up his phone to order takeout. While awaiting the delivery, he commenced the practice of the Wuxiang heart method, engaging in meditation. What could be amiss? Why was he unable to form a cyclone as described in the Wuxiang Sutra? Several hours later, as he emerged from his meditative state, a frown creased his brow. Ever since his stamina had reached 25 points, he felt he had brushed against the threshold of energy condensation, with his inner essence exhibiting a tendency to coalesce into a vortex. According to the Wuxiang Sutra, if he could manifest a cyclone in his lower abdomen, he would attain the state of energy condensation and embark on the true path of awakening. Yet, he found himself stuck at the crucial step of vortex formation. His inner essence would swirl in his lower abdomen, but would uncontrollably disperse after a single rotation. Although there was a tendency for condensation, it remained merely a tendency, as the gaseous vortex could not truly materialize. To make matters worse, when the inner essence passed through this pseudo-cyclone and coursed through his body, it inflicted a searing pain akin to flames. Could it be that my advancement has been too swift? Chen Luo suddenly recalled that Su Hao, despite being at the 9th level of physical cultivation, possessed merely 23 points of stamina, whereas he himself, at the 8th level, boasted 25 points. Reflecting on Yin Xian's mention of the awakened individual's loss of control, he felt an unsettling similarity between his current state and that chaotic phenomenon. Once Xiaoyan was safe, he resolved to seek her out or consult seasoned awakened individuals like Captain Lei to discern his true condition. As the saying goes, where there is mention of Cao Cao, Cao Cao will arrive. As soon as this thought emerged in Chen Luo's mind, Lei Pingbo appeared in the corridor outside. However, the latter was not there to seek him out. Instead, he turned and entered the room opposite his. Chen Luo observed that the captain's face and arms were marred with scars, and the blood had stained the black combat uniform. Like him, the captain had come to the 3rd Medical Ward to treat their injuries and eliminate the external radiation source. Chapter 25, Controlling the Divine Technique 7 Captain? Chen Luo greeted the other. Lei Pingbo nodded at him, then took out a pack of cigarettes, lit one for himself, and offered another to Chen Luo. Chen Luo shook his head in refusal, indicating that he did not smoke. Is the law enforcement recorder with you? Please hand it over. Lei Pingbo said after taking a deep drag from his cigarette. Indeed, it is with me. Before sending Yin Xian into the operating room, Chen Luo had removed the law enforcement recorder from the girl and brought it to the 3rd hospital ward. He was about to call a nurse to transfer the recorder to Lei Pingbo when the latter directly entered his room, seemingly indifferent to the incessant beeping of the warning lights in the adjacent room. I broke 2 of Wang Yuan's ribs. He will need 2 to 3 months to recuperate and cannot advance to the foundation establishment stage in the short term, leaving him unable to seek revenge against you for now. Lei Pingbo stuffed the law enforcement recorder into his pocket, then coughed, discovering blood at the corner of his mouth, prompting him to walk to the restroom in Chen Luo's ward to clean the wounds and blood from his face. What about the official punishment? Chen Luo inquired. A year's bonus has been deducted, and a warning has been issued, Lei Pingbo replied as he exited the restroom, casting the cigarette but forcefully into the trash can. Chen Luo found it hard to believe. For an awakener at the 9th level of Qi gathering, such a punishment was utterly insignificant. Neither of us was satisfied. And the Yin family was even less so. However, this was a decree issued by the royal family, and we lacked the authority to alter it. Lei Pingbo lit another cigarette, exhaling clouds of smoke. In Deqing, there were merely 10 awakeners at the foundation establishment stage. 1 each in departments 1 through 7 of the Supernatural Bureau, 1 director, and 2 from the royal family. Therefore, a Qi gathering 9th level like Wang Yuan, with potential for advancement, would not be held accountable as long as he did not engage in rebellion. The 8th department lacks anyone at the foundation establishment stage. Whoever ascends to that level will become the next director of the 8th department. The number of directors in the Supernatural Bureau is even scarcer than that of cabinet members. Yet the resources they obtain and the power they wield are comparable to those of cabinet members. Both Wang Yuan and I are formidable contenders for the director position, and the forces backing him would not allow this incident to hinder his prospects for promotion. Moreover, we possess no direct evidence to prove that Wang Yuan instructed Su how to murder Xiao Yan. All I can do is to give Wang Yuan a sound thrashing, stalling his advancement, and then strive to enter the foundation establishment stage ahead of him. Chen Luo never anticipated that this matter would unravel into such a complex struggle. After a moment of silence, he declared, I have accepted Xiaoyan's techniques and am indebted to her. I shall avenge her. Lei Pingbo merely smiled, remaining silent. He did not believe that Chen Luo, a newcomer who had only recently awakened, could inflict significant harm on Wang Yuan. It was only natural for a fledgling to harbor thoughts of chivalry and justice, just as he once did, until reality dulled his edges. After a considerable silence in the room, Chen Luo took the initiative to inquire about cultivation. I sense the cyclone, yet I am unable to condense it. What could be the reason? Lei Pingbo responded, you are too rigid. Su Hao could have been entrusted to me, yet you chose to eliminate him outright. I was advocating for your official employment status, but now that you have killed Su Hao, the 3rd Division will undoubtedly raise objections. While Lei Pingbo pondered how to help Chen Luo become more adaptable, avoiding the pitfalls of rigidity, he scarcely registered the first half of Chen Luo's statement, engrossed in his own thoughts. However, upon hearing the term cyclone, he abruptly halted and fixed an intense gaze upon Chen Luo. Wait, what do you mean? You sensed a cyclone? A tempest of emotion surged within Lei Pingbo. How long has Chen Luo been awakened? It seems to be less than half a month. Remarkably, he has already encountered the threshold of energy condensation. In his recollection, such a rapid advancement has only been seen in the history of awakeners over the past several decades with the royal 3rd prince. Awakening in a day, condensing energy in 7 days, achieving foundation establishment in 3 years, he became the youngest foundation establishment awakener in the entire history of the kingdom of Qing. With the prospect of stepping into the legendary Golden Core realm, could it be that Chen Luo is also such a prodigy? This morning, while battling monsters, he sensed a cyclone, but upon trying just now, he was unable to successfully condense energy. Chen Luo nodded and proceeded to relay the details of the cyclone he experienced to Lei Pingbo, also informing him that his training primarily focused on external skills, with internal skills as a supplement. He suspected that his insufficient inner energy might be the cause and sought confirmation from Lei Pingbo. The issue lies in the inadequacy of your meditation time, which has resulted in low mental energy, Lei Pingbo stated gravely after listening to Chen Luo's description. You should understand that the inner energy of an awakener is, in fact, a form of radiative energy. This radiative energy can be harmful to living beings. And it is only because of the inherent strength of the awakener's mental power, which allows them to automatically restrain this radiative energy, that they manage to survive. In the nourishing realm, the awakener's original mental strength is sufficient, but to enter the energy condensation realm, one must continuously hone their mental power and learn to control the radiative energy with it. The prickling sensation you described is a sign that your mental power is unable to control the energy. If this continues, you will inevitably descend into monstrosity. After hearing this, Chen Luo comprehended the reason behind his predicament. His physical strength was currently at 25, but his mental strength was only 13, a severe imbalance. A normal awakener would typically have a higher mental strength than physical strength, or at the very least, they should be equal. He felt fortunate to have consulted Lei Pingbo about this issue today. Otherwise, if he had continued his aimless practice, he would soon find himself mired in troubles. While you are in the hospital, take this opportunity to hone your mental strength. Meditating with the Formless Heart Sutra is one method, and controlling and absorbing the overflowing radiative energy is another, Lei Pingbo advised Chen Luo. He then demonstrated before Chen Luo the method for absorbing and controlling radiative energy. Standing under the radiation detection lamp, he extended his palm, and a small alloy flying knife uncontrollably emerged from his coat in the opposite ward, spinning rapidly. Surrounding the alloy knife was a faint layer of radiant light. Qi is an ancient term. We now refer to it as field or wave. Exotic energy is a unique energy field or energy wave. In the nourishing realm, one learns to perceive its existence and adapt their body and spirit to it, while in the energy condensation realm, one must learn to utilize it. Now, I will impart to you some techniques for absorbing and manipulating exotic energy. This is something I have developed myself, called the 7 Techniques of Spirit Control, a method to refine mental strength. By repeatedly employing it, you will enhance your mental energy. Lei Pingbo began demonstrating the application of this technique before Chen Luo. Approximately 5 minutes later, as Lei Pingbo concluded his demonstration, a few lines of prompt text appeared before Chen Luo. You have acquired the 7 Techniques of Spirit Control. This skill is a supplementary skill to the Formless Heart Sutra and has automatically been associated with it for cultivation. You may choose not to associate it, but you will forfeit this skill. Do you wish to proceed with the association? Chapter 26. The woman in white. Chen Luo gazed at the options presented by the system, ultimately deciding that he could never relinquish the Control God 7 style, a profound method capable of honing his mental fortitude. Name: Chen Luo Realm. 8th level of body cultivation. Physical strength 25 mental strength 15 techniques. Taizu Long Fist LV6 complete. Wuxiang Heart Sutra LV6 6th layer 1400500000. Air Step LV6 complete. Skills: Bajiquan LV6 6th layer 980500000. Control God 7 style 6th layer LV6 150000. Freely distributable attribute points 0. This system is remarkably advanced. Any attempts to exploit loopholes for acquiring new techniques or skills have been effectively thwarted. Observing that his newly learned Control God 7 style was directly linked to the Wuxiang Heart Sutra, Chen Luo couldn't help but let out a rueful chuckle. Of course, every situation has its advantages and disadvantages. The benefit was that he did not need to practice. The Control God 7 style had already reached the 6th tier. Wait a moment. I recall that my mental strength was only 14 points this morning. How has it now increased to 15? Confused, he hurriedly manipulated the system interface, only to discover a historical message tucked away in a corner of the panel. This message had been sent by the system during his earlier battle with the monster. Your attributes have been enhanced. Mental strength 1. This change was a result of practicing the Wuxiang Heart Sutra, a specific enhancement to his attributes. Chen Luo quickly grasped the origin of this additional point. As he contemplated, Lei Pingbo patted him on the shoulder and remarked, "The exotic energy emitted by awakeners during combat is the weakest among numerous radiation sources. Nevertheless, it requires over 24 hours to dissipate before it can be detected by the probing lights. You can utilize the Control God 7 style to absorb it, thereby shortening its diffusion time. If you can reduce this time to within 8 hours, it will indicate that you have initially mastered the control of exotic energy within your body, alleviating the discomfort caused during internal energy circulation." After delivering this statement, Lei Pingbo pressed the emergency button, summoning the head nurse, instructing her to bring in a total of 40 pieces of contaminated materials for Chen Luo to practice with. The nurse, a woman of considerable experience, regarded Chen Luo and Lei Pingbo with an expression of disbelief. These contaminants were something she would go to great lengths to avoid. Yet here were these two individuals actively seeking contact with them. However, since this hospital was indeed under the jurisdiction of the Supernatural Bureau, dedicated to serving awakeners, their requests could not be denied. With a reluctant murmur, she donned the heavy, stifling protective gear alongside her aides and transported more than 40 heavy contaminated items. Primarily weapons previously used by awakeners, all sealed within leaden metal boxes. How long will it take him to master this? I spent nearly a month cleaning 100 pieces of contaminated materials and initially grasping the technique to control radiation energy. 40 pieces should provide him with ample practice for several days, Lei Pingbo mused, stepping out of the ward and leaving Chen Luo to refine his control techniques. However, had Lei Pingbo returned to the room at that moment, he would have been utterly astonished by the sight before him. Chen Luo had somehow managed to levitate a heavy rifle bullet, roughly the size of a sausage, from the first lead box. This was a feat possible only to awakeners at the Gathering Chi realm. With a soft thud, the heavy bullet hovered in the air for nearly 3 seconds before crashing back into the box, producing a crisp sound upon impact. My mental strength is insufficient. Even though I have mastered the Control God 7 style, I cannot achieve the level of Captain Lei, Chen Luo sighed. He remained unable to forget the 2 flying knives that Lei Pingbo and Wang Yuan had unleashed earlier that morning in the jungle. This ranged attack method, exclusive to the Gathering Chi realm, was something he greatly coveted. His proficiency in close combat was already commendable. He simply lacked ranged defensive capabilities. It seems unlikely that I will succeed in Gathering Chi anytime soon. For now, I should learn to handle firearms. Obtaining a gun permit would be ideal. Chen Luo's mind was wholly immersed in the cultivation of the 7 techniques of spirit control and the Formless Heart Sutra. At 3 in the afternoon, he was abruptly awakened by a searing sensation emanating from the capsule mark on the back of his neck. What was happening? As he stood up, he suddenly noticed that the walls of the hospital room he inhabited were illuminated by a crimson glow, revealing chaotic graffiti scattered across the surface. Amidst the scribbles, the words Devourer were densely inscribed. Chen Luo was taken aback as he traversed from one end of the room to the other. Approaching the vicinity of the restroom, he stumbled upon a line of elegant script, "Beware of the Li royal family." This revelation left him astounded. Although the Li royal family no longer wielded the unparalleled authority they once held a century ago, they remained an untouchable and enigmatic entity for the majority of the citizens of Qing state. At this moment, he was confronted with words that disparaged the monarchy on the walls of this hospital. Who could have penned such a statement? Why was I able to behold these inscriptions? What other extraordinary secrets does this capsule imprint possess? Chen Luo stood at the threshold of the bathroom, a myriad of thoughts swirling in his mind. At that moment, he was struck by a pungent and somewhat acrid odor. His nostrils flared as he discerned that the scent emanated from the northern wall. However, he found it peculiar that this very wall appeared immaculate, its surface tiles gleaming as if polished to a mirror-like finish. Newly renovated, perhaps? His gaze flickered several times before he clenched his fist and struck the tiles. At this juncture, his physical strength was formidable. A mere ordinary tile could hardly withstand the full force of his blow. Crack! With a sharp sound, the tiles, along with the concrete fragments behind them, cascaded to the ground, revealing the original surface of the wall. To his astonishment, the wall was marred by an expanse of dried bloodstains. The area of the bloodstains was considerable, extending inward, clearly indicating that a ghastly incident had transpired here, shrouded in secrecy. What dark history does this hospital conceal? Why have they sought to mask it through renovations? Chen Luo pondered. At that moment, he was abruptly struck by the sensation of being observed within the room. He turned around suddenly, only to discover a woman in white standing behind him. Her face was obscured by a veil of mist, rendering her features indistinct and elusive. Chen Luo suddenly turned around, clearly catching the white-clad woman off guard, prompting her to immediately pivot and flee outside the ward. Chen Luo did not hesitate to give chase. But by the time he reached the corridor, the woman had vanished without a trace. What transpired in your room? I heard something shatter, inquired the head nurse on patrol. Did you see a shadow dart out from my room? Chen Luo pressed her. Before she could respond, he caught a glimpse of the figure in white at the far end of the corridor and immediately pursued her. Your radiation levels have yet to dissipate, the nurse called out anxiously from behind. As Chen Luo ran further away without any acknowledgement, she could only stomp her foot in frustration. However, upon entering Chen Luo's hospital room, She was taken aback to discover that the heavy pollutants were neatly stacked against the wall, and the detection lights in the room were all glowing green. He managed to eliminate all the contaminants? The nurse exclaimed in astonishment, her mouth agape. Chapter 27. The Young Girl's Therapy. Chen Luo pursued the woman in white, arriving at the secluded garden of the hospital. This garden, spanning approximately an acre, boasted a picturesque landscape of meandering streams and rugged rock formations. Beside a tranquil pond stood an elegant three-story mansion, adorned with opulent decorations reminiscent of a palace. At the entrance of the building, several soldiers armed with firearms stood vigilant, their expressions stern as they scrutinized passers-by. The woman in white ascended the rear of the mansion, and disregarding the presence of the sentinels, Chen Luo stealthily followed her. Upon reaching the third floor, she paused outside a particular window, her gaze fixed intently upon the interior. As Chen Luo observed his opponent halt, he instinctively reached for their ankle, only to grasp nothing but air. To his astonishment, the figure vanished before his very eyes. In broad daylight, could it be that he was witnessing a specter? A chill of fear coursed through him. After several deep breaths, he managed to quell the terror that gripped his heart. His gaze shifted towards the room that the woman in white had been observing, eager to discover what had captured her attention, only to find himself locking eyes with a pair of wide, clear orbs. The occupant of the room was none other than Yan Xian, who had just been rushed into the emergency room at noon. The young lady, at this moment, held a braised chicken leg in one hand while grasping the corner of the curtain with the other, gazing at him through the window. Simultaneously, outside the corridor on the third floor of the hospital, Lei Pingbo wiped the bruises on his face with a tissue, then forced a wry smile as he addressed the furious middle-aged man before him. Yin Ruoping, please refrain from resorting to violence. Allow me to explain. I refuse to listen to your explanations. Do you recall the vow you took when my sister and brother-in-law rescued you from the mountains? The man, known as Yin Ruoping, clenched his fists, glaring intensely at Lei Pingbo. I have no interest in the sordid affairs between you and Wang Yuan. I must take Xian away. What nonsense is this about the Divine Anomaly Bureau? The Li family has been in decline for a century, and you foolishly wish to revive its former glory by meddling in this affair. Are you not afraid of being swept away by the tides of time? Is it true, as the rumors suggest, that the third prince is your illegitimate child? At the mention of this subject, Lei Pingbo's expression shifted dramatically. Silence, he bellowed, before gradually softening his tone. The royal family has already intervened in this matter. Wang Yuan has been gravely injured. He will be bettered in for at least several months. The assassin from the Su family who targeted Yang Yin has also perished in the Zhidhua Mountains. If you find this insufficient, I shall pursue further action. However, she cannot leave the Divine Anomaly Bureau. Once the awakening process begins, there is no turning back. You must understand this all too well. I am a third-rank general of Town Guard. Justice will assert itself without your interference, lest others believe that the Yin family is without support. You need only ensure that the Divine Anomaly Bureau returns her files to me. Yin Ruoping tugged at his military uniform, adorned with a badge featuring 3 golden stripes on his chest. The ranks of the Daqing military are divided into 5 tiers, with the first rank being the highest and the 5th the lowest. A third-rank general of Town Guard holds a status comparable to that of the highest administrative official in Dongyang, surpassing even that of legislative members, a true figure of substantial power. Seeing Yin Ruoping's determination to extricate Yin Xian from the Divine Anomaly Bureau, Lei Pingbo sighed, ceasing his entreaties, and turned to leave the villa. Yin Ruoping watched Lei Pingbo's retreating figure, standing at the staircase as he lit a cigarette, brow furrowed in contemplation. Despite his dismissive words regarding the Li royal family, he harbored a profound apprehension of them. As a soldier, he was acutely aware of the troop movements across Daqing in recent years. The Li royal family, under the guise of the Divine Anomaly Bureau, had recruited numerous soldiers, subtly regaining the authority reminiscent of the pre-binary reform era. As Yin Ruoping pondered, he heard a clattering sound emanating from Yin Xian's hospital room. Xian, what is happening? He pushed against the door, only to find it locked from the inside. Uncle, it's nothing. I'm just opening a window. Please don't come in yet. Yin Xian's voice called from within. Inside the room, after rejecting her uncle's concern, Yin Xian gazed at Chen Luo in astonishment. How did you manage to climb up from there? Chen Luo was at a loss on how to elucidate the matter of the woman in white. In a flash of inspiration, he concocted an excuse. I wish to assess your condition, but the guards at the entrance refused me entry, so I had no choice but to scale the wall. As he spoke, he stealthily climbed through the window. Oh, foolish brother Luo, you could have simply called me. Yin Xian chimed in, her voice light and playful. Those guards are all under my uncle's command. A mere word from me would have granted you passage. She assumed that Chen Luo had indeed been obstructed, and a delicate laugh escaped her lips, revealing two charming dimples on her small, palm-sized face. I thought you were still unconscious. Chen Luo pretended to be vexed as he scratched his head. Had I known, I would not have exerted such effort to scale the wall. Yin Xian's laughter only grew more exuberant, but after a brief moment, she was seized by a violent fit of coughing, her complexion turning pale and her body swaying unsteadily. What is it? Chen Luo inquired with concern. It's nothing. I just sustained an injury, and my mental energy cannot effectively regulate the foreign energy within me. I laughed too heartily just now, which caused some energy to become obstructed. I shall be fine after a short rest, Yin Xian replied. When Chen Luo beheld her face, pale and waxen as parchment, he promptly assisted her onto the sickbed. Placing his hands upon the frail form of the girl, he immediately discerned that within her there existed no fewer than a dozen erratic energy clusters. I beg your pardon, he expressed apologetically to Yin Xian, before rolling up the girl's pant leg and pressing his palms against her thigh. The young maiden's calves were pristine and flawless, their curves reminiscent of a meticulously carved jade. As Chen Luo's palm made contact, a wave of cool, smooth sensation surged through him. However, he had no time to dwell on such feelings. He held his breath and focused intently, striving to expel the uncontrollable energy cluster from the young woman's legs. Yin Xian's pallid face was tinged with a faint blush. She felt the warmth emanating from Chen Luo's palm, a heat that enveloped her in comfort, rendering her body weak and pliable against her will. Particularly when his hands glided along her legs, the sensation of yielding intensified, causing her heart to flutter involuntarily. Though she was an innocent maiden, she grasped the implications of her response in that moment. Are you taking advantage of me? Yin Xian queried, a hint of indignation in her voice. Yet, as her gaze flickered, she noticed Chen Luo was wholly absorbed in dispelling the chaotic energy, devoid of any ulterior motives, leaving her feeling somewhat ashamed for misjudging him. Nevertheless, the delicate, smooth skin of a girl's calves was traditionally considered a forbidden domain for men. Thus, with Chen Luo's hands caressing her, a multitude of ripples stirred within her heart. Chapter 28. Yin Xian's request. Chen Luo remained oblivious to Yin Xian's current thoughts, directing all his focus towards the management of the uncontrollable alien energy clusters. These clusters, seemingly no larger than grains of rice, were exceedingly perilous. Should they detonate within Yin Xian's body, they could result in the rupture of her blood vessels, and in severe cases, necessitate permanent amputation. Had it not been for his practice of the same technique as Yin Xian, and his mastery of the Control Spirit 7 style, he would not have dared to intervene directly to eliminate these errant energy clusters. After approximately 5 minutes, the energy clusters in Yin Xian's legs were entirely expunged. Chen Luo immediately wiped the sweat from his forehead and remarked, "Fortunately, the captain taught me the Control Spirit technique, which is proving quite useful at this moment." "Thank you," Yin Xian softly replied. At that moment, the girl's eyes sparkled with youth, and her slightly flushed cheeks caused Chen Luo to momentarily lose his composure. After a brief pause, he realized that staring so intently at the girl was rather impolite, prompting him to hastily avert his gaze. "I shan't assist you further. Instead, I can teach you the Control Spirit technique, and you can practice it yourself." His gaze lingered on Yin Xian's abdomen for a few seconds before he continued. The remaining energy clusters were situated just below her navel, near a very private area. Should he offer his assistance, it could easily be misconstrued as inappropriate. "I can handle these areas myself." Yin Xian, sensing Chen Luo's gaze, gently pulled up the quilt to cover her abdomen. "I have learned the Control Spirit technique. The captain has taught it to everyone in the squad. I initially thought the captain believed in my exceptional talent and potential to become a master, which is why he specifically taught me these techniques," Chen Luo said, scratching his head awkwardly. Yin Xian let out a delicate giggle, her laughter fluttering like petals in the wind. "You truly overthink things. The captain is an incredibly kind person, as long as it does not violate any regulations. He selflessly shares any insights or techniques he acquires with every member of the team. As you know, the official exchange price for secret manuals is quite steep, and not all awakeners in our squad come from distinguished backgrounds. Thus, the captain often shares his experiences and techniques to alleviate the financial burdens on our brothers and sisters in the team." Chen Luo was taken aback by the unexpectedly kind side of the captain, as he had always perceived him to be a thorough bureaucrat. After a brief chat with Yin Xian, he turned to prepare for his escape over the wall. "Brother Chen Luo, could you do me a favor?" At that moment, Yin Xian called out to him. "What is it?" Chen Luo inquired. Please help me gather the remains of Xiao Yi and the others and lay them to rest in the cemetery near the camp. I can offer you a reward. I implore you to treat their resting place with the utmost care, Yin Xian said earnestly to Chen Luo. As she spoke, she removed the pure white platinum necklace that had been hanging around her neck and handed it to Chen Luo. The necklace weighed approximately 3 grams, and its pendant was a shimmering ocean heart gemstone exuding a soft blue glow. Just by observing its intricate facets, one could discern its considerable value. Chen Luo calmly accepted the necklace, nodding in acknowledgement. He harbored no infatuation tendencies and was unequivocal when it came to receiving gifts. However, upon exiting the hospital, he did not hasten to pawn the necklace for immediate cash. Instead, he purchased a delicate gift box from a roadside vendor, carefully placing the necklace inside before keeping it close to him. After the tumult surrounding the ambush at Daluoshan subsided, Chen Luo's life returned to a semblance of tranquility. On Monday morning, he donned a set of gray leisure sports attire and rode a shared bicycle to Zhou Yan's company. Although the tasks from the Bureau of the Supernatural had yielded a handsome income, he found himself unable to save a dime. Promptly enrolling in a month-long firearms training course to enhance his long-range combat skills. To truly become an awakened individual required considerable resources. In the past fortnight alone, his expenses in this regard had exceeded 50,000 yuan. Without securing a job to augment his income, he would likely face bankruptcy within a month. Thus, he had to continue working for Zhou Yan. Zhou Yan's company was located in a 3-story commercial building in a bustling neighborhood, which her father, Chen Luo's former employer, had acquired while he was still alive, originally intended for rental purposes. Now, Zhou Yan had transformed it into the headquarters of her new company, occupying the 3rd floor. The office spanned over 2,000 square feet. Upon entering, Chen Luo found the spacious office unusually desolate, with only a freshly graduated intern at the front desk printing documents. Are you the technical supervisor Chen mentioned by Zhou? I'm Lin Qi, the new intern. You can call me Xiao Lin. The intern introduced himself. Chen Luo Gang placed his backpack on the vacant workstation, and the university student eagerly rushed to his side. He nodded slightly and cast a glance at the general manager's office across the way, observing that the lights remained unlit. Has General Manager Zhou not arrived yet? He inquired. He usually comes in by 10, Xiaolin replied. Chen Luo glanced at the time. It was barely 8:30. He placed his bag on the table, sought a seat by the window, opened his laptop, and feigned reviewing documents, while in reality, he entered a meditative state to cultivate the Wuxiang Heart Sutra. His mental and physical energies were in a state of extreme imbalance, and to prevent the chaotic energy within him from spiraling out of control, he yearned to practice the Wuxiang Heart Sutra even in his sleep, striving to rectify his attribute points as swiftly as possible. Nearly an hour later, a deafening roar of an engine shattered Chen Luo's meditation. He opened his eyes to see a powerful Dodge Viper pulling into the parking lot. A young man, adorned with a lavish outfit and a large gold watch, emerged from the car, casually clutching a genuine leather handbag as he sauntered into the office building where Chen Luo was situated. Before long, the young man appeared on Chen Luo's floor. Hey, you guys are here quite early, he boomed, greeting Chen Luo and the intern, Xiao Lin, with a loud voice. As he spoke, he generously tossed each of them a pack of soft Zhonghua cigarettes. Smoke up, don't be shy. I'll head next door to check on the renovation progress. Let me know when Mr. Zhou arrives. With that, he turned and walked into the adjacent unfinished space. Chen Luo then noticed that 2 or 3 workers were moving timber next door, engaged in renovation work. Who is that person? He inquired, turning to the intern Xiao Lin. He's one of President Zhou's admirers, a foolish yet wealthy second-generation heir, in pursuit of President Zhou. He has leased every space on the 3rd floor except for ours and has partnered with her to establish a martial arts studio next door. Xiao Lin replied with a disdainful curl of his lip. By the way, Chen Gu, President Zhou asked me to hand you some materials. They pertain to the company's future primary products, and she wants you to familiarize yourself with them. As he spoke, Xiao Lin handed a portable hard drive to Chen Luo. Chapter 29, Zhou Yan's Unusual Behavior. Chen Luo connected the hard drive to his computer and brewed a cup of tea using the mutated leaves he had acquired previously. He then clicked open the documents contained within. It was nearly 10 o'clock, and Zhou Yan would soon arrive at the office. The leisurely pursuit of his own interests could no longer continue, although this new boss was a few years younger than him and had even killed his pet dog. He still felt it necessary to show a modicum of respect in a professional context. After savoring a few sips of tea, which invigorated him with subtle energy, Chen Luo began to meticulously peruse the materials. Zhou Yan's new company specialized in providing intelligent hardware solutions for factories, such as robotic arms, conveyor belts, and transport vehicles. The business model closely resembled that of Chen Luo's previous employment, allowing him to grasp the operational procedures of the new company within a mere 10 minutes. However, after a short while, he suddenly noticed something amiss with the documents on the hard drive. They were instructing on the production of certain prohibited military equipment, complete with detailed processes and manufacturing parameters. These documents were crafted with remarkable discretion, disguising the described products as high-tech civilian goods, such as magnetic levitation metal blades and charging garments. It would be challenging for the average person to discern their true nature. Unfortunately for Chen Luo, he had previously reviewed some internal materials from the anomalous bureau. The so-called magnetic levitation metal blades were, in fact, flying knives utilized by awakened individuals like Lei Pingbo and Wang Yuan, while the charging garments were specialized battle armor capable of integrating with exotic energy. What exactly was Zhou Yan involved in? Chen Luo inhaled sharply. The Bureau of Extraordinary Affairs exercises stringent control over such materials. As an external personnel, he lacked the qualifications to purchase them without reaching the gathering chi stage. Even someone like Yan Xian, a formerly employed staff member, had to undergo numerous layers of scrutiny to obtain and exchange them. He could not fathom where Zhou Yan had acquired the specialized weapon manufacturing information intended for awakened individuals. Chen Luo stared at the screen for several seconds, torn between reporting the issue and closing the document, ultimately opting for the latter. It was only his first day at the company, and he had yet to receive his salary. He did not wish for it to collapse so soon. If misfortune were to strike, he preferred to wait until he ascended to the chi gathering stage, at which point he would be eligible for the over 10,000 salary from the Bureau of the Supernatural. Why were his family members causing such turmoil this week? After Chen Luo closed the document, he sighed deeply. Upon his graduation, he had once followed Zhou Hong in a dubious venture, erasing serial numbers from foreign chips to pass them off as his own products, thereby deceiving investors into funding. Little did he expect that with Zhou Yan, the situation had escalated. This woman had ventured into arms dealing, surpassing all expectations. As soon as Chen Luo's thoughts settled, Zhou Yan emerged from the elevator. She wore a black and beige color-blocked shirt dress, the hemline reaching just above her knees, exuding an air of allure. Her legs were elegantly encased in sheer nude stockings, complemented by a pair of high-heeled sandals that clicked rhythmically as she walked. The wealthy air from the adjacent room lit up at the sight of Zhou Yan, eagerly approaching her with a facade of concern and affection, reminiscent of a devoted hound. However, Zhou Yan found his advances exceedingly distasteful, with a firm push. She rebuffed him and closed the company door, shutting him out. After surveying the empty office, her gaze settled on Chen Luo. "Chen Luo, please come to my office," she commanded. Chen Luo was uncertain about the purpose of Zhou Yan's visit. After disconnecting the hard drive, he stepped inside. Upon entering Zhou Yan's office, his initial reaction was that something felt amiss. He was enveloped by an overwhelming presence of foreign energy. His gaze swept across the room, and his expression shifted dramatically. The office was cluttered with at least 40 pieces of pollutants, mutated tea leaves, beginner level, mountain wolf remains, beginner level, and psychic crystals, intermediate level. Labels identifying each item emerged before Chen Luo's eyes, overlapping to the point of rendering his vision a blur. Did she not fear for her life? Chen Luo stared at Zhou Yan in disbelief. Initially, Zhou Hong had merely ingested beginner-level mutated tea leaves and had transformed into a corpse demon. In Zhou Yan's office, there were no fewer than 10 items classified as intermediate pollutants. Zhou Yan, who had been outlining Chen Luo's work arrangements for the week, suddenly noticed that he seemed distracted. His attention fixated on the pollutants within her cabinet. She immediately ceased her explanations, crossed her hands on the table, and asked in a serious tone, "What are you looking at?" Chen Luo remained silent for a long while before responding. "These items could inflict harm upon your well-being. I strongly advise you to dispose of them at the earliest opportunity. So you recognize what these are. You're one of the chosen as well?" Zhou Yan's eyes gleamed with sudden intensity. "The chosen? What kind of absurd title is that?" Chen Luo frowned in displeasure. "I have no knowledge of what you speak. But these objects are exceedingly perilous. Keeping them near you could lead to an untimely demise at any moment," he cautioned Zhou Yan. "When did you become one of the chosen? Was the process agonizing? What extraordinary abilities have you manifested thus far?" Zhou Yan paid no heed to Chen Luo's warnings. Her focus entirely fixated on the revelation that he was an awakened being. Upon witnessing the scene, Chen Luo chose to disregard her, turning away from the office. "You may refuse to reveal the truth about my father's death, and the warning office may also withhold this information from me, but I shall not relent. One day, I will uncover the identity of the murderer. Just then, a voice, laced with sorrow, emerged from behind. He turned to see tears glistening in Zhou Yan's eyes. Her countenance reminiscent of rain-soaked blossoms, evoking a profound sense of compassion. I am aware that becoming a favored one is fraught with peril, yet I remain undeterred. Even in death, the thought of avenging him will not wane. If you consider my father your friend, I implore you to assist me. I am willing to offer you monetary compensation. All I seek is guidance on how to become a favored one. Faced with Zhou Yan's earnest plea, Chen Luo found himself at a loss for words. Although he was on the verge of reaching the gathering Qi realm, he remained oblivious to the process that transformed him into an awakened. Unlike the vast majority of awakened beings, he had not undergone the awakening process and bore no primal mark. Thus, he was unable to aid Zhou Yan in this matter. This endeavor is perilous. If your father were alive, he would undoubtedly wish for you to avoid such risks. It would be wise for you to part with those things sooner rather than later. After a moment of silence, he spoke. I will not give up. Zhou Yan's resolute voice resonated behind him once more. Yet this time, he did not turn back. As Chen Luo stepped out of the office, in turn Shaolin approached him, whispering, Chen, what happened? I could distinctly hear President Zhou Yan, crying outside. I didn't dare to go in and check. He was uncertain about the relationship between the newly appointed technical supervisor and the young, attractive female boss, fearing that his involvement might exacerbate the awkwardness of the situation. It's nothing serious. President Zhou is just under a lot of pressure and needed to release some emotions. Chen Luo replied calmly. By the way, when were the items in President Zhou's office placed there? Probably last Friday morning, Shaolin responded. All right. You may return to your duties. Chen Luo smiled faintly, then dismissed Shaolin. Turning away, he concealed his amusement and approached his seat, retrieving his phone. He opened WeChat and located Yin Xian's profile, represented by the image of a white cat's head. Chapter 30. The Quarrel. After Chen Luo assisted Yin Xian in laying to rest the remains of Xiao Yezi and several other children, their relationship grew considerably closer. She provided him with a personal WeChat ID, and the two engaged in lengthy conversations, becoming confidants of a sort. He shared the troubling situation regarding Zhou Yan over the phone, seeking her assistance. Naturally, he refrained from mentioning Zhou Yan's name or alluding to any potential involvement in the illicit manufacture of prohibited devices. He merely indicated that a friend of his intended to engage with pollutants for the purpose of awakening. However, Yin Xian, being astute and perceptive, quickly deduced the identity of the individual he spoke of. Chen Luo, are you seeking to aid your boss's daughter? Her father is, after all, a colleague of mine, and I do not wish for her to find herself in a predicament akin to his. Once Zhou Yan's identity was conjectured, Chen Luo saw no reason to conceal the truth. Do you have any solutions? Are you perhaps infatuated with her? I have seen that girl. She is quite beautiful. Chen Luo, I sense you are not being entirely truthful. On the other end of the line, Yin Xian initially wrinkled her nose and huffed softly. Before steering the conversation back on track, her tone gradually becoming more serious. The pollution from alien energy is irreversible. Once humans come into contact with such energies, they will continuously divide and replicate within the body until the accumulation surpasses the safety threshold, prompting mutations. At that juncture, there are but two paths: either endure and transform into an awakened being, or succumb and become a monster. Therefore, my advice to you, Chen Luo, is to keep a close watch on her without intervening in the matter, allowing her to face it on her own. Chen Luo fell silent for a moment before pressing further. What if she cannot endure it? Eliminate her to prevent any contamination from spreading, Yin Xian replied. Each word carefully articulated. Chen Luo felt an involuntary chill creep into his heart. He had not anticipated the ruthless and merciless manner in which the Anomaly Bureau treated these transformed humans. Brother Chen Luo, I am aware of your kind heart. Yet in this matter, we cannot afford to be indecisive. If we do not eliminate these transformed individuals promptly, the calamities that once befell the abandoned town of Duzhu Mountain may very well recur, Yin Xian said, noticing the slight hitch in Chen Luo's breath. And she hastened to offer him comfort. I harbor no ulterior motives. I merely feel that human life has suddenly become so insignificant. Chen Luo took several deep breaths, expelling the gloom that had settled within him. Sometimes, for the greater good, a small sacrifice must be made. Yin Xian continued, moreover, even if we do not eradicate those aberrants, their existence will not last long. If you find it difficult to take action, I can report to the higher-ups and request someone else to carry it out. No need for that. I shall handle it myself. Chen Luo spoke, then hung up the phone. He slipped his mobile device into his trouser pocket and descended the stairs to the rooftop. gazing at the overcast sky. He felt an inexplicable sense of oppression. His acquaintance with Zhou Yin had been brief. Logically, he should not be overly concerned about her. Yet, the image of Zhou Hong clutching his throat in despair, collapsing before him while pleading for him to care for his daughter, gnawed him, stirring a sense of agitation. If only he had declined Zhou Hong's dying request. He exhaled heavily, realizing he was merely burdening himself with unnecessary psychological weight. At that moment, he yearned to storm into the office and smash to pieces everything that foolish woman had collected. However, upon reflection, he abandoned the thought. Firstly, destroying the office's contents would be futile. As long as the supply chain remained intact, Zhou Yin would still acquire those pollutants. Secondly, once these toxins entered the human body, they would inevitably replicate, rendering any cessation of contact ineffective. Who were the scoundrels peddling such substances? Chen Luo clenched his fist, seething with anger. Just then, his phone vibrated unexpectedly. Yin Xian, I just researched some information. If the Control God 7 technique is perfected, it might be able to absorb the uncontrolled energy clusters within the human body. However, this is merely a conjecture, as of now. No one has mastered the technique to perfection. Even the captain has only reached the 6th level. Upon reading this message, Chen Luo felt a sudden jolt of surprise. He had already cultivated the God control technique to the 6th level, merely one step away from perfection. He promptly replied to Yin Xian with a thank you. Before he could even tuck his phone into his pocket, it vibrated twice more. Yin Xian. Brainstorming emoji Yin Xian. Unhappy emoji Yin Xian. Craving crazy Thursday emoji. Chen Luo smiled gently and assured the young girl that he would take her out to eat as soon as she was discharged from the hospital. After receiving a playful cat emoji in response, he tucked his phone back into his pocket, redirecting his thoughts to the matter concerning Zhou Yin. His immediate goal was to perfect the Control God 7 technique while swiftly locating those unscrupulous individuals clandestinely peddling pollutants. Chen Luo's gaze flickered, and a gaseous lotus the size of a fingernail materialized in his palm. This was a technique known as gaseous tracking, accessible after mastering the 6th level of the 7 techniques of controlling spirits. By placing the lotus on the person he wished to follow, he could swiftly locate the target within a 3-kilometer radius. He intended to affix this gaseous lotus to Zhou Yin, hoping to investigate the source behind the illicit sale of pollutants by tracking her movements. If he failed to uncover the underlying distributor, even if he managed to save Zhou Yin once, she would inevitably find herself in peril again. However, those were matters for another time. His immediate priority was to embed this gaseous lotus within Zhou Yan's body. Stealing his thoughts, Chen Luo strode directly into Zhou Yan's office. She was engrossed in studying the application of a gun-like pollutant when he suddenly burst in, startling her. Instinctively, she shoved the pollutant beneath her desk. Hand it over. Chen Luo shouted loudly and directly snatched the contaminated object from Zhou Yan's hand. Zhou Yan was momentarily taken aback, but then, filled with anger, exclaimed, "Have you lost your mind? This is mine. What do you intend to do?" As she spoke, she reached out to Chen Luo, attempting to reclaim the contaminated item. Chen Luo discarded the gun-like pollutant onto the ground, one hand shielding Zhou Yin while the other forcefully pushed her onto the chair. Naturally, during this struggle, he did not forget to opportunistically implant the gaseous lotus within her body. "You are assaulting your superior. I shall have you dismissed." Zhou Yin seated and rubbing her reddened wrist, glaring fiercely at Chen Luo. "Feel free to do as you wish. As long as you can find someone who understands your father's business better than I do, and is willing to associate with your fledgling company," Chen Luo replied nonchalantly. "From now on, without my permission, you are forbidden to touch these items." As he spoke, he grabbed a plastic bag and proceeded to collect all the pollutants from Zhou Yan's office. Chapter 31. Pursuit. Seeing Chen Luo attempt to seize her belongings, Zhou Yan immediately rose to obstruct him. Yet, as a delicate woman, she was no match for Chen Luo. Each time she tried to intervene, she was shoved aside. And before long, her wrists and knees bore various degrees of injury, while her stockings were marred with several tears. "By what authority do you control me?" Frustrated by her inability to stop Chen Luo, Zhou Yan sank back into her chair. Her eyes reddened as she questioned him. "Your father entrusted me with your care before his passing. While I may not be able to do much, I cannot bear to watch you recklessly throw your life away. I will only intervene this once, fulfilling the promise I made then. Should you wish to end your life in the future, I will not stand in your way." Chen Luo responded calmly. With that, he took the bag and turned to leave Zhou Yan's office. Once he departed, Zhou Yan broke down, burying her face in her arms and sobbing uncontrollably over the table. Chen Luo certainly heard the cries of the other party, yet he did not turn back. Instead, He carried his belongings to his seat. These items were precisely what he needed for cultivating the 7 techniques of spirit control and the Formless Heart Sutra. He placed his bag on the ground and casually retrieved an object of contamination. The reason for taking all these items was twofold. On one hand, he wished to prevent Zhou Yin from coming into contact with them again. On the other hand, these items were beneficial for his cultivation. Holding the contaminant in the palm of his hand, Chen Luo entered a meditative state. Soon, he perceived a tumultuous and uncontrollable sphere of alien energy manifesting in his spiritual realm. This energy pulsated like a heartbeat, expanding and contracting rhythmically. With each dilation and contraction, a multitude of particle streams erupted from its core, dispersing onto the surrounding furniture and computer equipment. These particle streams appeared almost sentient. And upon touching the office supplies, they gradually began to split and form a fluid-like membrane, enveloping the items from within. Was this the process of contamination spreading? Through meditation, Chen Luo witnessed this phenomenon unfold before his eyes, and his heart sank. He dared not delay. He immediately invoked the techniques of the 7 ways of spirit control, transforming his mental energy into a sharp, scraping blade. He meticulously scraped away the imperceptible membrane of alien energy from the surfaces of the furniture, then redirected his focus to the mass of alien energy itself. Just as Chen Luo grappled with how to safely absorb the separated alien energy into his body, he felt a sudden warmth emanating from the capsule-like bump at the back of his neck. To his astonishment, he observed that the alien energy, which had been drifting in the air and threatening to expand the contamination, was being completely absorbed by the capsule. Chen Luo promptly opened the attribute panel and noticed that the progress bar for the logout option had shifted from 1 to 1. It turned out that this portal required an exotic energy to activate. A wave of joy washed over him as he finally grasped the correct method to utilize the capsule nodules. Moreover, the surprises brought by the capsule nodules did not end there. The exotic energy absorbed from the pollutants would invariably return a portion to him. This energy was remarkably pure, akin to the sensations imparted by the mutated tea leaves, and it could significantly accelerate the cultivation speed of the Wuxiang Heart Sutra. Absorb. Chen Luo suppressed the tumultuous emotions within and commenced the task of clearing the pollutants at hand. Just past noon, he had successfully disposed of all the numerous pollutants before him. As he opened his eyes, he caught sight of Zhou Yin, her eyes reddened, exiting the office. Their gazes met for a fleeting second before she promptly averted her eyes, locked her office door, and descended the stairs in her high heels. Was she going to procure new pollutants? Noticing Zhou Yin leaving with the car keys, Chen Luo surmised her intentions. His earlier decision to remove all the pollutants was, in fact, a strategy to compel Zhou Yin to acquire new ones, thereby revealing her suppliers. He rose from his seat, tucked his phone into his pocket, and advised the intern, Shaolin, "Ensure everything is in order at the company. I shall be stepping out this afternoon." Having witnessed the altercation between Chen Luo and Zhou Yin, Shaolin, aware of the formidable presence of the man capable of bringing the general manager to tears, did not dare to show any negligence, promptly replying, "Understood, Brother Chen. I will keep a watchful eye here. You need not worry." Chen Luo nodded, then descended in the elevator. He tracked Zhou Yin to the parking lot below, where he observed her entering a crimson BMW sports car. Seizing the opportunity, he rented a shared electric scooter from the roadside and followed her vehicle, maintaining a judicious distance. Initially, he managed to keep pace with Zhou Yan's car. The East is a bustling metropolis, and congestion is a commonplace occurrence. Driving may not necessarily be swifter than riding a scooter. However, it was not long before a throng of people converged at the intersection, obstructing his path. The crowd at the intersection exceeded 100 individuals. At the center stood a pearl-white pickup truck, from which a man clad in denim emerged. The man, in his early 40s, grasped a microphone and shouted to the assembled crowd, "Our demand is to reduce unemployment and impose taxes on royal capital. For a century, we can no longer support the monarchy." The crowd surrounding the pickup truck was fervent, echoing slogans such as abolishing royal privileges and electing the working class. Chen Luo pushed his cart, slowly maneuvering past the throngs of people. Once he finally extricated himself from the crowd, he glanced back at the gathering. Were they soliciting votes? Was it time for the small cabinet to undergo a change? The cabinet of Qing will consist of 2 entities, the National Assembly Cabinet, known as the Grand Cabinet, and the Municipal Cabinet, referred to as the Small Cabinet. All department heads in each city are elected by the members of the Small Cabinet. And to be elected as a member of the Small Cabinet is to ascend to the ranks of the region's most influential figures. Members serve a term of 2 years. Thus, every autumn in even-numbered years, one can observe many individuals campaigning on the streets. Returning his focus, Chen Luo mounted his electric bike and raced after Zhou Yan. With the assistance of the gaseous lotus positioning beacon, he swiftly pinpointed Zhou Yan's location. He arrived at Hellion Building. Half an hour later, Chen Luo gazed at the towering structure, 33 stories high, whose facade resembled a formidable knight, and uttered its name. Hellion Building. One of the more renowned landmarks in East City, is owned by the Hellion Group, ranked among the top 10 wealthiest in the city, primarily engaged in real estate development. The very apartment he purchased was developed by the Hellion Group. Could the mastermind behind the pollution be the Hellion Group? Chen Luo pondered inwardly. As he contemplated, Zhou Yan at the entrance of the building produced a black access card and presented it to the guard nearby. After verifying the card, the guard permitted her entry. It appeared that security here was exceedingly stringent. Chen Luo observed the scene before him with keen interest. He noted that 6 guards were stationed at the entrance, each adorned with a black handgun at their waist. Although the nation of Qigua is known for its martial prowess, with numerous swordsmanship halls, boxing gyms, and fitness centers, it maintains stringent regulations concerning firearms. Even a small handgun necessitates a permit for use, and such firearms may only be wielded in designated areas as specified by the permit, strictly prohibiting their presence in public spaces or other unauthorized locations. The process for obtaining a firearm permit is exceedingly rigorous, to the extent that few specialized security companies manage to secure one. The fact that these guards are allowed to carry firearms openly suggests a remarkable background. It is little wonder that rumors abound, suggesting that many of the financial backers for the members of the Eastern Capital's small cabinet are linked to the Hellion Group. It appears these whispers are not without foundation. Chen Luo gazed intently at the entrance of the Hellion Building, contemplating silently. One must not force their way in, for it would easily alert the unsuspecting. Chen Luo's gaze shifted to the side of the Hellion Building, where an expanse of glass gleamed smoothly and transparently. He pondered the extent of light pollution such an abundance of glass must cause, lamenting how the environment of the city is ravaged by people like them. He soon abandoned the idea of climbing up from the side and refocused his thoughts, intending to find a nearby eatery where he could wait patiently for Zhou Yan to emerge. At that moment, 2 middle-aged men in suits, sporting glasses and polished leather shoes, passed by him. They bore a striking resemblance to the office workers frequenting the surrounding buildings. However, Chen Luo's attention was captured by a golden emblem hovering above their heads. Players? His pupils constricted suddenly. In all the beings Chen Luo had encountered, the emblem of monsters and awakened ones was white, whereas he had only ever seen the golden emblem on players. Besides the color, the way players indicated their levels differed from that of awakened ones. They utilized numbers instead of specific realm tiers. The 2 players before him bore a level of 9, equivalent to the 9th stage of the nourishing body realm. As they strode past Chen Luo, they made their way directly to the entrance of the Hellion Building. They too produced a black card, presenting it to the guard for verification before entering the premises. Were they merely masquerading as ordinary citizens lying in wait, or had they long been in collusion with certain individuals from the state, making this location their gathering point? Thoughts raced through Chen Luo's mind. If the latter scenario were true, then the undercurrents of this world were far more tumultuous than he had previously imagined. The armed guards and lurking players made him acutely aware that the Hellion Building was far more perilous than he had anticipated. He abandoned any thoughts of infiltrating the premises and instead approached a small cart situated less than 20 meters from the building's entrance. "Boss, I would like a serving of fried rice. Hold the chili," he said while keeping his gaze fixed on the Hellion Building. "We're out of rice," the vendor replied without lifting his head. Yet, Chen Luo found the voice oddly familiar. He turned around and was astonished to discover that the vendor seated by the cart was none other than Lei Pingbo. "Captain, what brings you here?" He glanced at Lei Pingbo, who wore a straw hat, then at the modest cart in front of him, pondering whether the supernatural bureau had delayed their wages. "Chen Luo?" Lei Pingbo was equally taken aback upon seeing him. After a quick glance around to ensure no one was watching, he pulled Chen Luo down to sit on the ground beside the cart and inquired, "What are you doing here?" "I came with my boss. She has entered the Hellion Building, and I am waiting for her outside," Chen Luo replied nonchalantly. Lei Pingbo scrutinized him with skepticism before opening the cabinet beneath the cart. It was then that Chen Luo noticed it was not a gas canister that lay inside, but rather a cleverly disguised camera. After a thorough inspection of the footage, Lei Pingbo soon spotted the scene of Zhou Yan entering the building, and naturally, he also witnessed the moment Chen Luo was intercepted. "You're tailing her, aren't you?" Lei Pingbo shot a sidelong glance at Chen Luo, a smirk playing on his lips. Chen Luo's cheeks twitched slightly. The sensation of being caught in a lie was undeniably excruciating. Fortunately, his thick skin allowed him to cough softly a few times, treating the incident as though it had never occurred. Lei Pingbo cast a discerning glance at Chen Luo, then shifted his gaze to Zhou Yin on the monitor. After approximately a minute, he suddenly spoke. The Anomaly Bureau has recently uncovered several incidents in Dongdu where civilians have mutated, causing harm to those in their vicinity. We have been investigating for about half a month and ultimately discovered that these civilians did not come into contact with pollutants by chance. Rather, certain individuals, operating without the oversight of the Anomaly Bureau, have utilized various pollutants to either assist or coerce civilians into awakening, subsequently recruiting and enslaving these awakened individuals as their enforcers. My colleagues and I from the 8th Division have investigated this matter, and it appears to be linked to the Hellion Group. Lei Pingbo's tone was calm. But upon hearing this, Chen Luo's heart raced with surprise before he quickly regained his composure. Watching Lei with heightened vigilance. Is it appropriate for someone in my field position to be privy to such confidential operations? It was not permissible before, but it is now. I require your assistance, Lei Pingbo replied. The royal family places significant importance on this mission. If you can successfully complete it, I can resubmit a request to the royal family to have you appointed as a formal employee, starting with a monthly salary of 13,000. I filed a report with the royal family last week, applying for a high salary position on your behalf. This request was due to be approved this week. However, your impulsiveness in directly killing Su Hao in Jadua Mountain, instead of handing him over to the tribunal for judgment, has displeased certain individuals in higher positions. Additionally, interference from the 3rd Division has led to the rejection of the report yesterday. At this point, Lei Pingbo sighed deeply. You need not have sacrificed your future over such a scoundrel. Chen Luo did not anticipate that the captain would take it upon himself to arrange work matters for him in private. Yan Xian had mentioned that the captain was a good person, and at this moment, he truly felt that to be the case. However, this particular mission was commissioned by a prominent figure from the royal family. If you could contribute to it, there would be a significant chance of reinstatement. Lei Pingbo smiled, and then turned his gaze towards Chen Luo. Do you have the willingness to participate? Chen Luo sat on a low stool, engulfed in contemplation. Since the Hellion building had already drawn the attention of the Anomalous Bureau, the likelihood of Zhou Yin's illicit acquisition of banned items being exposed was significantly heightened. Rational thought dictated that he must swiftly secure a new position before Zhou Yin encountered trouble. Otherwise, he would once again find himself unemployed. With a sudden clarity of purpose, Chen Luo resolved his course of action. What must I do? He inquired. Go undercover, Lei Pingbo replied swiftly, then elaborated. According to the leads we have gathered, whenever an awakened emerges, the orchestrator behind the scenes will present themselves to meet them. They also seek to recruit some awakened individuals who have not yet joined the Anomalous Bureau. I will return to the 8th Division shortly and erase all the information you previously left behind. Henceforth, your identity will transform into that of a discarded disciple of the Anomalous Bureau, expelled for offending significant figures within the 3rd Division. With this guise, alongside Zhou Yan's connections, infiltrating the Hellion building will be relatively effortless. Is it sufficient merely to infiltrate? Is there no need to uncover evidence of wrongdoing? Chen Luo asked, astonished. He felt this task diverge from the undercover missions he had seen portrayed on television. Indeed, you need only to memorize the appearance of the mastermind and ultimately report back to me with their identity. The Bureau will handle the rest. Lei Pingbo affirmed with a nod. The assignment is straightforward. Had we not required a fresh face to enter the Hellion building, it would not have been prolonged to this extent. As he spoke, he withdrew an intricately designed box from his pocket and handed it to Chen Luo. This is for you. It can enhance Zhou Yan's chances of successfully awakening at a crucial moment. Chen Luo opened the box, revealing a piece of bubblegum-like substance, no larger than his thumb. Pure jade, a replica of a low-grade spiritual object. Spiritual object? It increasingly resembled something from a fantasy novel. Chen Luo gazed at the box, lost in contemplation. As if sensing Chen Luo's confusion, Lei Pingbo explained, the Anomalous Bureau categorizes pollutants into 2 main types, spiritual objects and non-spiritual objects. Spiritual objects are defined as items with an exotic energy content exceeding 30, which are easily ingested or absorbed, primarily consisting of food, artificial candies, natural tea leaves, spring water, and crystals. Although these items are highly toxic to ordinary humans, causing rapid mutations upon slight contact, they can stabilize the exotic energy within those on the verge of awakening. thereby enhancing their probability of awakening at critical moments. Upon hearing this, Chen Luo immediately grasped the purpose of spiritual objects. He then recalled the tea leaves he had previously collected and the crystal Yin Xian had obtained in the Dada Mountain. According to the captain, these items should also qualify as spiritual objects. What is the success rate of awakening after consuming a spiritual object? Chen Luo inquired, closing the box containing the candy. If the success rate were sufficiently high, could they not mass-produce awakened individuals? There's less than a 20% chance, the captain replied. The latest synthesized spiritual objects from the royal family have a slightly higher success rate, but I have yet to encounter such new products. The piece I possess is an older version made several years ago. The quality of the spiritual objects from the Hellion group and their backers is even poorer, with a success rate of merely 10%, and sometimes even less. Upon hearing this dismal success rate, Chen Luo fell silent for a moment before asking, "What should be done if Zhou Yin fails to awaken?" "We will eliminate her and assign you a new undercover task," Lei Pingbo answered calmly. Chapter 33. Undercover work. The captain spoke so casually that a chill crept into Chen Luo's heart. His feelings were not directed at the captain, whom he genuinely respected as a good person. Yet, it was disheartening to witness such indifference towards the death of an ordinary individual from someone like him. Coupled with the earlier words of Xiao Yan, who had mentioned executing Zhou Yin should she fail to awaken, it led him to question whether the disdain for human life had infiltrated every corner of the anomalous bureau. Was it truly his own sensitivity that was misplaced? Chen Luo self-deprecatingly mused, realizing he was not yet capable of such detachment. Perhaps, in time, as he became more entrenched in the anomalous bureau, he too would adopt a similarly cold attitude towards incidents of human mutation, just like Xiao Yan and the captain. Noticing Chen Luo's silence, Lei Pingbo discerned his thoughts. He gazed at his nearly 20 years younger junior and, in a tone befitting a mentor, imparted wisdom. "Chen Luo, the anomalous bureau serves the royal family. They only regard your achievements and strength, indifferent to the sacrifices made along the way." "I understand, Captain. Thank you for your guidance." Chen Luo forced a smile, skillfully shifting the topic. The atmosphere around the small cart swiftly descended into silence and awkwardness. To alleviate the discomfort, Chen Luo took the initiative to inquire about a matter that deeply concerned him. "Captain, is there a way to distinguish between extraterrestrial beings and ordinary humans?" With a system at his disposal, he could effortlessly discern the difference between the two. He sought to test whether the anomalous bureau possessed any means of identifying players. There is no method, unless the individual employs weapons that are utterly absent in Qing. Otherwise, it is quite challenging to differentiate between extraterrestrial beings and the citizens of Qing based solely on appearance. Upon discussing this issue, Lei Pingbo's expression grew serious. "If you encounter an extraterrestrial being, you must exercise utmost caution. Your first response should be to contact the Anomalous Bureau for assistance. Do not rush in alone." In the past, when the red name rule had not yet become obsolete, any reckless attack by an extraterrestrial on innocent civilians or awakened individuals would result in a red halo appearing above their heads, significantly weakening their power, making it quite easy for the Anomalous Bureau to apprehend them. However, now, the red name rule has revealed certain loopholes. Not only does it fail to mark the red halo, but the strength of the extraterrestrials also remains unscathed. Their actions within Qing have thus become increasingly audacious. The red halo? It seems that the captain and his team perceive a reality that is indeed different from what I see. Chen Luo contemplated quietly before addressing Lei Pingbo. "If I encounter any extraterrestrial visitors, I shall inform you at the earliest opportunity." After uttering these words, he began to devise a subtle method to notify the captain that players had already appeared within the Hellion mansion. As Chen Luo pondered, another customer approached Lei Pingbo's cart. This individual, like Chen Luo, ordered a serving of fried rice, completely unaware that this was not merely a food stall but a surveillance outpost monitoring the Hellion mansion on behalf of the Anomalous Bureau. Lei Pingbo, with a furrowed brow, gazed at the young customer across from him, contemplating how to refuse the request without raising suspicion. His stall was devoid of rice, and it would indeed be peculiar for a fried rice vendor to lack this essential ingredient, potentially attracting unwanted attention. Fortunately, at a critical moment, a team member returned hastily with a large bucket of freshly cooked rice, alleviating Lei Pingbo's immediate predicament. "Do you still want fried rice?" Lei Pingbo inquired while picking up his spatula. "No, thank you," Chen Luo replied. He felt uneasy about having his superior, a formidable awakeness at the 9th level of Qi gathering, prepare fried rice for him. Most importantly, he harbored profound doubts regarding the captain's culinary skills. What kind of professional chef uses freshly cooked rice for fried rice? Chen Luo approached the convenience store directly opposite the Hellion building, requesting a bowl of instant noodles. As he savored his meal, his gaze remained fixed on the entrance and exit of the Hellion edifice. After a brief interval, he observed Zhou Yin emerging from the building with a relaxed expression. He promptly exchanged greetings with his captain before making his way towards the location where his electric scooter was parked. As he passed by a trash bin, he noticed a young girl who had purchased fried rice, disdainfully discarding her meal into the receptacle. Chen Luo slightly shifted his body, bypassing the scene, feeling grateful for his wise decision to abstain from the captain's cooking. At the same moment that Chen Luo and Zhou Yin departed, on the 6th floor of the Hellion building, behind the glass curtain wall, a middle-aged man in a suit held a wine glass, contemplatively gazing at Zhou Yan's departing figure below. Suddenly, the landline phone in the room rang. The man pressed the speakerphone button, and a voice emanated from the receiver. Has the second batch of supplies been delivered to Zhou Yin? It has been delivered. Everything is proceeding according to plan. The Zhou family's 500 million assets will not be diminished, the man replied. Does Zhou Yin harbor any suspicions? Inquired the voice on the line. A young girl whose father has just passed, floundering like a headless fly, seeks my assistance. A mere hint of support is enough for her to regard me as her godfather, the man scoffed. Even if she fails to awaken, she will blame her misfortune on fate rather than suspect any issues with the supplies. There was a prolonged silence on the other end of the line before it responded softly. At times, in comparison to you, I feel like a genuinely good person. Chen Luo returned to the company and unexpectedly collided with Zhou Yin. Upon seeing him, a look of anxiety surfaced on her face as she tightly clutched her backpack and hastily retreated into her office, slamming the door shut behind her. Are you afraid I might seize your contaminant? Chen Luo raised an eyebrow, discerning her thoughts. He merely smiled, maintaining his composure as he returned to his workstation. Gazing out the window lost in contemplation, Lei Pingbo had assigned him a mission after Zhou Yin successfully awakened. He was to accompany her to meet the shadowy mastermind and take note of the individual's appearance. However, given the current dynamics of their relationship, the prospects of her granting him access to the Hellion building seemed rather dim. This undercover work is truly a daunting endeavor. Chen Luo exhaled a deep sigh, then picked up his phone to send an apologetic message to Zhou Yin. Regarding this morning's incident, I acted impulsively, and I sincerely apologize to you now. However, I stand firm in my previous belief that coming into contact with pollutants poses a significant danger to you. Nevertheless, since I have made a promise to your father, I shall honor that commitment. If you are determined to become an awakened one, I can share some experiences I have had to help you avoid unnecessary detours. Nearly 10 minutes passed after sending the message, yet his phone remained silent, devoid of any notification. Chen Luo glanced at the status label of the unread message and chose to remain silent, setting his phone aside. Should he be able to assist Zhou Yin, he would not hesitate to offer his help. However, if she remained obstinately set in her ways, he would find himself powerless. His primary focus at present was to elevate his own strength to the qi gathering stage, ensuring he possessed the means for self-preservation. The progressively ineffective red name rule, along with the peculiar woman in white he encountered at the hospital, instilled in him a palpable sense of impending crisis, as if a storm was brewing. Suppressing his thoughts, Chen Luo entered a meditative state. Chapter 34. The sponsorship of a young wealthy lady. Time passed slowly, and the office remained remarkably quiet throughout the afternoon. Zhou Yin sequestered herself in her office, engrossed in researching the applications of newly acquired pollutants, while Chen Luo kept his eyes closed, honing his mental acuity. Noticing that both superiors were preoccupied and oblivious to him, in turn Shaolin discreetly took out his phone to play Hearthstone. As the workday drew to a close, Chen Luo emerged from his meditative state. The uninterrupted afternoon afforded him an indescribable sense of tranquility. The only downside was the painfully slow progress in his meditation practice. He could only accumulate a few dozen experience points each hour. At this rate, advancing to the next level and obtaining free attribute points would take him several days. After pondering for a moment, he recalled the pollutants. If I could acquire a sufficient quantity of pollutants, my cultivation speed would undoubtedly accelerate significantly. With this thought in mind, he extracted his phone and messaged Yin Xian, requesting to borrow her identity card. After accepting Lei Pingbo's undercover identity that afternoon, his status as an external member had been concealed by the latter. Thus, aside from Lei Pingbo, no one could currently verify his affiliation with the anomalous bureau. Of course, he could request his captain to provide him with a backdoor solution for a new card. However, given that his previous identity card had just been deactivated. Registering a new blank card would easily arouse suspicion. He was unaware whether there were any informants from the Hellion building within the anomalous bureau. To ensure the smooth execution of his mission, he wished to avoid unnecessary complications. Chen Luo, are you considering using pollutants for cultivation? Upon hearing Chen Luo's request, Yanxian promptly sent a surprise dog emoji. The chaotic foreign energy within the pollutants can disrupt your normal energy circulation if absorbed over an extended period. Cleaning pollutants was once a task for the anomalous bureau, but it was so unappealing that no one volunteered, leading to its eventual cancellation. If you wish to enhance your cultivation speed, you must utilize spiritual materials rather than these inferior pollutants. Yanxian sent a lengthy message, which Chen Luo skimmed quickly before replying with a shrugging dog emoji. I am aware of that, but I lack the funds. After the captain informed him about the benefits of spiritual materials, he checked the exchange prices within the anomalous bureau. The results were startling. The costs of these materials were exorbitantly high. For instance, the mutated tea leaves he previously obtained had an exchange rate of 500 yuan per 2. This quantity could sustain a week of cultivation. Should he rely on mutated tea leaves for assistance, his monthly expenditure on spiritual materials would exceed 2,000 yuan. This was for the most basic level of materials. As one ascended the tiers, the prices soared into the thousands, leading to a total monthly expenditure of nearly 5,000 to 6,000, or even approaching 10,000. In stark contrast, pollutants were free of charge, and he could even earn between 50 to 80 yuan for each one he cleaned. The monsters we defeated last time dropped some materials. I recently processed them and can convert this money into spiritual materials for you, along with additional support, Yanxian replied with a smiling emoji. Chen Luo, wealthy woman seeking a benefactor, a modicum. This is not without cost. Once you stabilize at the 9th level of body cultivation, you will be required to assist with the assessment tasks for the latter half of the year. This is a fair exchange. Yanxian replied with a mischievous emoticon. As she spoke, Yanxian sent Chen Luo 2 screenshots. One displayed the amount she intended to transfer, while the other outlined the exchange prices for various spiritual items from the Bureau of Anomalies. You may select a few from these items, and I will arrange for them to be delivered to your residence shortly. Is there really 40,000? Upon seeing the amount, Chen Luo was initially taken aback, then couldn't help but exclaim. Indeed, awakeners are characterized by high risks and high rewards. Regaining his composure, he scanned the list of spiritual items provided by Yanxian. However, within less than 3 minutes, he discerned a discrepancy. The spiritual items in Yanxian's screenshots not only had prices 20% lower than his, but also featured a broader and more comprehensive selection. The Bureau of Anomalies' preferential treatment was glaringly evident. He mused internally before selecting 10 monochromatic crystals from the list. Each monochromatic crystal costs 800 yuan and lasts for 2 to 3 days. 10 would suffice for his monthly consumption. He opted against tea leaves, as although they were cheaper, only requiring 2,000 yuan per month, the pure energy they provided was less than a quarter of that offered by the crystals. The Bureau of Anomalies thoughtfully annotated the effects of each spiritual item on the exchange list for formal employees. The higher-end spiritual items required less time for conversion, truly dissolving upon entry. After Chen Luo sent the name of his chosen spiritual item to Yanxian, he promptly set his phone aside. Having just returned home in the afternoon, he received a package. Using a knife, he opened the delivery box and immediately discovered 2 lead boxes, each the size of a foam brick, nestled within. Chen Luoping held his breath and concentrated, unleashing his mental prowess to envelop the lead box, preventing any foreign energy from leaking and contaminating his home. After completing this precautionary measure, he finally lifted the lid of the lead box. The first box contained 10 crystal stones, and the second was equally filled. The young heiress truly exhibited remarkable generosity. Chen Luo felt a surge of emotion and replied to Yanxian with a heartfelt thank you. He then picked up the small, thumb-sized blue crystal, its surface impeccably smooth and entirely translucent. Aside from its color, which was distinct from the black crystal that had emerged from the mutated giant rat, it bore an uncanny resemblance to the latter. It was evident that it too originated from within some monstrous creature. Chen Luo sealed both lead box lids and then placed the crystal in the palm of his hand. He activated the 7th technique of mind control, beginning to draw the alien energy from the crystal into his body, thread by thread. In no time, a refreshing sensation surged through his veins, filling him with an unparalleled sense of comfort. Chen Luo dared not be negligent, promptly channeling his inner energy to begin the process of digestion and transformation. This cycle continued several times, only concluding when he had digested 1/3 of the first crystal stone. For the following week, Chen Luo's daily life revolved around a repetitive routine of idling while cultivating, monitoring Zhou Yin, finishing work, returning home to practice, and sleeping. Naturally, every 2 days, he would visit the hospital to check on the ailing Miss Yin, aiming to strengthen their bond. After all, she was currently his most significant angel investor. As for Zhou Yin, no issues had arisen thus far. For Chen Luo, this was a relatively favorable outcome. He had yet to master the final layer of the 7 divine control techniques, and should Zhou Yin awaken during this period, he would indeed find himself at a loss. This way of life continued until the Monday of his second week at work. Upon arriving at the office, he was surprised to find that the neighboring martial arts school had hung up celebratory flags and festive red streamers adorned the windows. How swift this development was! Chen Luo murmured to himself as he entered his company. He set down his backpack and, as per his usual routine, made his way to Zhou Yan's office. Whether they were low-purity pollutants or high-purity spiritual substances, they fundamentally acted as sources of radiation. Thus, both their storage and usage required utmost caution. The Supernatural Bureau meticulously stored these materials in lead boxes and regularly disposed of any unused pollutants. However, Zhou Yin and her associates exhibited an alarmingly casual attitude toward the pollutants, leaving Chen Luo to wonder if it stemmed from ignorance or a willful disregard. Consequently, for several days now, he had found himself cleaning up after them, diligently absorbing the excess alien energy that permeated the office. This task greatly irked him. Were it not for his current mission, he would have relished the opportunity to confront Zhou Yin with great vigor. Had she adorned her room with metallic paper? As he approached Zhou Yan's office, he noticed the glass was plastered with a grid of metallic sheets. This foolish woman was evidently enhancing her understanding of alien energy. Chen Luo mused to himself before turning to leave. With this layer of metallic paper, the dissipating alien energy would be ensnared within the premises, alleviating the need for his daily cleanup. Chapter 35, The Opening of the Martial Arts School and Gang Confrontation. What are you doing here? Chen Luo turned around, only to be met with a voice of icy reprimand. He discovered that Zhou Yin stood behind him, her phoenix eyes fixed on him with a frigid gaze. Today, Zhou Yin was adorned in a pristine white new Chinese-style qipao, her hair elegantly pinned up with a jade hairpin, and her makeup delicate, resembling a classical beauty stepping out from a painting, graceful and dignified. I am here to assist you. If I do not address this surging foreign energy promptly, this office will become an official site for cleanup by tomorrow, Chen Luo replied calmly. No need. I shall handle it myself, Zhou Yin stated coldly. If there is nothing else, I kindly ask you to leave this place. Chen Luo did not wish to linger excessively with this foolish woman, so he turned to leave. However, as he passed in front of her, he suddenly halted. The continuous training of recent days had augmented his mental acuity, raising it to a remarkable 16 points, thereby enhancing his perception of foreign energies significantly. At that moment, he distinctly sensed that the foreign energy within Zhou Yan's body had evolved into tiny worms, infesting her veins. This peculiar foreign energy is a form of radiation with the ability to reproduce autonomously. Under normal circumstances, it exists within the human body in forms such as waves or gases. The manifestation of biological forms without conscious interference signifies an impending loss of control. Chen Luo was no longer the novice who had just entered the field weeks ago. He had acquired a clear understanding of many fundamental issues. Was he on the verge of awakening? His gaze scrutinized Zhou Yin from head to toe, and he resolved to pay closer attention to her in the coming days, intending to engage more with Xiaoyan and the captain as well. Zhou Yin was oblivious to Chen Luo's thoughts, as she felt his unwavering gaze upon her. A wave of irritation and shame washed over her, akin to being scrutinized under a lecherous gaze, prompting her to mutter under her breath, "Pervert." She dared not raise her voice, fearing that Chen Luo might retaliate by pinning her against the table. Even a mosquito landing on you wouldn't know if it's on your front or back. What is so fascinating about you? Chen Luo scoffed, retorting provocatively. Shameless. Zhou Yan's face flushed crimson, her eyes glaring fiercely at him. Having been exceptionally beautiful since childhood, she was accustomed to being revered by the opposite sex. This was the first time she had experienced such a belittling remark about her figure. Your physique is hardly something to boast about, but your body harbors significant issues. I've warned you before, excessive exposure to those things could inflict irreversible harm on your health. As soon as Chen Luo finished speaking, Zhou Yan's complexion immediately paled slightly. It was evident that Zhou Yan had also sensed the peculiarities within her own body. You need not concern yourself, Zhou Yin replied coldly to Chen Luo. The connections I possess can assist me in resolving this issue. Each and every one of them is far superior to you. With that, she strode into her office and slammed the door shut with great force. Chen Luo smiled faintly, offering no words as he returned to his seat. Hardly had he settled in when Zhou Yin re-entered the room, addressing him and Xiao Lin with a frosty demeanor. In a moment, we shall proceed next door for the opening ceremony. Those who do not attend will be marked as absent. With that, she slammed the door shut. At precisely 10:01 a.m., the Martial Arts Academy was set to commence its inaugural festivities. On this momentous first day, the entire third floor was adorned with vibrant decorations, imbuing the atmosphere with a sense of jubilation. The walls were festooned with bright red celebratory streamers, and at the entrance bar stood several striking young women, clad in matching gray uniforms, complemented by nude stockings and high heels. They radiated warmth and enthusiasm, distributing brochures to the guests who had just arrived at the event, providing them with an introduction to the Academy's offerings. Chen Luo entered the martial arts hall, mindful of the time, and chose a secluded spot in the resting area to sit down. Qian Kuan Martial Arts Hall? He cast a glance at the plaque hanging in the main hall, momentarily taken aback, pondering whether such a flamboyant name was indeed necessary. With a faint chuckle in his heart, he casually picked up a round pastry and placed it in his mouth. The delicacy, known as Yuan Su, is a local specialty from the eastern capital. Delightfully crisp and sweet without being cloying. After finishing his snack and sipping his tea, he noticed Zhou Yin was preoccupied at the entrance, attending to a wealthy suitor and the visiting dignitaries, leaving her no time to acknowledge him. Thus, he relaxed and prepared to practice his cultivation right where he sat. At that moment, however, 5 burly middle-aged men clad in black t-shirts, adorned with tattoos of dark blue tigers and wolf heads, stormed in through the door. They kicked over the reception desk that held the guest book and formed a line, blocking the entrance to the martial arts hall, and bellowed menacingly, "Send your manager out." As their voices echoed, 2 young men, one tall and one short, emerged from behind the thugs. Upon encountering the 2 individuals, one tall and the other short, Chen Luo's gaze sharpened. Above their heads, he discerned a line of white text, D-Name. Wang Yu, 6th level of the Nourishing Realm, Stamina, 1515. Little Turtle, 3rd level of the Nourishing Realm, Stamina, 67. Awakened ones? Given the circumstances, it appeared that Zhou Yin and that affluent heir had incurred someone's wrath. The thugs donned short-sleeved shirts emblazoned with the same emblem, indicating that they were not mere disorganized ruffians, but rather members of a structured gang. Gangs were not uncommon in the eastern capital, yet previously, these groups primarily thrived in the shadows of usury, gravel pits, and bars. It was the first time he had witnessed a gang causing trouble in a commercial building, and furthermore, one that boasted such formidable awakened powers. Chen Luo leaned back slightly, placing a piece of pastry into his mouth, adopting a posture reminiscent of an audience member at a performance. Upon receiving the news, Zhou Yin and her companion, who were attending to distinguished guests backstage, hurried out. The tall figure, Wang Yu, allowed his gaze to linger for several moments on Zhou Yin, who was adorned in a moon-white qipao. A flicker of astonishment crossed his pupils before he jested, "Miss Zhou, why have you delayed the payment of 1 million for the security maintenance fee of Lianyu Commercial Building?" Lianyu Commercial Building was the name of the commercial complex acquired by the Zhou family. "What is going on?" inquired a wealthy suitor beside Zhou Yin in a hushed tone. "It's the Black Fire Gang here to collect protection fees," Zhou Yin replied curtly before turning to Wang Yu with a cold demeanor. "I have stated before that I do not require your so-called security maintenance. Furthermore, today marks the inauguration of our martial arts school. It is rather low of you to obstruct the entrance. If you refuse to pay, I must come to you. After all, I too must answer to my superiors." "Mustn't I?" Wang Yu shrugged and stepped closer to Zhou Yin, whispering with a smirk, "Of course, if Miss Zhou is willing to entertain me, I might consider covering your annual fee." At these words, Zhou Yin's face turned as cold as frost, and she raised her hand to strike Wang Yu. However, as an awakened individual, Wang Yu's reflexes outpaced hers by several folds. He slightly tilted his head, evading her slap, and then pushed her back with considerable force, sending her crashing against a chair. Chapter 36. Martial Arts Combat. Zhou Yin collided with the chair leg, her calf immediately bruising in shades of purple and blue. Fortunately, her legs were clad in stockings, concealing the injury from onlookers. Yet, the pain from the impact was undeniable. A sharp ache surged through her calf, causing tears to well up in her eyes. but she bit down hard on her lip to suppress any sounds of distress in public. What sort of man bullies a woman? If you have the ability, come at me. The wealthy suitor, witnessing the injustice against his goddess, was instantly enraged and shouted at Wang Yu. And you are? Wang Yu looked up, a smirk playing on his lips as he regarded the affluent suitor. Zhang Yang, the martial arts director of Qian Kuan Martial Arts School, the 8th generation heir of Zhang's boxing, and the National University Martial Arts Competition runner-up, the suitor declared proudly. His chin held high. The University Martial Arts Competition? Such childish games, and you're not even the champion. Do you truly consider yourself significant? Wang Yu mocked. Let us settle this on the fighting stage. Whoever backs down is a coward. Zhang Yang, clenching his fist in anger, fixed his gaze on Wang Yu. Not having secured the championship had always been a sore point for him. Little turtle, go play with the children. Wang Yu dismissed Zhang Yang with disdain, turning the matter over to his subordinates. Meanwhile, he taunted Zhou Yin. Miss Zhou, should your admirer manage to defeat the little turtle, I may contemplate providing a discount on your fees. However, if he cannot, do not blame my brothers for being unsparing. Before Zhou Yin could respond, Zhang Yang had already jumped onto the fighting stage, declaring loudly, Zhou Yin, you need not worry. I will teach these two reckless fellows a lesson today. As the impending duel between the two men loomed, Chen Luo approached Zhou Yin and whispered, let Zhang Yang come down. He is no match for the little turtle. If he comes down, will you take his place? Zhou Yin replied coldly, casting a disdainful glance at Chen Luo. A mere thug associated with the underworld would hardly pose a threat to Zhang Yang. Even if his abilities were lacking, he dared to charge forward. Unlike certain individuals who only knew how to hide away like a turtle, Chen Luo raised an eyebrow, pondering whether she had become so accustomed to her status as a goddess that she regarded him as merely a sycophant. Observing that she disregarded his counsel, he chose to refrain from further discourse. As the adage goes, one must relinquish the impulse to assist and respect the destinies of others. Nonetheless, before turning away, he retrieved a bottle of bruise ointment from his pocket. Apply this. It may not alleviate the swelling, but it will prevent scarring. While others overlooked the bruises beneath Zhou Yan's stockings, he had observed them with keen clarity. Zhou Yan instinctively opened her mouth to decline. Yet before she could articulate her refusal, the pain from the swollen area surged to her heart. Biting her lip, she silently twisted off the cap of the bruise ointment that Chen Luo had placed on the table, then tore a hole in the fabric of her stockings to apply the medication to her wound. Chen Luo took in every subtle movement of the opponent with quiet amusement before returning to his seat. The duel on the martial platform was nearing its conclusion. Unfolding precisely as he had anticipated, Zhang Yang was being thoroughly dominated by Little Turtle. The latter's fists had left their marks across Zhang Yang's face, arms, and thighs. By all rights, someone of Zhang Yang's caliber, a national collegiate martial arts runner-up with combat prowess equivalent to a first or even second-tier awakened practitioner, shouldn't have suffered such a crushing defeat. Even if outmatched, he should have been able to retreat gracefully. Yet, Wang Yu's psychological blow before the fight and Little Turtle's relentless taunts had shattered his composure. His movements grew erratic, his skills unraveling under the storm of emotions. Crack! Little Turtle seized Zhang Yang's wrist, twisting it with a spiraling force that traveled up his arm. In an instant, the sleeve of Zhang Yang's uniform disintegrated into tatters. Pain blanched his face, beads of sweat the size of soybeans forming on his forehead. He recognized the technique, the great yin-yang grasp, a revered grappling art of the Zen school, known to forge fingers as unyielding as an eagle's talons. He had witnessed demonstrations of it before, but never from someone outside the martial world's venerable masters. That a mere gang lieutenant wielded such mastery was unthinkable. Break! Zhang Yang roared, driving his foot into the ground and launching himself skyward. He sought to redirect Little Turtle's force, to slip free before his wrist was crushed. Midair! He spun thrice, then, without hesitation, unleashed a devastating punch aimed at Little Turtle's temple. This strike, the culmination of his training, carried nearly 800 kilograms of force. In the razor's edge between victory and defeat, landing this blow would render Little Turtle unconscious, if not worse. Yet, to his shock, Little Turtle showed no fear. Instead, he observed Zhang Yang's technique with detached interest. Not bad form, he sneered, but you move slower than a tortoise. The moment the words left his mouth, Little Turtle sidestepped with effortless grace. His compact frame allowed him to duck beneath the strike, and before Zhang Yang could react, the great yin-yang grasp struck again, this time at his chest and armpit. Rip! Fabric tore. Crimson finger marks bloomed across Zhang Yang's torso. Thud! A mouthful of blood sprayed from Zhang Yang's lips as his legs gave way, sending him crumpling to the ground. Barely 10 minutes had passed since the duel began. Silence gripped the onlookers. The Marshall Hall students exchanged stunned glances, their revered instructor, defeated in under 10 minutes by a gang enforcer. Prospective clients, once drawn by Zhang Yang's prestigious title, now reconsidered their deposits. Zhou Yin, gauging the crowd's unease, reached for her phone to summon the authorities. But as her fingers brushed the device, whiz, crack, a silver throwing knife shattered the phone by her ear. She stood frozen, shards of glass grazing her cheek. Her mind blank with shock. This is a martial contest. Wang Yu's voice cut through the tension, another blade glinting in his hand. No outside interference. The next knife won't miss. Throats tightened. Phones were hastily pocketed. Chapter 37. Subduing the enemy little turtle. Wang Yu commanded, continue. The duel isn't over. With a cruel grin, little turtle approached the fallen Zhang Yang. His shoe pressed down on the man's wrists and ankles, grinding relentlessly. Zhang Yang, broken, slapped at little turtle's calf, the universal signal of surrender. But mercy was absent. The torment only intensified. Screams echoed through the hall. The crowd stirred with anger and pity. Yet none dared intervene, until a clear voice rang out. Enough. All heads turned. The speaker was Chen Luo, unassuming in casual wear and glasses. The very image of a mild-mannered office worker. Is he courting death? Admiration and disbelief warred in the spectators' minds. In this den of wolves, only a fool would step forward. Yet here he stood. At this moment, Chen Luo chose to step forward, as he realized that if he did not intervene, Zhang Yang would truly be rendered a cripple by the relentless tortures of the little turtle. Moreover, he recognized the flying knife technique employed by Wang Yu. It was a secret weapon technique known as the Golden Hand Flying Knife, originating from the Divine Anomaly Bureau. The practices of the Divine Anomaly Bureau are not easily divulged, suggesting that Wang Yu is likely a formal employee of that organization. The notion of a legitimate employee engaging as an enforcer for the underworld is indeed a curious affair. The little turtle, known for its volatile temperament, immediately descended from the fighting stage upon noticing Chen Luo's presence, clawing towards Chen Luo's throat with the intent to incapacitate him. The onlookers gasped in astonishment. Who would have anticipated that the little turtle would display such ferocity? Seeking to bring Chen Luo to his demise? Be careful, someone cried out, unable to bear the thought of Chen Luo being grievously harmed by the little turtle. Even Zhou Yin, whose face bore the marks of shattered fragments, regained her composure and silently worried for Chen Luo. Yet, in the next instant, everyone was left agape. They witnessed, in a heartbeat, as the little turtle's hand was poised to seize Chen Luo's throat. He struck out with a palm, landing squarely on the little turtle's chest, sending the latter flying several meters away. This transpired in the blink of an eye, before they could process what had just occurred. A resounding crash echoed as the little turtle's body collided with a wooden chair at the front, shattering it into countless pieces. The crowd collectively inhaled sharply. Who could have imagined that the previously menacing little turtle would be vanquished by a single move from Chen Luo? Awaken one, Wang Yu exclaimed, rising with a look of vigilance etched across his face. While others may have overlooked the details, he clearly observed that Chen Luo's strike had shattered 4 of the little turtle's ribs. Such damage was not something he could easily inflict. In a swift motion, Wang Yu's thoughts shifted, and the 4 flying knives clenched in his palm were launched towards Chen Luo's face. Chen Luo tilted his head slightly, evading the flying dagger, and swiftly seized a pair of chopsticks from the resting area, launching them with his mental prowess. Although he had not practiced the art of concealed weapons, his mastery of the 6th level of the spirit control technique enabled him to wield objects with such finesse that the damage inflicted by his projectiles rivaled that of those who had dedicated themselves to the craft of hidden arms. With a swift whoosh, the chopsticks pierced through Wang Yu's arms, pinning him firmly against the wall of the martial arts hall. Gathering chi, Wang Yu's expression turned to one of horror as he recognized Chen Luo's ability to manipulate objects with his mind. Realizing he had encountered an insurmountable obstacle, he forcefully pulled down, snapping the chopsticks embedded in his wrists, and decisively discarded the subordinates within the hall, shattering a nearby window as he leaped to escape. Thinking of fleeing? Chen Luo would naturally not allow the other party to escape so easily. With a leap, he followed the individual down from the 3rd floor in pursuit. Below was the unforgiving concrete. Zhou Yin, witnessing Chen Luo's reckless descent, quickly called out to warn him. She assumed that Chen Luo, consumed by a fierce rivalry with Wang Yu, had forgotten the peril of leaping from such a height. However, upon reaching the window, She was left in astonishment as the anticipated tragedy did not unfold. Chen Luo, unscathed, was chasing Wang Yu on the street below. Was this still human? A gasp of admiration escaped from the crowd of onlookers. Each floor of this commercial building boasted a height of 3.2 meters, with a floor slab thickness of 0.5 meters, which meant that the actual distance from the third floor to the ground was a staggering 7.2 meters. Chen Luo leapt from such a great height, astonishingly unscathed. Where did this extraordinary scion emerge from? Is this the true power of an awakened? Zhou Yan, lost in thought, gazed at Chen Luo's silhouette, her desire to become an awakened reaching its zenith in that very moment. Meanwhile, Chen Luo pursued Wang Yu to a dead end, cornering him against the wall. With swift precision, he tapped a few points on Wang Yu's body, employing the 7 techniques of divine control to seal the foreign energy within him. The 7 techniques of divine control are categorized by the strength of energy manipulation, ranging from sensation, resonance, control, separation, purification, unity, to non-existence, in ascending order. Chen Luo had just employed the 3rd form of control. This technique not only enabled him to manipulate the foreign energy within his own body, but also allowed him to exert influence over the energies residing within others. After seizing Wang Yu, Chen Luo immediately perceived crystalline threads of ice-like hue extending from the latter's body. One end of these threads was firmly grasped in his hand, while the other end resolutely bound Wang Yu's original imprint and the foreign energy within him. With a gentle tug, the foreign energy inside Wang Yu instantly coalesced into a taut mass. In that fleeting moment, Wang Yu felt as though the foreign energy within him had nearly solidified, its intensity almost suffocating his blood flow, inducing dizziness in his mind and weakness throughout his body. Had Chen Luo not loosened the threads just in time, he would have likely perished on the spot. Wang Yu gazed at Chen Luo in terror, utterly unable to comprehend what had been done to him. Nor could he fathom why the foreign energy he had painstakingly cultivated would obey the whims of an outsider. "Sir, I beg for your mercy. I truly did not realize you were affiliated with the Martial Arts Academy. Otherwise, even if I had 10 times the courage, I would not dare to solicit protection money from you." Driven by an overwhelming fear of the unknown, Wang Yu fell to his knees before Chen Luo, repeatedly bowing his head in supplication. "I can offer you money, 300,000. I have 300,000 in my bank account, and I can give it all to you." In a state of utter panic, he fumbled through his pockets, trembling as he presented a bank card to Chen Luo. Chen Luo disregarded the other party's response and calmly stated, "I will ask questions, and you shall provide answers. Should you choose to deceive me, you are well aware of the consequences." With that, he forcefully tugged at the crystalline threads he had observed. Wang Yu collapsed to the ground, nodding repeatedly like a chick pecking at grains, fearful of inciting Chen Luo's ire. "Who sent you here to collect protection fees?" Chen Luo inquired. "It is Mr. K." Wang Yu replied hastily. "He is the leader of our Black Fire Gang, a formidable awakener in the Gathering Qi realm. A mere Gathering Qi practitioner dares to act so recklessly in East Capital?" Chen Luo sensed that there was something amiss with this matter. The awakener of the Qi Gathering realm in the Eastern Capital was not limited to just 1 or 2 individuals. Dealing with a single practitioner of the Qi Gathering realm was indeed a trivial task. "What is Mr. K's true name?" Chen Luo inquired further. "I do not know," Wang Yu replied. Chen Luo's eyes narrowed into slits, and the icy crystal thread in his hand was drawn taut before being released. In an instant, a peculiar energy within Wang Yu seemed to awaken, transforming into tiny, frantic insects that scurried away in a wild escape. The sensation of this foreign energy fleeing uncontrollably filled Wang Yu with an overwhelming dread, prompting a piercing scream to escape his lips. "I truly do not know the name of Mr. K. Each time we encounter him, he dons a poker mask, which is why we refer to him as Mr. K." Chen Luo meticulously observed the expressions of his interlocutor while he spoke, confirming that he was not deceiving him before retracting his hand. He then posed the 3rd question. "Are you affiliated with the Anomalous Bureau?" "I was once, but I was expelled from the Bureau a fortnight ago." "Why?" "The salary provided by the Bureau was woefully inadequate. After covering my daily expenses, I had hardly any surplus to invest in cultivation manuals. During one operation, I clandestinely retained approximately 1,000 grams of gold. When this was discovered, not only was I compelled to return the gold, but I was also levied a fine of nearly 200,000. This was the only way to avoid criminal charges. Naturally, my position was untenable, and in desperation, I had no choice but to join the Black Fire Gang, surviving by extorting protection fees in the marketplace. A bitter expression crossed Wang Yu's face. Once Wang Yu had finished his account, Chen Luo inquired with a smirk. Are you not afraid that the anomalous bureau will track you down for collecting protection fees using the abilities of an awakened, thus disturbing the market? Mr. K asserts that a new era has dawned and that the unawakened populace is unworthy of possessing vast wealth, urging us to act boldly. Moreover, he claims that this sentiment is shared among many prominent awakened individuals. As long as we are not caught in the act, he has the means to suppress any fallout. Wang Yu paused for a moment before responding. Previously, an awakened attempted to extort protection fees from a small financial institution, which led to a report being filed and a small team from the anomalous bureau intervening. However, Mr. K managed to resolve the situation. Chen Luo pondered this revelation. It seems Mr. K wields considerable influence. The average chi-gathering cultivator would be incapable of managing the anomalous bureau. From what you imply, it appears that certain individuals within the bureau are colluding with the Blackfire Gang. How many awakened are there within the Blackfire Gang? What are their levels? Chen Luo inquired after a brief silence. Including myself, Mr. K, and Little Turtle, there are a total of 6. Apart from Mr. K, most are at the 4th to 6th level of the nourishing body realm, Wang Yu replied. Are they all expelled awakened from the anomalous bureau? Chen Luo posed the most crucial question. Not all. I am not entirely sure about the others, but I can confirm that Little Turtle is definitely not one of them. He is completely unaware of the anomalous bureau's existence. He once confided in me that he gained his extraordinary powers with Mr. K's assistance. In a bid to preserve his life, Wang Yu divulged everything he knew. The notion of acquiring extraordinary powers with Mr. K's help bore a resemblance to Zhou Yan's current predicament. Could it be that the Pingjing party is also connected to the Hellion building? Chen Luo's thoughts raced swiftly. Unexpectedly, he stumbled upon a clue related to his undercover mission. It seemed prudent to communicate with the captain promptly. Collecting his thoughts, Chen Luo glanced at the bank card that Wang Yu had been holding tightly in his palm and said to him, "Convert all the funds in that card to cash for me. Do not report this to the authorities, nor should you entertain thoughts of informing anyone else. You should have already experienced the consequences of uncontrolled exotic energy." Wang Yu's heart trembled, and he repeatedly acquiesced, not daring to resist. He hurriedly took his wallet and entered a nearby automated teller machine, where he exchanged the entirety of his electronic account and bank card funds into cash. Chen Luo stood in a surveillance blind spot less than 100 meters away from Wang Yu, observing his every move. Should Wang show any signs of irregularity, he would not hesitate to detonate the foreign energy within him. Once Wang passed him a sum of 300,000 cash. He weighed it in his hands before casually placing it into the black plastic bag he had just requested from a nearby convenience store. "This is all the money I have. Can you let me go now?" Wang asked cautiously. "Get lost." Chen Luo kicked the opponent aside and, emulating the tone of a notorious crime lord from the films, coldly declared, "Go back and inform Mr. K that the Grand Avenue Martial Arts School is under my protection. If he has any objections, he may come to confront me directly." Wang Yu, fearing that Chen Luo might have a change of heart after receiving the money, dared not linger and hurriedly fled the scene. Indeed, all profitable ventures were inscribed in the Great Chain Code. Without delving into the shadows, one could scarcely attain wealth. Once Wang Yu departed, Chen Luo pondered over the black plastic bag in his hand, reflecting on the situation. For those who navigated the gray areas of life, 300,000 yuan was trivial, easily recoverable within 6 months. Yet for him, that sum equated to 2 years' worth of his salary. His savings had never felt as plentiful as they did today. After depositing the money into his account, Chen Luo returned to the martial arts school. As soon as he entered, the intern Shaolin rushed towards him like a savior. "Brother Luo, you're finally back. Thank heavens. I no longer have to manage everything alone." "What happened?" Chen Luo furrowed his brow. It was only after Shaolin's explanation that he learned that after his departure, Zhou Yan had become quite the absentee manager, leaving all responsibilities to Shaolin. A recent engineering graduate, Shaolin was ill-equipped for such duties. But with one owner hidden away in the office and the other incapacitated, the remaining veteran employee had dashed off in pursuit of the assailants, leaving him no choice but to shoulder the burden. "How many guests are still here?" Chen Luo inquired. "There are still 5 or 6 young people working out in the free activity area," Shaolin replied. "Notify them that due to severe damage, the martial arts school will close for repairs in 1 hour. Please prepare to leave," Chen Luo instructed. "Understood," Shaolin responded promptly, rushing off to relay the message. Chen Luo deftly closed the door of the martial arts studio and returned to his workstation next door. As he passed by Zhou Yan's office, he noticed the door was firmly shut, leaving him curious about what she might be tinkering with inside. Unperturbed, Chen Luo navigated through his workspace and stepped onto the balcony to call Lei Pingbo, intending to report on matters concerning the Pingjing faction. However, he found it peculiar that his calls were abruptly terminated on 2 occasions. Was he too preoccupied to answer? Chen Luo furrowed his brow, then set his phone down, preparing to return to his desk. Just then, the captain called him back. As Chen Luo was about to articulate his findings, he was abruptly interrupted by the other party's harsh admonition. Chen Luo, do not seek me out again. Terminating your extraneous status is the directive from above. I cannot protect you, nor can I provide any form of compensation. If you feel aggrieved, go find Yin Xian. You saved her, let her compensate you. Seeking me is futile. Chapter 39. A visit. Lei Pingbo spoke with remarkable rapidity, decisively hanging up the phone once his words were uttered. There were others on the line who instructed him to seek out Miss Xiaoyan. Chen Luo quickly grasped the unusual nature of the captain's words and the message intended to be conveyed. He glanced at his phone. It was precisely the time for a midday break. He promptly descended, renting a shared vehicle to hasten to the hospital where Yin Xian was recuperating. He refrained from calling Yin Xian, apprehensive that his phone might also be under surveillance. Until he deciphered the unfolding situation, each step he took necessitated utmost caution. 20 minutes later, Chen Luo arrived at the specialized ward where Yin Xian resided. He parked the vehicle in a vacant space beside the building and retrieved a KFC meal from the trunk. This was a deliberate purchase he made en route. Holding the meticulously packaged meal, he approached the ward. Having visited Yin Xian frequently in recent days, he had become quite familiar to the guards, who allowed him passage without hindrance. Brother Chen Luo, you have finally arrived. Yin Xian's eyes sparkled upon seeing the KFC bucket in his hands. Given her family's affluence, she certainly lacked for such indulgences, yet her recent recuperation demanded strict dietary control from nurses, doctors, and her family alike, forbidding her from indulging in fast food. She could only hope that each of Chen Luo's weekly visits would bring a small respite for her cravings. Let us save the meal for later. I have something important to discuss with you. Chen Luo set down the lunchbox, glanced around, and then closed the door to the ward, securing it from the inside. Once he had completed these actions, he meticulously recounted the details of his recent conversation with Lei Pingbo to Yin Xian. Upon hearing Chen Luo's words, the smile on Yin Xian's face vanished instantaneously, replaced by a grave expression. I shall first inquire about the news. She rummaged through the drawer to retrieve her phone and began sending messages. Chen Luo pulled a chair and seated himself before Yin Xian, casually inserting a straw into the cup of cola before passing it to her. Yin Xian took a sip, then set the cola aside, lowering her head to continue tapping away at the virtual keyboard. After approximately 10 minutes, she lifted her gaze to Chen Luo and said, the situation is somewhat troubling. A Foundation Realm Awakener has approached the captain. Foundation Realm? Chen Luo was taken aback. In the entirety of Daqing, there were scarcely a few Foundation Realm Awakeners. The sudden visit of one to the captain undoubtedly signified an important matter at hand. According to the information relayed by our colleagues at the station point, the individual's visit to the captain may pertain to you, Yin Xian remarked, opening a recently received message before turning her attention back to Chen Luo. Is it in relation to Su Hao's incident? Chen Luo furrowed his brow. The captain had informed him last week that someone had taken matters into their own hands and killed Su Hao, thus rejecting his application for formal recognition. He had thought that this matter had reached a conclusion, considering he had been ostensibly dismissed from the Anomalous Affairs Bureau. Little did he expect that it was far from over. Which Foundation Realm Awakener is it? From the 3rd Division? He inquired further. I'll make some inquiries, Yin Xian replied, picking up her phone once more to contact her colleagues from the 8th Division. Chen Luo sat in a chair, taking several deep breaths as he patiently awaited news. No. 28, Baisha Road, the residence of the 8th Bureau, Director's Office. After hanging up on Chen Luo, Lei Pingbo fixed his sharp gaze on Tan Yan, the director of the 4th Bureau, who sat across from him, and asked in a low voice, Director Tan, your unexpected visit is solely to inquire about the status of an extramural member under my supervision who has reached the cultivation level of nourishing life? Captain Lei, please do not harbor such animosity towards me. I am merely acting on someone else's behalf. As you are aware, Su Hao's grandfather was my mentor during my university days. Su Hao is the sole heir of the Su family, and his sudden demise in the mountains compels me to show some consideration and assist the elder in his investigation. Tan Yan waved his hand with a smile, signaling Lei Pingbo to take a seat. Director Tan has informed me of this matter. fearing I might preemptively arrange for Chen Luo to flee, for he was once a member of my 8th Bureau. Lei Pingbo observed the other man warily and cautiously inquired. In both life and governance, one must adhere to the principle of flowing with the current and acting in accordance with circumstances. While I cannot forget the elder Su's kindness, the descendants of the Su family have proven to be quite disappointing. We cannot jeopardize the unity of our bureau for the sake of a mere favor. Tin Yan chuckled. This smiling tiger made Lei Pingbo curse inwardly. He found it hard to believe that Tan Yan's motives for visiting him were so simplistic. Yet he could not fathom the true intentions of his counterpart, leaving him in a state of uncertainty. Your consideration is noted, and I shall certainly treat you to a meal when I have the opportunity. Unfortunately, I am swamped with affairs today, so I hope you understand. Lei Pingbo, unwilling to waste time with the other man, spoke of the meal invitation while gesturing for him to leave. Considering the time, Captain Lei will soon be addressed as Director Lei. When that time comes, do not forget to invite me. Tan Yan waved goodbye to Lei Pingbo with a smile, turning to leave the residence of the 8th Bureau. As soon as he stepped out of the gate at number 28, the smile vanished from his face. He cast a cold glance at the office building of the 8th Bureau, walked to his car, and retrieved a personal phone from a hidden corner of the armrest. I have visited the 8th Bureau, and for now, that individual named Chen Luo does not appear to pose any issues. He was merely dismissed due to offending someone, and it is entirely normal for him to be close to Zhou Yan, as he is an employee of her father's company. You have made a mountain out of a molehill. Had it not been for the favor owed to the Su family, my sudden inquiry into the personnel of the 8th Bureau would surely have raised Lei Pingbo's suspicions. Tan Yan dialed a number labeled 372, his tone harsh as he admonished. Exercise caution in all matters. Losing several billion from the Zhou family's wealth is trivial, but should our current endeavors become entangled, it would spell significant trouble. 372 responded. To correct you, the matter you are plotting has nothing to do with me. I am solely interested in the Zhou family's assets. Upon hearing 372 mention the matter, Tan Yan immediately reiterated his point. At the Duzhua Mountain Camp Hospital, in a special ward, it was confirmed that the director of the 4th Bureau, Tan Yan, was indeed an awakened individual at the first level of Foundation establishment. As you suspected, he came regarding Su Hao's situation, as Su Hao's grandfather was Tan Yan's mentor. Yan Xian put down her phone, her expression grave as she addressed Chen Luo. Brother Chen Luo, rest assured, I will not allow the Su family to lay a finger on you. This Su family, with its awakened members peaking at the 3rd level of Qi gathering, and their officials barely reaching the 5th grade, has already received a monumental favor by my refraining from causing them trouble. How dare they even think of threatening you? As she spoke, a rare glimmer of murderous intent flickered in Yan Xian's beautifully shaped phoenix eyes. A family of merely 3rd-level Qi gathering awakened individuals does not instill fear in me, Chen Luo replied with a light chuckle. He then recalled the purpose of his visit and recounted the details surrounding Wang Yu and the Black Fire Gang to Yan Xian. After listening, a look of disbelief crossed Yan Xian's face. How can this be? The Bureau has always maintained strict regulations over awakened individuals. How could yet? Knowing Chen Luo would not deceive her, she quickly grabbed her phone. I must report this to the captain. If this continues to develop, the Bureau's management over awakened individuals will inevitably collapse. It may have already collapsed, Chen Luo silently added in his mind, then reminded Yan Xian, in your conversations with him. Do not expose my existence. I am still in the period of infiltration. He did not conceal from Yan Xian that the captain had assigned him to be undercover near Shouyan. Are you worried that someone is listening to my conversations with the captain? Yan Xian immediately grasped Chen Luo's underlying implication. Initially, she thought Chen Luo was being overly cautious. But recalling the series of recent events she had encountered, she decided to take precautions and promptly deleted all mentions of Chen Luo from their conversation. Chen Luo waited nearby for approximately 5 minutes and noticed that Yan Xian's delicate brows gradually furrowed into a frown. Unable to contain himself, he inquired, "What did the captain say?" In response to Chen Luo's question, Yan Xian did not provide a direct answer. Instead, she retrieved a pen from a nearby drawer and meticulously translated the cryptic message that the captain had sent via the communication software. Upon completing the translation, she said to Chen Luo, "The captain has instructed you to continue with the undercover mission and to temporarily disregard the Black Fire Gang. The awakened individuals appearing within the gang are mere puppets, manipulated by certain individuals within the Bureau for their own profit." As she spoke, she clenched her fist and vigorously waved it in the air to vent her pent-up frustration. These shameless individuals truly regard the supernatural Bureau as their personal possession, she exclaimed. Is this little girl so naive? She is indeed just a student. Chen Luo cast a glance at Yin Xian, pondering silently. Having navigated the complexities of society for nearly 5 years, he had long grown accustomed to such matters. In the underbelly of East City, which gang was not backed by influential figures? Each time a prominent individual fell from grace, the underground factions would unleash a tempest of bloodshed and turmoil, with some disturbances even impacting legitimate enterprises. Over the past 5 years, several partners of Malian Electronics had faded into obscurity due to these upheavals. As Chen Luo observed that Yin Xian's anger had subsided considerably, he retrieved a bank card from his pocket and handed it to her, entrusting her with the task of purchasing a new batch of spiritual items on his behalf, as his account was currently suspended, leaving only Miss Yin capable of facilitating the transaction. Where did you acquire such wealth? Yin Xian inquired, her voice tinged with astonishment. It is a gift bestowed upon me for doing good deeds, Chen Luo replied with a smile. He had plundered the Black Fire Gang, which extorted merchants for protection fees. Thus, his actions could be seen as a form of redistributing wealth, a charitable act in its own right. Where shall this delivery be sent? Yin Xian asked. Please send it directly to the company. I will provide you with the address, Chen Luo responded thoughtfully, then proceeded to swiftly jot down the details on a piece of paper. Just as he handed the note to Yin Xian, his phone began to ring from within his pocket. He pulled it out and glanced at the screen. It was a call from Shaolin. Brother Luo. Something has happened to President Zhou. Shaolin's voice was laced with panic, struggling to articulate her thoughts, ultimately managing to stammer out the words, something has happened. Chen Luo reacted swiftly, immediately realizing that it must be Zhou Yin entering an awakened state that startled Shaolin. The latter, feeling at a loss, sought him out. Shut the company doors and allow no one to enter. Wait for my arrival, Chen Luo calmly instructed, stabilizing Shaolin before picking up the keys and exchanging a brief farewell with Yin Xian, then headed straight downstairs. Communicate via video if any issues arise. If resolution proves elusive, prioritize your safety, Yin Xian called out loudly from behind. At the intersection of Shanglin Street stood the Zhou family commercial building. Chen Luo stood at the entrance and pressed the doorbell of the company. Soon, Shaolin's pallid face appeared behind the glass, devoid of color. The muscles in Shaolin's face were tense, conveying an unusual rigidity and anxiety. Upon recognizing Chen Luo, he swiftly opened the door and grasped Chen Luo's sleeve tightly, his fingertips turning white from the pressure. Brother Luo, you have finally arrived. Calm down, Chen Luo said, gently patting Shaolin's shoulder before advising, deactivate the elevator. Lock the emergency exit staircase and stand guard outside. No matter what commotion arises inside, ensure that no one enters. After issuing his instructions, he proceeded directly to Zhou Yan's office. As he neared the office, a low, oppressive growl echoed from within, peering through the gap in the metallic wallpaper. He caught sight of a bloodied, monstrous figure sprawled on the floor. The creature's skin was deathly pale, and its face contorted in agony, with sunken eye sockets that rendered it particularly grotesque. Had it not been for the remnants of a moon-white qipao draped over its form, Chen Luo would have found it difficult to associate it with Zhou Yan. No wonder Shaolin was so terrified. Witnessing their beautiful boss transformed into such a ghastly sight would instill fear in anyone. Chen Luo took a deep breath, reaching for the doorknob, only to realize that the office door had long been locked from within. As she hurried, the sound of the lock turning echoed, accompanied by Zhou Yan's intermittent voice drifting from inside the room. Chen Luo paid no heed. He first retreated a few steps, then adjusted his stance, aligning himself with the door. 8 extremes collapse, he exclaimed in a low voice, as an otherworldly energy surged instantaneously into his fists, striking the office door with tremendous force. With a resounding crash, the aluminum-clad door was instantly broken in half. Chen Luo hastened to Zhou Yan's side, only to discover that her skin was incessantly oozing a crimson substance. Upon closer inspection, it became evident that this was not blood, but rather a multitude of minuscule red insects, no larger than the tip of a needle. They emerged from Zhou Yan's pores, cascading down her skin and voraciously siphoning away every drop of blood in their path. Do not touch. When Chen Luo reached out to examine Zhou Yan's cheek, she instinctively shielded herself with her hand. Turning her face aside, Zhou Yan was reluctant for Chen Luo to witness her current state. If you wish to survive, heed my instructions carefully. Chen Luo coldly uttered a remark, then promptly turned Zhou Yan's head towards him. He held his breath, unleashing his mental energy, and soon discerned that the source of the anomaly lay within Zhou Yan's mind, at the center of her forehead, known in medical terms as the pineal gland, and referred to in Taoist philosophy as the spiritual platform. resided a cluster of grotesque, blood-red entities, roughly the size of walnut kernels, which had evolved from a foreign energy. The crimson insects he had observed earlier were all spawned from this very source. Chen Luo swept all the clutter off the desk with a single motion, then lifted Zhou Yan and laid her flat upon the table. Control, detach. Chen Luo pointed his finger like a sword, touching the center of Zhou Yan's brow. Then, using his own finger as a bridge, he transmitted his consciousness into her mind, consecutively executing the third and fourth moves of the mind control technique. These entities were devoid of physical form. They existed as energy bodies akin to electromagnetic waves in aerogel states. As Chen Luo's spirit penetrated deeply into Zhou Yan's mind, it swiftly transformed into a radiant sword light, rapidly striking at the cluster of insects that had taken residence within her brain. With a series of swift slashes, the insect swarm was cleaved apart using the meticulous method. Without a moment's hesitation, he quickly extracted these energy entities and consumed them. According to the strategy he had previously discussed with Yan Xian, he was supposed to practice the seventh technique of spirit control to its utmost pinnacle, mastering the art of nothingness to convert the insects into energy particles, returning them to the void. However, Zhou Yan's condition had escalated too abruptly, forcing him to assimilate the insects within his own body, relying on the seventh technique and the formless heart sutra to gradually grind them down until they merged with his internal energy. Yet, as soon as Chen Luo ingested one of the insects, he discovered that they were taking root within him, dividing and attempting to counterattack. Realizing the dire situation, he promptly retrieved a pre-prepared crystal essence, tightly grasping it with his free left hand, drawing forth its energy while employing the sixth technique of unity to amalgamate the insects within him. After exhausting a significant portion of the crystal essence, he finally succeeded in utterly crushing the insect residing within. Simultaneously, a system notification echoed in his mind. You have eradicated the energy insect, gaining 200 experience points. Chapter 41. Healing. Was the extermination of this insect truly worth such a wealth of experience? Chen Luo was taken aback. It is important to note that he had diligently cultivated for a full 2 weeks and spent a considerable sum acquiring spiritual artifacts for assistance. Yet he had only managed to accumulate less than 10,000 experience points for the Wuxiang Heart Sutra and the Controlling Spirit 7 techniques. In stark contrast, the mere act of vanquishing a single insect granted him 200 experience points, encompassing a comprehensive range of skills and abilities without limitation. This implies that if the number of insects he annihilated today was sufficiently great, he could elevate the levels of the Wuxiang Heart Sutra, the Controlling Spirit 7 techniques, and his dynamic vision all at once. Could it be that the peril posed by these insects rivals the threat previously encountered from the mountain wolves in the Zhidwa Mountains? Chen Luo speculated inwardly. Upon this thought, he immediately focused his mental energy to observe Zhou Yan's brain, and his expression darkened. To his astonishment, he discovered that the previously severed mass of insects had inexplicably reformed. No wonder Xiao Yan had remarked that mutated creatures were exceedingly difficult to rehabilitate. The reproductive capabilities of these insects were nothing short of terrifying. Initially taken aback, he soon steeled his resolve. I shall see whether your proliferation outpaces my extermination. Gripping a crystal artifact in one hand and positioning a sword-like finger against Zhou Yan's forehead with the other, he repeated his earlier actions with unwavering mental force. However, after several iterations, the situation did not improve as he had anticipated. On the contrary, with each successive rupture, the mass of insects expanded even further, while the crystal artifacts he had prepared were swiftly depleted by half in this tug-of-war. Additionally, he found himself ambushed by the insects, resulting in a nearly 50% loss of his mental energy. The sole silver lining was that he had accrued nearly 15,000 experience points, sufficient to elevate his dynamic vision by 1 level. Yet, Chen Luo could scarcely afford to dwell on this. He quickly opened his phone and initiated a video call with Yan Xian, seeking external assistance. What on earth was happening? He hastily detailed Zhou Yan's current condition before urgently inquiring. Time was of the essence. If these insects were not dealt with promptly, Zhou Yan would be beyond saving. The insects had nearly drained all of her blood, rendering her legs, encased in stockings, akin to withered, desiccated branches. Her body was plagued by excessive contamination, yet it had produced not a single antibody. You could try using the artifact the captain gave you on her. If that proves ineffective, we must consider eliminating her. Yan Xian surveyed the scene and swiftly proposed a solution. Chen Luo promptly retrieved a sealed piece of pure jade from his pocket and inquired, "How is this to be used?" "Administer it to her," Yan Xian replied. Chen Luo retracted his sword. using his right hand to clasp Zhou Yan's mouth while his other hand forcefully pressed the Chen Yuan soft jade into her mouth. However, Zhou Yan had already lost her sense of self at that moment, and the jade could not penetrate further beneath her jaw. Unable to swallow, he pondered whether there was an alternative. Furrowing his brow, Chen Luo inquired. A slight fissure appeared at the corner of Zhou Yan's mouth, prompting him to exercise caution. Fearing that he might inadvertently crush her lips, "You must hold the Chen Yuan soft jade in your mouth and gradually transfer its energy into her body." Yan Xian swiftly suggested another method. Chen Luo was momentarily taken aback, struggling to comprehend the intricacies of the situation. "Fool, just kiss her," Yan Xian exclaimed anxiously from the side. Chen Luo furrowed his brow. At this moment, Zhou Yan was no longer the enchanting figure she once was. Her once pristine visage was marred by deep crevices. Her delicate skin had transformed into the withered folds of ancient bark, and her cherry lips were grotesquely fissured, resembling the menacing maw of a horror film creature. He found it hard to swallow his revulsion. However, given the urgency of the situation, he cast aside his reservations. Placing the pure primordial jade into his mouth before pressing his lips against Zhou Yan's cracked ones. With the dual enhancement of the Wuxiang Heart Sutra and the 7 techniques of spirit control, the pure primordial jade swiftly transmuted into a chilling aura. Chen Luo gradually infused this frigid essence into Zhou Yan's body, utilizing the aid of the 7 techniques to expeditiously purge the malevolent entity from her mind. This process lasted approximately 3 minutes, during which the fissures on Zhou Yan's body began to heal, and a hint of color gradually returned to her pallid complexion. Upon witnessing this, Chen Luo let out a long sigh of relief. As long as the injury did not continue to worsen, it would signify that his efforts had not been in vain. However, at that moment, in a state of unconsciousness, Zhou Yan abruptly sat up from the table, her blood-stained arms tightly embracing his chest. Clad in tattered stockings, her dry, emaciated legs entwined fiercely around his waist, resembling a fearsome yet tragic beauty snake. She clung to him with an unyielding grip. "What is happening?" he asked in astonishment. He noticed Zhou Yan's breaths were becoming increasingly labored, her condition appearing rather abnormal. "It is a normal phenomenon," Yan Xian elucidated through her phone. "The mechanism by which pure origin soft jade enhances the awakening probability is through the secretion of a substantial amount of sex hormones, expelling the alien energy within the body through a reproductive manner." Goodness, what is this pure origin soft jade? It sounds so enchanting, but isn't it just an aphrodisiac? Chen Luo muttered in exasperation, his expression filled with dismay. "Surely, I am not to be paired with her." Although he had previously stolen glances at Zhou Yan's graceful figure adorned in a cheongsam and stockings, and had even indulged in fanciful thoughts of her fair and shapely legs, the sight of such beauty now stirred no interest within him. Rather, it evoked a sense of nausea. He had not descended to the depths of depravity where he could find allure in a grotesque figure. Fool, what nonsensical thoughts are you entertaining? Your only task is to assist her in expelling the pollutants. Yan Xian's delicate reprimands echoed persistently through his phone. Chen Luo had no choice but to hold his breath, steeling himself as he kissed Zhou Yan, reciprocating her ardor. Fortunately, as those insects continued to be expelled, the scars and mutations on Zhou Yan's skin gradually faded, and parts of her complexion began to regain a smooth, dewy appearance, leading Chen Luo to feel that his actions were not entirely intolerable. Just as they were lost in their passionate embrace, a sharp pain pierced the corner of Chen Luo's mouth. Upon opening his eyes, he was startled to discover that a pair of sharp fangs had sprouted from Zhou Yan's mouth. She bit down fiercely on his lip, tearing it open and causing a stream of crimson blood to flow. Simultaneously, he noticed that Zhou Yan's eyes emitted a fierce, blood-red glow, and the insects he had previously dispersed began to return to her mind. There was a formidable source of contamination within the room. Unless it was eradicated, the taint afflicting Zhou Yan could never be completely cleansed. Yan Xian had been observing the scene through the camera, and upon witnessing this turn of events, she immediately alerted Chen Luo. Chen Luo gently guided Zhou Yan's head onto his shoulder, his gaze vigilant as he scanned the surroundings. Suddenly, he noticed a leg bone atop the bookcase. He dragged Zhou Yan, resembling a koala, to the bookcase and pointed his phone's camera at the bone. The leg bone, roughly the thickness of an adult's fist, was covered in strands of flesh that had yet to decay, along with bloodstains that inexplicably remained liquid, presenting an exceedingly chilling and macabre sight. Chapter 42. Upgrade. Is this the object in question? Chen Luo initially posed a question, then pressed his finger against the bone of his leg. He intended to employ the same method he had previously used to combat the parasitic creatures within Zhou Yan's body against the troublesome leg bone before him. However, upon sending his mental energy forth in delicate strands, he discovered that the bone proved far more formidable than he had anticipated. It seemed as though an invisible, gluttonous beast resided within. His mental force was effortlessly neutralized and completely devoured. To his astonishment, the entity even traced back along his mental energy, attempting to invade his own body. Fortunately, he reacted swiftly and promptly severed the external projection of his mental power. At that moment, Yanxian also recognized the nature of the entity, urgently exclaiming, "Brother Chen Luo, quickly leave, do not approach." Chen Luo took a few steps back and inquired, "What exactly is that?" "It is the bone of a lost one, a highly infectious contaminant. Anyone infected by it will transform into a mere corpse. This corpse possesses a peculiar ability. By infusing it with the flesh and essence of the bone's creator, it can be turned into a marionette under their control. An extraterrestrial being once employed this very substance to convert the entire village's inhabitants into its puppets," Yanxian explained rapidly. "This bone has been ritualistically refined with alien energy, intensifying its contamination nearly twofold. Even those who are awakened would find it challenging to resist its taint. The hidden culprits providing Zhou Yan with awakening materials never intended for her to become an awakened one. You should cease your involvement in this matter and allow the Bureau to handle it." "Does the Bureau's resolution entail the annihilation of Zhou Yan as well?" Chen Luo's voice suddenly rose by 3 tones, his tone indifferent. Yanxian fell into silence, refraining from speaking. Zhou Yan was a crucial component of Chen Luo's undercover mission. Thus, the task of eliminating her could not be conducted by the 8th Division, as it would jeopardize Chen Luo's undercover identity within the Supernatural Affairs Bureau. For the execution of such field tasks, only the 3rd Division, apart from the 8th Division, would be involved. Given the 3rd Division's modus operandi, they would certainly refrain from making any attempts to rescue Zhou Yan. Chen Luo realized that his earlier demeanor towards Yanxian had been somewhat brusque. So he softened his tone and gently said to the girl, "Xian, allow me to try once more. I had made a promise to her father, and I must make every effort to fulfill it. Should I fail in this endeavor, I shall withdraw immediately and contact the Supernatural Affairs Bureau to handle the matter." "Be cautious," Yanxian cautioned, then continued, "I have sent a few spiritual items to your company, which should arrive within approximately 20 minutes. If these items are exhausted and she has not successfully awakened, you must retreat. Remember, Chen Luo, you still owe me 100,000 yuan. Rest assured, I will exercise due discretion." Chen Luo set his phone aside and then opened his attribute panel. Name: Chen Luo Realm. 8th level of body cultivation physical strength. 25 mental strength. 15-16 martial arts. Taizu Changquan LV6. Perfect. Wuxiang Heart Sutra LV6. 6th level. 2500050000. Linggong Dabu LV6. Perfect. Skills. Bajijiang 6th level. 2400050000. Control God 7 Styles 6th layer. LV6 250-005-0000. Distributable attribute points. 0 Control God 7 Styles requires an additional 25,000 experience points to ascend to the next level. There is still one last chance to strive for it. Chen Luo planned to elevate the 7 techniques of divine control to its pinnacle before the spiritual essence was entirely depleted. And only then would he attempt to save Zhou Yan. Though he was loath to witness Zhou Yan's demise, he could not disregard his own safety. This was the most prudent course of action. If successful, he would not only rescue Zhou Yan but also enhance his attribute points. Should he fail, the considerable risk would still yield some benefit. Gathering his focus, he held the remaining fragment of pure jade in his mouth, preparing to lower his head to kiss Zhou Yan, determined to extract the full efficacy of the pure jade. At that moment, Zhou Yan suddenly regained consciousness. She glanced at their intimate position and then at the bite mark on Chen Luo's lip. Remarkably, she refrained from reproaching him and instead murmured in a faint voice, "Chen Luo, am I going to die? Obey me, and you still have a chance to live. Otherwise, I cannot save you." Chen Luo gently patted Zhou Yan's head, first offering her words of comfort. Then, he cradled her face and leaned in for a kiss. "You rogue," Zhou Yan murmured softly. Yet she made no effort to stop him, feeling powerless to resist. Chen Luo, having fully extracted the properties of the pure Yuan soft jade, once again pressed the tip of his sword against Zhou Yan's brow, initiating the removal of the aberrant energy insects within her body. At 6 o'clock in the evening, The remnants of the sun's rays filtered through the crevices of the stickers on the glass, casting delicate lattice patterns upon the floor. Chen Luo withdrew his fingers from Zhou Yan's forehead and cast a glance at his attributes panel. He had finally leveled up. After an afternoon of relentless effort, he successfully elevated both the Wuxiang Heart Sutra and the 7 Styles of God Control to level 7, earning himself 4 points of free attribute points. Among these, 2 points were awarded upon upgrading the Wuxiang Heart Sutra, while the other 2 were gained from the enhancements of the 7 Styles of God Control and the 8 Extremes Collapse. He allocated all 4 attribute points to his mental strength, raising it from 16 to 20. The moment the allocation was complete, his realm level ascended to the 9th stage of body nourishment. Although there was no substantial change in his physique from the 8th to the 9th stage, the previous difficulty in consolidating his energy vortex had vastly improved. He sensed that as long as he balanced his mental strength with his physical strength, stepping into the Qi-gathering realm would soon be within his grasp. Chen Luo cast a glance at Zhou Yan, who lay on the table. Her body nearly purged of the insidious parasites that had once plagued her. The foreign energy within her had also grown docile, and even the horrific scars that marred her surface had reverted to their original state. Ordinarily, such a transformation would signify a successful awakening. However, for Zhou Yan, this could only be deemed a partial success, as the most pressing dilemma remained unresolved: the lost one's leg bone. Zhou Yan had been in contact with the leg bone for far too long, binding their fates together. Unless this connection was severed, she was at risk of being triggered into mutation at any moment, rendering all his efforts futile. I am eager to witness whether the supreme art of the 7 forms of divine control can subdue you. Chen Luo approached the bookshelf, cradling a segment of bone, thick as a man's fist, in the palm of his hand, then summoned his mental strength. In the next instant, a transformation unfolded before his eyes. The world around him was engulfed by an intricate web of interwoven threads. These threads bore a resemblance to those he had extracted from Wang Yu, yet they were far more numerous and diverse in hue. If the threads from Wang Yu resembled a handful of water, then those before him mirrored a vast, boundless ocean. Each of these threads symbolized the intricate relationships between entities infused with exotic energies within this world. Among them, a cluster of threads, as thick as a baby's arm and crimson in color, pierced through in front of them, linking the leg bones of Zhou Yan behind him with those of the lost one across from him. A towering edifice rises from the ground. Only by grasping the essence of the world can one forge a unique path of evolution. Is this the true meaning? Chen Luo gazed upon the myriad strands before him, a sudden clarity dawning within his mind. The scene unfolding was one that could only be perceived by an awakened individual who had reached the foundation establishment stage. Upon witnessing these threads, a foundation establishment awakened could harness them to unleash an array of astonishing abilities. Without attaining this stage, even someone as formidable as Captain Lei Pingbo, who was at the 9th level of Qi gathering, would remain oblivious to such a vast and intricate web, only capable of perceiving specific substances, such as the threads within a living awakened's body. However, through the unique attributes of his system, Chen Luo had mastered the 7th form of divine control, granting him access to this extraordinary vision. Yet, at this moment, he had barely grazed the threshold of the Qi gathering stage, rendering him incapable of wielding the threads with the same astounding prowess as a grand awakened of the foundation establishment stage. Nonetheless, this was sufficient for him. As long as he could see, he would be able to sever the connection between leg bone and Zhou Yan. Chapter 43. Was she the threads interconnecting various pollutants and awakened beings were remarkably resilient. Under normal circumstances, with his cultivation still beneath the Qi gathering stage, Chen Luo would find it nearly impossible to disturb them. However, he had noted that each time he successfully vanquished an energy worm, the capsule-like lump at the back of his neck would absorb a portion of the worm's energy. Thus, he could utilize the peculiar power of this capsule to sever these threads. Focusing his thoughts, Chen Luo concentrated intently, silently invoking the command, sever. His mental energy coalesced once more into a sharp blade, aimed directly at the immense strand binding Zhou Yan to the lost one. He struck fiercely. Once, twice, thrice. Chen Luo was unaware of the number of strikes he had delivered by the time the thread between the two had completely severed. The horizon outside the window had already begun to glow with the light of dawn. He glanced at Zhou Yan, whose condition had now stabilized remarkably. Once her injuries were properly tended to, she would surely emerge as a true awakened being. Satisfied with Zhou Yan's well-being, Chen Luo accessed his attribute panel. Name: Chen Luo Realm. 9th layer of body cultivation. Physical strength 25-25. Mental strength 21-21. Techniques: Taizu Changquan LV6 perfected. Wuxiang Heart Sutra LV7, 7th layer, 45. 000100, 000. Linggong Dabu LV6, perfected. Skills. Bajiquan, 7th layer, 38, 000100, 000. Control Spirit 7 Techniques, 7th layer, LV7, perfected. Freely distributable attribute points, 0 though the leg bone of the lost one had imparted little experience. The dense and potent alien energy within had granted him 1 point of mental strength. After upgrading the Wuxiang Heart Sutra to the 7th layer, the conversion speed of alien energy into attribute points had accelerated significantly. At this rate, with ample pollutants or spiritual materials, he could ascend to the Qi-gathering realm in as little as a month, or perhaps even within 2 months. Collecting his thoughts, Chen Luo closed the attribute panel. He first sealed the troublesome leg bone of the lost one in a lead box, then lifted Zhou Yin and opened the office door. Brother Luo. As he stepped out, he encountered Xiao Lin, who had been sleeping in the hallway. The young man had kept vigil throughout the night, showing no signs of returning home. His face ashen and weary. Go back and rest. I'll grant you a 2-day leave. Just remember to lock the door when you leave, Chen Luo advised. Chen Luo gently patted Xiao Lin on the shoulder, cradling Zhou Yin as he made his way to the parking lot. He retrieved the red BMW keys from her pocket and drove her back to his home. The following morning, in Chen Luo's residence, Zhou Yin abruptly opened her eyes, wiping the cold sweat from her forehead with the back of her hand. Where am I? As she surveyed her surroundings, she realized she was lying on a large, unfamiliar bed. The bed frame was constructed of concrete, as were the nightstand and wardrobe, while the floor was merely a thin layer of concrete. Were it not for the red table lamp beside the bed and the high-end desktop computer on the opposite table, she might have believed she had been abducted to some remote, impoverished locale. Upon this realization, she instinctively checked her attire, only to discover that the qipao and stockings she had worn before losing consciousness had vanished without a trace. Instead, she found herself clad in a pale blue nightgown adorned with embroidered puppies. Below the nightgown, there was nothing but emptiness. A blush crept across her cheeks, quickly followed by a sense of unease and caution. Just then, she heard a series of muffled thuds emanating from the adjacent room. Grasping a wooden stick that lay on the floor, she cautiously opened the door. Upon witnessing the decor of the living room and Chen Luo, who was bare-chested and striking the sandbag with fervent punches, the anxiety that had weighed heavily on her heart began to dissipate. You're awake? He inquired. Chen Luo heard footsteps approaching from behind. He wiped the sweat from his back with a towel and turned to Zhou Yin with a smile. I just ordered takeout. Would you like to join me? Zhou Yin instinctively wore a serious expression and declined, but soon regained her composure, realizing that they were not at the office but in Chen Luo's home. At this moment, they were alone, with no one else around. She nodded and, after a considerable hesitation, finally summoned the courage to say, thank you. Although she could not recall the details following her transformation, she vaguely remembered Chen Luo rushing into the office to rescue her. Please sit down. There are some matters I wish to discuss with you shortly. Chen Luo was taken aback to witness the typically aloof Zhou Yin express her gratitude. After a moment of surprise, he offered her a chair. Zhou Yin accepted and sat down, but as soon as she did, an awkward expression instantly crossed her face. Chen Luo cast a glance at the other person and noticed the fabric of her trousers was pulled taut. He quickly realized that Zhou Yin's pants must be a size too small. You are wearing my ex-girlfriend's pajamas. She has a rather petite frame, so they may not fit you quite right, he explained, scratching his head in embarrassment. However, they are brand new, so you need not worry. It's all right. I can simply change into another outfit when I get home, Zhou Yin replied, making an effort to adjust her legs to avoid any unfortunate exposure. Chen Luo remained silent as he retrieved the takeout he had just ordered, placing it upon the table. He had not ordered a meal for Zhou Yin, as he was uncertain when she would awaken. Fortunately, since becoming an awakened, his appetite had significantly increased. Thus, he had ordered 4 dishes and a large bucket of rice, enough to share with Zhou Yin. He found a porcelain bowl from his cupboard and filled it with a small portion of rice, offering it to her. Thank you. Zhou Yin expressed her gratitude. After taking a few bites, she inquired, what do you wish to tell me? Who provided you with those items in your office? Chen Luo took a generous portion of shredded potatoes for himself, and only after finishing all the dishes did he begin to speak slowly. Upon hearing Chen Luo mention the matter, Zhou Yin lowered her head in silence, her chopsticks incessantly poking at the rice in her bowl. You must have also noticed the anomalies during your awakening process. The person who provided you with the items never truly intended for you to succeed in your awakening. Observing her silence, Chen Luo remained unperturbed. After shoveling a few mouthfuls of rice and savoring a piece of chicken, he continued, Mr. Huishi is a member of the Shikawa County Cabinet and a close friend of my father in his lifetime. Was she? A council member from Shikawa County? It seems that a mere county cabinet member lacks the influence to be the mastermind behind the Hellion group. Chen Luo silently resolved to remember this name. Even if Huishi was not the mastermind behind the scenes, he was undoubtedly connected to those individuals. The captain had assigned him the task of finding a breakthrough within the Hellion group through Zhou Yan. All he needed to do was submit the name, leaving the rest to the captain's discretion. Chapter 44. Report Mr. Hua, she would not harm me. He is not only a close friend of my father's, but also my godfather. Our families have been intertwined for decades, and he would not betray me. He once promised that if I could awaken my abilities, he would recommend me for membership in their organization. Within that circle, I could acquire the power I seek to avenge my father. As Chen Luo committed the name Huishi to memory, Zhou Yan continued speaking. Chen Luo couldn't help but scoff internally. At this point, this woman still harbored delusions. He wondered whether she was genuinely foolish or simply naive. Not only would he welcome me into the organization, but he would also embrace others. That day, I mentioned your name to Mr. Huishi, who expressed his eagerness for you to join the organization. With that, she promptly rummaged through her handbag on the nearby sofa and retrieved her mobile phone. I shall call Mr. Huishi at once to inform him of my successful awakening. Chen Luo did not impede the other party. He was equally curious to observe Mr. Huishi's reaction upon learning of Zhou Yan's successful awakening. The phone's notification chimed incessantly, and after nearly a minute, Huishi on the other end finally answered. Uncle Hua, I have become a true awakener, Zhou Yan declared, her voice brimming with uncontainable excitement. However, on the other end, Huishi remained silent for almost 3 minutes before responding with a smile. Excellent, congratulations. When can I join the organization? And what do you think of the colleague I recommended to you last time? Zhou Yan inquired further. Huishi appeared to deliberate, pausing for a few seconds before stating, come to the 6th floor of Hellion building with him tomorrow. With that, he hung up the phone. Mr. Huishi is a man of great integrity and compassion. You will understand when you meet him tomorrow, Zhou Yan asserted with conviction. Chen Luo silently ate his meal, placing a piece of chicken on his plate, refusing to engage in conversation. In his mind, he equated Zhou Yan with a fool. He had never encountered such a foolish woman who, after being betrayed, still assisted those who had wronged her. Meanwhile, on the 6th floor of Hellion building, in Huashi's office, he hung up the phone with Zhou Yan, his expression dark and brooding. In a fit of anger, he struck the table with his fist before picking up the phone to dial Tan Yan's number. The lost leg bone had failed, and Zhou Yan had awakened. Can you provide me with a reasonable explanation? The plan to transform Zhou Yan into a puppet and siphon off 500 million from the Zhou family assets was a scheme concocted in secrecy between him and Tan Yan. Despite both being officials and awakened, they possessed little personal wealth. Thus, when Zhou Yan approached him with news of her father's demise, he immediately coveted the Zhou family's riches. To ensure the success of their plan, he had shamelessly appropriated the lost leg bone, a material worth millions. Impossible. Unless aided by another foundational-level awakened being, she would never escape the control of the lost leg bone. Have you tampered with the material again? Tan Yan retorted, questioning Huishi. I have not touched it at all, Huishi replied, suppressing the fury within him. I have arranged for her and Chen Luo to come to Hellion building tomorrow. Once they join the organization, I will find an opportunity to send Chen Luo away. You must swiftly discover a new method to maintain control over her. Delay could lead to unforeseen changes. If we miss this opportunity, where else can we find such a vulnerable girl with over 100 million in assets? Leave it to me to handle. Tan Yan responded before ending the call. After dining together, Chen Luo escorted Zhou Yan back to her residence. Zhou Yan's home was not far from his own, merely 2 streets apart. So it took only a few minutes for him to drive to the underground parking lot of her community. Chen Luo handed the keys over and prepared to walk back up the stairs. Just then, Zhou Yan's voice called out from behind him. Is there something you need? Chen Luo turned around, eyeing her with puzzlement. Nothing. Just be careful on your way back. Zhou Yan had wanted to ask whether he had kissed her while she was unconscious, but the words caught in her throat. At the last moment, she changed her mind and said something else instead. Has this woman lost her mind? Chen Luo inwardly scoffed before turning away and leaving the basement. Once outside, he immediately took out his phone and contacted the captain. The person Zhou Yan had been in touch with was Huishi, a council member of Shistian County's minor cabinet. Chen Luo relayed everything, how he had rescued Zhou Yan, the information he had obtained from her, and Huishi's instructions for them to meet at Hellion Tower the following day. Just follow her lead. I'll be nearby. If anything happens, contact me immediately. I'll provide backup if needed, the captain replied. Hearing this, Chen Luo felt considerably more at ease. The waters surrounding Hellion Tower ran deep. Without strong support, if something went wrong inside, survival would be far from guaranteed. Especially considering that Hellion Tower housed players, those extraordinary beings from another world, wielding powers beyond his comprehension. The thought prompted him to add one more thing. Hellion Tower might have players inside. Did you learn that from Zhou Yin? The captain's tone sharpened instantly. She mentioned seeing Councilman Huishi talking to himself, as if conversing with invisible people. Non-awakened can't see players. I believe the invisible people she described must be them. Chen Luo organized his thoughts and spoke. He could not directly inform the captain that he could distinguish between players, ordinary awakeners, and regular individuals. Instead, he had to convey this through Zhou Yin's name. Later, you should seek out Xiao Yin. I will have her pass along some counter-surveillance cameras and earpieces to you. Tomorrow, wear those when you head to Hellion Building. We must maintain constant communication. The captain pondered for a moment and then instructed Chen Luo. The next morning, at the entrance of Hellion Building, Chen Luo adjusted the glasses perched on his nose. This pair of spectacles had been handed to him by Yin Xian the previous evening, claiming it was a piece of surveillance equipment, integrated with a high-definition microcamera and a bone conduction headset. However, despite scrutinizing the glasses for an extended period, he had failed to locate either the camera or the earpiece, as if they were nothing more than an ordinary pair of spectacles. Yet, Chen Luo understood that this was not the case. He sensed a faint, unusual energy fluctuation emanating from the surface of the glasses and noticed the intricate runes etched upon them. These runes bore a striking resemblance to those found in the player world. Had the Deqing authorities acquired this technology from the players? He pondered. Just as he was lost in thought, the sound of clicking high heels echoed from a distance. Zhou Yin appeared, clad in a black woolen sweater atop a vintage cream-colored velvet dress, cinched at the waist with a gilded black belt. Her exposed calves were sheathed in gossamer-like flesh-toned stockings, exuding an aura of sophistication. Come in, Zhou Yin said, her crimson lips parting as she addressed Chen Luo. With that, she stepped into the building, and Chen Luo followed closely behind. Chapter 45. The security check at Hellion Building was exceedingly stringent. The guards at the entrance, armed with a gun-like device, meticulously scrutinized Chen Luo and Zhou Yin for nearly 10 minutes before permitting their entry. Furthermore, they were required to surrender their mobile phones prior to entering the building, as bringing them inside was strictly prohibited. Chen Luo felt immensely relieved that the glasses he wore lacked conventional electronic components. Otherwise, he would undoubtedly have faced scrutiny from the guard at the entrance. After passing through security, he and Zhou Yin ascended to the 6th floor via the elevator. As the doors opened, they were greeted by a spacious office. The room featured a mahogany conference table, 3 leather sofas arranged in a semicircle, and 4 bookshelves brimming with volumes. Seated on one of the sofas was a middle-aged man in his early 40s, clad in a deep blue suit. It was Huishi. Chen Luo instantly recognized the identity of the individual before him. Huishi, a practitioner at the 6th level of the nourishing body realm, possessed a remarkable vitality of 1212. Uncle Hua. Zhou Yin briskly approached Huishi, greeting him with a warm smile. Congratulations, Yin Yin. Huishi's face was adorned with a sincere smile, radiating genuine warmth. He then turned to Chen Luo, smiling as he remarked, You must be Chen Luo. I have heard about you from Yin Yin. To be able to single-handedly vanquish a 9th-level awakened practitioner from the anomalous bureau speaks volumes of your talent. It is indeed a pity that such a capable individual as yourself is not welcomed by those inept fools at the anomalous bureau. Their downfall is inevitable. So, have you made your decision? Will you join our organization? Chen Luo exhibited a demeanor of cautious contemplation, and after a prolonged moment of hesitation, replied, I would like to understand what this organization you speak of actually entails. Huishi, a seasoned politician, despite having awakened, still primarily identified as a politician, with an unparalleled expertise in reading between the lines and engaging with others. Thus, as soon as Chen Luo articulated his inquiry, Huishi instantly grasped his intent. He approached the wall of the office and drew aside a crimson curtain that hung above, revealing the inscription beneath, Anti-Monarchist Party. Upon encountering these 3 characters, Chen Luo's pupils abruptly contracted, and he felt a chill wash over him. Were this a century ago, such a phrase would undoubtedly have marked one as a traitor, a rebel. Our organization, comprised of merchants, legislators, and a number of overlooked awakened individuals, is dedicated to curbing the unchecked expansion of the Li royal family. Over the past several decades, the royal family has acted like a monstrous parasite, draining the lifeblood of this nation to sustain their lavish existence. We have expended vast amounts of human and material resources. Rather than expressing gratitude, the royal family has only intensified its efforts, leveraging its initial advantage in the path of awakening to establish the Bureau of the Supernatural, extending its insidious reach into every corner of this country in a bid to restore its former glory. Thus, our objective is to dismantle the Bureau of the Supernatural, relegating the royal family back to the position of a mere mascot, empowering the cabinet to oversee all awakened individuals, and ensuring that every citizen can partake in the benefits bestowed by awakening. As Wuxi surveyed Chen Luo and Zhou Yin, he spoke slowly. The moment his words fell, the room was enveloped in an eerie silence. Chen Luo adjusted his spectacles and inquired, to my knowledge, the anomalous bureau not only boasts a multitude of Qi-gathering realm awakeners but also at least 10 Foundation Establishment realm awakeners. How do you intend to counter them? This was a matter of great interest to him, and it was also a question the anomalous bureau had long sought to answer. If he could extract the information from Wuxi at this moment, his undercover mission would be nearly complete. Dear comrades, it seems I must demonstrate the might of the organization. Wuxi chuckled heartily. He approached the wall inscribed with the words anti-royalist and pressed firmly on the character for anti. Soon, a humming sound reminiscent of rapidly turning gears emanated from behind the wall. With a clear, ringing sound, Chen Luo was astonished to find a concealed door materializing before him. As the secret door swung open, he beheld a completely transparent elevator. Come in, Wuxi called, stepping confidently into the elevator and gesturing for Chen Luo and Zhou Yin to follow. Chen Luo adjusted the glasses perched on his nose before stepping into the elevator. This was a covert signal shared between him and the captain. Each time he pushed his glasses, his eyes would automatically record everything before him. Once he and Zhou Yin had entered, Wuxi pressed a button, and the elevator began its slow ascent. At that moment, Chen Luo realized that this unique observation elevator allowed him to see clearly into every room within the Hellion building. He witnessed over 100 soldiers divided into 5-member teams, engaged in live-fire training on one of the floors. He observed several awakened individuals from the cultivation realm gathered around a peculiar crystalline material, crafting lethal weapons specifically designed for their kind. He saw numerous affluent merchants and high-ranking cabinet members exchanging toasts, conspiring over significant matters. Moreover, he noticed several level 13 and 14 players conversing face-to-face with a prominent figure characterized by a square jaw. This notable individual was someone he frequently saw on local television in Dongdu. If he was not mistaken, that must be the current governor of Dongdu, right? As the elevator came to a halt, Chen Luo cautiously confirmed with Wuxi. The governor of Dongdu served as the highest executive of the region, and Dongdu itself was one of the most pivotal urban clusters in Daqing, thus holding considerable significance. Indeed, if this year's election proceeded smoothly, Governor Jin would ascend to the inner cabinet. With his support in Tiandu, the anti-imperial forces would reach unprecedented heights. Wuxi replied with fervent eyes. The individuals conversing with the governor instilled a sense of dread within me. Could they be the organization's trump cards? Chen Luo's gaze lingered on the player adorned with a golden for several moments, feigning ignorance as he inquired. Indeed, they were the most formidable support of the organization. They hailed from distant lands, united by a common ambition to overthrow the Li dynasty's reign. The gentleman currently being received by the governor was merely at the gathering Qi stage, with others at the Foundation Establishment stage arriving subsequently. When it comes to elite combat prowess, the organization is by no means inferior to the Divine Anomaly Bureau. The depths of this situation are truly profound, replied Wuxi with an air of pride. Chen Luo exhaled deeply, initially believing that this undercover mission was merely to investigate the masterminds behind the deliberate pollution. To his astonishment, he found himself entangled in a grand conspiracy of treason. Furthermore, this intrigue not only involved the central cabinet but also local factions, and even foreign players were implicated. So, are you willing to join us in the struggle for the welfare of the people, for fairness and justice, and for the true freedom of the awakened? After uttering these words, Wuxi's gaze fell upon Chen Luo. The absence of any mention of Zhou Yin suggested that she was already well aware of the anti-imperialist objectives. Chen Luo once again fell into deep contemplation. Chapter 46. Response. Opposite Hellion Mansion, at the Red Star Machinery Processing Plant, 20 covered transport trucks swiftly entered the factory through the rear gate and parked neatly on the expansive concrete ground. Inside a room monitoring Hellion Mansion, Lei Pingbo, upon hearing the sounds of engines outside, immediately drew back the curtains and leaned out to observe. What met his eyes was nearly 500 warriors clad in black composite battle armor, armed with firearms and short swords at their waists, agilely disembarking from the transport trucks and forming an orderly line around the vehicles. The Divine Strategy Army? At this sight, Lei Pingbo was taken aback. These fully armored warriors were the elite under the auspices of the Anomalous Bureau, each possessing at least the strength of the third level of the body cultivation realm. Typically dispatched only to confront extremely perilous monsters. After reporting the collusion between the individuals behind Hellion Mansion and the players to the higher-ups of the Anomalous Bureau, he anticipated that the authorities and the royal family would take decisive action. He never imagined that the opponent would actually deploy the Divine Strategy Army. This indicated that the royal family had no intention of punishing those individuals through conventional judicial means. Rather, they aimed for their utter annihilation. Just as this thought crossed his mind, a tall young man with fair skin stepped out from behind the warriors. Lei Pingbo recognized him as Yao Xiaowen, the acting director of the 6th Division, with a strength at the first level of the Foundation Establishment realm, a direct agent of the royal family within the Anomalous Bureau. Captain Lei, the 6th Division will take over here for the time being. You and your men will follow my orders. This is the directive from above, and I trust you have no objections, Yao Xiaowen declared as he entered the command room, immediately seizing command from Lei Pingbo. Such a domineering approach made Lei Pingbo furrow his brow, but seeing the royal order in Yao's hand, he could only take a deep breath and suppress his dissatisfaction. No objections, my brothers in the 8th Division, and I will follow your arrangements. Excellent. Yao Xiaowen nodded and took a seat at the main monitoring position. He swiftly navigated the mouse, reviewing the video previously transmitted by Chen Luo. Traitors and scoundrels. Observing the faces that appeared on the screen, Yao Xiaowen sneered coldly, then turned to instruct the personnel from the 6th and 8th Divisions behind him. Each awakened individual at the Gathering Qi realm will lead a team of soldiers. In 2 minutes, we will launch a full-scale assault on Hellion Mansion for a comprehensive cleansing operation. No sooner had he finished speaking than the warriors outside the command room quickly formed into teams of 20, scattering into 20 small squads. Director Yao, I still have an informant inside. We can wait for him to exit before launching the attack. Lei Pingbo, unable to contain himself any longer at Yao Xiaowen's unilateral decision to initiate the assault, immediately voiced his opposition. Chen Luo remains within the towering edifice, acutely aware that should they launch an attack at this moment, the traitors inside would readily target the latter as an outlet for their wrath, sacrificing them on the spot. There are extraterrestrial beings within. If those individuals were to escape, Captain Lei, do you believe you could bear the consequences? Yao Xiaowen cast a frigid glance at Lei Pingbo. As for your informant, let him fend for himself. Upon hearing these words, Lei Pingbo felt a profound sense of despair. In the Hlian building on the 23rd floor. After nearly 3 minutes of silence, Chen Luo devised a response to Huaxi. He harbored no credence for Huaxi's deceptive rhetoric. Although the other party spoke with ostentatious grandeur, their actions bore no relation to those lofty ambitions. The pollutants they released upon the common populace in their attempts to transform Zhouyin into a puppet are indicative of their true nature. Slogans remain mere slogans, and their focus is solely on their own self-interests. This aligns perfectly with his perception of elected officials. Regardless of how the world evolves, they remain unchanged. I am willing to serve you, but I require a lucrative position and the privilege to exchange for high-quality spiritual artifacts, he stated to Huaxi. Engaging with these self-serving politicians on the basis of mutual benefit is the least likely avenue for suspicion. These are not concerns. Within the organization, funds are abundant. With money, anything is achievable. I will offer you a monthly salary of 30,000, though you will be expected to contribute a certain amount of physical labor. Huaxi laughed heartily, extending his hand to shake hands with both Chen Luo and Zhou Yin. Congratulations, you have now become members of the organization. A straightforward initiation ceremony awaits you. Once you pass it, you will be official members. Chen Luo remained silent, instead adjusting his glasses with a gentle tap of his fingers, striking them 3 times upon the frame. Almost instantly, he heard 3 corresponding muffled knocks in his ear. This signified that the video he had transmitted had been completely recorded by Lei Pingbo's side. At this moment, the tension that had gripped his heart began to ease. 30,000 yuan was indeed a handsome salary, yet it regrettably slipped through his fingers. Chen Luo felt a sense of regret as he contemplated the situation. As he transmitted the data, he surmised that the captain was about to take action against Huaxi and the individuals behind him. Uncle Hua, can we participate in the initiation ceremony now? While Chen Luo was lost in thought, Zhou Yin, suppressing her eagerness, addressed Huaxi in as calm a tone as she could muster. She was well aware that the anti-imperial faction was engaged in rebellious activities. Yet she was indifferent to it. Her sole desire was to expedite her own advancement and uncover the true culprit behind her father's demise. She had previously sought out individuals from the Anomalous Bureau, imploring them to reveal the details surrounding her father's death, but they had coldly rebuffed her. In contrast, Wuxi not only informed her that her father had been slain by extraterrestrial beings, but also instilled in her the hope of becoming an awakened one. This was precisely why, despite Chen Luo's warnings about the flawed materials, she continued to place her faith in Wuxi. This foolish woman, Chen Luo silently berated. Joining the anti-imperial faction at this juncture was akin to entering the palace as a eunuch in 1911. Yet, he found himself powerless to intervene. Knowing that voicing his concerns would undoubtedly alert Wuxi. Please hold on. I need to take a call. Wuxi did not respond directly, but instead picked up his phone to make a call. It was not until 10 minutes later that he returned to Chen Luo and Zhou Yin. I will have someone provide you both with identity tokens shortly. Once you refine them using the within you, you will be able to proceed with the initiation ceremony. With the identity tokens, you can access the materials repository in the building to exchange for the items you require. With that, he led Chen Luo and Zhou Yin out of the elevator and into a reception room. After approximately 5 minutes of waiting, a waiter dressed in a white shirt and black bow tie entered, carrying a mahogany tray, where she lifted the satin cloth covering the tray, revealing 2 deep blue, flat, oval stones beneath. He gestured towards the stones and said, "These are the identity tokens. Hurry and refine them." Zhou Yin promptly seized one of the oval stones and quickly made her way to a nearby lounge area. Chen Luo stood still, his gaze fixed intently on the server before him, who was holding a tray. Tan Yan, a first-level cultivator, possessed a physical strength of 8,589. Chapter 47, Exposure. Upon realizing the true identity of the server, Chen Luo's heart sank. Tan Yan, was he not the director of the Anomalous Bureau's 4th Division? What could he possibly be plotting by lurking here? Suddenly, a thought struck him, prompting him to activate the 7 techniques of spirit control. He then observed radiant strands of light emanating from the oval stone in his and Zhou Yan's hands. These threads converged upon Tan Yan before him. Chen Luo recognized these strands all too well. They were identical to those he had seen moments earlier connecting Zhou Yin to the Lost One's leg bones. Both the leg bones of the Lost One and this identity tag had been crafted by Tan Yan. This was a trap. He immediately grasped this unsettling realization. Unbeknownst to Tan Yan, his identity had been exposed. He watched Zhou Yin, who was lifting the stone beside him, his greed reaching an unbearable crescendo. Rising from the lower echelons, he lacked a strong familial foundation. Even though he had now become an awakened being at the foundational level and assumed the role of director at the 4th Division of the Anomalous Bureau, his accumulated wealth amounted to a mere 4 to 5 million. Most of his fortune had been expended during his ascension to foundational cultivation. Despite the Anomalous Bureau providing him with a monthly salary of 200,000, surpassing that of the chief members of the Grand Cabinet, such earnings paled in comparison to the exorbitant cost of spirit materials, which often exceeded tens of thousands. Furthermore, he was burdened with maintaining his opulent mansion, luxury cars, prestigious watches, and a host of lovers. Beyond these daily expenses, his most significant financial outlay was for the various materials consumed during minor breakthroughs, each costing in the hundreds of thousands. If he sought to advance further, his meager salary and savings would be utterly insufficient. Thus, he felt compelled to obtain the Zhou family's fortune. Even knowing that Wuxi was scheming treasonous acts, he was willing to collaborate with him. He had even come personally to Hellion Tower to ensure the plan's success. At this moment, all he needed was for Zhou Yin to refine that stone, and he would gain access to unimaginable wealth. He noticed Chen Luo hesitating, his suspicion directed towards the crystal. Yet he paid him no mind. Zhou Yin was his primary target. Dealing with Chen Luo was merely a secondary concern. If this fellow had any sense, perhaps he might be spared his life. Otherwise, Tan Yan had ample means to deal with him. A mere individual who had yet to reach the chi-gathering stage could be crushed with a mere flick of his hand. With that thought, he suppressed the increasingly fervent desire within him, his gaze fixed on Zhou Yin, as he silently sneered. Refine it, without such a fool as you. How could my riches come to fruition? Chen Luo adjusted his glasses perched on the bridge of his nose, transmitting the imagery back. He then glanced at the crystal in his hand, followed by a fleeting look at Zhou Yin, who was preparing to refine her own crystal nearby. At this moment, it was inconceivable for him to utter a warning to her. Not only could he not alert her, but if he failed to continue refining the crystal shortly, he would invite peril upon himself. For an awakener at the foundation establishment stage, extinguishing his life would be as effortless as crushing an ant. Chen Luo took a deep breath, realizing he had fallen into a predicament from which there was no easy escape. Just as his mind raced to devise a solution, He heard the voice of Captain Lei Pingbo in his ear. Chen Luo, I am contacting you through a special channel. Do not speak or respond. Look for an opportunity to retreat. The anomalous bureau has entered the building, led by a Foundation establishment cultivator. Upon hearing this, Chen Luo immediately glimpsed a ray of hope. This was his sole chance. As his gaze shifted, the very moment this thought arose in his mind, a deafening explosion erupted from below. Subsequently, the terrifying shockwave of the blast caused the entire building to tremble violently. These lunatics, do they not fear collapsing the structure? Chen Luo inwardly scoffed at the absurdity before deftly hurling the oval crystal toward Zhou Yin with a flick of his wrist. The stone struck her hand with a sharp crack, dislodging the object she held. Foolish woman, cease your alchemy at once. This is a trap. Seizing her moment of stunned hesitation, he grasped her wrist firmly and pulled her toward the emergency exit. Zhou Yin, still dazed, cast a doubtful glance over her shoulder at Huoshi. Uncle Hua? Huoshi had immediately grabbed his walkie-talkie when the explosion erupted, but the channel buzzed with chaotic static. No response came through. Nearly half a minute later, a frantic voice finally crackled through. It's the Divine Strategy Army. They've breached the building. Scatter now. Before Huoshi could react, Tan Yan beside him tore off his waiter's uniform without hesitation and bolted toward another escape route. Unlike Huoshi, Tan Yan, as an insider of the Mystic Bureau who supplied equipment to the Divine Strategy Army, knew all too well the lethality of this war machine. Moreover, if the Divine Strategy Army had mobilized the 6th Division of the Mystic Bureau, and likely even the Imperial family behind them, would soon follow. If caught here, his meticulously planned position would be lost. Old Tan, why are you running? Huoshi snarled through gritted teeth. If the Mystic Bureau has surrounded the building, your cover was blown long ago. That kid is clearly a mole. You think fleeing now will save you? Kill him. Refine Zhou Yin into a puppet. And take the Zhou family's 500 million before the Mystic Bureau finds you. I'll arrange passage abroad for us both. Tan Yan's expression twisted with fury as realization dawned. You've brought this upon yourself, brat. With a swift motion, a crescent-shaped blade, pale as ivory, materialized in his palm. Channeling his full power, he sent the moon-white arc slicing through the air like a streak of dawn light. Aimed straight for Chen Luo's retreating back. Chen Luo felt an overwhelming sense of dread emanating from behind him, as though he had been plunged into an icy abyss. His limbs grew rigid and numb, paralyzed by the imminent danger. In this critical moment, he retrieved a self-crafted talisman and affixed it to the bridge of his glasses. This talisman, a mimicry of the runes from the player's realm, bore striking resemblance to the intricate designs etched upon his glasses by the captain. He hoped to activate the runes with the talisman, shielding himself from Tan Yan's lethal strike. Uncertain of the outcome of his experiment, he had no other recourse but to gamble on this desperate measure. Fortunately, the glasses did not betray his expectations. Just as Tan Yan's curved blade was about to strike him, a milky radiance erupted from the junction of the glasses and the talisman. This luminous shield formed before him, intercepting the assault of Tan Yan's weapon. Though the brilliance lasted less than 3 seconds, it was ample time for Chen Luo. Seizing the moment, he embraced Zhou Yin and rolled down the safety passage. Chapter 48, Stairway Warfare. Cursed be this fate. Tan Yan cursed through gritted teeth, realizing he had missed his opportunity. With no further chances to pursue Chen Luo and Zhou Yin, he recognized that Director Yao Xiaowen and Lei Pingbo were swiftly approaching his location via the elevator. In a swift decision, Tan Yan unleashed his myriad blades, shattering the nearby double-layered tempered glass, and leaped downwards. An awakened individual at the foundational level could traverse the air. So even from the height of 20 stories, Tan Yan emerged unscathed. Upon landing gracefully, he transformed into a fleeting shadow, darting towards the thicket across from Hellion Building. Before him lay a dense forest, 10 meters wide and stretching over 10 kilometers, winding alongside the urban expressway. Once he entered its depths, he could use the complex terrain to evade capture. However, just 5 steps into the thicket, he was brought to an abrupt halt. Standing before him was a tall, slender middle-aged man, approximately 1.90 meters in height. Clad in a fitted traditional Han attire, the man wielded a broad, pitch-black, curved blade that glimmered ominously. Tan Yan recognized him. Director Wu Sansi of the 3rd Bureau of the Anomalous Affairs Agency, a formidable presence at the 4th level of foundational awakening. Director Wu, if I were to say I merely came here for a stroll, would you believe me? Tan Yan gulped, forcing a dry smile. That depends on the will of the 3rd Prince, Wu Sansi replied with a cryptic smile, his gaze fixed intently on Tan Yan. It was then that Tan Yan noticed a youth clad in athletic were standing not far behind Wu Sansi. The boy's skin was as smooth as porcelain, his features delicately refined, exuding an air of ethereal beauty that surpassed even the loveliest maidens of East City. A small red birthmark adorned his brow, adding to his striking appearance. I had anticipated reeling in a grand catch, only to find a mere pest instead. The boy's voice, though soft, carried an undeniable authority that compelled immediate submission. Director Tan, you have left me sorely disappointed. A chill coursed through Tan Yan as he recognized the youth, the third prince of the Daqing royal family, Li Chengze, an 8th-level foundational awakener. Chen Luo rose to his feet, first rubbing his swollen and reddened forehead and arms, then turning to help Zhou Yan up from the ground. Zhou Yan's legs were encased in dusty stockings, and her wool sweater was similarly soiled, rendering her a disheveled figure. Coupled with her pallid complexion and vacant gaze, she resembled a refugee fleeing from calamity. Are you all right? Chen Luo inquired, his concern stemming from the possibility that Zhou Yan had sustained injuries from his fall. Zhou Yan did not respond. Her eyes seemed lost in a distant reverie, as if she had yet to recover from the shock inflicted by Huoshi. Observing her state, Chen Luo furrowed his brow and declared, "A conflict has erupted within the building. We must evacuate promptly." With that, he disregarded Zhou Yan and dashed down the stairs. As Chen Luo departed, Zhou Yan silently removed her high heels, casting them aside, and began to run across the filthy floor in her exquisite stockings. They had barely descended a flight when Chen Luo suddenly spotted 2 players adorned with golden desks, swiftly ascending the fire escape from the 14th floor. One was at the first level of Qi gathering, while the other had reached the 2nd level, both equipped with handguns at their waists. Seeing the situation, Chen Luo resolutely turned and dashed up the stairs. Within the Lian building, there were at least dozens of players at the Qi gathering stage, and he had neither the desire nor the necessity to engage in conflict with them in such a confined corridor. His immediate priority was to evacuate the building to avoid being caught in the crossfire of this purge. However, it is often true that the more one fears something, the more likely it is to come to pass. He had ascended less than 5 steps and had just rounded the corner of the staircase when he collided head-on with Huoshi, who was hastily descending from the 20th floor. Beside Huoshi, the fire escape door on the 18th floor was also quietly opened, from which a wounded player emerged in a frantic escape. Thus, Chen Luo and Huoshi found themselves trapped in the middle, encircled by 3 players. Kill him. This is all his doing. Huoshi bellowed at the 3 players beside him, his eyes burning with animosity upon seeing his foe. He then seized his handgun and concealed himself around the corner of the staircase, poised to aim at Chen Luo. Upon hearing Huoshi's words, the 3 Qi gathering stage players flipped their palms, revealing several flaming talismans. They thrust their hands forward, and the talismans transformed into fireballs that hurtled toward Chen Luo. Chen Luo swiftly evaded, the fireball narrowly missing him and colliding with the adjacent white wall, resulting in a deafening explosion. He was caught in the aftermath of the blast, suffering a burn on his wrist, while his sleeve emitted black smoke and ignited into flames. Fortunately, he promptly extinguished the fire with a gust of his hand, preventing any further injury. Observing this, the 3 players each summoned a slender short sword, measuring 10 centimeters in length, infusing it with energy. Once charged, the short swords levitated in midair, vibrating ominously like arrows drawn taut on a bowstring, poised to be unleashed at any moment. This was dire. Chen Luo's heart raced, and a chill ran down his spine. Although he had reached the pinnacle of the body refinement stage and surpassed these 3 players in terms of physical prowess, as long as he had not stepped into the Qi gathering stage, he remained devoid of any means to control objects from a distance. Should these 3 utilize their ranged weapons to restrain him, the tide of battle would turn decidedly against him. With a sharp clang, as Chen Luo's thoughts surged, the player positioned above launched a sword attack towards him. Had it not been for Chen Luo's quick reflexes, as he swiftly bent down and grasped the handrail of the staircase to execute a daring somersault, he would undoubtedly have met his demise at the hands of his opponent. After evading the first flying sword, Chen Luo leaped 2 steps up the staircase and retrieved the high heel that Zhou Yan had discarded on the ground. His muscles bulged like coiled dragons as he wielded the high heel as a covert weapon, striking forcefully at the wounded player above. A resounding thud echoed as the high heel struck the player's abdomen like a mortar shell. The excruciating cramp instantly compelled him to bend over, clutching his stomach. Seizing the opportunity, Chen Luo swiftly approached his opponent, grasping their arm and executing a powerful back throw that sent them tumbling over the railing. At the very moment the adversary was dispatched, 2 flying swords shot down from above, precisely as anticipated. Caught off guard, Chen Luo instinctively produced 2 homemade talismans and affixed them to his chest. Just as the talismans adhered to his skin, the sword struck him. A resounding explosion erupted as a pearlescent light radiated from his chest, forming a luminous barrier that intercepted the incoming blades. Although the shield only lasted for approximately 3 seconds, it proved sufficient for Chen Luo. Harnessing the tremendous force generated by the collision of the swords against him, he propelled himself backward, landing deftly behind his foe. Much to Huaxi's astonishment, reacting instinctively, Huaxi raised his firearm to shoot, but Chen Luo's speed eclipsed his own. Chen Luo seized Huaxi by the throat with one hand, while the other twisted the opponent's wrist, successfully wresting the handgun away. "Spare me, spare me," Huaxi pleaded as the excruciating pain from his wrist being twisted 180 degrees caused him to collapse onto the steps, begging for mercy before Chen Luo. Chen Luo struck him unconscious with the rifle butt, then aimed the muzzle at the 2 players downstairs and frantically pulled the trigger until the magazine was emptied. Chapter 49, Battle Settlement Golden Shield Talisman. When the glow shimmered over Chen Luo's body, the 2 players exclaimed in unison. They couldn't comprehend how this NPC could possess talismans that only their world could craft. But the battlefield was ever-changing, leaving no room for distraction. They immediately slapped talismans onto themselves and summoned flying swords to intercept the bullets. However, Chen Luo's pistol had been specially modified to deal with low-level awakened beings. Its power was terrifying. Bang, bang, bang. After a series of crisp gunshots, gaping wounds the size of eggs appeared on the player's arms, legs, and chests. "Damn it," Player 1 roared in fury, then pulled out a golden glowing talisman and slapped it into the air. Chen Luo recognized it. He had seen the 2 Jade Void Palace disciples use it on the rooftop that day. It was the key for players to leave the Great Qing world. His nerves instantly tightened. But contrary to his expectations, even after the talisman burned to ashes, the 2 failed to vanish. "The space has been locked by the Qing officials. Kill this brat first, then escape the building." Player 2 gritted his teeth, pressing another talisman onto his bleeding wound to staunch the flow. With unsteady movements, they manipulated their flying swords and lunged at Chen Luo, attempting a desperate counterattack to finish him off in one strike. Chen Luo would certainly not afford his adversaries an opportunity. He would wield his unloaded pistol as a projectile, casting it forth with precision, and in the fleeting moment of its flight, he would seize the short sword that had fallen to the ground, swiftly rolling down from the upper floor. His speed was remarkable, and in the blink of an eye, he had arrived before the 2 players. The players were simultaneously struck with terror, commanding their flying swords to return for defense, yet it was all in vain, as it was too late. With a perilous determination, Chen Luo, despite the grievous injury inflicted by the flying sword on his back, wielded his blade and swiftly slashed across the throats of the 2 adversaries. As the blade pierced his shoulder, it transformed into a gleaming arc of cold light, effortlessly slicing through the necks of his foes. They clutched their throats, faces contorted in disbelief, collapsing to the ground. Meanwhile, Zhou Yin stood frozen in shock, utterly astonished by Chen Luo's formidable combat prowess. Just moments ago, she believed her demise was inevitable, only to witness the adversaries swiftly vanquished by Chen Luo. A sense of powerlessness enveloped her. The chasm between her and Chen Luo had widened to such an extent. How could she possibly bridge the divide with someone capable of taking her father's life before her very eyes? Chen Luo was unaware of Zhou Yin's current thoughts, as his full attention was focused on the panel before him. "You have engaged in battle, earning 3,000 experience points. You have engaged in battle, earning 3,000 experience points. You have engaged in battle, earning 3,000 experience points. You have triumphed against overwhelming odds. This battle is rated A, granting you an additional 5,000 experience points." Lines of notifications flashed before his eyes, overwhelming him with their intensity. Among these battle experiences, one particular indicator caught his attention. The progress bar next to the logout option had advanced to 98 after he eliminated 3 players. This signified that he merely needed to seize an opportunity to absorb some energy for the option to illuminate, allowing him to re-enter the player world. Just as he reveled in this realization, a sharp pain from his shoulder wound jolted him back to the reality of his situation. He tore a strip of fabric from his clothing to perform a rudimentary bandaging of his injury. However, due to the severity of the wound, blood quickly seeped through the material, staining the fabric crimson. "The injury is quite serious. I must find a place to treat it," Chen Luo thought with a frown. He then turned to Zhou Yin and said, "Keep up with me." With that, He strode swiftly downstairs. Yet, after a few steps, he noticed the absence of footsteps behind him. Turning back, he found Zhou Yin crouched on the ground, her face pale. I twisted my ankle. Seeing Chen Luo's expression betray impatience, Zhou Yin quickly explained, fearing he might abandon her in this precarious situation. Chen Luo approached Zhou Yin, lifting her effortlessly and placing her upon his back. Hold on to me, he urged, as he swiftly descended the stairs with her securely on his back. The metallic scent of blood continuously oozing from Chen Luo's back made Zhou Yin feel lightheaded. Yet for the sake of her own safety, she bore the discomfort, clinging to Chen Luo like an octopus with all her limbs. Just as they made their exit, the stairwell door on the 18th floor swung open, and strode a tall man alongside a burly giant. These two were none other than Director Yao Xiaowen of the 6th Division and Captain Lei Pingbo of the 8th Division, who had been in pursuit. Captain Lei, is that your informant? To possess the strength to turn the tables on 3 formidable outsiders at the 9th level of the body refinement realm speaks to remarkable combat aptitude, Yao Xiaowen remarked, a flicker of intrigue evident in his gaze as he observed Chen Luo's departing figure. They had rushed over at the first sound of gunfire echoing in the corridor, only to discover that Chen Luo had managed to resolve the predicament before their arrival. Perhaps it was merely a stroke of luck, Lei Pingbo replied nonchalantly. Sensing Yao Xiaowen's unease, he swiftly redirected the conversation. Director Yao, let us first address the other outsiders within the building. After escorting Zhou Yin back home, Chen Luo promptly proceeded to the clinic established by the Bureau of Anomalies to attend to his injuries. Awakened beings are a significant source of contamination, and all ailments necessitate specialized treatment at dedicated clinics. While waiting for his treatment, he was suddenly captivated by a news report on television. It was revealed that the governor of East City, Li Zhang, tragically fell to his death while visiting Helion Tower. Among the deceased was also cabinet member He Shi, along with Zhang Yi. The news presented an extensive list of names, all of whom were, without exception, prominent figures within East City's elite. The simultaneous demise of so many influential individuals is bound to precipitate a monumental upheaval. Chen Luo gazed intently at the television screen, murmuring softly to himself, while a trace of trepidation coursed through him at the ruthless nature of the Supernatural Bureau. According to the current legal code of the Qing nation, restricting the powers of the royal family through collective action was not deemed illegal. On the contrary, the code actively encourages such endeavors, as they signify the awakening of public consciousness and the emergence of a progressive ethos. Since the inception of the dual monarchy, similar occurrences have transpired on numerous occasions. However, in the past, the royal family typically adhered to legal protocols, dismissing opposing proposals or courting influential figures to thwart their implementation. Never before had he witnessed a situation where bloody violence was employed to eliminate dissenters outright. It seemed prudent to exercise greater caution henceforth, lest he be perceived as a pawn of the opposition, targeted for elimination. Chen Luo gathered his thoughts, silently vowing to remain vigilant. Although he had not shed the blood of the anti-monarchists, the royal family had already subverted the rules of engagement. Who could predict whether the anti-monarchists would retaliate in kind? Chapter 50. Becoming an official member. After treating his injuries at the clinic, Chen Luo intended to return home to rest and reflect on the gains from his journey. However, just as he stepped out of the clinic's door, he received a call from Captain Lei Pingbo. The latter instructed him to promptly head to the base of the 8th Division, stating that he had important matters to discuss with him. Was it the settlement of mission rewards? Chen Luo speculated quietly. The mere thought of soon obtaining a respectable and official position filled his heart with joy. With a wave of his hand, he summoned a taxi and directed it to the residence at number 28 Baisha Road. Chen Luo had anticipated that the captain would be awaiting him in the 2-story standalone building at the base, but to his surprise, upon his arrival, the individual assigned to greet him led him to the courtyard behind the building. The captain was situated below. One merely had to open the door and descend the stairs to behold him. The person responsible for welcoming Chen Luo was a tall figure clad in black battle armor, their features obscured. The individual gestured towards a wooden door nearby, its opening facing the sky, and addressed Chen Luo. What antics was the captain up to? Chen Luo felt a sense of unease rising within him, yet he proceeded as instructed into the stairwell. The staircase was exceedingly narrow and dimly lit. He groped along the wall for approximately a minute before finally catching sight of a faint glimmer of light. With the assistance of that meager illumination, he was able to discern the layout of the basement. To his astonishment, It was a chilling and foreboding dungeon. In the center stood a wooden cross, to which a battered man was bound. Blood soaked through his garments, and his disheveled hair obscured his face, rendering his features unrecognizable. Opposite the man, Captain Lei Pingbo stood with a grim expression, his fists clenched tightly, as if striving to contain his mounting fury. Beside Lei Pingbo, a tall and gaunt middle-aged man with white hair and beard was manipulating a flying dagger with a peculiar energy, subjecting the man on the cross to a torturous fate. What was happening here? Chen Luo squinted slightly, pondering whether this visitor had come to discuss matters of task rewards. Just as he was lost in thought, the silver-haired man paused his actions, wiped his hands with a napkin, and with a smile, addressed him. You must be Chen Luo. Here is this dagger. I entrust it to you to carry out the execution in my stead. With that, he extended the flying knife towards Chen Luo. Chen Luo stood motionless, casting a fleeting glance at the identity D above his opponent's head. Yao Xiaowen, Foundation Establishment Stage 1, Stamina, 9195. Noticing Chen Luo's indifference, Yao Xiaowen pointed at the man bound to a wooden stake. You should be familiar with this individual, Zhao Xiao, the storage manager from the 8 districts. The very traitor who swapped Yan Xian's vengeful fragrance. Your relationship with Yan Xian seems rather cordial. Do you not wish to personally exact vengeance upon this wretch for her sake? Chen Luo fell into silence, acutely aware of the palpable malice woven into Yao Xiaowen's words, which served to morally coerce him. While he harbored a desire to seek justice for the young lady, it did not imply that he would acquiesce to the other's machinations, wielding a metaphorical knife like a butcher to tarnish his own hands. Moreover, he remained uncertain whether the other truly sought vengeance or was merely ensnaring him in a trap. Indeed, there was a certain fierceness about the individuals led by Captain Lei. They were distinctly different. Yao Xiaowen fixed his gaze upon Chen Luo, a chilling smile creeping across his face. Subsequently, a formidable aura of mental pressure emanated from Yao Xiaowen, descending upon Chen Luo like the weight of Mount Tai. Chen Luo's body emitted a dull thud, his legs uncontrollably bending downward, while a trickle of blood seeped from his nose. Enough, Director Yao. This is my territory in the 8th Bureau. It is not your place to dictate the actions of my personnel. Just as Chen Luo was on the verge of succumbing to the mental pressure and collapsing, Lei Pingbo intervened, halting Yao Xiaowen and extending his hand to support Chen Luo, extricating him from the predicament. Boring, Yao Xiaowen scoffed, casually beckoning to pluck a jade token from Zhao Zhao's possession. Using an exotic energy, he erased the previously belonging spiritual imprint of Zhao Xiao from the jade token and tossed it into Chen Luo's hands. From this moment forth, you are an official member of the Supernatural Bureau. When you encounter the superior in the future, remember to show some respect. Thank you, Director Yao, for your guidance. I shall never forget. Chen Luo wiped the bloodstains from his nose with his fingers, took the jade token, and gritted his teeth, fixing a fierce gaze upon his opponent. Although he could not unleash his fury due to the vast disparity in strength and status, it did not imply that he would forget the humiliation of this day. Yao Xiaowen, naturally perceptive, understood the anger reflected in Chen Luo's eyes. However, he paid it no heed, chuckling heartily before turning to depart from the 8th Division. They are targeting me, and you have suffered for it. Here's my card. Shortly, you may collect some healing ointment from the warehouse. The mental pressure of the Foundation Establishment realm is not easily borne. Once Yu Xiaowen had left, Lei Pingbo patted Chen Luo on the shoulder and casually handed him a card. Chen Luo remained silent, quietly placing the card into his pocket. Now, let us refine this jade token with our mental prowess. With this identity card, you shall be entitled to various benefits reserved for official commissioners in the future. Lei Pingbo added. Chen Luo immediately placed the jade tablet in the palm of his hand, then channeled his mental energy into it. Yet, in the next moment, his expression subtly altered. He sensed within the jade tablet an aura reminiscent of the leg bone of the lost, a presence capable of exerting control over others. However, the essence within the tablet had been cleverly disguised using runes from the player world. Had he not studied the runes of that realm and mastered the 7 techniques of control to their utmost level, he might have remained oblivious. Casting a wary glance at the captain, he noted that the latter exhibited no signs of unease. Could it be that the mysteries of the jade tablet eluded even the captain? Surely, had the captain been aware, his character would have compelled him to offer a warning. In the depths of his thoughts, Chen Luo silently summoned the system. During the previous days of combat and daily training, he had discovered that the system would passively siphon off a portion of energy whenever he employed the 7 techniques of divine control, using it to charge the logout option. Now, he sought to activate the system deliberately, harnessing its inscrutable powers to unravel the hidden menace within the Jade Tablet. Indeed, it proved effective. As Chen Luo awakened the system, he immediately felt a surge of scorching energy erupting from within him, racing towards the Jade Tablet. In mere seconds, the concealed portal within the tablet was thoroughly cleansed by this fervent energy. Once the Jade Tablet was purified, Chen Luo grasped it tightly in his palm, then infused his mental force into it, allowing it to become one with him completely. Upon detecting a special item, the system announced that an upgrade would occur in 1 hour. During the upgrade, exiting would be impossible. The host should prepare accordingly. At the very moment Chen Luo began to refine the Jade Tablet, a prompt from the system echoed in his mind. Chapter 51. A new appointment. An upgrade? I wonder what new functionalities the system will possess after this transformation. Chen Luo pondered to himself and then pulled his thoughts back. Have you refined it? Lei Pingbo inquired with a smile as he noticed Chen Luo open his eyes. Chen Luo nodded thoughtfully, then recalled the concealed door hidden within the Jade Tablet. With a composed demeanor, he inquired, Captain, who exactly initiated this Jade Tablet? Why is it employed as a means of identity verification? Wouldn't conventional identity cards be more convenient? It was the current Emperor Qing who implemented it a decade ago, Lei Pingbo replied. The type of card you mentioned was discarded long ago due to its inability to promptly confirm the location and survival status of the awakened. Thus, is it accurate to say that the Jade Tablet essentially functions as a soul tablet? Chen Luo had previously immersed himself in the esoteric knowledge of the Taoist sects. Becoming aware of an item within this framework known as the soul tablet, primarily utilized to ascertain the survival status of disciples across various sections. The function of this Jade Tablet bears a striking resemblance to that of the soul tablet. However, the soul tablet lacks the ability to exert control over its bearer. Thus, could the Jade Tablet indeed originate from the realm of players? Chen Luo pondered the runes engraved upon the tablet, just as he was lost in contemplation. A faint groan emanated from the wooden stake. Chen Luo stepped forward to assess the condition of Zhao Xiao, who was bound above. He discovered that the latter was exhaling but not inhaling, clearly indicating that there was no hope for survival. He promptly conveyed his findings to Lei Pingbo. Make a call and have him removed. Lei Pingbo cast a disdainful glance at this traitor. Chen Luo nodded, retrieving his phone to establish contact with the relevant personnel at the Bureau of Anomalies. The awakened are, in essence, a source of contamination devoid of explosive hazards. Whether injured or deceased, they cannot be handled recklessly and must be attended to by professionals. The rescue vehicle from the Bureau arrived promptly at the 8th Division's base. And after a flurry of activity lasting half an hour, all finally settled into silence. After Chen Luo emerged from the dungeon, he discovered that the captain was standing at the entrance, smoking a cigarette. As you witnessed the battle this morning, it is evident that turmoil will ensue within the Divine Anomaly Bureau and throughout the entirety of Dongyong in the coming period. I have secured a position for you as a guardian in Qinglong Town. Starting tomorrow, you shall report there and refrain from engaging in the internal conflicts of the Bureau for the time being. The captain tossed a cigarette to Chen Luo and exhaled a smoke ring. Qinglong Town? Chen Luo was taken aback. Qinglong Town, an industrial hub under the jurisdiction of Dongyong City, is bustling with a substantial population and numerous factories, rivaling even some underdeveloped county towns. The title of Town Guardian refers to the highest authority of the town's police station, whose primary responsibilities include combating theft, maintaining public order, and eradicating the hidden mutated creatures within the town. This position holds considerable power, second only to that of the town mayor. He never anticipated that the captain would assign him such a role. Was this a form of compensation for the grievances he had just endured? Chen Luo accepted the captain's cigarette, ignited it with a lighter, and took a deep drag. Satisfactory. He nodded solemnly. In addition to the routine assignments, I must request you to undertake another task. The captain's voice took on a weighty tone. The previous director of Division 8 has been missing for some time, and I have traced her last known whereabouts to Qinglong Town. Should you uncover any information in the town, please be sure to inform me promptly. Chen Luo was slightly taken aback. He had not anticipated that Qinglong Town harbored such intricate secrets. It appeared this was indeed the reason the captain had assigned him to investigate there. Prioritizing his own safety in all matters, he resolved that if the investigation proved unfruitful, he would abandon it. 17 years had elapsed since the incident, and it was only with this recent appointment that it resurfaced in his mind. The captain finished the remaining half of his cigarette and, standing up, gave Chen Luo a reassuring pat on the shoulder. Very well. Chen Luo nodded in response. Such was the unspoken understanding between men, requiring no further elaboration. On the journey back from the Supernatural Bureau, the sky suddenly erupted with flashes of lightning and thunder. As rain, the size of soybeans, cascaded upon the rooftop of the bus, producing a crisp, crackling sound. The city was shrouded in the twilight of a torrential downpour, rendering it particularly somber. Chen Luo unfurled his umbrella and walked back to his residential complex from the bus stop. Upon reaching the porch, he noticed a damp figure huddled in the corner by his doorstep. As he focused his gaze, he was astonished to find it was Zhou Yan. The girl sat with her arms wrapped around her shins, her head resting on her knees, and the undried raindrops trickled down her hair, resembling a white jasmine flower battered by a fierce storm. "What brings you here?" Chen Luo folded the umbrella and vigorously shook it in the corridor, flinging off the raindrops from the fabric. "I have nowhere to go." Hearing Chen Luo's voice, Zhou Yan lifted her head, revealing her pale countenance. The company had been sealed off, and both her bank cards and electronic accounts were frozen. Even her residence had been plastered with a seal. They claimed that the assets under her name were implicated in illegal transactions and that the freeze would only be lifted upon further investigation. "I have no other friends in the country thus." Chen Luo immediately comprehended that Zhou Yan was entangled in the aftermath of the Hellion Mansion incident. "You ought to seek out Zhang Yang. Is he not your admirer? Moreover, he hails from a prestigious martial arts family, making it quite effortless for him to secure you a place to stay." Chen Luo placed his finger on the fingerprint lock, and with a beep, the doors swung open. He did not immediately invite Zhou Yan inside. Instead, he spoke while facing away from her. Upon hearing his words, Zhou Yan fell into silence. Chen Luo quickly realized that if the so-called pursuer were reliable, even a sow could climb a tree. At this moment, the other party must be eager to sever all ties with Zhou Yan, so how could they willingly seek out hardship? "I will only stay for a few days. As soon as I find a new job, I will move out on my own. I am now an awakened individual, and it is quite easy for me to find employment." Zhou Yan spoke intermittently, unsure whether her trembling body was due to being drenched or a lack of confidence in her own words. Chen Luo glanced back and noticed that Zhou Yan's eyes were glistening with tears, her body curled up in a ball. "Come in," he urged, pushing the door open for her. He then entered his room, intending to find Zhou Yan a clean set of clothes. However, after searching the space thoroughly, he found nothing suitable. Suddenly, his gaze fell upon a sealed trench coat nestled in the corner of the wardrobe. He retrieved it and handed it to Zhou Yan. "Thank you," she replied softly, her voice barely above a whisper, before unwrapping the package and heading to the bathroom to change out of her drenched attire. It felt as though something was amiss. Chen Luo casually tossed the packaging bag into the trash bin, but at that moment, a glimpse of the garment's label caught his eye, causing his expression to shift to one of peculiarity. He suddenly recalled that the outfit appeared to be one he had purchased for his ex-girlfriend, intended to enhance her speed, rather than being any sort of proper attire. As Chen Luo's thoughts began to take shape, the bathroom door swung open. Zhou Yan's complexion was flushed like fire, her bright eyes glistening with unshed tears, reflecting both anger and grievance. Chapter 52. Zhou Yan arrives. If you wish to humiliate or retaliate against me, you could simply express it outright. There is no need for such underhanded tactics. Tears cascaded uncontrollably from Zhou Yan's eyes, splattering onto the floor. "I truly did not intend for this to happen. This outfit has been languishing in the wardrobe for quite some time. As you saw earlier, I didn't even unwrap it before giving it to you." Chen Luo hurriedly explained, feeling a surge of frustration within. How could this woman be so prone to tears? Zhou Yan, with reddened eyes, stared at Chen Luo for a long while. Once her feelings of grievance had been expressed, she came to realize that Chen Luo was likely oblivious to her distress. She grasped the collar of her trench coat tightly, wrapping herself up securely. This trench coat lacked buttons, and its hem fell just 3 centimeters below her hips. If she did not pull at it with some force, the skin beneath would be laid bare before Chen Luo without reservation. "I will begin working in Qinglong town tomorrow, so I want to be home during the day. Here are the keys. Please keep them safe. There are vegetables and fruits in the refrigerator. If that is insufficient, feel free to join the group. The merchants at the entrance can deliver to your door. There is cash in the drawer." Chen Luo stole a discreet glance at Zhou Yan's smooth and delicate calf, only to hurriedly avert his gaze in embarrassment. To alleviate the awkwardness, he sought to initiate a conversation. "This time, I am serving as the town guard. When I graduated, I specifically attempted to apply for a position as a clerk in Qilong town, but I failed to pass the registration process due to not having an undergraduate degree. Who would have thought that one day I would actually become the town guard?" Chen Luo, filled with a trifling excitement and a touch of pride, exclaimed loudly to Zhou Yan. Although he had initially hesitated to share such sentiments with her, the exhilarating news of securing a position as a guardian overwhelmed him, making it impossible to contain. He refrained from informing his parents, as this role was earned through perilous endeavors, and he wished to spare them from unnecessary worry. Similarly, he chose not to disclose this to Yin Xian, fearing it would cast him in a less favorable light, portraying him as someone who revels in small victories. After much contemplation, it seemed that only Zhou Yin remained as a confidant. Qilong Town? It felt quite distant. Zhou Yin, clutching her clothing, sat quietly on a bench, listening intently to Chen Luo, yet her heart was a tumultuous sea of emotions. Just a week prior, she had been Chen Luo's superior, relying on his salary for her livelihood. However, within a mere week, their roles had dramatically reversed. She now found herself seeking refuge under Chen Luo's protection to survive. Chen Luo rambled on for quite a while, only to lift her gaze and discover that Zhou Yin had fallen asleep at some point. The girl rested her head on her fist, her hair swaying gently in rhythm with the movement of her head. Chen Luo closed his mouth, then lifted the opponent's legs, cradling them as he made his way to the guest room next door. Chen Luo, do not secretly kiss me in my dreams. At that moment, a murmuring voice emerged from his embrace. He glanced down to discover that it was Zhou Yin, speaking in her sleep. In the eastern metropolis, the Su family estate, Su Hao's father hurried into the quiet room of the backyard, clutching a letter. He addressed the elder Su, who was meditating. Father, we have uncovered the truth. We have been deceived by Lei Pingbo. Chen Luo was never expelled from the Supernatural Bureau. The elder Su opened his eyes and stood, declaring, I am aware. Noticing the elder's unperturbed demeanor, Su Hao's father anxiously continued, Chen Luo has now become the guardian of Qilong Town. What shall we do? He is now a member of the establishment. We can no longer act against him directly. The elder Su cast a disdainful glance at his ineffectual son, retorting, Are you so frightened by a mere guardian's title? And who says we must act ourselves to dispose of him? Su Hao's father stood dumbfounded, momentarily at a loss for words. Qilong Town harbored numerous gangs, a few of which, controlling the financial, transportation, real estate, and entertainment sectors, had once been his students. With that bond, enlisting their assistance to deal with Chen Luo should pose no challenge. I shall pen a personal letter. You will take it to Qilong Town. With that, the elder Su approached his desk and began to write. Moments later, he handed the letter to Su Hao's father for him to deliver. Once Su Hao's father departed, the elder Su's expression gradually transformed into one of malevolence. Su Hao was the sole descendant of the Su family for 3 generations and the one with the greatest potential to ascend to the foundational realm. Yet, their family's hopes had been ruthlessly extinguished by Chen Luo in Jidua Mountain. He vowed to avenge this grievance, refusing to be considered a man until he did so. Days later, in Qilong Town, located in the southwest of Dongyang City, Qilong Town is the nearest industrial hub to Jidua Mountain. Yet it lies the farthest from the city center. Chen Luo drove from the city, spending nearly 50 minutes on the journey. The Santana sedan he was driving, purchased for 40,000 yuan from the second-hand car market, appeared rather ordinary on the outside, yet offered an exceptionally smooth ride. For Chen Luo, the car served merely as a means of transportation. As long as it functioned without issue, he had no further demands or expectations. When Chen Luo arrived at Qilong Town, it was already 9 in the morning. Rather than hastily entering the warning office, he settled down at a small eatery across from the official building. What shall I eat? The breakfast rush had long passed, leaving the eatery rather desolate. Upon noticing Chen Luo's entrance, the proprietor promptly approached him. 10 meat buns, a bowl of rice noodles, and an order of wontons, Chen Luo remarked, glancing at the menu. Please hold on. The proprietor replied with a warm smile, unfazed by Chen Luo's appetite. In the warning office, such a portion was merely slightly larger than average. As the proprietor boiled the rice noodles, he called out to the back of the house, Fei Fei, stop playing and bring the buns to our guest. In response, a young girl, her head small and delicate like a melon seed, and her complexion fair, emerged from the back. Initially engrossed in a mobile game, she was reluctantly summoned by her father. Yet, upon catching sight of the striking Chen Luo, whose countenance resembled a radiant moon and whose eyebrows were sharp like swords, she was momentarily taken aback. Her cheeks flushed with warmth as she served the buns. But instead of returning to her room to resume her game, she chose to sit at the back of the hall, stealing glances at Chen Luo from time to time. The youth yearns for admiration, while the maiden harbors a budding affection. Chen Luo was aware of the allure his appearance possessed, having majored in the Unfathomable Heart Sutra and accumulated a stamina score of 25 points. A subtle smile played on his lips as he remained silent, leisurely savoring his bun. Suddenly, a cacophony of violent knocking and the crashing of objects shattering on the ground erupted around him. The owner of the snack shop immediately changed his countenance upon hearing the commotion, hastily urging his daughter to retreat into the safety of the back room. Chen Luo was momentarily taken aback by the formidable demeanor of the two individuals before him. Before he could voice his inquiry, three young men clad in leather jackets and sporting crew cuts entered from outside. "Huang Air, it's time to pay this month's dues," one of the crew cut youths announced, forcefully tapping a stick against the door. Chapter 53. Qinglong Town. Reluctantly, the owner of the snack shop, Huang Air, retrieved a stack of 100 yuan bills from his drawer and handed it over. The crew cut youth counted the notes, ensuring 30 were present, and with satisfaction, withdrew his stick. Subsequently, the young man swiftly altered his demeanor, adopting a sycophantic tone as he addressed the shop owner. "Uncle Huang, is Fei Fei at home? Why hasn't she been joining us lately?" Upon hearing this, the shop owner's expression darkened instantly. "Fei Fei has gone to work. Moreover, you should stop harassing her. I will never allow someone like you, a good-for-nothing, to be with her." "Old man, watch your mouth." One of the young man's lackeys, incensed by the insult to his leader, immediately retorted at the snack shop owner. With a swift motion, the crew cut youth smacked the back of his subordinate's head. "How dare you speak to my future father-in-law that way?" After sweeping his gaze across the shop and momentarily pausing on Chen Luo, he departed with his lackeys. "Such a bunch of scoundrels, ruining their own kin." The snack shop owner muttered through gritted teeth as soon as the crew cut youth left. Chen Luo had witnessed everything that just transpired. As the owner brought over the rice noodles, he inquired, "Who were those people earlier? Collecting protection fees right across from the police precinct. Aren't they afraid of getting arrested?" "That's the number gang," the owner replied gruffly, his voice thick with resentment. "The police? If those spineless cowards had the guts to make arrests, the Black Dragon District wouldn't be crawling with gangs like this." Chen Luo frowned in contemplation. "If the gangs here are this brazen, and even the police don't dare intervene, could it be that they have awakened backing them?" His thoughts drifted to the recent incident with the Black Flame gang. 3,000 a month is a steep expense, he mused aloud. After paying that much, do you even turn a profit? After pondering for a moment, Chen Luo continued to inquire, "Is it better to die with dignity than to live in misery?" The Numbers gang, it seems, holds to their word. After paying the protection fee, they would drive away members of rival gangs, thus sparing one the burden of repeated payments. The owner of the snack shop let out a sigh. At this juncture, he appeared to recall something, glancing around before lowering his voice to Chen Luo. "Seeing as you are a newcomer, are you here for work? Allow me to offer you a piece of advice. Leave this place at once. The situation here is becoming increasingly unstable. The locals can barely survive, while outsiders are ruthlessly exploited by the gangs. Men are sold off to various industrial parks as mere beasts of burden, and women are subjected to violence and forced into prostitution. Is the gang so audacious?" Chen Luo raised his eyebrows, indicating that this new position is replete with challenges. "Thank you for the reminder." Chen Luo smiled at the owner of the snack shop, swiftly finishing the remainder of his breakfast before stepping outside. Alas, young people seldom heed advice. The owner sighed deeply as he watched Chen Luo depart. However, in the next moment, his pupils dilated in shock, for he witnessed Chen Luo stride directly into the warning office, where the guard at the entrance, after inspecting his credentials, performed a salute. This revelation filled the owner with trepidation, fearing that his earlier disparaging remarks about the warning office may have offended Chen Luo. As Chen Luo stepped through the entrance of the Qinglong Town Police Station, a bespectacled young man, approximately in his 30s, hurriedly approached him with quick, mincing steps. "You must be the newly appointed town guardian, Chen Luo. I apologize for not being able to greet you this morning. I was preoccupied with some matters." He spoke with a tone of utmost humility. "I am Wang Yang, the secretary of the police station office. You may call me Xiao Wan. I have gathered the heads of the criminal and public security departments, along with some team leaders. Would you like to meet them now?" Despite being a small town, Qinglong boasts a resident population exceeding 200,000, necessitating various levels of branch institutions typically found in county-level police stations. The Qinglong Police Station is divided into two departments, the Criminal Department and the Public Security Department, responsible for handling criminal and public security cases, respectively. Generally, the heads of these departments also serve as deputy town guardians, wielding significant authority within the station. When Chen Luo learned that the department heads were awaiting his arrival in the office, he chose not to meet them immediately. "Take me to the town guardian's office," he instructed Wang Yang. The secretary was momentarily taken aback. It was customary for new guardians to greet the station's core personnel on their first day. Over the past few years, he had welcomed several guardians, regardless of their backgrounds, who adhered to this tradition. It was unprecedented for someone like Chen Luo to disregard the influential leaders and core personnel of the police station. Secretary Wang, do you have any doubts regarding my request? Chen Luo inquired, casting a measured glance at Wang Yang. Although he did not actively employ his mental prowess, an aura of decisiveness emanated from him, causing Wang Yang to involuntarily shudder. The latter promptly responded, I will take you there at once. As they proceeded, Wang Yang muttered to himself, contemplating whether this new town guardian had recently emerged from a battlefield, as the intensity of his gaze felt akin to being scrutinized by a predator. Under Wang Yang's guidance, Chen Luo swiftly arrived at the town guardian's office. Please provide me with the personnel files of all members of the police station, along with the records of past guardians over the last 3 years. Chen Luo instructed Wang Yang upon seating himself. Although the secretary was perplexed by Chen Luo's intentions, he complied with the request. In the conference room of the Qinglong Town Police Station, Criminal Department Head Lu Wenwu and Public Security Department Head Zhang Qing occupied the main seats at the conference table, flanked by their capable subordinates. This new town guardian has quite the air about him. We've been waiting here for nearly an hour without even a glimpse of him, Lu Wenwu exclaimed, tossing his service weapon onto the table in frustration. Old Zhang, if it's just waiting, I might as well leave with my team. He gestured to his subordinates, who immediately stood and began to depart. Be patient. This new town guardian is unlike the previous ones. He is said to have been transferred from the Anomalies Bureau, and both his background and capabilities are formidable, Zhang Qing remarked calmly, sipping from his teacup. Is he merely an awakened? What is so impressive about that? Awakened individuals are a dime a dozen nowadays. One could encounter 3 just by stepping outside. Lu Wenwu scoffed derisively. Nevertheless, he ultimately remained seated, clearly harboring some apprehension regarding awakened individuals. As the atmosphere in the conference room grew increasingly tense and oppressive, approximately 10 minutes later, Wang Yang entered with hurried steps, visibly astonished. Department heads, team leaders, you are still here? Where is the town guardian? He is reviewing the records of past guardians and personnel files. I still have the information on various factions in the town that he requested. By the time he finishes, it may well be time to clock out. Upon hearing this, a knowing expression crossed Zhang Qing's face. After a moment's contemplation, he produced a document and handed it to Wang Yang. Secretary Wang, please deliver this list of prisoners slated for release to the town guardian. Wang Yang promptly exited the conference room with the document in hand. Once he had departed, Lu Wenwu leaned closer to Zhang Qing, lowering his voice. Old Zhang, what are you implying? The individuals on that list were specifically chosen by those factions for us to facilitate their release. What if he rejects it? I'm anticipating his rejection. Can't you see? With a new official comes a fresh wave of scrutiny. Our new town guardian is evidently displeased with the station's operations. Zhang Qing replied with a subtle smile. In that case, let us use this list to test his resolve and discern whether he is a true contender or merely a faade. Within the town guardian's office of the Qinglong Town Police Station, it appeared that the position was not an easy one to occupy. Chen Luo pondered as she set down the files of her predecessors. According to the records, the Qinglong Town Police Station had witnessed the replacement of 7 officers over the past 2 years. Among these 7, 2 met their demise while in office. 3 were subjected to investigations during their tenure, and the final 2 hastily returned to the city before even warming their seats. Chen Luo meticulously examined the files of the 2 individuals who perished during their tenure. One of them tragically lost their life in a car accident on the way home from work, while the other met a bizarre fate, perishing in a confrontation with bandits during a mission. It is astonishing that a modest police station in Qinglong Town could transform into such a perilous occupation. No wonder the captain chose to assign me here. It seems that an ordinary awakened individual would struggle to manage the monsters and demons that lurk in this place. Chen Luo tapped his fingers lightly on the file folder. At that moment, Secretary Wang Yang entered the room. Sir, this has been brought by the head of the Public Security Department, Zhang Qing. He mentioned that your approval is required. Chen Luo received the document and swiftly noticed the title, List of Individuals Who Must Be Released Immediately Due to Overdue Detention. Beneath the title was a densely packed list of names, extending across several lines. Upon a cursory glance, he discerned that there were no fewer than 30 individuals. Chen Luo sensed that something was amiss and immediately instructed Secretary Wang, please bring me all the files pertaining to these individuals. The secretary hesitated, saying, the files of these individuals have been sealed away. Retrieving them all may take considerable time. That is of no concern. I shall wait here and review them at my leisure, Chen Luo replied. Secretary Wang then turned and exited the office. Approximately half an hour later, The necessary files began to be brought to Chen Luo one after another. Chen Luo swiftly glanced over the document, and his brow immediately furrowed. The file listed 30 individuals, of whom 29 were gang members. Their crimes were so numerous that they could scarcely be enumerated, including but not limited to theft, robbery, arson, public disturbances, coercion of women, and intentional homicide. Yet, paradoxically, the investigative findings from the police department indicated insufficient evidence. Chen Luo smiled, though the expression was rather frigid. The testimonies from the victim and their family in the files were quite explicit, yet the warning office refused to take any action. Were they testing me? Typically. This was his first appointment, and such tasks left behind by his predecessor could be handled by the two concurrent deputy directors. However, Zhang Cheng had chosen to send the list directly to him. On the surface, this seemed a gesture of respect, yet in reality, it was a probe into his integrity. They sought to discern whether he was a paragon of justice or merely another ally in their corrupt dealings. If they intended to test me in this manner, they should brace themselves for the most unfavorable consequences. He grasped the release list and emphatically inscribed the words rejected upon it. He was keen to ascertain just how deep the waters of Qinglong Town truly ran. Coincidentally, his recent training progress had been sluggish, making this an opportune moment to gain substantial experience. His only concern was whether these gangsters would suffice for his advancement. Once he gathered his thoughts, he instructed Secretary Wang, "Please take this document back." Upon glancing at the notation, Secretary Wang was immediately taken aback, not daring to delay, and hastily exited with the file in hand. After Secretary Wang departed, Chen Luo stood and walked to the window. His office was on the 3rd floor, allowing him a clear view of the conference room below on the 2nd floor. After instructing Secretary Wang to deliver the document, Chen Luo checked the time. It was nearly the end of the workday, and proceeded to the conference room to meet with those who had been waiting there all day. It was at this moment that he encountered the two high-ranking section chiefs from the Qinglong Town Warning Office. The Public Security Section Chief, Zhang Qing, was a fair-skinned middle-aged man, standing just over 1.7 meters tall and wearing a pair of gold-rimmed glasses. In stark contrast, the Criminal Section Chief, Lu Wenwu, was a robust man, towering at 1.8 meters with a broad build. The two presented a striking juxtaposition. Chen Luo cast a fleeting glance at the two individuals before addressing the assembly with a brief self-introduction, followed by a few words of consolation. Having once held the position of a team leader, he possessed the fundamental skills of performance. Although the personnel from the Public Security Bureau were in greater numbers, he regarded them merely as a larger working group. After completing his perfunctory expressions of sympathy, Chen Luo was poised to turn and depart when, unexpectedly, Zhang Qing, the head of the security department, called out to him, "My lord, would you care to join us for a meal later? I happen to have a few friends here to welcome you, and would like to introduce them to you. This would also facilitate your work in Qingnan Town." Zhang Qing spoke with a smile, exuding warmth and friendliness. However, Chen Luo raised an eyebrow in skepticism. Friends? He quickly deduced that the so-called friends were likely members of a gang with whom Zhang Qing had some vested interests. If that were the case, the forthcoming dinner would probably not be as pleasant as it seemed. Perhaps another time. Chen Luo smiled in response, embodying the adage that one should not strike a smiling face. Alas, today was particularly unfortunate, as I must return to the main urban area. Although Zhang Qing had been rebuffed, he retained a smile. However, once Chen Luo departed, his expression of mirth vanished entirely. He proceeded to report the day's events to several of our collaborators. He casually summoned a subordinate and issued instructions. Chapter 55. Huang Feifei's plea for help. In a certain special conference room in Qinglong Town, the leaders of the 4 major gangs gathered. Chen Yaoang, the spokesperson of the Longxing Society, Fei Jigu, the head of the Qixing Society, Lieutenant Mo heir of the Warren Gang, and Zhao Juming, the head of the Zhao family. Should outsiders have witnessed this assembly, they would undoubtedly be taken aback, for the 4 gangs have always been at odds, with their subordinates frequently clashing over territory and minor disputes. Who would have imagined that the heads of these 4 families could convene peacefully to discuss matters? Old Su must have summoned all of you here. Zhao Juming began. Please share your perspectives. After several minutes of silence in the conference room, Lieutenant Mo heir spoke first. He referred to their former mentor, Old Su of the Su family, who had sent a handwritten letter requesting them to eliminate the current guardian of Qinglong Town, Chen Luo. I have investigated Chen Luo. Although he possesses only the strength of the 9th level of the Nourishing Realm, during last week's incident at Hellion Mansion, he single-handedly fought off 3 guests from the Gathering Qi realm. This event may not have been publicly announced, but I have my discreet channels to ensure the reliability of this intelligence. Zhao Juming chimed in second. Upon hearing this, Fei Jigua of the Qixing Society immediately objected. Awakened ones? Those from the Anomalous Bureau? This is becoming troublesome. Our mentor's favor has long since been repaid, and the Qixing Society wishes to remain uninvolved in this matter. Do you think he will spare you if you do not confront him? I just received news from the police department that the Number Gang and other smaller factions, who were supposed to be rescued, have all been subdued by Chen Luo. Who knows if he will turn his sights on us like the two deceased before? Chen Yaoang, the spokesperson of the Longxing Society, sneered. As tensions rose between the two, Lieutenant Moer swiftly rapped the table to restore order. There is no point in quarreling. The favor owed to the Su family must be repaid. If you are unwilling to act, we can find someone to do it for us. Jian Xiongwen has just returned to Qinglong Town. We could enlist his assistance, allowing him to test the capabilities of this town's guardian. At the mention of Jian Xiongwen, an uneasy silence fell over the assembly. Jian Xiongwen was a swordsman of the gathering Qi realm, an awakened one standing behind the Number Gang. In terms of realm and strength, he was not the most formidable in Qinglong Town, as all four gangs had their own awakened members. However, he was known for being cunning and treacherous, akin to a sinister viper. Anyone he targeted would be pursued relentlessly until death. Thus, even though the leaders of the four gangs were reluctant to provoke him, they had no choice but to endure. Even if the Number Gang had encroached upon their territories, is he willing to intervene? Zhao Juming inquired. Most of the detained underlings belonged to his Number Gang. Lieutenant Moer replied slowly, the Su family has put forth a bounty of 5 million. If we each contribute a bit more, we can raise the bounty to 10 million, thereby settling the Su family's debt. Xiongwen values wealth above all else and owes me a favor. He will certainly take action. I concur. Agreed. Likewise. After a moment of contemplation, the other three gang leaders assented to this plan. Should Xiongwen succeed, it would serve as a repayment for the Su family's past kindness. If he were to fail and perish, it would also be a boon, as they would be rid of the insufferable fellow. The following morning in Qinglong Town, Chen Luo turned off the engine and parked by the roadside, subsequently locking the doors from within. He reclined in the driver's seat and activated the system panel with his consciousness. Moments ago, the system had notified him that the update was complete. This marked the first update since he had triggered the attribute panel, making the results of this update of utmost importance to him. Name: Chen Luo Realm. 9th level of body cultivation physical strength, 25-25 mental strength, 23-23 cultivation technique, Formless Heart Sutra, 7th level, skill, 8 extremes collapse, 7th level. Experience, 500, 0100000 distributable attribute points, 0 Note 1. Upon reaching maximum experience, 1 free attribute point will be awarded. The experience required to obtain attribute points has decreased, however. The levels of cultivation techniques are no longer tied to experience points and will necessitate the expenditure of attribute points for enhancement. The advantage lies in the fact that free attribute points are no longer restricted by cultivation techniques. Experience gained from daily training and combat can now be directly converted into attribute points. Chen Luo swiftly glanced over the panel and quickly grasped the primary content of this system update. Could this be considered a balancing adjustment? Why does it increasingly resemble a game? Chen Luo furrowed his brow before shutting the panel. As he opened the car door, a sudden chill rushed over him. The city of Dongdu had recently experienced its first autumn rain, resulting in a significant drop in temperature over the past 2 days. He stepped on the fallen leaves, battered by the torrential downpour, and entered the snack shop across from the police station. Before he could utter a word, the shop owner, Huang Er, eagerly approached with a steaming plate of freshly made buns, placing it before him. Master Guardian, my words yesterday were mere nonsense. Consider them as nothing more than a triviality. The capabilities of the police station personnel are indeed formidable, Huang Er said, his face adorned with a broad smile. His body slightly bent in a manner that aimed to lower his head beneath Chen Luo's. However, due to Huang Er's corpulent figure, he appeared akin to a deflated balloon that had been stepped on, creating a rather comical sight from the side. Chen Luo, who had just relaxed his brow, furrowed it once more and slowly addressed Huang Er. Please refrain from your previous flattery and sycophantic tactics. I have come here solely to enjoy a simple meal without any unnecessary embellishments. Could you bring me a bowl of rice noodles? Huang Er, taken aback by Chen Luo's sudden shift in demeanor, could only nod timidly before hastily retreating to the stove to prepare the dish. Approximately 5 minutes later, the rice noodles were brought to him by Huang Er's daughter, a young girl of merely 17. Chen Luo inserted his chopsticks into the bowl. Blowing gently on the steam wafting above, just as he was about to indulge in his meal. However, he noticed that the young girl remained standing before him. Unwilling to leave, he lifted his gaze to meet hers. The innocence that adorned her face yesterday had been replaced by a palpable sense of anxiety and fear. After a brief moment of silent exchange, the girl mustered her courage and spoke. "Big brother, everyone says you rejected the bail offered by those rogues, claiming you are an upright security officer, a good official. Is this true? Can you help us drive away the number gang? Please. Do not allow them to return here to collect protection money. If they are gone, I want to have to work away from home and can assist my father instead. My mother passed away early, and it has been quite a struggle for my father to raise me alone. I wish to help him at home and alleviate some of his burdens." The girl gazed at Chen Luo with hopeful eyes. "Feifei, be quiet." Huang Er's complexion changed drastically upon hearing this, and he admonished her sternly, glancing anxiously around to ensure that no one else overheard his daughter's words. Fearing they might reach the ears of the number gang, Chen Luo first extended his hand to Huang Er, halting him, then gazed at the innocent young girl before him. Narrowing his eyes into a slit, calmly inquiring, "Who informed you of this matter?" Chapter 56, Intimidation. I don't know. Nevertheless, the neighbors were all discussing it yesterday evening. Claiming that you are indeed a true good official, Huang Feifei replied, her face brimming with reverence. Has the counterattack commenced so swiftly? Chen Luo took a hearty slurp of the rice noodles, a trace of derision flickering at the corner of his mouth. The issuance of the rejection notice had transpired the previous afternoon, although Qinglong town was modest in size. The swift spread of this matter throughout the entire town overnight suggested that unseen forces were at play behind the scenes. Will you assist us? Huang Feifei inquired once more. Noticing Chen Luo's silence as he focused on his meal, her persistence unwavering. A good official? Chen Luo chewed on the rice noodles in his mouth, mentally reciting the girl's words. He cast a glance at her hopeful gaze, reminiscent of his own youthful self. His profound disdain for gang forces stemmed from the relentless bullying he endured during his middle school years at the hands of these societal miscreants. In those days, he sought assistance from a security officer, yet that officer offered no aid. Instead, he accepted bribes in the form of 2 packs of cigarettes from the very thugs who tormented him, consequently subjecting Chen Luo to their retaliatory wrath. To avoid further victimization, Chen Luo was compelled to associate with other delinquents, seeking their protection, which ultimately resulted in a dismal decline in his academic performance, relegating him to a vocational high school for his entrance examination. Had he not experienced a profound awakening there and, through sheer determination, gained admission to a prestigious public university's associate program, he might now be, like the girl, toiling away in some obscure job. I do not aspire to be a virtuous official. Virtuous officials do not live long. Chen Luo shook her head, then drained the last remnants of soup from the bottom of her bowl. The girl's eyes dimmed, and she pressed her lips together, revealing a faint, sorrowful smile. Just then, she noticed a figure producing a 20 yuan note and placing it on the table before turning to enter the police station. At that moment, a calm yet gentle voice resonated from behind. Allow me to handle this matter. The girl's gaze instantly brightened. After Chen Luo departed, Huang Er immediately stared blankly at his daughter, who had drawn closer, and sternly instructed her not to mention that conversation to anyone at the police station again. But father, Huang Feifei protested, this new patrol officer is clearly different from the others. He's the only one who has come to our home for a meal and actually paid for it. She picked up the bills from the table, smiling. Sighing deeply, Huang Er responded, you are still too young to understand. He sent his daughter to the back room and then sat down in a daze, his graying hair appearing even more pallid under the morning sun. In the past, Qilong Town had not been devoid of capable officials aspiring to eradicate gang influence. Yet those two who sought to make a difference met untimely ends. Huang Er pondered how long Chen Luo could endure and how much he was willing to persist. He harbored hopes that Chen Luo might usher in some positive changes, yet he was also apprehensive that such aspirations could cost him his life. After all, thus far, Chen Luo was the only good officer who had dined at his small eatery and offered to pay. Upon entering the police headquarters, Chen Luo made a beeline for the office of the Public Security Division. His gaze swept across the gathered individuals, and after a brief rap on the door, he announced in a resonant voice, I have just received reports from the public indicating that gang activities in the town are becoming increasingly rampant. The Public Security Division will dispatch a team to accompany me in the investigation. An oppressive silence enveloped the office. Following Chen Luo's declaration, no one responded. All eyes were fixed upon Zhang Qing, seated at the far end, seemingly awaiting his command before daring to reply. Chen Luo cast his gaze towards Zhang Qing. After their eyes met, The latter smiled faintly and addressed the crowd. Did you not hear the orders regarding the guard? If you have no tasks at hand, you may follow him. However, do not forget the responsibilities I have entrusted to you. If they remain unfulfilled, be wary of the consequences. After speaking, he took a sip of tea, a cold smile directed at Chen Luo. Having served at the Qinglong Town Police Station for over 20 years, he had long since established a firm grip on the public safety division. Without his word, even Chen Luo, as the guard, would find it impossible to command any member of the division. Upon hearing Zhang Cheng's remarks, the crowd dared not respond to Chen Luo, lowering their heads to continue their work, pretending as if they had heard nothing. Naturally, no one dared to follow Chen Luo. Chen Luo had long anticipated such a scenario. Zhang Cheng, who serves as both the public security officer and deputy town protector, made it abundantly clear that he intended to oppose him. If this predicament were not resolved, he would forever remain a mere figurehead in his role as protector of the town. As for the means to resolve this predicament, Chen Luo's thoughts shifted, and an idea took shape. He approached Zhang Cheng and inquired, Director Zhang, may I have a moment of your time? Let us convene in the conference room to discuss a matter. Zhang Cheng was initially taken aback, unaware of Chen Luo's intentions. Yet he reasoned that since they were within the precincts of the police headquarters, Chen would not dare to take any adverse action against him. Thus, he followed Chen into the conference room. Director Zhang, you have already perused the town's records. I shall speak candidly. There is no necessity for you to oppose the various factions that have gripped the town under the guise of fairness and justice. In governance, one either seeks wealth or power. The existence of gang activities in Qinglong Town spans nearly 2 decades. A complete eradication of all parties involved would yield no benefit for anyone. Upon entering the conference room, Zhang Cheng immediately adopted a demeanor of condescension, attempting to impart a lesson to Chen Luo. He assumed that Chen had summoned him to this secluded space to concede. However, to his surprise, Chen Luo did not engage with his remarks. Upon entering the conference room, Chen Luo casually drew the blinds facing the office, then cast a half-smile at Zhang Cheng. Are you an awakened one? He inquired. No, Zhang Cheng replied, utterly bewildered by the question and perplexed by its intent. Then allow me to enlighten you on the etiquette among the awakened, Chen Luo continued. No sooner had he spoken than his palm struck Zhang Cheng's chest with force. A torrent of energy surged forth with his hand, and before Zhang Cheng could regain his composure, the overwhelming power collided with him. Bang! Zhang Cheng was slammed against the wall before crumpling to the floor, crashing down once more. The other individuals in the office, startled by the resounding impact from the conference room, momentarily stood frozen, struggling to comprehend the situation, before some hastily grabbed objects and rushed toward the conference room. Sizzle! Chen Luo struck the curtain on the wall of the conference room with a powerful palm, shattering it into numerous strips of fabric. He then manipulated one of the strips with his mental energy, weaving it swiftly around the doorknob of the conference room, twisting it into a braided form to secure the door, effectively barring Zhang Cheng's loyal subordinates from entry. After completing this, he directed a second strip like a venomous serpent, constricting it around Zhang Cheng's throat, tightening gradually. Zhang Cheng gasped for air, his cheeks rapidly turning a deep purplish hue due to the suffocation. Among awakeners, the customary decorum dictates that one must exhibit adequate respect towards those of superior strength. I'm a 9th-tier awakener, a slayer of external beings at the gathering energy stage. Appointed by the Bureau of the Supernatural to maintain order, the entire police department should heed my command. Who do you think you are? Daring to issue me orders while prattling on? Chapter 57. You file reports. I issue orders just as Zhang Cheng was on the brink of asphyxiation. Chen Luo finally loosened his grip, allowing him to fall to the ground. Zhang Wei gasped for breath, his chest emitting a sound akin to a wind machine. Once he regained his breath, he fixed a fierce glare at Chen Luo, declaring, if you have the guts, kill me. Otherwise, I will definitely lodge a complaint with my superiors, with the council. He had often resorted to such tactics of dragging individuals into a dark room and coercing them into submission. Who would have imagined that while he had spent his days hunting, he would be outsmarted today by Chen Luo? Observing Zhang Cheng's predicament, Chen Luo chuckled. With his hands clawed, he summoned Zhang Cheng closer, infusing him with alien energy. The moment this energy entered Zhang Cheng's body, it mutated, transforming into worms that scurried rapidly along his veins. What have you done to me? Zhang Cheng felt an unbearable itch on his face, his fingers involuntarily scratching at his cheeks. Soon, in horror, he realized he was tearing the skin from his own face, revealing a surface teeming with tiny creatures resembling plankton. As his gaze fell upon the worms, they simultaneously lifted their heads, locking eyes with him. Ah, what have you done to me? Terrified, Zhang Qing discarded the skin he had pulled off and stumbled backward several steps, his eyes wide with dread as he fixated on Chen Luo. Chen Luo merely gazed at him in silence. At that moment, the individuals outside the conference room finally managed to tear away the curtain from the doorknob and rushed in. However, upon witnessing the gruesome scene within, the mangled body of Zhang Qing, infested with a writhing mass of insects, they instinctively halted in their tracks. They stood at the threshold, terror-stricken as they beheld Zhang Qing, none daring to approach. Secretary Wang, please draft a report stating that Zhang Qing, the head of the public security section of the Qinglong Town Police Department, has undergone a sudden mutation. I require the implementation of the Anomaly Bureau's cleanup protocol for his urgent containment. As Chen Luo caught sight of Secretary Wang, who had just squeezed in from outside, he immediately issued a command. Secretary Wang felt a dryness in his throat. As a secretary at the police headquarters, he had drafted numerous abnormal investigation reports for various district officials to submit to the Anomaly Bureau. Composing this report was certainly not a daunting task. However, he was acutely aware that Zhang Qing's mutation was far more complex than what the newly appointed official had claimed. The intent was to use the pretext of addressing the mutation to eliminate Zhang Qing right then and there. If he were to write this report, he would undoubtedly find himself entangled in the subsequent inquiries concerning Zhang Qing's fate. You draft the report, and I will approve the documents. Chen Luo fixed his gaze upon Secretary Wang, emphasizing the command with gravity. Cold sweat streamed down Secretary Wang's forehead as he sensed the murderous intent in Chen Luo's eyes. He understood that failing to comply with the order would likely result in a fate not much better than Zhang Qing's. Very well, sir. Wang swallowed hard and nodded in acquiescence. The others promptly vacated the room. Anyone contaminated during the cleanup process would be treated as a mutation. Once Secretary Wang departed, Chen Luo coldly addressed the remaining individuals. Zhang Qing's loyal subordinates were understandably reluctant to leave so easily. Yet a glance at the now eerie figure of Zhang Qing instilled a visceral desire to maintain their distance. After taking a deep breath, they turned and followed the crowd out of the conference room. Come back! Come back! Zhang Qing cried out hoarsely, only to realize that his throat felt as if it were constricted by some unseen force, rendering him incapable of articulating a complete sentence. Once everyone had exited, Chen Luo approached Zhang Qing, speaking slowly. Team leader Zhang, are you prepared for your disposition? The moment Zhang Qing noticed that all his subordinates had vacated the conference room, he understood that his life lay firmly in Chen Luo's grasp. He collapsed before Chen Luo with a thud, scratching his face in desperation while weeping profusely, pleading for mercy. Sir, please spare me this once. As he uttered these words, he stared in astonishment at his throat. Was he able to speak normally again? Upon witnessing Zhang Qing's capitulation, Chen Luo directed his sword to the latter's chest and deftly punctuated 2 precise points, expelling the foreign energy that had infiltrated his being. However, Chen Luo did not place complete trust in Zhang Qing. He discreetly implanted a seed forged from the very foreign energy within the latter's body. Should Zhang Qing dare to resist, this seed would swiftly unleash its devastating potential. Once the foreign energy was eradicated, Zhang Qing's complexion transformed as though an elixir had been applied, healing at an observable rate. He gingerly touched his face and, with a lingering sense of trepidation, cast a wary glance at Chen Luo. Resolutely, he vowed to keep his distance from this terrifying array of monsters in the future. He had no desire to endure such maddening experiences a second time. Chen Luo was unaware of Zhang Qing's thoughts at that moment. After withdrawing the alien energy, he strode out of the conference room and into the large office of the public security course. Standing in the office, he glanced at the 10 or so young individuals across from him. After a moment of contemplation, he spoke. Su Long, Zhang Dachuan, Long He, Guchen, from today onwards, you 4 will follow my orders. He named 4 individuals in one breath. Su Long was a middle-aged man nearing 40, with a modest background, and his uniform had faded due to excessive laundering. Zhang Dachuan was a tall young man, seemingly in his mid-20s, yet his rugged appearance, complete with a full beard, made him appear closer in age to Su Long. Long He and Guchen were both refined young gentlemen, sporting glasses, with the only distinction being that Long He was slightly taller, standing nearly 1.8 meters, while Guchen was a bit shorter, just over 1.7 meters. These 4 were the trusted subordinates transferred from other regions after the deaths of the 2 guardians. Although Zhang Qing had shown submission to Chen Luo, he remained wary of the individuals under him, finding it difficult to trust them. The 4, since the demise of the guardians, had been marginalized within the police department, making them suitable candidates for his own subordinates. Upon hearing Chen Luo's directive, Su Long and the others hesitated to respond immediately, cautiously glancing at Zhang Qing. Ever since the Guardians' deaths, they had been extremely cautious in their conduct within the police department, fearful that any words or actions might incite enmity from certain individuals, leading to dire consequences. What are you looking at? The Guardian has assigned you. Simply cooperate with his actions, Zhang Qing said, his heart racing as he feared being misunderstood by Chen Luo. He quickly added, apart from you four, everyone else must fully commit to any tasks assigned by the Guardian. After saying this, he sought to ingratiate himself with Chen Luo, saying, Sir, please continue assigning tasks. I shall take some time to recuperate. Feel free to delegate to my subordinates. Chen Luo gestured to Zhang Qing, urging him to leave promptly. In Chapter 58, titled Criminal Evidence of the Number Gang. Among the four individuals named by Chen Luo, Su Long was the eldest and most experienced. Although he was unaware of the events that transpired within the conference room, he surmised from the current situation that the newly appointed Guardian had triumphed in his confrontation with Zhang Qing. A shift was imminent within the police department. As his thought shifted, he promptly clasped his hands in respect towards Chen Luo, stating, Su Long is willing to heed the Guardian's command. Following Su Long's declaration, the other three swiftly echoed their loyalty, pledging to follow the leader's directives. Who among you can drive? Chen Luo inquired, nodding as he retrieved his car keys. I can drive. Su Long responded, taking the keys from Chen Luo's hand before exiting the precinct's courtyard. He had noticed earlier that Chen Luo had parked his vehicle by the roadside. Once Su Long started the engine, Chen Luo took a seat in the passenger side and began assigning tasks to the four, in accordance with police regulations. We shall visit all businesses on Qinglong Zheng Street and conduct inspections of key locations. Su Long, you will handle the driving. Zhang Dachuan and Long He, you will assist me in enforcement. Gu Qin, you will be responsible for documentation. Ensure that no establishment on Qinglong Zheng Street is overlooked. Upon hearing this, the expressions of the group grew solemn. Zhang Dachuan, seated in the front passenger seat, immediately focused and asked, Guardian, do you intend to take action against the number gang? Qinglong Town comprises 13 streets, with Qilong Zheng Street being one of the most bustling, adjacent to the police precinct and under the jurisdiction of the number gang. Indeed, Chen Luo affirmed. Chen Luo nodded. I have reviewed the information. The numbers gang is a recently established faction, primarily engaged in extorting protection fees from street vendors and monopolizing the valet parking business in both the main and back streets. Additionally, they own 3 internet cafes, 2 dance halls, and a bar. Their foundation is the weakest, making them the most vulnerable target. Of course, there is another reason he did not articulate. The numbers gang's tenuous roots also imply their limited connections with various official institutions, rendering them an ideal stepping stone for him to initiate his own trial by fire. Do you intend to merely collect some benefits, or do you plan to eradicate the numbers gang from Qinglong Town entirely? Zhang Dachuan inquired cautiously. No sooner had Zhang Dachuan spoken than Gu Chen, seated beside him, discreetly tugged at his sleeve, signaling him to temper his words. Zhang Dachuan realized he had been somewhat abrupt and immediately fell silent. It would be prudent to clarify your intentions, Chen Luo suggested, encouraging him to elaborate. Taking a deep breath, Zhang Dachuan responded, if your aim is merely to seize some benefits, our abrupt incursion into the numbers gang stronghold will only net us a few inconsequential lackeys. We might detain them for a month or two, collect some bail, and then release them, failing to inflict any real damage on the gang's foundation. The numbers gang's illicit earnings are cloaked in a veneer of legitimacy, for instance. The protection fees are labeled as security costs, while valet services are procured through competitive bidding. The entertainment venues, such as dance halls and bars, appear to operate without any violations. The only issues lie with the lackeys they recruit, yet these underlings are not linked to the higher-ups. To utterly dismantle them, one must uncover genuine evidence of their illegal activities. Unless, of course, you are inclined to employ drastic measures, directly targeting the upper echelons of the numbers gang, which would undoubtedly disrupt the entire town's order. Furthermore, the numbers gang is backed by an awakened individual known as the Dark Sword, who is known for his vindictiveness. Should you proceed with eliminating the higher-ups, he would undoubtedly retaliate with compounded ferocity. As Zhang Dachuan spoke, his fist clenched tightly, veins protruding from his skin, and his gaze was filled with animosity towards the Dark Sword. Chen Luo had been observing Zhang Dachuan, and, noticing his intent, gradually inquired, what do you know about the Dark Sword? Proficient in wielding dual blades, he is known for his ruthlessness and vengeful spirit, employing any means necessary to achieve his objectives. 4 years ago, when the number gang first entered the town and contested a dance hall with a rival gang, 4 of their core members were injured by a hired swordsman sent by their enemies. Subsequently, the Dark Sword took action, annihilating not only the entire family of the adversary, but also sparing none in the hired swordsman's household. Zhang Dachuan inhaled deeply and recounted the past deeds of the Dark Sword. Did the police department or the Supernatural Bureau intervene? Chen Luo frowned. The incident occurred abroad. How could the police department or the Supernatural Bureau intervene? Zhang Dachuan replied with a bitter smile. Thus, if we are to take action, we must strike decisively, ensuring that the number gang becomes nothing more than a despised entity with no chance of resurgence. After Chen Luo listened to Zhang Dachuan's words, he lightly tapped his fingers on the car door, lost in contemplation. Dealing with awakened individuals is far more challenging than confronting monsters. Monsters lack social connections and are targets for eradication by the Supernatural Bureau. Killing them is simply a matter of course, and no one pays excessive attention to it. However, to slay an awakened individual, one must have a justified reason. While eliminating a fallen awakened person might go unnoticed by the Supernatural Bureau if the numbers increase, it could easily arouse the vigilance of the higher-ups, leading to complications for him. Do you possess concrete evidence of the true crimes committed by the number help? Chen Luo cast a sweeping glance over Zhang Dachuan, Long He, and Gu Chen in the back row, gradually inquiring. These three individuals were the former trusted subordinates of the one who had perished alongside the assailants. And the very assailant pursued by the protector was fortuitously associated with the number gang. If one were to ponder who harbored the deepest animosity towards the number gang in the entire town, they would undoubtedly be among the foremost. Upon hearing Chen Luo's words, the three fell into a profound silence. Chen Luo did not press, but instead opened the window, his gaze drifting over the shops that whizzed by. He awaited the other party to speak first. The old Santana ambled along the busy street, the engine's muffled roar resonating within the vehicle. After nearly 10 minutes, Zhang Dachuan, seated in the rear of the passenger side, finally broke the silence. The number gang has previously dealt in contraband, suspected to be some form of pollutant. Pollutant? At this revelation, Chen Luo's eyes gleamed with intrigue. Should the evidence prove irrefutable, he would dismantle the number gang from top to bottom without a soul daring to protest. Is the information reliable? Who are they supplying? Chen Luo inquired meticulously. The information is accurate. This was a lead uncovered by Wang Ning before his demise. We have yet to ascertain the identity of the buyers, but I do know their storage location, Zhang Dachuan replied. Storage location? Chen Luo mused. It seemed the number gang had amassed a considerable stockpile of pollutants since the incident at Helion Building. The black market in Dongdu and throughout the entire Qing nation had been inundated with rampant pollutants. Although the Bureau of the Supernatural had issued orders for stringent investigations, due to staff shortages and factional strife, the pollutants not only remained unchecked but proliferated. If he could dismantle a pollutant stronghold, it would be a noteworthy achievement, yielding ample cultivation resources in exchange from the Bureau of the Supernatural. Take me there. After collecting his thoughts, Chen Luo directed Zhang Dachuan. 39, Linglong Road. Upon receiving the address, the Santana promptly turned and headed northeast. Chapter 59, Mad Tiger 39, Linglong Road was a vast riverside dock, an essential transport hub under the control of the number gang. Opposite the dock stood a low hill, approximately 10 meters high, formed of earth. Zhang Dachuan stood beneath a jujube tree on the hill, briefing Chen Luo on the dock's fundamental conditions. In recent years, the number gang had profited significantly from smuggling under the guise of this dock. With their ill-gotten gains, they had acquired all the shops in the vicinity, strategically placing numerous lookout operatives within. Any unfamiliar individuals approaching the dock would be swiftly detected by them. The low hill upon which we presently stand serves as a cemetery, and it is the only vantage point from which one can survey the dock. While Chen Luo listened to Zhang Dachuan's introduction, he picked up a military-grade high-powered telescope and focused on the ground of the dock warehouse. The dock was expansive, with hundreds of wooden crates arranged on the ground, each covered with tarpaulins for protection against the rain. To an ordinary person, it was impossible to discern what lay within the crates merely by observing from the outside. However, at that moment, Chen Luo perceived not just neatly stacked boxes, but a mosaic image composed of countless, overlapping identifiers. It bore a striking resemblance to the bustling teleportation passage in the main city of a video game, teeming with players. 1 crate, 2 crates. Chen Luo swiftly surveyed the dock, mentally tallying the containers laden with pollutants. There were a total of 153 boxes, each valued at 100,000, amounting to a staggering 10 million in goods. Gazing upon this bounty, even Chen Luo's steadfast disposition could not suppress a flicker of greed. The mere possession of 1,000th of these goods would suffice for over 6 months of his cultivation. While other awakened individuals might hesitate due to concerns regarding the effects of ordinary pollutants on themselves, thereby opting for pure spiritual materials, he had mastered the 7th technique of mind control, augmented by a system that welcomed all contaminants. As Chen Luo pondered, a black Audi SUV abruptly entered his line of sight. From the vehicle emerged a young boy, around 20 years of age, standing just above 5 feet 7 inches. With a lean physique, Li Fan, a practitioner at the 9th level of the body refinement realm, possessed a stamina of 1718. He narrowed his eyes and inquired of Zhang Dachuan and the others behind him. Who is this person? This is Li Fan, the leader of the number gang. Known as the Mad Tiger, an agent supported by the Dark Sword, a prominent figure within the number gang, Zhang Dachuan replied, excitement evident in his voice after glancing through binoculars. I can't believe this fellow has come to the dock today. This could turn out to be a windfall. If we capture him, the number gang will essentially be finished. Sir, should we charge in now? Zhang Dachuan, with his impulsive nature, was eager to rush in and apprehend the Mad Tiger Li Fan, seeking vengeance for his former superior. Mad Tiger Li Fan. Chen Luo did not respond to Zhang Dachuan immediately. Instead, his gaze shifted to Li Fan. He noticed that the formidable Li Fan, upon exiting the vehicle, instructed his subordinates to wait beside the car before striding alone towards the only structure at the open dock, as if something or someone of greater significance awaited him there. On the dock's walkway, Li Fan adjusted his impeccably tailored suit. As a martial artist turned awakened one, he harbored a disdain for such Western formal attire, feeling confined by its snug fit. Yet, he had no choice but to endure it, for the dignitary he was about to meet favored this style of dress. Despite being a 9th-level awakened one and a prominent figure in the gang, before this dignitary, he felt like a submissive little cat. Taking a deep breath, Li Fan entered the small cabin at the dock. Inside sat a middle-aged man clad in a deep blue suit, appearing to be in his early 40s, tall and slender, yet remarkably well-preserved, his skin taut and devoid of wrinkles, reminiscent of a recent college graduate. Mr. Xiongwen, the goods you required last time are ready for you. Stored in the warehouse outside. Just let me know when you need them, and I shall deliver them to the specified location. Li Fan addressed the suited man respectfully. This man was none other than the true power behind the number gang, the enigmatic Dark Sword Xiongwen, an awakened one at the 1st level of Qi gathering. Xiongwen typically refrained from involving himself in the gang's day-to-day affairs, allowing Li Fan to handle most matters. However, there was one exception: issues related to pollutants, which he would personally oversee. Li Fan presumed that Xiongwen had summoned him regarding this newly arrived batch of pollutants. To his surprise, Xiongwen waved his hand dismissively, stating, "We can discuss the goods later. There is something far more pressing at hand. Someone is after the life of the newly appointed guardian, and I intend to assign this task to you." Upon hearing this, Li Fan fell silent for a considerable time before responding. "I have heard that this guardian is an awakened one, at the 9th level of Qi gathering, the same as you. You possess both the advantage of location and support. Dealing with him in town should not pose much difficulty. If successful, there is a reward of 2 million, sufficient to procure materials for advancing to the Qi gathering stage." Xiongwen first promised Li Fan a handsome reward, but before Li Fan could respond, he abruptly shifted his tone, coldly retorting, "Are you suggesting that after 2 years as leader, you are incapable of handling such a trivial matter as taking a life?" At this, the temperature in the room plummeted, a palpable aura of menace enveloping every corner. Li Fan remained silent for a long while, ultimately nodding in acquiescence. He was trained by Xiongwen himself, mastering all techniques and combat skills under his tutelage. He understood Xiongwen's nature better than anyone. Though Xiongwen appeared as a refined scholar, when angered, he showed no regard for sentiment. The previous gang leader, Xiongwen's former protege whom he had nurtured for 7 or 8 years, had met his demise at the hands of Xiongwen himself. Very good, very obedient. Xiongwen beckoned Li Fan to approach, gently patting his shoulder with a heavy hand, akin to a benevolent priest commending a dutiful youth. "You provide me with the information, and I shall prepare to act in the coming days." Li Fan stood motionless, his expression devoid of emotion as he addressed Xiongwen. He had previously undertaken similar assignments, and having done so before, he felt no psychological burden. His only concern was that this guardian was an awakened one, making him a somewhat formidable opponent. Xiongwen nodded, preparing to hand over the dossier to Li Fan when suddenly, a sharp voice rang out from outside. "Who goes there?" Step forward at once. Chen Luo had not anticipated that the gang would have installed an infrared alarm system on the warehouse wall. As he leapt over the wall, his foot inadvertently struck the light beam set by the infrared sensor, triggering the alarm to blare. Wail! Wail! The underlings stationed at the docks rushed over upon hearing the commotion. Upon spotting Chen Luo beneath the wall, without a moment's hesitation, one of them drew a concealed handgun from his waist and opened fire. Bang! 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 The gunfire erupted like thunder, followed by a hail of bullets that surged towards Chen Luo like a dense web of flames. Despite possessing the profound cultivation of the 9th level of bodily refinement, Chen Luo dared not advance amidst the hail of bullets. He executed a swift roll and hastily withdrew behind a shipping container to evade the onslaught. Alas, the master is in peril. Zhang Dachuan, stationed on a low hill to cover Chen Luo, wasted no time in drawing his weapon and charging downwards. Guqin and Longyi followed closely behind. I shall retrieve the ammunition and firearms. Su Long hurried towards the car at the entrance of the cemetery. When they departed from the police headquarters, they had prudently acquired 1,000 rounds of ammunition along with a compact submachine gun. After securing the bullets and the submachine gun, Su Long joined the fray. With the assistance of Zhang Dachuan and Su Long, the pressure on Chen Luo diminished significantly. His gaze swept across the surroundings until it landed on some iron nails tucked away in a corner. These were the nails employed at the docks to secure wooden crates, each measuring 10 centimeters in length, likely left behind by workers who had not cleared up after their task. Upon spotting the nails, Chen Luo immediately unleashed a formidable surge of mental energy, summoning them all towards him. Subsequently, he enveloped the nails with his psychic force, launching them as concealed projectiles. Snap! 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 He unleashed 3 nails in one swift motion. These nails accurately penetrated the necks of 3 henchmen from the numbered gang. They only felt a momentary constriction in their breathing before collapsing limply to the ground. Was the effect truly so remarkable? Chen Luo was left utterly astonished, the power of the nails exceeding his expectations. Consequently, he decisively discharged the remaining 10 nails from his pocket. In his hands, the iron nails had transformed into lethal weapons, each one that he launched inevitably wounding a member of the numbered gang. With a series of crisp thuds, the sounds of bodies collapsing echoed in succession. Within a mere 5 minutes, all the henchmen of the numbered gang at the dock lay incapacitated. These individuals clutched their injured limbs, wailing in agony, their cries piercing the air and lingering on. Call the hospital and have them send assistance. These are crucial witnesses. We cannot afford to let them all perish. With the threat diminished, Chen Luo emerged from behind the container. He first issued a command to Zhang Dachuan and the others who were gradually revealing themselves, then casually seized a bag of iron nails from a nearby wooden crate and pursued the direction of the dock warehouses. Just as he spotted 2 fleeting figures behind the warehouses, presumably the elusive mad tiger Li Fan, a chill ran down his spine. Li Fan was the primary perpetrator of this case and also a vital opportunity for Chen Luo to gain experience, should he manage to escape. It would be a significant loss. Along the dock, a row of makeshift metal shanties stood. As Chen Luo rounded the corner of one of these structures, an instinctive sense of danger prickled at the nape of his neck. His body instinctively swerved to the right. Tat, tat, tat. In that fleeting moment of evasion, a barrage of bullets whizzed past his ears, striking the thin metal walls of the shanty and perforating it with a series of small holes. Automatic rifle? Chen Luo's eyes narrowed as he swiftly rolled into the nearest metal shed. With a powerful kick, he overturned a solid wooden desk, using it as a makeshift shield before him. While remaining vigilant against the possibility of stray bullets, he searched for the location of the armed assailant. Soon, in the reflection of the window, he discerned a young boy, no more than 10 paces away, lurking around the corner with a submachine gun in hand. It was none other than the elusive mad tiger, Li Fan, who had vanished moments ago. Found you. Chen Luo flicked his wrist and shot out 6 nails in quick succession to divert his opponent's attention. Seizing the moment when the adversary had emptied his magazine and was reloading, he fired another 6 iron nails. Bang, bang, bang. The second volley of nails struck their target with precision, 3 of them piercing through the iron wall, creating a hole the width of a thumb, while the remaining 3 penetrated the opening, directly impaling Li Fan's wrist. The nails ruptured Li Fan's blood vessels, causing blood to drip steadily onto the ground. A wave of excruciating pain surged up his arm, rendering his hand powerless to hold onto the submachine gun. Clap. The firearm clattered to the ground, producing a sharp metallic sound. At the sound's onset, Li Fan desperately attempted to flee. Chen Luo would not allow him to escape so easily. He leaped over the table in pursuit. However, upon rounding the corner, he instinctively halted. Behind the iron house stood another man, pale and bloodied at the wrist, but now wielding a pair of alloy short swords. Xiongwen, first level of Qi gathering, stamina, 24-25. Dark Sword Xiongwen? After a moment's hesitation, Chen Luo immediately grasped the identity of the swordsman. I shall engage in ranged assault while you handle close combat, aiming for a swift resolution. Xiongwen's gaze coldly shifted away from Chen Luo. He passed the short sword in his right hand to Li Fan, then slowly raised his left palm, using his mental power to control the sword in his left hand. The left sword emitted a resonating hum, transforming into a dragon that coiled around Xiongwen. To Xiongwen, Chen Luo now seemed no different from a corpse. He had ascended to the Qi gathering stage 4 years prior, during which he had eliminated numerous foes to bolster the number gang, ensuring greater profits for himself. Among those adversaries were several who had also achieved Qi gathering. Yet none had managed to escape the grasp of his alloy flying sword. Not to mention, the newly arrived guardian appeared not to have even reached Qi gathering. Moreover, he had Li Fan backing him at this moment. What Xiongwen did not realize was that Li Fan was cursing internally. His right hand, injured by the nails, was incapable of wielding a sword. If he were to switch to his left hand, his combat effectiveness would diminish by at least 30%. He had initially intended to persuade Xiongwen to flee first, planning to deal with Chen Luo together once he had recovered. But upon meeting Xiongwen's icy gaze, he suppressed those thoughts entirely. If he spoke up, he would likely be the first to perish. Gritting his teeth, he tore a strip of cloth from his clothing and bound the alloy short sword to his injured right hand. With the sword in hand, he wore a frenzied expression and charged toward Chen Luo. At this juncture, retreat would mean death, and he would rather face Chen Luo in a fierce battle than be slain by Xiongwen's blade. Though he possessed a refined appearance, he fought with unrestrained ferocity. He was known as the Mad Tiger, embodying the spirit of madness and the ferocity of a tiger. Chapter 61. Instant kill. Faced with the combined assault of Xiongwen and the Mad Tiger Li Fan, Chen Luo's eyes reflected no sign of fear. On the contrary, every drop of blood within him surged with fervor. This was a thirst for battle. His attribute points had stagnated for over a week, and he desperately needed a genuine conflict to gain sufficient experience and exchange it for new attribute points. Li Fan was a mad tiger, but Chen Luo was no pushover either. He was equally tenacious and relentless. Come on, do not let me down. He affixed 3 self-made talismans, inspired by the player world, to enhance his defense and, undaunted, charged towards Li Fan. Kill. Li Fan, wielding the short sword, lunged at Chen Luo with 13 rapid strikes. The flashes of the sword glimmered like bolts of lightning, each thrust aimed at vital points. He resembled a fierce tiger hunting in the forest, motionless until the moment of attack, at which point he sought to claim his enemy's life. Had he encountered a typical practitioner of the 9th level of the body cultivation stage, solely focused on mental cultivation, they would have likely sustained injuries or been severely wounded under such relentless onslaught. Unfortunately for Li Fan, he was up against Chen Luo. Chen Luo had already perfected the technique of skyward void crossing. Although it was merely a foundational skill, achieving perfection required at least the strength of the 2nd or even 3rd level of Qi gathering. Thus, in Chen Luo's eyes, Li Fan's movements appeared as sluggish as a snail. A mere tilt of his head allowed him to evade the blade's edge, the sword tip grazing his collar with a whistling wind, yet inflicting no harm upon him. How could this be? Li Fan was taken aback, unable to fathom how. Despite being on the same level as Chen Luo, he could not even brush against the hem of his attire. Gritting his teeth, he quickened the pace of his short sword's assault, intensifying the ferocity of his strikes. Yet, the outcome remained unchanged. He still could not inflict a scratch on Chen Luo. In stark contrast, Chen Luo refrained from initiating an attack. He was biding his time, seeking an opportunity when Li Fan's sword momentum would wane, a moment when he would need to catch his breath. Now, upon noticing a slight tremor in Li Fan's arm, he recognized the moment had arrived. Channeling his energy, he unleashed a powerful straight punch, the force of his blows surging forward towards Li Fan's face. The Grand Ancestor Long Fist, created by an emperor a millennium ago, was characterized by its grandiose and vigorous techniques. The moves were not overly complex and were widely disseminated, allowing many laymen to perform a few of them. However, at this moment, as Chen Luo executed this set of punches, Li Fan felt as though he had been struck by a mountain, his internal organs quaking with fear. And not a shred of resistance emerged in his heart. Bang, bang, bang. Chen Luo unleashed a flurry of 3 punches, each striking his opponent squarely in the face. The final blow triggered the devastating double damage effect of the 8 extremities collapse, sending Li Fan hurtling nearly 10 meters away. How could this be? Li Fan, struggling to maintain his footing, gazed at Chen Luo with an expression of disbelief etched upon his face. His lips parted slightly, as if to utter a response. But at that moment, a wave of metallic sweetness surged up his throat, stifling his words. He braced himself against the ground, repeatedly coughing up blood. And once he had expelled enough, he succumbed and fell to the ground. The battle between Chen Luo and Li Fan may seem lengthy, yet in reality, it transpired in less than a minute. The flying sword of Xiongwen still lingered beside him, yet the conflict had already reached its conclusion. Upon witnessing Li Fan's demise, Xiongwen's pupils constricted sharply, and he spat contemptuously at Li Fan's lifeless form, exclaiming, "Useless waste." As his words echoed, he promptly summoned the flying sword from Li Fan's grasp, directing both swords to launch an assault upon Chen Luo. Whoosh! The swords surged forth with an intensity akin to 2 streaks of radiant light, swiftly traversing the 10-meter distance to confront Chen Luo. Chen Luo did not dare to be overly ambitious. The last time he managed to eliminate 3 players at the Qi gathering stage in the corridor. It was primarily due to the advantageous terrain. The narrowness of the corridor allowed the 3 players to be in close proximity, and the psychological pressure exerted by the pursuing supernatural forces enabled him to swiftly dispatch them. However, he now found himself in an open dock, a locale highly conducive to ranged attacks, which posed a significant disadvantage to him. Thus, without hesitation, he affixed 6 talismans to himself, and with a flick of his wrist, 3 iron nails shot forth with great speed. Clang! The nails struck the same location as the flying sword, the tremendous force dislodging it from Xiongwen's control, causing it to crash to the ground with a resounding impact. Upon witnessing the first flying sword fall, Chen Luo immediately leapt into action. After evading another flying sword, he surged forward like a fierce tiger descending the mountain, sprinting towards Xiongwen. The dock was too vast, favoring Xiongwen's domain. Closing the distance between himself and Xiongwen to leverage his melee capabilities was his sole hope for victory in this moment. "You think you can be swifter than the flying sword?" Xiongwen sneered. With a gesture, he pointed towards the fallen sword, which swiftly soared back into the air, flanking the previous flying sword, resembling 2 dragons converging upon Chen Luo. With a sudden thrust of his foot against the ground, Chen Luo executed a graceful spin in midair, his back facing the earth, and his gaze directed towards 2 soaring swords. Like a cannonball dislodged from its chamber, he hurtled towards Xiongwen. As he soared, he flicked his wrist, propelling iron nails from his pocket into the air. Whoosh! 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 Clang! 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 The harmonious symphony of the iron nails slicing through the air intermingled with the resonant strikes against the flying swords, creating a melodious orchestra. The flying swords, momentarily hindered by the iron nails, slowed in their pursuit, while Chen Luo drew ever closer to Xiongwen. In midair, Chen Luo clenched his fists, poised to unleash the 8 extremities collapsed the moment he touched the ground, intending to eliminate Xiongwen in that instant. However, at that very moment, a chilling glimmer of sword light suddenly pierced the air. The cold radiance sliced through Xiongwen's suit, darting towards Chen Luo's head with the swiftness of lightning. Remarkably, it was yet another flying sword. Xiongwen possessed a 3rd flying sword. "Your time has come." Xiongwen's icy gaze bore into Chen Luo. He could wield 3 flying swords simultaneously, a secret unknown even to his closest confidants. Armed with the 3rd sword concealed at his waist, he had previously vanquished 10 formidable adversaries. Chen Luo would be the 11th. "I shall not only take your life, but also extinguish the lives of your friends, your family, and all those dear to you. Rest assured, none shall escape." A cruel and cunning smile crept across Xiongwen's face. Even though he believed victory was within his grasp, he did not hesitate to employ words to unsettle Chen Luo, seeking to distract him. He had always been meticulous, leaving no detail unexamined that could enhance his chances of triumph. This very trait, which earned him the disdain of the other leaders in Qinglong Town, was also the reason for his continued survival. Naturally, he had never overlooked the necessity of eradicating any threat entirely. However, Chen Luo remained undisturbed by Xiongwen's taunts. Images flashed rapidly through his mind, his diligent parents toiling in the countryside, colleagues and friends sharing moments of gaming and revelry, and the lonely yet charming visage of Zhou Yanjiao, who temporarily resided in his home. The mere thought of them potentially falling victim to Xiongwen's vindictiveness filled him with a calm resolve as he addressed Xiongwen with unwavering determination. "You shall die." His voice was not loud, but the conviction behind his words was resolute. Chapter 62. Reward. Chen Luo retrieved the remaining yellowed talismans from his pocket and affixed them all over his body. Before arriving at the dock, he had carried a total of 24 talismans. This was the entirety of his hard-earned wealth amassed through days of rigorous practice with the runes. At this moment, he utilized every single one of these talismans. Following the battle at Hellion Mansion, he had discovered that these yellow papers, adorned with enigmatic characters from another realm, possessed astonishing defensive capabilities. These talismans could currently withstand a full-force strike from a chi-gathering realm practitioner for at least 1 second. With 24 talismans, he could buy himself 24 seconds. Break. With a thunderous roar that resonated like a colossal bell, Chen Luo struck a formidable figure. In the astonished gaze of Xiongwen, he swung his fist with great force, aiming directly at the oncoming flying sword. A resounding clash echoed, the sound of metal meeting metal, as the alloy sword, which Xiongwen cherished dearly, was bent under the sheer might of Chen Luo's blow. However, such valor came at a steep price. The energy wave generated from the high-speed collision engulfed a significant portion of his body like a raging inferno. His garments were incinerated, and his skin was left in a gruesome state, torn and mangled. This was the outcome even after the protective talismans absorbed much of the energy. Had they not been present, that half of his body would likely have been obliterated. The assault power of a flying sword wielded by an awakened practitioner in the gathering chi realm is not dissimilar to that of a Barrett rifle bullet. Chen Luo calmly glanced at his injuries, then counted the remaining talisman papers. At that moment, he had fewer than 13 talismans left, indicating that he could only withstand another impact of the same magnitude as before. Yet, that was sufficient. Chen Luo cast aside all distractions. His fists clenched as he relentlessly charged toward Xiongwen. At that moment, he paid no heed to the flying swords behind him, nor did he concern himself with the possibility of suffering grave injuries from his opponent. His mind was consumed by a singular thought: to eliminate his foe. Madman. Lunatic. Xiongwen, upon witnessing Chen Luo's reckless resolve to drag him down with him, was momentarily taken aback by such fervent madness. He dared not engage in a life-for-life exchange with Chen Luo, hastily retreating to maintain distance while summoning his flying swords for defense. Having weathered countless storms over the years, his survival was not merely due to his ruthless and cunning nature, but rather his acute perception of danger, which surpassed that of anyone else. He harbored an ominous premonition. Should the battle continue, he stood nearly a 50% chance of perishing. Though the odds of victory were equally favorable, he was unwilling to gamble on such a precarious fate. I must first extricate myself from this situation. Once I find an opportune moment, I shall annihilate him along with his family and friends. Xiongwen contemplated darkly. He had previously faced adversaries akin to Chen Luo. 1. A vengeful foe at the 3rd level of Qi gathering, whose strength eclipsed his own. Yet, through cunning and a timely retreat, he had managed to escape. Later, seizing an opportunity when that adversary was unexpectedly weakened, he shattered the opponent's Qi vortex and, before their very eyes, humiliated their wife and daughter for 3 days and nights before delivering the final blow. He swore that once he escaped this time, he would employ the same ruthless tactics against Chen Luo. Alas, in the deadly dance of combat, courage is paramount. The moment Xiongwen's heart wavered, control of the battle slipped irrevocably from his grasp. Chen Luo, like a swift and agile leopard, lunged toward Xiongwen. The Taizu long fist unleashed its full might, pouring down upon his opponent like a torrential rain. Xiongwen summoned the last 2 remaining alloy flying swords, positioning them defensively before his chest, attempting to dissipate the force behind Chen Luo's fists with a surge of foreign energy. Yet, in the next moment, he realized his grave miscalculation. In a desperate bid to seize the slender thread of victory, Chen Luo resolved to eliminate Xiongwen, even at the cost of depleting his own spiritual strength through the use of the 8 extremes collapse, in order to unleash a devastating 7-fold critical strike. Empowered by this extraordinary damage enhancement, his fists became akin to a relentless artillery barrage, first shattering Xiongwen's flying sword with overwhelming force, and then delivering blow after blow to the latter's chest. Swift and resounding. Bang, bang, bang. The sound of their colliding fists echoed like thunder, as Xiongwen's garments erupted into tatters in an instant. Subsequently, Xiongwen's body appeared as if it were fragile porcelain, developing cracks that spread ominously across his skin. From these fissures, blood, dark as ink, gushed forth with alarming rapidity. Xiongwen barely managed to utter a single phrase before collapsing limply to the ground. At the very moment he fell, Chen Luo too crumpled to the earth with a resounding thud. Each of his strikes had been imbued with the 8 extremes collapse, a technique that had drained his spiritual energy to the brink, nearly plunging it into negative territory. Had he not been fervently channeling the Wuxiang Heart Sutra to restore his spiritual strength, he might have succumbed to a vegetative state the instant he vanquished Xiongwen. Clang! Clang! At that moment, Chen Luo was startled to hear a faint tremor emanating from the alloy flying sword on the ground. Turning his gaze, he was astonished to find that Xiongwen had not perished as expected. Despite the blood spilling from his mouth, he wore a sinister grin and attempted to manipulate the flying sword, intent on taking Chen Luo down with him. Chen Luo instinctively clenched the remaining 2 iron nails in his hand, decisively eliminating his opponent before they could launch a final desperate attack. Indeed, battles across realms are far from easy. Chen Luo gasped for breath, his chest resonating like a wind machine. As his breathing gradually steadied, he repeatedly reminded himself never to underestimate any opponent, for one can never be certain of the hidden cards they may hold. The most exemplary case lay before him in the form of Xiongwen. Had it not been for his formidable mental recovery technique, the Wuxiang Heart Sutra, and the runes from the player world, Chen Luo might very well have met his demise today. As Chen Luo lay on the ground, channeling the Wuxiang Heart Sutra to restore his mental energy, the voices of Zhang Dachuan, Long He, and Good Chun echoed from afar. Upon witnessing Chen Luo's fallen state, they rushed over in a panic to assist him. Only after confirming that he was out of immediate danger did they breathe a sigh of relief. At this moment, Guqin noticed the lifeless body of Xiongwen, his gaze sharpening as he quietly inquired, "Who is this?" "Anjian Xiongwen, the true mastermind behind the numbers gang," Chen Luo replied as he slowly rose to his feet. A wave of shock rippled through the others. The puppeteer of the numbers gang was indeed a significant figure in Qinglong town, and it was astonishing that he had been slain by Chen Luo. Guqin, however, remained fixated on the corpse for an extended period. Suddenly, he tore a strip of cloth from his own attire and placed it over Xiongwen's lower face, transforming him into a masked bandit. "It is he." Upon seeing Xiongwen's appearance align with his memories of the assailant who had previously murdered the former guardian, his eyes turned bloodshot. Zhang Dachuan and Long Yi swiftly approached, their fists clenched tightly, faces contorted with rage as they stared at Xiongwen's body. Enraged, Zhang Dachuan drew his sidearm and unleashed a torrent of bullets into Xiongwen's corpse, venting his fury. When the last bullet was spent, Zhang Dachuan collapsed to the ground. This towering figure, reminiscent of a gorilla, silently shed tears, murmuring, "Lord Qinfen, we have finally avenged you." The Qinfen he referred to as Chen Luo's predecessor, who had tragically lost his life while pursuing bandits. As Zhang Dachuan picked up the shattered alloy flying sword from the ground, intending to sever Xiongwen's head as an offering to Qinfen, Chen Luo intervened. "If the head is severed, the report will be difficult to write." Zhang Dachuan's hand hung in the air for a few moments before he ultimately tossed the flying sword aside. Chen Luo wiped the remnants of blood from his body and approached the lifeless form of Xiongwen, preparing to seal it to prevent any contamination from escaping. At that moment, his gaze unexpectedly lingered on the pocket of the suit, where a pure black metal card resided. Despite Xiongwen's chest being utterly ravaged by Zhang Dajuang's bullets, this card remained unscathed, truly astonishing to behold. Chen Luo picked up the card, and the moment his fingers brushed against it, a prompt from the system resonated in his ears. "Discovered a replica fragment of the primordial golden dipper. It has been automatically added to your inventory, increasing your package page by 1. Chapter 63. Treasures of Space. Chen Luo stood frozen in place for nearly 10 seconds, doubting whether he had misheard. Instinctively, he opened the system interface and discovered, beside the attribute panel, a previously empty void that now revealed a gray box. The box was divided by dashed lines into 16 smaller compartments. The first compartment contained an alloy flying sword, while the second to fifth compartments sequentially housed a crimson unknown elixir, a weathered notebook, a box filled with cash, and 4 medium-grade spiritual artifacts. These items occupied 1/3 of the box's space. A spatial treasure? Chen Luo clenched his fists, his breath quickening, and the excitement in his eyes was nearly uncontainable. He had never encountered such an item on the exchange list of the Supernatural Bureau, and he was astonished to discover it on the leader of the gang in the small town of Xiongwen. Chen Luo took several deep breaths, striving to master his emotions. It turns out that Xiongwen's third flying sword was concealed here. I had wondered how this individual, clad in a fitted suit, could possibly hide anything beneath his attire. It now appears that this person donned the suit to deceive his adversaries, creating an opportunity for the sudden strike of the third flying sword. At this moment, Chen Luo felt immensely relieved that he had decisively exchanged his life for that of Xiongwen. Had this insidious and cunning individual escaped, he would have been perpetually tormented by fear. Once he gathered his thoughts, Chen Luo closed the attribute panel and picked up the phone to call the captain. He refrained from notifying the police headquarters, as any incidents involving pollutants were to be handled exclusively by the Bureau of Anomalies. To Chen Luo's surprise, the police's special vehicle arrived even before that of the Bureau. Leading the team from the police was Chief Lu Wenwu of the Criminal Investigation Unit. Lu Wenwu had been on the streets investigating a homicide with 2 security officers when he heard gunfire at the docks and rushed over immediately. Upon realizing that the shooting had occurred on the territory of the Number Gang, his expression darkened, and he slammed the car door shut, exclaiming, "What trouble are these rascals up to now? Drawing their weapons in broad daylight. They certainly know how to make my life difficult." He donned his uniform, drew his sidearm, and led his subordinates into the Number Gang's docks. However, as he pushed open the door, a chilling sensation surged from the soles of his feet to the crown of his head. He beheld the members of the Number Gang sprawled grotesquely in pools of blood. Their fate's uncertain. Even the notorious Mad Tiger, Li Fan, whose name alone could quiet a child's cries, was among them. Could it be that the Number Gang has been wiped out by their enemies? This thought flashed through Lu Wenwu's mind, and he fervently hoped that the adversaries of the Number Gang would not turn their sights upon him. He had merely collected a few payments from them and had no substantial entanglement with them. Just as Lu Wenwu was mentally distancing himself from the Number Gang, he suddenly spotted Chen Luo, accompanied by Zhang Dachuan, Gu Chun, Long He, and Su Long, emerging from behind. "What are you doing here?" Chen Luo furrowed his brow as he fixed his gaze upon Lu Wenwu, who had not been informed of his presence. Without waiting for a response, Chen turned to Lu and said, "You and Zhang Dachuan must secure the scene until the personnel from the Supernatural Affairs Bureau arrive. Ensure that no one approaches the bodies of Li Fan and Xiongwen." Lu Wenwu was momentarily taken aback by this command. Pondering how this fresh-faced newcomer could presume to treat him, the deputy town guard and head of the Criminal Investigation Department, as if he were an inferior. However, a sudden realization struck him, causing a cold sweat to break out across his skin. He looked at Chen Luo, his mouth dry as he asked, "Is it the Number Gang that you silenced?" "Chief Lu," responded another figure beside Chun, Su Long, in a deep voice, "we are law enforcement officers, not criminals. The town guard has received complaints regarding the Number Gang's oppression of citizens, illegal smuggling, and armed resistance. Our actions are a legitimate response to eradicate these lawless brigands." Lu Wenwu was taken aback by Su Long's unexpected boldness, as he had always perceived Su as somewhat dull and taciturn. Reflexively, he considered asserting his authority as deputy town guard and reprimanding Su. Yet this thought flickered away as quickly as it came, and he suppressed it. Casting a glance at the bodies of Xiongwen and Li Fan lying not far away, he mused to himself, "The Qinglong town is undergoing a transformation." Chen Luo was unaware of Lu Wenwu's inner thoughts at that moment. After giving instructions to several individuals, he stepped out of the docks gate. As he retrieved a cigarette case from his pocket and prepared to light it, a melodious voice suddenly called out from a distance, "Chen Luo, brother." He turned to see Yan Xian and a tall man clad in battle armor descending from a government vehicle adorned with the emblem of the Supernatural Bureau. The young lady waved her delicate hand at him enthusiastically as she alighted from the car. "What brings you here?" Chen Luo gazed at Yan Xian in astonishment, promptly stowing the cigarette he had just retrieved back into its box. "I was discharged from the hospital yesterday, but I didn't inform you. Intending to surprise you in person," he explained. "Coincidentally, the captain received your call, and I decided to accompany him." Yan Xian then gestured towards a tall man clad in battle armor, standing nearby. "Allow me to introduce you. This is Ji Chenbua, a formidable presence at the 4th level of Qi gathering." Chen Luo glanced at the armored man and nodded slightly. "I've seen him before. Last time he visited the 8th Division's outpost, it was he who escorted me to the interrogation room behind the small building." "Are the bodies of those 2 awakened individuals inside?" Ji Chenbua inquired. "Indeed," Chen Luo replied. "I've already instructed personnel to cordon off the remains of those 2 with caution tape." Chen Luo nodded and then inquired, "Should we notify the personnel at Division 1? The peacekeepers from the Qinglong Town Police Department and the surviving members of the Number help might be contaminated by the corpses of those 2 individuals." "No need," replied the armored man, Ji Chenbua coldly. turning his back as he walked toward the dock. Brother Ji possesses a unique ability that grants him immunity and the capacity to decompose most forms of contamination. He was originally part of Division 1, but later transferred to Division 8. Moreover, his personality is such that he is not fond of conversation, yet he is a good person. If you spend enough time with him, you will come to understand. Seeing the atmosphere grow somewhat awkward, Yanxian hurriedly interjected to explain. Immunity and decomposition of most contamination? That sounds somewhat akin to the Control God's 7th technique, Chen Luo mused. Once he gathered his thoughts, he turned to Yanxian, staring intently at the D identifier above her head for quite some time before finally managing to utter. How did you advance to the 9th level of the nurturing body realm? Yanxian, 9th level of the nurturing body realm. Stamina, 1518. If he recalled correctly, the last time he saw Yanxian, she was merely a weakling at the 4th level of the nurturing body realm. How had she suddenly ascended to the 9th level? He had only advanced to the 9th level through numerous battles and the capabilities of his system. Had this girl consumed some elixir? Her progression was akin to riding a rocket. Chapter 64. Yanxian's gift. This is all thanks to the Xian snake gallbladders you gave me last time. Brother Chen Luo, they have been immensely beneficial to my cultivation. After refining all of them, I have essentially grasped the threshold of qi gathering, Yanxian said, revealing 2 adorable little tiger teeth. Of course, it is also related to the unique nature of the Wuxiang Heart Sutra. It primarily cultivates mental strength, and the Xian snake gallbladders happen to nourish the spirit. However, I can only elevate to the 9th level of the nurturing body realm. Beyond that, the realms emphasize the harmony between spirit and body, and such a significant enhancement is no longer feasible. Now I see, Chen Luo thought, enlightened. Yanxian's situation was somewhat similar to his own, though he possessed far greater physical strength compared to his mental prowess, while Yanxian was the opposite. Brother Chen Luo. At that moment, Yanxian gently called out to him. She then took hold of his arm, placing her delicate palm in his hand. Subsequently, he felt a warm, spherical object roll from her palm into his hand. When she withdrew her hand, he discovered it was a crimson pill. This is for you. Chen Luo was taken aback. He sensed the immense energy contained within the pill, far more potent than any form of contamination or spiritual object he had encountered. Qi-gathering pill, high quality. Yanxian explained. This pill, developed by the royal family, enhances the chances of qi gathering while simultaneously improving the quality of the generated vortex. Qi-gathering pill? Chen Luo was momentarily taken aback. He had previously encountered a post on the official forum of the Department of the Supernatural where someone had offered 200,000 for a low-grade item. Above the low grade, there existed the medium grade, and only then could one find the high grade. The exorbitant price of a low-grade qi-gathering pill was indicative of the staggering value of a high-grade one. At the very least, he had never come across any qi-gathering pills of medium grade or higher for sale in the exchange mall of the Department of the Supernatural. He could hardly fathom that Yanxian would gift him such an extraordinary item. Brother Chen Luo, you saved me. I can never repay this life-saving grace. The previous 50,000 was merely our agreed-upon task share. This qi-gathering pill is the true gift, Yanxian said softly, her clear and luminous eyes fixated on Chen Luo. Chen Luo fell silent for a moment before inquiring, what do you do when you gather energy? I exchanged for 2 orbs, though it cost me several million, depleting all the pocket money I had saved over a decade. But it's all right. Once I come of age, I shall inherit a substantial fortune. I am, after all, a little wealthy lady. Yanxian gestured in the air with her hands, drawing a large circle. Goodbye, we are no longer good friends, Chen Luo silently scoffed, feeling as though he had incurred 1,000 points of emotional damage. I'll return this to you. As if struck by inspiration, Chen Luo retrieved a delicate gift box from his pocket, opened it, and presented it to Yanxian. At first, surprise crossed Yanxian's petite face, which soon blossomed into boundless delight. To Chen Luo's astonishment, the box contained the very necklace he had entrusted to her during the tragic task of laying to rest the remains of the forsaken children from the abandoned town. The surface of the ocean heart necklace bore subtle signs of wear, suggesting it had been cherished for quite some time. It would be a grave loss to part with it, Chen Luo murmured softly, perceiving the deep affection Yanxian held for this pendant, which had accompanied her for many years. Thank you, Brother Chen Luo, Yanxian exclaimed joyfully, her voice filled with gratitude. Allow me to adorn you with it. Chen Luo picked up the necklace and approached the girl from behind. Her skin was as delicate as mutton-fat jade. His fingers inadvertently brushed against her, leaving a faint blush akin to peach blossoms. Just in time, I have another gift for you. After fastening the necklace, Xian retrieved a translucent jade pendant from her garment. Inscribed on the pendant was the character for peace, threaded through with a slender red cord, forming a charming amulet. This is a keepsake from my father. It is said to bring safety and protection. Chen Luo lowered his neck just enough for the girl to reach him on tiptoe. Thus, Xian could effortlessly place the jade pendant around his neck. As Xian approached him, a delicate fragrance of orchid and musk wafted from her, sending ripples across the calm lake of his heart. He mused that he had encountered the innocence of women before, yet for reasons unknown. His cheeks burned with a heat surpassing that of youthful skin. Fortunately, the girl remained oblivious to his turmoil. After taking a few deep breaths, he regained his composure. Thank you for your gift. I truly appreciate the chi-gathering pill and the jade pendant, Chen Luo expressed to Xian. Xian, revealing her two little tiger teeth, beamed brightly and nodded. Suddenly, as if recalling something, she appeared somewhat disheartened as she said, originally, there was a perfect chi-gathering pill beyond the high-grade chi-gathering pill. But the royal family mentioned that the perfect chi-gathering pill hasn't been successfully refined in a long time. The few that were previously stored have long since vanished. Otherwise, we could have attempted to procure the perfect chi-gathering. An opportunity to seek the perfect chi-gathering pill. Perfect chi-gathering pill? Chen Luo felt a sudden clarity as he recalled the elixir nestled within his system satchel. This particular pill bore a striking resemblance to the chi-gathering pill. Yet its luster and surface texture appeared to surpass even the high-grade chi-gathering pill that Xian had just provided. Could it be that the pill collected by Xiongwen was the legendary perfect chi-gathering pill? Yet, why would this individual choose to keep it hidden away in the fragmented space rather than utilizing it? Chen Luo pondered silently. He would investigate further upon returning home. As the dock was crowded and bustling with activity, just as Chen Luo's thoughts began to coalesce, Ji Chenhua emerged from the dock after surveying the situation. He cast a glance at Chen Luo and inquired in a grave tone, "Did you kill Xiongwen?" Chen Luo nodded. "His strength is formidable. I only triumphed over him by mere chance." "You were fortunate," Ji Chenhua remarked indifferently. Chen Luo felt somewhat bewildered, unable to comprehend what Ji Chenhua was trying to convey. In contrast, Xian was astonished upon hearing the name Xiongwen. Her clear, luminous eyes were filled with shock. "Xiongwen? Are you referring to the Xiongwen ranked 248th on the yellow list?" Noticing Chen Luo's confusion regarding the yellow list, Xian promptly began her explanation. This is an official ranking of awakeners that exists within the Divine Anomaly Bureau and in other countries, divided into the Xian and Huang lists. Although Xiongwen's realm is merely at the first level of Qi gathering, he has managed to eliminate numerous monsters and extraterrestrial beings at the second and third levels through assassination, traps, and poison, thus earning a place on the yellow list. While he may be at the tail end of the yellow list, he is still stronger than many awakeners who have not made the rankings. Brother Chen Luo, it is fortunate that you encountered him unexpectedly. Had he been given ample time to prepare, you might have been the one facing death today. As she concluded, a look of lingering fear crossed her face. Just as she finished speaking, a sudden vibration emanated from her pocket. She pulled out her phone and noticed a notification. The list you are following has undergone a change. Chapter 65, The Yellow List. The ranking on the yellow list has changed? Xian was momentarily taken aback, then accessed the official forum of the Divine Anomaly Bureau through the notification. To her astonishment, she discovered that the last name on the yellow list had inexplicably transformed into Chen Luo's. Yellow list rank 248. Chen Luo, 9th level of body cultivation, battle record. In a confrontation at the canal dock in Qinglong town against Xiongwen, he achieved a remarkable counterkill using close combat techniques. Battle evaluation. 2 fists subdued 3 swords. Chen Luo stood close to Xian. Thus he was able to discern the information displayed on the girl's phone screen with clarity. He was taken aback and immediately inquired, "Where did this list come from? How come I have never seen it before?" He found it perplexing that even the intricate details of his battles with Xiongwen were unknown to Ji Chenhua and Xian. Yet this list appeared to possess such comprehensive knowledge. The origins of this list remained an enigma. I only know that 20 years ago, when everyone was still using DOS systems, a similar list was stored in the official computers of various countries. As we transitioned into the era of desktop computing and mobile internet, it has been quietly updated and iterated upon. No one understands its underlying principles, nor how it evolves with the passage of time, Xian elucidated. As for why you haven't seen it before, it is likely because you, Brother Chen Luo, have not downloaded the mobile application. It currently exists solely within the mobile internet and cannot be accessed via the web. I will share the mobile application with you right away. As she spoke, she placed her finger on the software sharing button. However, at that moment, the application suddenly crashed and returned to the phone's home screen. Yan Xian was momentarily taken aback before turning to Ji Qinbo. Brother Ji, can you access your forum? Ji Qinbo retrieved his phone and tapped on the official program of the Anomalous Bureau, only to find that his software was also in a continuous reboot cycle. He frowned slightly and shook his head at Yan Xian. Brother Chen Luo, I will help you download it later. I wonder what the tech department is up to. Yan Xian mumbled, but upon glancing back, she noticed Chen Luo standing silently in place, lost in thought. Brother Chen Luo? She waved her hands in front of him, but when he did not respond, her cheeks puffed up in frustration. Little did Yan Xian know, Chen Luo's mind was entirely captivated by the message that had popped up from the system. The system is updating. Please do not exit midway. The system update is complete. A new battle power ranking has been added. Please check it promptly. Congratulations, you have made your debut on the yellow list, ranking 1425. As the notification concluded, an additional ranking quietly appeared on Chen Luo's attribute panel. At the top of the list, 4 ancient characters were inscribed in black: Heaven, Earth, Mysterious, and Yellow. A battle ranking? The mysterious list, which even the various official institutions in the real world could not comprehend, had now manifested within his system? But why was it that when my system updated, the official application of the Anomalous Bureau was also inaccessible? Did it possess the ability to influence not only me, but also other aspects of the real world? In Chen Luo's mind, a myriad of intricate thoughts whirled rapidly. Just as he endeavored to unravel the connections between these queries, Ji Qinbo's voice abruptly resonated in his ear. The software is ready to enter. Before Chen Luo could collect his thoughts, Yan Xian eagerly tapped on the official application. In the next moment, both she and Ji Qinbo stood frozen, as if witnessing something utterly astonishing. Chen Luo tilted his head, momentarily taken aback. The original Su En Huing Air Being in the official application had now been replaced by the TND Su En Huing Being, identical to that in his own system. The TND Su En SN Being was sealed off, rendering it inaccessible. The individuals who were once listed on the Su En Being had now plunged into the Huing Being. Yan Xian swiftly swiped her finger across the screen of her phone. Chen Luo attentively scrutinized the names that appeared on the yellow list on his phone, meticulously comparing them with those displayed on his system. It did not take long for him to discern that the names and rankings of both lists were entirely congruent. The captain had plummeted from 3rd place on the yellow list to a staggering 785th, Director Lin Jin from the 1st Division, Director Ku Yuwei from the 5th Division, and Director Yao Xiaowen from the 6th Division, among others, had all descended from the top 36 of the mysterious list to beyond the 200th mark on the yellow list. Moreover, who were these unfamiliar names on the new list? Zhao Huowang, Lu Sun, Lin Miaoying. How had I never heard of them before? Yan Xian held her phone, her delicate face etched with concern. Chen Luo listened intently to the girl's words, swiftly directing his gaze toward his own list. Yellow rank no. 1. Zhao Huowang, 9th layer of Foundation Establishment, 6th generation disciple of Bio Palace. Yellow rank number 2. Lu Sun, 9th layer of Foundation Establishment, Wanderer. Yellow rank no. 3. Lin Miaoying, 9th layer of Foundation Establishment, 3rd generation disciple of Nanhai Linjai. Chen Luo's gaze remained fixed downward until he stumbled upon a familiar name at the 1024th position. The yellow list read, 1024, Taoist. I have arrived, 4th level of Qi Gathering, a free spirit. Directly beneath this individual was Ji Qinbo. The yellow list continued, 1025, Ji Qinbo, 4th level of Qi Gathering. A non-player character. This indicates that the newcomers on the leaderboard are all players? Chen Luo's eyes flickered, instantly grasping the implications of the rankings. However, he was perplexed as to how the standings in the real world had suddenly merged with those in the player realm. Could it be related to his ascension in the rankings? Just then, a delicate chime echoed, interrupting Chen Luo's contemplation. It was the captain's call. Ji Qinbo picked up his phone, pressed the answer button, and placed the receiver to his ear. Chen Luo could only observe as Ji Qinbo's expression grew increasingly grave while he conversed with Lei Pingbo on the other end. After 3 minutes, Ji Qinbo hung up and hurriedly departed. No sooner had Ji Qinbo left than Yan Xian's phone began to ring. Upon concluding her call, the young girl turned to Chen Luo and said, Brother Chen Luo, I must return home. My uncle has advised me to stay indoors for the time being due to some significant upheavals occurring. Please take care of yourself as well. With that, she waved goodbye and hastily called for a taxi. The departure of Ji Chenhua and Yin Xian after receiving their respective calls left Chen Luo with an overwhelming sense of impending turmoil, as if a storm were brewing. He took a deep breath, resolved to wrap up the matters concerning the number gang, and then drove home. Upon his arrival, it was already 6 in the evening. As autumn deepened, darkness descended early. The sun had long since sunk into the depths of obscurity, yet Zhou Yan had yet to return. Chen Luo sent a message to the other party, then entered his bedroom and locked the door behind him. He placed the qi-gathering pill that Yin Xian had gifted him on the table, alongside the one he had collected from Xiongwen. Indeed, it was a qi-gathering pill. After a meticulous comparison, he discovered that the two pills belonged to the same category. However, whether they could be deemed the perfect qi-gathering pill as described by Yin Xian remained a matter of debate. Chapter 66, The Grade of Qi Gathering. First, let us consume the pill given by the young lady Yin. Chen Luo contemplated quietly. He was still uncertain about the specific effects of the pill he had obtained from Xiongwen. He decided to wait until he consumed the high-grade gathering energy pill for a point of reference before attempting to swallow it. With this thought in mind, Chen Luo placed the pill in his mouth. He did not rush to swallow it. Instead, he first accessed his attributes panel and allocated the newly acquired point of free attribute to his mental strength. After defeating Xiongwen and Li Fan, he had gained 6,000 experience points, which, combined with the 5,000 experience points he already possessed, amounted to exactly 11,000 points, sufficient for acquiring an additional attribute point. Upon raising his mental strength from 23 to 24, Chen Luo immediately felt an enhancement in his precision of controlling the alien energy. It was only at this moment that he swallowed the high-grade gathering energy pill. You have consumed a special material and received an experience reward of 50,000 points. Note, you have 2 remaining opportunities to consume this item. Please cherish them. As soon as the pill settled in his stomach, the system's notification echoed softly. Chen Luo narrowed his eyes, realizing that the energy within the high-grade gathering qi pill had not dissipated. This indicated that the experience rewards were on a systemic level, while the energy remained on a tangible level, with the 2 remaining unaffected by one another. Truly, the high-grade gathering qi pill offered bountiful gains. No wonder it was valued at over 1 million. Chen Luo sighed inwardly, his gaze shifting to his own attribute panel. Name: Chen Luo Realm. 9th level of body cultivation strength, 25-25 mental power, 24-24 technique, Formless Heart Sutra, 7th level, skill, 8 extremes collapse, 7th level, experience, 100. 01000 distributable attribute points, 5 Note 1. Upon reaching maximum experience, 1 additional distributable attribute point can be acquired. Chen Luo first allocated a single attribute point to elevate his mental strength to 25. Subsequently, he promptly activated the heart technique recorded in the Wuxiong Heart Sutra, endeavoring to absorb foreign energies to cultivate qi. Streams of alien energy flowed forth from the high-grade qi-gathering pill within his abdomen, initially cleansing his meridians and ultimately converging in his dantian, where they commenced a rapid whirl. The velocity of the energy's rotation escalated, accompanied by an increase in temperature, until it surpassed a critical threshold, resulting in a thunderous explosion within Chen Luo's dantian. Shortly thereafter, a vortex-like nebular embryo materialized in his dantian. The nebula, enveloped in a grayish-brown hue, resembled a recently extinguished galaxy, shrouded in an eerie silence, devoid of life. As Chen Luo continued to infuse foreign energy, flecks of golden radiance began to manifest within the nebula. Scattered and sporadic, they resembled sparks igniting a vast expanse, concealed beneath the desolate, dim whirlpool. The qi gathering was accomplished. According to the Wuxiong Heart Sutra, the mere presence of golden light within the nebula signifies successful qi gathering. Yet, it appears that this still falls short of my standards. Chen Luo gazed intently at the nebula, a mere scattering of golden glimmers, and reminisced about the teachings on qi gathering found within the Sutra of the Unconditioned. The swirling nebula serves as the foundation for the awakened, the primordial source of all arts and divine abilities prior to embarking upon the path of the golden elixir. This signifies that the superior the quality of the nebula condensed during qi gathering, the more boundless his future prospects would become. The qualities of the nebula are categorized into 4 distinct tiers: ordinary, advanced, extraordinary, and perfect, primarily determined by the quantity of golden radiance it contains. A nebula that exhibits only a few golden glimmers, akin to starlight concealed beneath the grass, is deemed of ordinary quality. When the golden luminescence exceeds 1/3, and the surface is intermittently enveloped in a golden membrane, it is classified as advanced quality. If more than 2/3 of the nebula is golden, resembling or rich in gold from a mine, it is considered extraordinary quality. A nebula that is entirely golden, akin to a blazing inferno of golden flames, is classified as perfect quality. According to Chen Luo's understanding, the majority of awakened individuals within the anomalous bureau possess ordinary quality nebulae. Those with advanced quality can be regarded as the elite among the Qi-gathering realm, qualifying them for a position on the yellow list. As for those achieving extraordinary quality, they are invariably prodigies, poised to become successors to the various department heads within the bureau. However, he had yet to hear of anyone attaining perfect quality. Prior to receiving the high-grade Qi-gathering pill gifted by Yan Xian, Chen Luo had set his aspirations on merely achieving advanced quality. Yet at this moment, he yearned for nothing less than extraordinary quality. Had he reached the advanced tier? When Chen Luo opened his eyes once more, he found that the nebula within his dantian had become enveloped in a flickering membrane of light. Over the previous hour, he had tirelessly summoned the energy from a high-grade Qi-gathering pill to cleanse his dantian. Each surge of energy, akin to the relentless tides of the ocean, added a faint golden radiance to the surface of his nebula. By accumulating this golden glow through continuous cleansing, he successfully transformed the quality of his nebula from ordinary to advanced. Yet, he remained unsatisfied. Taking a deep breath, he closed his eyes again, channeling his mental strength to draw upon the residual energy within the pill. However, each metamorphosis of the nebula proved to be extraordinarily arduous. At this moment, the quality of the nebula was not solely determined by the amount of energy from the pill, but also by his own capacity to endure. His body had already sustained considerable damage. With each cleansing wave, his 7 orifices bled anew, while his head throbbed painfully as if struck by a hammer. Yet, Chen Luo was unwilling to concede defeat. The nebula could only undergo transformation once in a lifetime. Should he miss this opportunity, he would be haunted by regret for eternity. Gritting his teeth, he let out a low growl like a beast. Is this all the pain I can bear? I have yet to reach my limit. Bring it on. Clenching his jaw, he roared softly. Then, he bore the agony and summoned the energy once more, cleansing the nebula in his dantian. Whenever he felt on the verge of collapse, he recalled the hardships of studying late into the night to prepare for the college entrance examination. The pain of working overtime only to have his girlfriend leave him, the decline in housing prices, and the anguish of being laid off. He transformed these sufferings into strength, propelling himself forward step by step. The future was a time of great conflict, an extraordinary era where awakeners and players would compete on the same stage. A time for destiny to be rewritten. For over 20 years, he had endured a life of mediocrity, always lagging behind. He refused to continue in such a manner in this new era until his dying day. He was determined to ascend to the highest heights, with unwavering perseverance. The grayish-brown hue on the surface of Chen Luo's nebula diminished increasingly, soon to be replaced by golden brilliance. Just as he was on the verge of achieving an extraordinary quality, a faint cracking sound suddenly echoed within his dantian. The sound was subtle, yet it struck Chen Luo's ears like a thunderclap. This signified that he had truly reached his limit. Should he persist any further, not only would he be unable to enhance the quality of the nebula, but he risked causing the already formed nebula to collapse, resulting in a failure to gather Qi. Chapter 67. Perfect Qi Gathering. Now is the moment. System, allocate the points. Chen Luo gritted his teeth and let out a roar. The final 4 points of his unused attribute points finally found their purpose at this moment. He evenly distributed these 4 points between his mental and physical attributes, elevating both to a remarkable 27. With the enhancement of his stamina and mental acuity, a portion of the alien energy within his dantian escaped, merging seamlessly with his meridians. Subsequently, his meridians shimmered like a nebula, adorned with specks of golden light, as if dusted with a fine layer of gold powder. Following this transformation, the agony Chen Luo endured abruptly diminished, and his body's capacity to withstand the surging waves of energy further increased. Onward, once his body had adjusted, Chen Luo unhesitatingly chose to continue enhancing the quality of the nebula. After approximately 10 minutes, a soft crack echoed, signaling his success in surpassing that threshold, elevating the quality of the nebula to an extraordinary level. He was now but a hair's breadth away from transforming it into a blazing inferno of golden flames. Chen Luo scrutinized himself with his mental prowess and discovered a remarkable enhancement in the quality of the nebula within him. Not only had he surpassed the threshold of extraordinary quality, but he was also inexorably approaching the realm of perfection. This signified that with just a modicum of effort, he held the potential to attain the legendary state of perfect energy convergence. Chen Luo's breathing grew heavy after contemplating for less than 3 seconds. He resolutely consumed the qi-gathering pill he had obtained from Xiongwen. He was wagering that it was the perfect qi-gathering pill. If he was correct, he would reap the rewards. If not, his losses would be minimal, amounting to little more than a waste of time. Naturally, to exercise caution, he deliberately channeled a thread of his mental energy to envelop the pill as he swallowed it. This was a precaution against the worst-case scenario, that it might be a poison masquerading as a qi-gathering pill. However, the moment the pill settled in his stomach, Chen Luo realized he had won his gamble. He could sense the immense energy contained within the pill, far more powerful than that of the previous high-grade qi-gathering pill, akin to a blazing fireball radiating a searing light. Additionally, he received a notification from the system. You have consumed a special material, earning an experience reward of 60,000 points. Note, you have one more opportunity to consume this item. Please cherish it. Having gambled successfully, he resolved to pursue the perfect qi-gathering pill without wasting this precious opportunity. Chen Luo gathered his thoughts and, after sounding the clarion call within himself, devoted all his energy to the enhancement and refinement of the stellar quality. As the clock struck 10 in the evening, he opened his eyes. With his mental prowess, he inspected his body and discovered that the nebula within his dantian had transformed into a blazing inferno of golden flames. While it is described as flames, this term does not entirely capture its essence. More accurately, it is a mass of countless minute golden particles forming a plasma-like entity, which appears flame-like due to the sheer minuteness and multitude of these particles. These particles are the very foundation of an awakener in the qi-gathering realm. They are derived from the conversion and storage of exotic energies. Whenever spells or supernatural abilities are utilized, these golden particles are consumed first, and should they be depleted, one would find themselves in a state of exhaustion. Thus, the quantity of golden particles on the surface of the nebula during qi gathering determines a cultivator's future potential. The perfect gathering of qi has been successfully achieved. Chen Luo took a deep breath, a surge of excitement and a myriad of emotions intertwining within him. Having successfully taken the first step on his path of cultivation, he felt assured that the journey ahead would unfold with greater speed and distance. Name: Chen Luo Realm. First level of qi gathering stamina, 30-30 mental power, 30-30 cultivation technique. Formless Heart Sutra, 7th level. Skill: 8 Extremes Collapse, 7th level. Experience: 100. 0 attribute points available for allocation, 0 Note 1. Upon reaching maximum experience, 1 attribute point will be awarded. The stamina value of 30 exceeds that of Xiongwen by 6 points. Should he encounter Xiongwen now, he would likely achieve a decisive victory with a single strike, unlike before when he had to risk his life in combat. Chen Luo cast a glance at his attribute panel, gaining a rough understanding of his current combat prowess. Subsequently, he closed the attribute bar and opened his inventory, beginning to examine the remaining relics left by Xiongwen. Nestled in the first slot of his satchel was still that gleaming silver alloy flying sword. Chen Luo took it out and, after erasing the remnants of the majestic spiritual energy upon it, attempted to manipulate the sword. He had long mastered the art of object control. Both the 7 techniques of spirit manipulation and the Wuxiang Heart Sutra contain numerous methods for wielding spiritual power over objects. His earlier technique of hurling iron nails as concealed weapons stemmed from these very teachings. Thus, after a brief moment of familiarization, he swiftly learned to command the flying sword. Whoosh! In the blink of an eye, the sword transformed into a streak of light, soaring out the window and vanishing beneath the inky darkness of the night. In less than a breath, it appeared at the entrance of a neighborhood 1,000 meters away. This was the utmost limit of his spiritual power's reach. Beyond this distance, the sword would lose control and plummet to the ground. As Chen Luo's thoughts shifted, the flying sword swiftly reversed its course, gracefully landing in the palm of his hand in less than a breath's time. 3 times the speed of sound, yet devoid of any sonic boom. He was astounded by the velocity of the sword. It is important to note that the control speed of ordinary awakened beings over flying objects typically remains below the speed of sound. Even someone like Xiongwen, who is adept in the art of flying sword assassination and ranks at the tail end of the yellow list, only barely grazes the threshold of 1 times the speed of sound. Yet here he was, having achieved 3 times that speed. The power of such a feat was indeed formidable. However, I still find my control over the flying sword rather rudimentary. At present, I can only manage straightforward trajectories. If I were to master a high-level technique for flying sword control, I could transform the area within 1,000 meters in front of me into an impregnable realm of absolute defense. Chen Luo contemplated silently. He believed it was imperative for him to acquire a specialized manual on flying swords as soon as possible. Ideally, it would be from the realm of players. Chen Luo does not underestimate the martial arts of the real world. In fact, some advanced techniques in the real world are not inferior to those in the player realm. As many of these techniques originate from the player world and have been refined by generations of exceptional individuals. The most elite of these practices may even surpass their counterparts of the same realm in the player world. If this were not the case, the awakened beings would not thrive and grow stronger amidst the encroachments of players. However, the martial arts of the real world do have a limitation. They can only reach the golden core stage at most. Since Chen Luo had perfectly gathered his energy, he was certainly not content to stop at the golden elixir stage. He must seek a top-tier sword manual to fully unleash the power of his flawless nebula quality. Naturally, he understood that high-end sword manuals in the player world were elusive treasures. If he could not find one, he would resort to exchanging for a sword manual from the mysterious bureau to utilize at his current level. Chapter 68. The Diary of Xiongwen. Once he collected his thoughts, Chen Luo placed the alloy flying sword back into his satchel and continued to examine the other relics of Xiongwen. In the second compartment lay a box filled with cash. Upon counting, he discovered a total of 800,000 in cash. What a delightful windfall! Chen Luo raised his eyebrows, filled with joy. Since he took up his post as a guardian, his monthly salary had reached 12,000 yuan, supplemented by 6,000 yuan in housing funds, totaling 18,000 yuan, sufficient to manage his mortgage without issue. However, in this day and age, who would ever complain of having too much money? With this additional 800,000 in cash, his life could become considerably more comfortable. At the very least, he could gradually furnish his home. After stowing the cash box back into his satchel, Chen Luo retrieved the last item from the final compartment. Inside were 2 diaries, each bearing Xiongwen's name on the title page. Chen Luo opened his diary and began to read from the last entry backward. Heavens above, are you toying with me? Why did you only present this perfect qi gathering pill after I had gathered my energy? How infuriating. It turned out that the individual had only acquired it after gathering his qi. No wonder it remained unused in his bag. Chen Luo shook his head slightly and continued reading. The middle section of this diary was cluttered with disjointed accounts of various women, unfortunate college students, wayward wives, and others, detailing their physiques, appearances, and intimate parts in a crude and sordid manner, unworthy of mention. Chen Luo quickly skimmed past these passages and set the first diary aside. Reaching for the second one, he began reading the second diary from the beginning. Upon encountering its contents, his expression abruptly shifted. Year 372 of the Celebration Era, March 21st. Sunny. I encountered Zhao Jueming on the street. It seems this fellow went to Shijing City after his undergraduate studies and has not returned home in years. What brings him back today? That scoundrel, dressed to the nines, how ironic. He used to sneak peeks at girls bathing with me. Year 372 of the Celebration Era. March 22nd, Sunny. I treated myself to a fine suit. It truly looks splendid. When I don it, I too resemble a refined scholar. Year 372 of the Celebration Era. March 23rd, Sunny. I offered Zhao Jueming a cigarette, but he shockingly refused. Has he become so accomplished that he no longer acknowledges old friends? Indeed, scholars are seldom trustworthy. Year 372 of the Celebration Era, March 30th, overcast. A significant figure arrived in town, and the entire area was put under strict surveillance. The gang leader even fled to the countryside. What cowardice for one who claims to be a leader. Year 372 of the Celebration Era, April 1st, overcast. I finally laid eyes on that prominent figure disembarking from the carriage. One glance from him made me feel as though he could see straight through me. To my astonishment, upon investigation, I discovered he was none other than the Crown Prince of the Pure Ming, the future heir to the empire. He appears to be of my age. Just 23 this year. How is it that he is a prince while I am merely a petty ruffian in this town? The disparity is staggering. Year 372 of the Celebration Era, April 3rd, light rain. Zhao Jueming, it turns out, is the Crown Prince's personal secretary. How on earth did he manage to secure such a powerful ally? Year 372 of the Celebration Era, April 5th, light rain. The Crown Prince sought my insights regarding Qinglong Town. I can hardly believe I am conversing with someone of such stature. It feels as though my ancestors are smiling down upon me. If only His Highness would recruit me as his aide, whoever he wishes me to eliminate. I shall do so without hesitation. Year 372 of the celebration era, April 10th, light rain. This incessant rain has persisted for a week. How bothersome. Today, I caught a glimpse of the Crown Princess in the palace. She bears an ethereal beauty akin to a celestial being, speaking softly and gently. Surely, only someone like the Crown Prince is worthy of her. Year 372 of the celebration era, August 10th, sunny. Half a year has slipped by without writing. I have now ascended to a minor foreman under the princess household. Truly, my family is experiencing a remarkable turn of fortune. Year 372 of the celebration era. September 4th, sunny. I learned that those serving the prince are affiliated with the Bureau of Mystical Affairs. It sounds like a significant organization. Yet I remain merely a temporary worker, uncertain of when I might achieve permanent status. Year 372 of the celebration era, October 4th, overcast. It appears that something extraordinary has been unearthed in the southwestern part of the town, prompting the Crown Prince to personally investigate. Year 372 of the celebration era, November 11th. Light snow. The Crown Prince has returned to Xijing, reportedly due to the Crown Princess's pregnancy. The project has slowed, granting me a rare opportunity to rest for a couple of days. Year 372 of the celebration era, December 10th, sunny. What in the world are those monsters? And who are those peculiar individuals? Where have they come from? I must contact the Crown Prince. Year 373 of the celebration era, January 2nd, overcast. The Crown Prince has gone missing. The town is completely sealed off. No one can leave. Year 373 of the celebration era, January 3rd, overcast. Duke Cheng has arrived. I saw Zhao Jueming heading to the hotel where Duke Cheng is staying after work. Why is he back? Isn't he supposed to be on the front lines searching for the prince? Year 373 of the celebration era, January 5th, overcast. The Crown Princess has also arrived. Heavily pregnant yet commanding the troops. I witnessed her shedding tears in solitude. Who says royalty lacks genuine emotion? Year 373 of the celebration era, January 8th, overcast. A striking woman wielding a sword has come to town. Her beauty rivals that of the Crown Princess, perhaps just slightly less so. Her surname appears to be Lei, and she is the head of the 8th Bureau. In her presence, Zhao Jueming seems like an obedient pup. Year 373 of the celebration era, January 10th, overcast. How can that woman's sword soar through the sky? Is this still the world I know? Year 373 of the celebration era, January 11th, overcast. To my dismay, this woman has tasked me with guiding her to the place where the Crown Prince vanished. She even brought the Crown Princess along. Does she not realize the latter is with child? Thus, the second diary abruptly concludes. Chen Luo's gaze fell upon the final entries in Xiong Wen's notes. The name Lei, director of the 8th Division, was precisely the individual the captain had instructed him to locate, his predecessor. A flicker of astonishment coursed through him. He had made little progress on this task, and he was surprised to discover a lead within Xiong Wen's diary. He picked up the notebook and scrutinized the contents left behind by Xiong Wen. The year 373 of the Qingli era, which was 17 years ago, aligned with the date provided by the captain. Crown Prince Chunming, if memory serves, was the eldest son of the former Emperor Qing and the current emperor's elder brother. Thus, it seems that Crown Prince Chunming ultimately met his demise. The whereabouts of the director of the 8th Division, surnamed Yao, remain unknown. Contemplating this, Chen Luo promptly opened his computer to search for information about Crown Prince Chunming. As he suspected, the royal family had officially announced the death of Crown Prince Chunming during the summer of the 373rd year of the Qingli era. The new Crown Prince became the former Prince Chong, now known as Emperor Mingxian of the Great Qing. Chapter 69. Golden Elixir. Chen Luo's gaze shifted away from the computer, and he conducted a second inspection of the notebook. After January 11th in the year 373 of the Qingli era, numerous pages had been torn out, indicating that the events following that day were deliberately concealed from anyone, even within the confines of a private diary. Thus, from the diary alone, Chen Luo was unable to ascertain what transpired thereafter. Submitting the second notebook to the captain could be seen as a fulfillment of the task assigned to him, he mused. As for the origin of the notes, he had already devised a suitable excuse, claiming they were retrieved from Xiong Wen. Just as he was about to close the notebook, he suddenly noticed some indented writing on the last few pages. He promptly retrieved a pencil from the drawer and cautiously began to shade over the impressions. Soon, a line of grayish-white text emerged before him. Qingli 373, May 11th, clear. I feel like a beast. No, that bastard Zhao Juming is even more of a beast. Every time I recall the things we did that night, I instinctively want to retch. I never imagined that the limits of humanity could sink so low. Those from the royal family are all bastards. I am too, and so is Zhao Juming. Qingli 373, May 19th, clear. I have become an awakened one. Yet I do not feel joy. I only feel that every drop of blood within me is tainted. What on earth transpired back then? Chen Luo's gaze sharpened as the words inscribed on the last few pages of his notebook evoked memories of the phrase the cautiously royal family he had encountered at the Zhidua Mountain Camp Hospital. An unsettling premonition gripped him. It seemed that the past of Qinglong Town concealed a secret, potentially intertwined with the royal lineage and the camp hospital itself. Could it be that the captain had sensed something amiss, prompting him to pay attention to the town's anomalies? Chen Luo pondered. After a moment of contemplation, he meticulously erased every trace of his pencil sketches with an eraser. He trusted the captain's integrity, believing he would not betray him. Yet, prudence was paramount in all matters. Having completed this, he donned his coat, tucked the notebook beneath it, and drove towards the captain's residence. Lei Pingbo's abode was not far from Chen Luo's neighborhood. He arrived at the designated address in under 15 minutes. The location was an aged resettlement housing complex, where, despite the immaculate cleanliness of the corridors and elevators, the air was thick with an aura of decay and antiquity emanating from its various fixtures. Chen Luo was somewhat taken aback. Logically speaking, given Lei Pingbo's recent promotion to the position of acting director of the 8th Bureau, he should not still reside in such a dilapidated place. The property prices in this neighborhood were even lower than those in Chen Luo's own. Knock, knock, knock. With no doorbell at Lei Pingbo's residence, Chen Luo could only pound vigorously on the door. Come in. Lei Pingbo called out as he opened the door, inviting Chen Luo inside. At that moment, Chen Luo noticed that the captain's home was in utter disarray, cluttered with a myriad of documents. It was a typical scenario for a middle-aged, unmarried man. Fortunately, he silently remarked to himself, and then proceeded inside. Lei Pingbo, who had been walking ahead of Chen Luo, suddenly sensed an unusual aura emanating from behind him. He turned around and scrutinized Chen Luo for a moment. After a brief pause, he asked in astonishment, "Have you advanced to the Qi-gathering realm?" Although he had learned during their last encounter at the hospital that Chen Luo had reached the 9th level of the body cultivation realm, he had not anticipated that this promising junior would make such swift progress to the Qi-gathering stage. Xiaoyan provided me with a high-grade Qi-gathering pill, and with its efficacy, I was able to successfully break through to Qi-gathering. Chen Luo replied candidly. An exceptional quality nebula? Lei Pingbo inquired. Chen Luo hesitated for a moment before nodding. Though Lei Pingbo's character was undoubtedly trustworthy, he maintained the belief that keeping the endeavor of achieving the perfect quality nebula under wraps for even a single day would serve him well. Perhaps it could become his secret advantage. Indeed, the foundation was promising. I truly did not misjudge you from the beginning. Upon hearing this, Lei Pingbo joyfully patted Chen Luo's shoulder, as if he were regarding an outstanding junior. He then stepped into the room, rummaging through the documents on the sofa until he cleared a space for Chen Luo. Please, have a seat. Chen Luo made no pretense of politeness. After taking a seat, he retrieved his diary and handed it to the captain. This was taken from Xiongwen. It may be linked to the disappearance of the previous director of the 8th Bureau. Upon hearing this, Lei Ping promptly accepted the diary and began to examine it closely. Upon reaching the final page inscribed with text, an unmistakable shift in his demeanor occurred as he gripped the cover of the diary tightly with his left hand. Chen Luo meticulously observed the expression of the other party and, after careful consideration, inquired, "Captain, what is your relationship with that director?" "She is my sister," Lei Pingbo replied, taking a deep breath before placing his diary down. "Both my sister and I hail from a working-class background. She was the first to awaken her powers, subsequently entering the Bureau of the Extraordinary, where she displayed remarkable talent, quickly reaching the foundation establishment stage. At that time, everyone believed she would follow in the footsteps of Prince Chunming, becoming the 3rd golden core in the kingdom of Qing. However, to everyone's astonishment, they ultimately vanished in Qinglong Town. Golden core? Is Prince Chunming truly that powerful? Although Chen Luo surmised that Prince Chunming was a high-level awakener, he was unprepared for the overwhelming strength possessed by the individual. What danger, then, could ensnare both a golden core practitioner and one on the verge of attaining the golden core stage? Was it a monstrous threat, or perhaps a competitor. Suddenly, Chen Luo perceived that the captain had chosen to describe Prince Chunming and the former director as having vanished rather than perished. Consequently, he promptly inquired, "I read reports online stating that the royal family declared Prince Chunming deceased 17 years ago. Yet, no body has been found." Lei Pingbo shook his head, explaining that the royal heir could not be left in a state of uncertainty and thus had to be declared dead. At this juncture, Lei Pingbo reopened his notebook. Soon, he noticed the faint traces of writing on the blank pages toward the end. His gaze fixed upon those markings, and his breath began to quicken. Chen Luo had been observing the other party intently. Noticing their emotional instability, he refrained from speaking and quietly lifted the tea from the table. Once the individuals set aside their diary, he feigned ignorance and inquired, "Captain, is something troubling you? Is there an issue with the diary?" "No," Lei Pingbo replied, forcing a faint smile as he tossed the notebook into the drawer. Given the sensitive nature of matters concerning the royal family, Chen Luo chose not to pry further and remained silent. Lei Pingbo retrieved 5,000 yuan in cash from the drawer and handed it to Chen Luo. "This amount is not substantial, but I appreciate your bringing me this notebook. Should you uncover anything new in Qinglong Town in the future, please do not hesitate to inform me. Of course, your safety must always come first." Chen Luo nodded but refrained from accepting the money. He had already gleaned from Xiao Yan that the captain's salary was hardly substantial. Moreover, he harbored his own intentions. He wished to have Lei Pingbo owe him a favor. The goodwill of an awakening individual on the verge of foundation establishment was far more valuable than a mere few thousand yuan. Chapter 70, Invitation Captain. What is the reason behind the fluctuations in the forum's leaderboard? After engaging in a casual conversation with Lei Pingbo for a while, Chen Luo finally steered the discussion towards the matter that had brought him here. He sought to uncover the intelligence that the anomalous bureau possessed, which remained unknown to him. The red name rule had completely ceased to be effective. Today, the extraterrestrial visitors in Daqing would not face any repercussions from the world's regulations for their actions. Henceforth, we must rely solely on our own strength to confront those unruly individuals. Upon discussing this matter, Lei Pingbo's expression instantly grew serious. Upon hearing this, Chen Luo was taken aback. He was acutely aware of the formidable deterrent power of the red name rule. Back in Zhou Hong's office, had Lin Hong and Lin Zira not feared the red name rule, they would have long unleashed a massacre upon the inhabitants of the building. However, there is no need for excessive concern. Based on the information currently available, it appears that outsiders at the Golden Core realm and above are temporarily unable to enter. As for those at the Foundation establishment level, the Anomalous Bureau and the royal family can still manage. Additionally, the Anomalous Bureau has developed a unique array pattern capable of locking space, preventing adversaries from returning to their respective realms for a brief period. Lei Pingbo patted Chen Luo on the shoulder. While this situation poses a disadvantage for us, it is also an opportunity. After all, progress is born from conflict. Chen Luo nodded in agreement. "Have you had a meal? I can stir-fry a couple of dishes for us to enjoy together." Lei Pingbo seemed to recall something and abruptly rose to head towards the refrigerator. Chen Luo recalled the dark fried rice made by the captain at the entrance of Hellion Building, and his lips twitched involuntarily. He quickly replied, "I've already eaten." Fearing that Lei Pingbo would insist on keeping him for a meal, he hastily sought an excuse to make his exit. "Wait a moment, I have something for you." Lei Pingbo's voice resonated behind him just as Chen Luo was about to turn away. He paused and turned to see Lei Pingbo emerging from his study, presenting him with a folder. "This contains all my insights from the period between gathering energy and establishing a foundation. You may find it useful as a reference." Chen Luo was taken aback, utterly astonished that Lei Pingbo would bestow such a precious gift upon him. "You are members of my direct team, and I hope you can grow swiftly and effectively. The path of gathering energy is fraught with twists and turns. May my modest experience help you avoid some missteps." Lei Pingbo patted Chen Luo's shoulder once more. "Go forth. I have heard of your commendable efforts in Qinglong Town. Some awakened individuals outside the system have gone too far, and it is imperative to teach them a lesson at the appropriate moment." Chen Luo nodded slightly, refraining from excessive pleasantries with Lei Pingbo. Yet he cherished the goodwill extended towards him. After departing from Lei Pingbo's residence, Chen Luo made his way home. Upon retrieving his keys and unlocking the door, he was taken aback to find the kitchen light aglow. Has Zhou Yin returned? He pondered. In the next moment, he beheld Zhou Yin approaching the dining table with a steaming earthen pot cradled in her hands, taking small, hurried steps. The pot was scalding, and Zhou Yin swiftly placed it upon the table, then playfully twirled in place, pinching her earlobes with her fingers. "Did you make this?" Chen Luo cast a glance at the table. In the clay pot lay a serving of braised beef with tomatoes, accompanied by 2 plates of scrambled eggs with cucumber and a vegetarian stir-fry of 3 delicacies. A quintessential meal of 2 dishes and a soup. It was evident that Zhou Yin had not prepared this solely for her. Ah! The sudden sound from Chen Luo startled Zhou Yin. Once she regained her composure, she replied with a hint of anxiety, "I have been struggling to find a job lately and need to stay here a little longer. Rest assured, I won't be a burden. During my studies abroad, I learned to cook for myself, and I can prepare meals for you each day in exchange for my accommodation." Chen Luo was slightly taken aback. He was aware that Zhou Yin had been tirelessly searching for a job these past few days. But he did not anticipate that a high-achieving student returning from abroad would find the job market so challenging. The competition outside had escalated to such an extent. Chen Luo picked up 2 slices of cucumber and a small piece of scrambled egg with his chopsticks. He had originally intended to test the dish for poison. But to his surprise, it tasted rather delightful. "I had assumed that a young lady of your stature would not possess culinary skills, yet it appears I have misjudged you. Your cooking prowess surpasses the capabilities of your intellect by a considerable margin." Chen Luo set down his chopsticks and, for the first time, offered a commendation to Zhou Yin. Zhou Yin was momentarily taken aback, unable to discern whether Chen Luo was praising her or belittling himself. The cuisine abroad did not align with the tastes of the people from Qinghua. Without her culinary skills, she would surely starve at home. She retrieved 2 bowls from the cabinet, filling them for both herself and Chen Luo. Then, with utmost caution, she gazed at Chen Luo and mustered the courage to inquire, "What do you think of my proposal?" At that moment, Chen Luo had become her sole pillar of support, and as she spoke to him, her tone was notably gentle. Fearing the loss of her last thread of hope, Chen Luo did not respond to Zhou Yin immediately. He lifted his bowl, selected a generous piece of beef brisket, and drenched it in a ladle of broth before swallowing the morsel whole. After a pause of over 10 seconds, he addressed Zhou Yin. "Do you know that among every 10,000 individuals exposed to pollutants, fewer than 10 can touch the threshold of awakening? And of those 10, fewer than a third can successfully awaken and survive. You need not belittle yourself so." Zhou Yin, believing that Chen Luo had rejected her and no longer wished to provide her with sanctuary, felt her heart plummet. "I understand," she murmured, lowering her head and forcing a smile, before lifting her bowl and beginning to eat in silence. Yet as she continued, tears began to fall, plopping into her bowl and mingling with the broth. "I did not say I would not help you." Chen Luo furrowed his brow, contemplating that he had yet to finish his words when Zhou Yin, that woman, began to weep once more. He continued, "I am in need of an assistant at the Qinglong Town Police Department to handle matters concerning the information related to awakened individuals. However, the salary is modest. I can only offer you the remuneration of a trainee security officer. If you are willing, you may give it a try. The advantage is that you will have access to information regarding the awakened, as well as some relevant items, which could be beneficial to your cultivation." Zhou Yin, taken aback, lifted her head in disbelief and asked, "Is this true?" Chen Luo nodded. He indeed required an awakener's assistance to better manage various affairs. As for the remuneration of the probationary security officer position, as a dignified guardian, he could effortlessly handle such matters with a mere command. However, he cautioned, "You must consider carefully. The work at the police department is exceedingly intricate, and having been pampered since childhood, you may find it challenging to adapt." "I have no issues," Zhou Yin replied, biting her lip, her gaze resolute. Chapter 71. This world is named doubting at 10 o'clock in the evening. Chen Luo entered his bedroom and locked the door behind him. After completing these tasks, he lay on the bed and summoned his attributes panel. Nearly a month had passed since he last entered the player world. The logout option, which had remained gray, finally transformed to blue after he attained the Qi Gathering realm. This signified that he could once again enter the player world. This time, he must find a way to bring back that mystical manuscript for the writing of talismans. Chen Luo cast a fleeting glance at his overstuffed satchel, which barely afforded him 2 remaining empty spaces, and silently pondered within himself. As his thoughts meandered and expanded, he gradually succumbed to slumber. In the realm of players, within a dilapidated 2-room abode, Chen Luo opened his eyes once more, finding himself in the familiar, chaotic room. He sat up, his first instinct being to access his attribute panel, followed by the secondary inventory page. Upon discovering that the items within his inventory could be accessed without issue, a wave of relief washed over him. Prior to his arrival, he had deliberately filled his inventory with various pollutants, hoping to ascertain whether he could transport them into the player world. It now appeared that his suspicions had been validated. The ability to utilize these items meant he could indeed transfer goods from the player world to Daqing. Chen Luo clenched his fists, a surge of excitement coursing through him. This signified that he could utilize the resources of the player world to elevate his own standing in Daqing. After composing himself, Chen Luo was about to close the attribute panel when he noticed a line of flickering text in the upper right corner. Error life, signal source detected. Forced logout countdown, 5:59:55. Thus, I am limited to a mere 6 hours in this world. It appears I must act swiftly. His primary objective in the player world was to comprehend the fundamental aspects of this realm while seeking tools or manuscripts for engraving runes. Gathering his thoughts, Chen Luo immediately surveyed his surroundings. The most efficient and expedient method to understand a world it is, undoubtedly, through its historical records. Regrettably, the original inhabitant, Lin Zi, seemed not to possess a fondness for literature. Aside from beverages, food, and an assortment of disorganized images, the room held no historical texts. The only useful information available was the automatic calendar clock pulsating on the wall. The current date was the 12th of May, 1781, in the Dao calendar. At 10:23 a.m. Was this newly installed? Chen Luo recalled that during his previous visit, the walls bore no decorations. He etched this detail into his memory, for it would serve as a reference point to discern the differing passage of time between the two realms upon his next arrival. Finding nothing of significance in the room, he promptly exited. In the living room, he beheld his grandmother, Zhang, holding 3 incense sticks, offering her prayers at the altar positioned at the center. "You are awake?" Zhang inquired, glancing back upon hearing the door open. Her expression remained as indifferent as ever. Chen Luo, at a loss for words, simply nodded and succinctly replied, "I am awake. Today marks the day the market opens. You should procure some talisman paper and also acquire some provisions." Zhang first placed 3 incense sticks into the incense burner, then retrieved 2 translucent purple circular crystals from the drawer and extended them towards Chen Luo. "Procure talisman paper?" Chen Luo felt a surge of inspiration. This coincided perfectly with his plans. He could seize this opportunity to see if he could procure some secret manuals to take back with him. In order to maintain his disguise, Chen Luo refrained from uttering any unnecessary words and silently accepted the crystal stone. However, for reasons unknown, Zhang was gripping the crystal stone tightly, and despite his efforts, Chen Luo could not manage to pull it away. He raised his gaze and discovered that Zhang was staring intently at him. Only when he caught sight of Lin Zi's perplexed expression did Zhang gradually loosen his grip. Chen Luo took the crystal and did not linger in the room. He turned and walked towards the door. However, before stepping outside, he cautiously peered through the glass to glance at the scene beyond. Once he noticed the bustling pedestrians filling the street, he let out a long sigh of relief and opened the door. The peculiar lantern creature he encountered last time had left an indelible psychological scar on him. Chen Luo stood on the street, confronted by a complex aroma of oil and wax intermingling in the air. It was neither particularly unpleasant nor distinctly pleasant. Upon closer inspection, he discerned that these scents emanated from the lampshades of some unknown fuel illuminating the street side. The city was shrouded in a gray mist, causing the streetlights to remain aglow even in daylight. Thus, the strange creatures he had encountered previously were not a frequent occurrence. Once they departed, did life here continue as usual? Chen Luo observed the bustling pedestrians along the street, pondering inwardly. He trod upon the crimson bricks, preparing to inquire with those nearby regarding the direction of the nearest bookstore. At that moment, he sensed an object hurtling through the air towards him at great speed. Instinctively, he retrieved the alloy flying sword from his satchel, gripping it tightly, only to promptly return it to his bag upon realizing that the approaching object was not an attack, but rather a purple talisman. As the talisman reached him, it ignited spontaneously without any breeze. Subsequently, a message materialized before him. "Lin Zi, are you still alive?" "Lin Hong." Just as Chen Luo hesitated, another purple talisman soared towards him. "Lin Zi, if you are alive, send a message back with the talisman." "Lin Hong, is this what a flying talisman is?" Chen Luo immediately comprehended the nature of the purple talisman, yet he refrained from responding to Lin Hong. Firstly, he was uncertain about how to utilize the flying talisman, and secondly, he wished to avoid appearing before anyone familiar with Lin Zi in order to conceal his own identity. Once the talisman dissipated, Chen Luo walked approximately 1 intersection to the right, where he casually inquired of a passerby about the nearest bookstore. Armed with this information, he strode purposefully towards the location of the bookstore. The date was May 12, 1781, at 11:45 a.m., at the Hanlin bookstore. Chen Luo closed the historical tome and placed it upon the table. subsequently shutting his eyes to recollect the intricate details regarding this world he had just gleaned from its pages. This realm is one where celestial beings exist. Yet it diverges from the traditional mythological narratives that depict deities seated high above, observing the masses below. In this world, they are interwoven with humanity, establishing various factions and becoming tycoons and controllers of conglomerates, reaping the adoration of countless followers. For instance, the printer adorned with the logo of the Yuxu Palace, belonging to the Yuxu Palace Group, was founded by the Primordial Supreme, a representation of the primordial void and the inception of vitality. This conglomerate oversees 12 subsidiaries, each managed by one of the 12 Golden Immortals. On par with the Yuxu Palace Group are other entities such as the Bo Palace Holdings Group, the Taishang Sect, the Long Family, and the Underworld United Enterprises, with a secondary tier comprising companies like the Wuzhuang Temple Limited and the Erlangshan Institute, among others. Above all these corporations exists an official organization reminiscent of a government, known as the Doubting. Consequently, this world is referred to as the Doubting World. Chapter 72, District 43. The district where Chen Luo currently resides is referred to as Zone 43, one of the 48 regions that remain directly governed by the Dao Court. Situated at a considerable distance from the core of the Dao Court and compounded by its recent decline and the monopolization by colossal conglomerates, the Dao Court's grip on this area has weakened significantly. Consequently, even the minor disturbances caused by the Night of 100 Guys cannot be thoroughly eradicated, forcing the local populace to resort to talismans for self-preservation. As for the grand illusion of Dian, mentioned by his grandmother, it pertains to Chen Luo's own homeland, the world of Daqing, which he has also found references to in historical texts. The grand illusion of Dian was initially discovered and controlled by a Daoist of the Zhang surname, who leveraged the rights to exploit this realm to establish the Dian Group. A decade later, the Dian Group fractured, and the Zhang Daoist vanished without a trace, leaving practitioners to traverse this realm with the tokens issued during the group's early days. The historical account of the grand illusion of Dian is sparse, with only a brief passage dedicated to it. This lack of information has compelled Chen Luo to momentarily suspend his quest to further comprehend the relationship between Daqing and the Dao Court. This world is far more intricate than I had anticipated, and thus, one must proceed with utmost caution in navigating its complexities. Chen Luo pondered. To this day, he remained utterly oblivious to the origins of the system, unaware of how his consciousness was bridged to Linzi's, and uncertain whether instances akin to his own had ever occurred in the annals of history. Consequently, each step he took in this world felt like treading on thin ice. After all, this realm was inhabited by celestial beings. Regaining his focus, Chen Luo casually retrieved Linzi's identity card, allowing his gaze to settle upon the information regarding the Daoist lineage inscribed upon it. The card bore the insignia of the Yuxu Palace Group, specifically the Jingguang Cave branch. The headquarters of the Yuxu Palace Group resided in a distant land far to the extreme west, a location that even a foundational stage cultivator would require several days and nights of flight to reach. Zone 43 did not fall under the dominion of the Yuxu Palace. Although Yuxu Palace merchandise was available and some lower-tier cultivators with ties to the Yuxu lineage operated in the area, the genuine transmission of the Yuxu Palace teachings was absent. This signified that seeking the Yuxu Palace's secret texts in Zone 43 would not be a straightforward endeavor. Such an unexpected turn of events had not crossed Chen Luo's mind. He harbored a profound yearning for the talisman paper from the Yuxu Palace. The replicas he had crafted had already deflected several life-threatening attacks. Should he acquire the authentic Yuxu Palace runic manuscripts, he could rectify the frailties of his corporeal form. Never mind. He resolved to first visit the marketplace to procure some talisman paper. If that proved insufficient, he could either borrow a few sheets of yellow paper from Linzi's home or bring along a printer capable of producing talisman paper. Chen Luo's thoughts shifted as he inquired once more about the directions from the passers-by, subsequently making his way towards the market. Although Zone 43 is merely designated by a code, its actual expanse rivals that of a secondary city in the Kingdom of Qing. The marketplace to which the Zhang family directed Chen Luo is not far from the street he occupies. It is a comprehensive trade hub and one of the few places where one can procure cultivation materials. The previous Night of 100 Mysteries caused considerable turmoil in Zone 43, leading to the closure of this cultivation market for 3 days, with its doors only reopening today. Chen Luo strolled over, taking in the entirety of the scenery in Area 43. In truth, there was little to behold, apart from the crooked and haphazard buildings. The only sights were the flickering neon lights and the omnipresent, irksome holographic advertisements. The sole element that piqued his curiosity was the sleek shuttles gliding swiftly through the sky, ferrying passengers with remarkable speed. The pilots of these shuttles possessed at least the strength of the chi-gathering realm. Indeed, it was a truly formidable world of the extraordinary. Chen Luo murmured to himself, his steps resolute as he made his way toward the cultivation market. The cultivation market in District 43 bore little distinction from the conventional trade markets of the Qing nation, encompassing an area of approximately 70 acres. It was delineated into various zones according to the functionalities of magical tools, materials, scriptures, and spiritual items, among others. Naturally, this classification was merely a general guideline, allowing certain merchants to sell their wares across different functional sectors. Chen Luo swiftly located a shop selling talisman paper. He inquired about the prices. Scanning the premises before his gaze fell upon the shopkeeper, languidly fiddling with cards on his mobile phone while seated on a bamboo chair. The base rate for plain talisman paper was 1 Dao Yuan, while a sheet inscribed with Ding-grade runes cost 5 Dao Yuan, and one adorned with Bing-grade runes was priced at 50 Dao Yuan, with a minimum purchase of 10 sheets. The shopkeeper, upon hearing an inquiry, responded with a nonchalant air. Dao Yuan serves as the official currency of the Dao Court realm, crafted from spiritual materials, and is utilized for transactions as well as for vital cultivation resources in critical moments. Dao Yuan is categorized into 3 distinct colors, each representing the concentration of energy contained within the crystals: cyan, purple, and gold, corresponding to values of 1 Dao Yuan, 10 Dao Yuan, and 100 Dao Yuan, respectively. The 2 round purple crystals that Zhang had given to Chen Luo before his departure were valued at 10 Dao Yuan each. Chen Luo spent over 10 minutes finally acquiring 16 sheets of original talisman paper from the merchant for the sum of 15 yuan. The extra sheet, of course, became his gain in the realm of the Daoist court. A single sheet is sufficient to produce dozens of talismans. Chen Luo placed 2 10 yuan crystal stones upon the counter. Then, engrossed in his own thoughts, retrieved 16 and used original talisman papers from the shelf. He also took 5 1 yuan azure crystal stones as change. Having accomplished one of the 2 tasks assigned by Zhang, Chen Luo turned and proceeded to the next shop. The market, apart from historical texts, serves as the most accessible means to grasp the fundamental conditions of a world. The items displayed therein are predominantly the most common and essential elements, representing the basic constituents of this realm. Chen Luo has 6 hours at his disposal, during which he can delve deeper into the intricacies of this world, exploring rune firearms, rune garments, rune printers, rune shuttle accessories, and rune construction materials. Chen Luo grew increasingly alarmed, for this signified that runes, or rather the practice of cultivation, had already permeated every facet of this world. After strolling 2 blocks, he abruptly halted. Before him stood a modest shop, approximately 80 square meters in size, adorned with a flickering sign in purple neon light, proclaiming, "The Yin Illusionary Realm Resource Recovery Store." Chen Luoxin's thoughts stirred, prompting her to stride into the shop. Inside, a short-statured man clad in a brief shirt was the sole occupant, while several customers stood before the counter, awaiting their transactions. The diminutive man was bustling with activity. Even upon noticing Chen Luoxin's entrance, he did not lift his gaze. Was she there to engage in a transaction or to purchase a storage box? There were numbers assigned, and one had to draw a number based on categories to queue accordingly. Chen Luo was momentarily taken aback, unable to grasp the meaning of the other party's words. Had he just emerged from the Dayan illusion for the first time? There was a manual nearby. He should peruse it before proceeding to draw a number. Noticing Chen Luo's silence, the shorter man called out once more before returning to his own tasks. Chen Luo walked directly to a nearby shelf and retrieved a booklet titled Beginner's Guide to the Dayan Illusion. Chapter 73, Beginner's Guide to the Dayan Illusion. Beginner's Guide 1. To enter the Dayan Illusion, one must possess a token issued by the true monarch of Dayan. Please refer to Appendix 1 for the token. Beginner's Guide 2. The Dayan Illusion can only accommodate cultivators below the Golden Core stage. Beginner's Guide 3. All items within the Dayan Illusion cannot be directly returned to the Dao Court. They must be stored in a storage box issued by a cultivator of at least the true person level, and must be stamped by the Dayan group to establish a connection with the illusion before they can be retrieved. Beginner's Guide 4. Combat within the Dayan Illusion will only weaken the soul and will not result in death. Beginner's Guide 5. The Dayan Illusion is divided into 12 zones, named after the 12 zodiac animals. Beginner's Guide 15. The 4th guideline is rendered void. As of the 1764 Dao calendar, death in combat within the Dayan Illusion will cause the soul to shatter. Fellow cultivators are advised to proceed with caution. Beginner's Guide 16. As of the 1768 Dao calendar, the danger level in the pig zone of the Dayan illusion has increased significantly. Chen Luo gazed at the newcomer's guide to the Dayan illusion, and an overwhelming sense of astonishment enveloped him. The Dayan illusion comprised a total of 12 regions, with the Daqing world merely being one among them. Previously, players only suffered from spiritual impairments within the illusion, yet now they might confront life and death predicaments. Materials could not be directly transported. They must be exchanged within the storage boxes of the Dao Pavilion world. Each of these succinct statements harbored a wealth of information, even for Chen Luo. It took nearly 10 minutes to fully absorb it all. At this juncture, he could ascertain one fact. His system was indeed extraordinary. At the very least, the items stored within his system's spatial pouch could be brought directly into the Dao Pavilion world without any need for conversion. As his thoughts whirled, he rose and approached the counter. On the counter sat a small, black square box, roughly the size of a brick, adorned with intricate runes, clearly not an ordinary item. While perusing the newcomer's guide to the Dayan illusion, he had observed how other practitioners utilized this enigmatic black box. Now, emulating their actions, he placed his identity card upon it. In the next moment, he received a paper ticket bearing a number. Holding the ticket and his identity card, he made his way to the reception desk, simultaneously laying out all the materials he had brought from his pouch, arranging them neatly upon the table. 5 fragments of alloy weaponry, 20 wolf skulls, 2 tails of low-grade tea leaves, and 1 piece of inferior crystal. These were all low-tier materials, scarcely worth anything. The short man seated at the counter cast a disdainful glance over Chen Luo's displayed items, his expression betraying his disapproval. Noticing that Chen Luo had not purchased a new storage box, he presumed his counterpart to be a seasoned veteran of the Dayan illusion, contemplating a potential lucrative transaction. However, he was taken aback by the abysmal quality of the materials presented. 50 Dao Yuan, he declared, is the highest price I can offer you. Chen Luo shook his head and remarked, I have invested considerable time to acquire these items. The price of 50 Dao Yuan is utterly insufficient. During his recent journey, he had observed a prominent Dayan trading company seeking drivers for their Qi gathering stage flying shuttles, offering a remuneration of 100 Dao Yuan per day. Thus, 50 Dao Yuan amounted to merely half a day's earnings for a practitioner at the Qi gathering stage, which is exceedingly meager. In order to procure these materials, Chen Luo expended no less than 3,000 Daqing currency. If he could only exchange for 50 Dao Yuan, it would indeed be a grievous loss. You must have just returned from the Dayan illusion, unaware that significant changes have transpired. Entering and exiting the illusion no longer requires the insignia of the Dayan group. All cultivators below the Golden Core stage can now freely traverse by merely linking their souls to the function list. In Zone 43, there are numerous cultivators struggling to make a living. Thus, the influx of low-quality materials will inevitably increase, causing their prices to plummet. The short man chuckled lightly at Chen Luo. The mention of the function list jolted Chen Luo's spirit. What, do you still not believe? Noticing Chen Luo's prolonged silence, the short man promptly produced a golden scroll. As he unfurled it, the corner of Chen Luo's eye caught a glimpse of its contents, which astonishingly mirrored the newly emerged Tian Di Xian Huang list from the Daqing world. So this list is indeed the function list, he mused. Since its inception in the year 1001 of the Dao calendar, the function list has spawned countless sublists. It has now become commonplace, with nearly everyone possessing a copy. Therefore, the value of quotas within the Dayan illusion will continue to diminish, along with the materials extracted from it. After finishing his words, the short man promptly closed his eyes, linking his soul to the sublist of the function list. After a brief moment, he vanished from Chen Luo's sight. Chen Luo waited for approximately a minute, and the other party reappeared before him. However, this time, the individual held a bloodied severed hand in his right hand, and within the palm of that hand was a brand new mobile phone. This device belonged to the world of the Boar, the very realm that had orchestrated the mysterious organization which had previously launched attacks on practitioners. According to accounts from other practitioners, it bore a resemblance to the sound-transmitting talismans, yet regrettably, it could not be utilized in the present world. Otherwise, it would undoubtedly be worth 50 yuan. The short man casually discarded the severed hand into a nearby abandoned box and proceeded to wipe the blood-stained mobile phone clean with a piece of cloth. Chen Luo's expression gradually darkened. He could scarcely believe that the other party had gone so far as to sever an innocent person's hand in Daqing, merely to prove that entry into the illusion did not require the Dayan group's insignia. Was his homeland truly nothing more than a mere plaything in this realm? I can offer you an additional 10 yuan. If you are amenable, then lay down these materials. If not, you may seek out another merchant. Observing Chen Luo's grim demeanor, the short man mistakenly assumed that his offer had displeased him and thus raised the purchase price from 50 yuan to 60 yuan. Chen Luo said nothing, merely committing the name of the short man to memory. Ma Tianfeng, third level of gathering qi, with a stamina of 2,830, inquired, "Is there anything else you wish to purchase? Here, in addition to recycling materials, we also offer a variety of techniques, spiritual artifacts, and magical tools obtained from the illusory realm." After handing over 50 Dao Yuan to Chen Luo, the short man, Ma Tianfeng, smiled warmly and continued speaking. As he spoke, he gestured with his hand, and items from the storage box appeared one by one before Chen Luo. Chen Luo harbored no fondness for this individual. However, the items presented before him were simply too enticing to dismiss. He nodded subtly, his gaze sweeping over the array of objects. Suddenly, his attention was captured by a time-worn booklet. The title read Dying Cloud Seal. As he opened the booklet, the first page revealed the following inscription: "The Dying Cloud Seal was bestowed by the esteemed Qingwei Zhenren during a visit to Dian. Those who master the Cloud Seal may transcend mere talismans, using clouds as their quill and the vast sky as their parchment, inscribing runes within the void." The Dying Cloud Seal comprises a comprehensive collection of 7 volumes. Chapter 74, Dying Cloud Seal. "My friend, are you perhaps intrigued by this cloud seal?" inquired the diminutive man. Ma Tianfeng, noticing Chen Luo's prolonged fixation on the Dying Cloud Seal, his eyes sparkled with anticipation. This is one of the few treasures passed down from the Dian group, a superlative consortium that once governed the Dian illusion. The cloud seals they have catalogued are, without a doubt, of unfathomable potency. If you genuinely desire it, you may acquire it for 1,000 yuan, and you may take it with you at once. Ma Tianfeng raised a finger emphatically. Chen Luo set down the book with a disdainful laugh. 1,000 yuan? You might as well resort to thievery. Who is unaware that since the Yuxu Palace introduced the talisman printing machine, the prices of runic manuals have plummeted? No matter how exceptional the talisman skills of the Qingwei Daoist may be, they cannot possibly rival the artifacts meticulously crafted by the combined efforts of the 4 great golden immortals of the Yuxu Palace. What Chen Luo articulated was derived from his readings. The talisman printer of the Yuxu Palace has laid a substantial foundation for the flourishing of runes, thus occupying a significant portion in historical texts. The mass production of talismans is undertaken by the lower-level cultivators. Yet the quality pales in comparison to that of the original research machines, resulting in a considerable reduction in the efficacy of the produced runes. If the Yunzhuan were cultivated to a profound level, the self-created runes would undoubtedly surpass those produced by the talisman printer. Ma Tianfeng hastily defended, asserting that it at least raises the baseline. If what you claim is indeed true, how could ordinary cultivators endure the myriad perils of the 43rd District's Night of Deceptions? Chen Luo shook his head in response. Moreover, you are only at the first volume. If you can accept 40 Dao Yuan, I shall take my leave. Chen Luo, while perusing the booklet, noticed that Ma Tianfeng had only produced the first volume of the Dian Yunzhuan, with the remaining 6 volumes entirely absent. He was not a fool. After all, how could he justify spending 1,000 Dao Yuan on an incomplete edition? Who negotiates like this? Ma Tianfeng gritted his teeth and declared, "Add a little more. 50 Dao Yuan. If you refuse to sell, I shall take my leave immediately." Chen Luo rose to his feet, simultaneously stowing away his 60 Daoist essence into his satchel. "Take it." Upon witnessing Chen Luo depart without a backward glance, Ma Tianfeng hastily called out to him. Chen Luo gradually came to a halt, turning to stride toward the counter. At the entrance of the marketplace, he tucked the original talisman paper he had purchased from Dian Yunzhuan and Huasher Dao Yuan back into his satchel. He then grasped 2 bags of rice and another package of original talisman paper, making his way in the direction of his home. Just as he exited the gate, a hurried voice called out beside him, "Lindsay?" Upon hearing the voice, Chen Luo immediately paused and turned to see where it originated. Soon, a youth clad in exquisite garments entered his line of sight. Noticing the D emblem atop the young man's head, his expression grew increasingly grave. This was the last person he wished to encounter at that moment. Lin Hong, first level of gathering qi, stamina, 2528. Beside Lin Hong stood another tall, slender man, Feng Yuqian, second level of gathering qi, stamina, 3032. "You Haven Tea perished. Why did you not respond to my flying talisman?" Lin Hong approached Chen Luo, forcefully clasping his shoulder. "I have been preoccupied with preparations for the 100 Ghosts Night Walk, and I merely found a moment to spare." Chen Luo's mind raced as he concocted an explanation, choosing his words meticulously. He feared that Lin Hong might discern that he was not the genuine Lin Zi. Oh, I see. Lin Hong recalled that Lin Zi resided in the impoverished district of Sector 43, devoid of adequate defensive formations. Thus, he could only rely on talismans to navigate the challenges. He chose not to dwell on this matter further and softly remarked, "The red name rule has completely faltered. I intend to return to the Haizhu world in the coming days. The pair of gauntlets I previously acquired were among the items lost by the Yin Corporation. I plan to slay that indigenous inhabitant and reclaim the gauntlets. This brother Feng is an ally I have enlisted. Would you be willing to join me?" As he spoke, Lin Hong introduced Feng Yuqian, who stood beside him, to Lin Zi. Chen Luo cast a glance at his companion, soon noticing an anomaly with Feng Yuqian's left arm. After careful observation, he discovered that the arm was not human, but rather a three-segmented jade lotus root, translucent and resembling an ice sculpture. "Brother Feng, you must be of the same lineage. Your doctrines trace back to the Jade Void Golden Light Cave," Lin Hong elucidated. "This jade lotus arm is an imitation of the treasures passed down from your Golden Light Cave, possessing formidable power." Noticing Chen Luo's gaze linger on Feng Yuqian's right arm, Lin Hong promptly continued, "Though he is not the original, his strength remains unblemished. Rest assured, dealing with a native from the Haizhu world is well within his capabilities." The treasures of the Golden Light Cave refer to the celestial bone lotus used by the supreme deity of the three altars during the reconstruction of a body by the Tai Golden Immortal. The historical texts of this world recount numerous mythical tales, which Chen Luo, despite having perused only hastily in the bookstore, had etched indelibly in his memory. "Notify me when you are ready to act." Chen Luo withdrew his gaze and calmly nodded to Lin Hong and Feng Yuqian, as if the two were not confronting him. As if he were indeed the true Lin Zi. "At that time, do ensure to take more of your family's talismans. The talismans from the Yuxu Palace can be vital for survival in critical moments." Lin Hong was elated. After a brief exchange of pleasantries with Lin Zi, Lin Hong prepared to depart with Feng Yuqian. Just then, both of them trembled simultaneously, followed by a radiant light emanating from the storage boxes at their chests, forming a line of text that floated above the heads of the three. Yellow List 835, Lei Pingbo, Foundation Establishment Level 1. Non-player character achievements, outside the eastern capital of the Great Qing world. He counterattacked a 6th-generation disciple of the Whitebone sect at Foundation Establishment Level 1 with the strength of a 9th-level Qi gathering, and during the battle, he advanced to Foundation Establishment, achieving a Golden Dao body. Battle evaluation, endured for many days like a thunderous explosion. "Cursed, another native," Lin Hong exclaimed. When the divine ranking was not yet integrated with the Great Yin illusion, why did they not display such might? As the list was revealed, they seemed to have consumed a potent stimulant, wildly ascending the ranks. Upon seeing the information in the sky, Lin Hong could not help but utter an expletive. "The captain has successfully established his foundation?" Chen Luo stared at the message in a daze. Although he had long known that Lei Pingbo was merely a step away from reaching the foundation establishment stage, he did not expect the other party to break through so audaciously during a life-and-death battle with players. A mere troop of buffoons had taken advantage of the Great Yin illusion. If it were just the two of us to re-enter the Great Yin illusion, our names would undoubtedly grace the yellow list. Feng Yuqian spoke with an air of indifference. Yet his gaze was fixed intensely on the last name on the leaderboard, Chen Luo, revealing that his inner turmoil was far from the calm facade he presented. "In our endeavor within the Great Yin illusion, let us first eliminate this yellow list S sunshine, and then seek retribution against that native who insulted you last time." It seems that Lin Hong and his companion were still unaware of the identity of the individual who had snatched away the transparent boxing gloves at that time. Chen Luo detected a concealed message within Feng Yuqian's words. He displayed no emotion. Instead, with an impassive demeanor, he clasped his hands in a gesture of respect towards his interlocutor. "I wish you, Brother Feng, swift success. I have matters to attend to and must take my leave for now. Lin Zi, we shall meet in the world of the boar at the appointed time. Do remember to contact me via the communicator." Lin Hong similarly clasped his hands in acknowledgement to Chen Luo. Chapter 75, The Return. As Chen Luo opened his eyes once more, it was already 4 o'clock in the morning. It appeared that the passage of time was consistent on both sides. He reached for the electronic clock by his bedside, verifying the time to confirm this observation. He had succumbed to slumber at 10 o'clock the previous night, having remained in a profound sleep for a full 6 hours. Would he be unable to traverse the realms again in such a short span? After checking the time, Chen Luo's gaze returned to the attributes panel. Just as upon his previous return, the logout option once again lay in a grayed-out state, indicating that in order to re-enter the Taoist world, he must first recharge it. Chen Luo could roughly comprehend the reasons behind this situation. Unlike those players who returned to the Dao court world through conventional means, he had to expend considerable energy. With this realization, Chen Luo rose to take a bath, changed into a fresh set of pajamas, and turned on the desk lamp. Although he had spent 6 hours in the Dao court world, he felt no fatigue at that moment. He seized this opportunity to reflect on his gains from the experience. Though the Great Transformation Cloud inscription was only in its first volume, the presence of a system rendered the incomplete text manageable. He could enhance the level of the inscription by allocating points. He had acquired a total of 11 pieces of primitive talisman paper, all of which were of the first rank, sufficient for crafting hundreds of talismans. If used sparingly, it would last him a considerable time. However, when Chen Luo took out the talisman paper obtained from the Lin family, he was suddenly astonished to find it spontaneously igniting in his palm without any flame. He hurriedly discarded the talisman paper onto the ground, narrowly avoiding being scorched. Could it be that items of a rank superior to the Golden Core realm simply could not exist in this world? Chen Luo gazed intently at the heap of ashes on the ground, his eyes narrowing as he recalled the regulations outlined in the newcomer's guide to the Dayan illusion. The Dayan illusion only permits cultivators below the Golden Core realm to enter. No wonder I was able to defeat Lin Zi so effortlessly last time. Had the opponent been able to bring items of the Golden Core level or above into this realm, it is likely that I would have met my demise instead. Chen Luo felt a sudden realization. While this news was unfavorable for him, upon reflection, the rule could also be seen as a form of protection. Gathering his thoughts, Chen Luo opened the Great Transformation Cloud seal and added it to the system panel. Skill, Great Transformation Cloud Seal, LV1. The plus sign next to the skill level was currently gray, indicating that this particular seal had yet to reach the point of upgrading. Since the last system upgrade, the advancement of skills and techniques had become significantly more arduous than before. He would need to practice diligently for an extended period to achieve promotion. However, this posed no issue for Chen Luo. He possessed ample patience and unwavering diligence. With this in mind, he retrieved the paper and pen he had purchased earlier and began to practice earnestly, following the content recorded in the first volume of the Cloud Seal Talismans. He refrained from using the precious original talisman paper brought from the Dao Court, as such materials were exceedingly rare, and he could not return to the Dao Court in the near future. Thus, he intended to utilize each sheet with utmost care. In the pre-dawn hours, the eastern capital remained shrouded in night, as if all creation had succumbed to slumber, rendering the entire city particularly tranquil. Yet, amidst this profound stillness, the small eateries lining the roadsides quietly lifted their rolling shutters. A small flame ignited in the stove, sending a wisp of smoke curling upwards. For the sake of survival, those at the lower rungs of society undoubtedly had to exert themselves more diligently than others to endure in this world. No one comprehended the motivations behind their toil. Save for the orange glow emanating from a bedroom in the adjacent high-rise, along with the soft rustle of paper and pen that resonated within, celebrating and echoing their efforts. As morning broke, across from the police station, Zhou Yin took a bite of her bun, her delicate brows instinctively furrowing in displeasure. She glanced around to ensure no one was watching and discreetly spat out the piece of half-cooked, spicy eggplant from her mouth. Before leaving home, Chen Luo had persistently extolled the virtues of the buns from the snack shop opposite the Qinglong Town police station. Yet, upon tasting them now, she found them to be rather unimpressive, far inferior to her own breakfast creations. She wondered why Chen Luo chose not to eat her cooking, which was certainly not lacking in quality. With a stoic expression, Zhou Yin picked up the freshly served soy milk and took a sip, attempting to dispel the bitter taste lingering in her mouth. Chen Luo was oblivious to Zhou Yin's current thoughts, his attention entirely consumed by the steamed buns before him. Determined to devour the entire basket today. Brother Zhensho, this is an appetizer my father personally prepared as a token of gratitude for you. Just then, a youthful and radiant young woman approached, carrying a porcelain plate. On it lay a generous serving of braised beef, generously drizzled with chili sauce, garlic-infused water, and other seasonings. At the sound of that timid voice, Zhou Yin reacted faster than Chen Luo. Her gaze flickered between Chen Luo and Huang Feifei, but finding nothing suspicious, she lowered her head and resumed sipping her soy milk. Has the money from the number gang been returned to you yet? Chen Luo cast a glance at Huang Feifei's tender, fair cheeks and inquired with a smile, You're back. Huang Feifei responded adorably, last night. My father received the refund from Su Long, the security officer. I cannot thank you enough. You are truly the great hero of Qinglong Town. No one dared to provoke the number gang before, yet you effortlessly apprehended them all. In the past, I could only dream of the day when I wouldn't have to pay tribute to the number gang. I never imagined that the money I surrendered could one day be returned. As she spoke, Huang Feifei gazed at Chen Luo with immense admiration, her eyes sparkling as if they might overflow. Feeling the weight of her admiration, Chen Luo smiled softly without uttering a word. After swiftly finishing his breakfast, he retrieved a crisp 100 yuan bill from his pocket, placing it beneath the dishes before turning to leave. When Huang Feifei came to clear the table, she discovered the bill concealed beneath the utensils. She immediately rushed outside, hoping to return it to Chen Luo, only to find that his figure had vanished at the entrance of the police station. Father, the big brother even paid for the beef, Huang Feifei exclaimed, presenting the 100 yuan note to her father, Huang Er. With a long sigh, Huang Er admonished her, "Oh, my child. You must remember to return it the next time you see the town guardian." But the big brother is not that kind of person. He surely wouldn't accept it, Huang Feifei protested. You are still too young. Whether he accepts it or not is one matter, our obligation to offer it is another. Huang Er instructed his daughter. The town guardian resolved the issue with the number gang, and we must understand the importance of reciprocity. We may be from the lower strata of society and unable to do much, but offering him a modest breakfast expense is our way of showing gratitude. Feifei, always remember to demonstrate our sincerity to these esteemed individuals. Otherwise, we risk offending them. Chapter 76, Police Station. Thus, you were the one who brought about the demise of the number gang? As she walked along the pebble path within the courtyard of the police station, Zhou Yin turned to Chen Luo and inquired, although Chen Luo had never spoken to her about the battle at the Qinglong town dock. The news of the Numera gang's demise was difficult to conceal. With the rapid advancement of the internet, the matter had become a hot topic on local forums by yesterday afternoon. Even though she resided in the city, she had heard whispers of it. After overhearing the conversation between Huang Feifei and Chen Luo, she could no longer deny the inextricable link between Chen Luo and the downfall of the Numera gang. I happened to encounter them, and I took the opportunity to eradicate such filth, considering it a service to the people, Chen Luo replied. After receiving Chen Luo's confirmation, Zhou Yin fell into a prolonged silence. Although she had just returned from abroad, she was not entirely oblivious to domestic affairs. The Numera gang in Qinglong town was a formidable force, rivaling the notorious Black Fire gang that had once extorted her. For the people of this town, it was a behemoth that wielded immense power. Even when the Zhou family had not faced confiscation, they had to approach such grave forces with utmost caution. To her astonishment, Chen Luo had managed to topple such an organization. You are more formidable than I had imagined, she remarked. Before my arrival, I reviewed the information on Qinglong town, and in the past, none among the guardians dared to confront the gang's influence. To receive your praise is no trivial matter. Chen Luo smiled gently and took the lead in walking towards the police headquarters building. Zhou Yin hastened her steps to follow closely behind. Guardian, Guardian. As Chen Luo entered from the outside, all the officers he encountered respectfully saluted and greeted him. Ever since the number gang was dismantled by Chen Luo, no one within the police headquarters dared to underestimate this young guardian any longer. Chen Luo nodded in acknowledgement and led Zhou Yin into the office of the administration department. Upon entering, the bespectacled secretary, Wang Yang, immediately rose and hurriedly greeted him. Lord Guardian, please attend to your tasks. Chen Luo gestured for Secretary Wang to sit down before pointing to Zhou Yin and saying, "This is Zhou Yin, who has just returned from her studies abroad. From today onwards, she will be entrusted with certain responsibilities within the office." Upon hearing this, Wang Yang's expression turned tense, and he stammered, "Lord Guardian, I will work overtime to complete the report for the numbers team today. I can still put in the effort. You see." Secretary Wang feared that Chen Luo was dissatisfied with his performance and had brought in Zhou Yin as a replacement. Although the police department was stable and employment was secure, offending a superior could severely impact his year-end performance evaluation bonus. As a mere administrative officer without any specialized skills, he relied entirely on that performance bonus to support himself during the festive season. She is an awakened one. I was referring to matters concerning the awakened. From now on, she will be responsible for all related affairs. Chen Luo noticed that the other parties seemed to misunderstand his intentions, so he promptly elaborated. Secretary Wang exhaled deeply, quickly assuring Chen Luo, "I understand. Rest assured, I will certainly assist Miss Zhou." As he spoke, His gaze intentionally drifted towards Zhou Yan, only to become momentarily entranced. Zhou Yan's complexion resembled exquisite jade, her skin smooth as cream, her brows arched like distant mountains shrouded in mist, and her eyes sparkled like autumn waters. Devoid of tumult yet profoundly captivating, Wang Yang had never encountered such a stunning beauty before. After gazing for several seconds and a daze, he immediately averted his eyes, feeling unworthy of her attention. I shall trouble you, Secretary Wang, and should I have any questions, I will certainly seek your guidance promptly. Zhou Yan smiled in response to Chen Luo's words. Oh, not at all. Secretary Wang hastily waved his hand. He was no fool. The sudden appearance of such an exquisite young lady alongside the esteemed official suggested a significant relationship between them. Given her apparent background, he dared not adopt the airs of a seasoned employee. Begin with the case concerning the numbers gang. Familiarize yourself with the profiles of awakened individuals throughout the entirety of Qinghua. Secretary Wang. You may also provide her with those common combat techniques from the police headquarters for her to study. After Chen Luo briefly issued a few instructions, he departed from the administrative office. Once he had left, Secretary Wang immediately brought over a thick stack of documents and placed them on Zhou Yan's desk. This collection contained the current data on the awakened individuals in the police department. Among these was a manual on a technique known as the Jiulian Fa, which is the simplest form of breathing exercise designed for novices within the police department to cultivate martial artists. I am uncertain whether this would still be beneficial for an awakened individual like yourself. Additionally, there was a comprehensive outline of police martial arts, which serves as an excellent self-defense mechanism. Wang Yang meticulously arranged the documents in a row and patiently explained each one to Zhou Yan. Meanwhile, as Chen Luo entered his office, Zhang Dachuan stealthily pushed in a small suitcase, glancing around furtively. Sir, this is what the four of us intercepted at the dock. As an awakened individual, you should find it useful. Chen Luo cast a glance and was immediately filled with a mix of amusement and exasperation. The box was brimming with pollutants. He had initially believed that the millions of illicit goods at the dock would be entirely confiscated by the Anomaly Bureau. Yet he was taken aback to find that Zhang Dachuan and his associates had concealed a portion for themselves. These individuals truly possessed audacity, seemingly unafraid of contamination from the pollutants. However, upon closer inspection, he noticed that Zhang Dachuan bore no signs of anomalous energy contamination. A further examination of the box revealed that its surface was encased in a thick layer of lead. Clearly, these men understood the nature of the pollutants and had taken precautions, demonstrating a blend of roughness and attention to detail. Set the box down, he remarked, and make frequent visits to the Anomaly Bureau Hospital in the coming days. If you happen to be infected, I cannot save you. Chen Luo chided with a smile. Though he advised a trip to the hospital, it essentially granted the other a reprieve, allowing for some much-needed rest. Zhang Dachuan, a seasoned veteran of the police department, understood the underlying implication and responded with a cheerful acknowledgement. Before Zhang Dachuan could depart, Su Long suddenly knocked and entered. Su Long was the eldest and most composed among the four subordinates chosen by Chen Luo. Yet at this moment, his expression was filled with urgency. Sir, take a look at this, Su Long said, presenting a tablet to Chen Luo. This was retrieved from Xiongwen's residence. The screen displayed a paused video, and upon Chen Luo pressing the play button, a voice resonated throughout the office. I have a matter I wish to entrust to you. Someone has paid for the life of that guardian Chen Luo. Would you be willing to take it on? Who is this person, and how much is the payment? 10 million. Do not inquire about the payer. If you agree to proceed, regardless of the outcome, the debt I owe you will be settled. The speakers were two middle-aged men, and the setting was an elegantly decorated tea house. From the camera angle, it was evident that the video had been recorded surreptitiously. Among the conversing men, one donned a suit. He was none other than the now eliminated Xiongwen. The other wore a black tang suit, possessing an air of refinement, and appeared to be of similar age to Xiongwen. He was the very individual who had commissioned Xiongwen to kill him. Upon reaching this realization, Chen Luo understood why. On that day at the dock, Xiongwen's immediate reaction upon seeing him was not to flee, but rather to attempt to assassinate him. Initially, he had thought that the man was cornered and desperate, but it was now clear that he had come with the specific intent to eliminate him. Chen Luo's gaze lingered momentarily on the man clad in traditional Chinese attire. He did not recognize the individual. Consequently, he turned his attention to Su Long and inquired, Do you know this person? The leader of the Zhao family, Zhao Juming, from the four major clans of Qilong town, Su Long replied. Zhao Juming? Chen Luo raised an eyebrow. He had encountered this name in the Xiongwen diary. Sir, should we apprehend him immediately? With this footage, Zhao Juiming will undoubtedly be unable to evade the charges of murdering a public official, Zhang Dachuan urged from the side. If he dares to resist arrest, we could justifiably execute him on the spot. He harbored a profound hatred for the gang forces in the town, and having finally seized a leverage against the Zhao family, he was resolute in not letting this opportunity slip away. If my memory serves me right, the head of the Zhao family should be a member of the small cabinet. Without a resolution from the local cabinet, the police department lacks the authority to apprehend him. Chen Luo rejected Zhang Dachuan's proposal. Moreover, I have not encountered any incident. A single disc clearly cannot condemn the other party. They could argue that it is fabricated, and since Xiong Wen is deceased, there is no one to contest the claim. The primary reason the Zhao clan and the other four major factions continue to thrive in Qinlong town is their intricately woven relationships. Particularly, Zhao Juming is not only a council member but also has origins in the Bureau of the Supernatural. To contend with such a formidable individual, one must engage in prolonged deliberation, especially given the current lack of substantial evidence. He placed the disc into his storage box and then instructed Su Long to keep a close watch on the Zhao family in the coming days. After Su Long departed, he picked up his phone to inform Zhou Yin and Wang Yang to swiftly compile all information regarding the awakened individuals in Qinlong town. Once he completed these tasks, Chen Luo sat back in his chair, lost in contemplation. He pondered who had contacted Zhao Juming to have him assassinated. He bore no deep-seated animosity towards Zhao Juming, although he intended to rectify the chaos among the gangs. He had yet to trace the issues back to the four major factions in Qinlong town. It was unlikely that Zhao Juming would resort to hiring someone to kill him without provocation. Chen Luo mentally reviewed all potential adversaries when suddenly a name surged into his consciousness: the Su family. The family of Su Hao, whom he had slain on Jidwa Mountain. In a rental apartment in Qinlong town, Ma Zuwei lay despondently on the sofa, his vacant gaze fixed on the television where SpongeBob SquarePants played. Just a week prior, he had been a prominent figure in the debt collection unit of the Number Gang, but in an instant, he had become a pariah, reviled by all. Yet, compared to other leaders of the Number Gang, he was undeniably fortunate. He had not been at the docks on the day calamity struck the gang, thus escaping the brutal violence that ensued. Moreover, his brief tenure with the gang spared him from involvement in serious crimes and subsequent arrest during the police crackdown. In truth, he had not committed any heinous acts. The worst he had done was to adopt a menacing demeanor while collecting protection fees, uttering threats, and banging a stick on the table to intimidate reluctant merchants. He had no connections and lacked education in Qilong town. Joining a gang was the only way to escape a life of obscurity. Surely, he could not languish in a factory like the outsiders, living like a zombie. The sudden intrusion of an advertisement abruptly interrupted the broadcast, aggravating Ma Zuwei further. He picked up his phone, intending to change the channel when, out of the blue, it rang. Ding ding ding, ding ding ding. Ma Zuwei glanced at the screen and promptly answered. "Dewei, are you coming home for dinner this weekend?" His mother's concerned voice resonated from the other end. "Mom, I've been busy lately. I want to be coming back this weekend." Upon hearing her gentle tone, his irritation dissipated by half, and he hastily concocted an excuse to decline her invitation. He had kept his involvement with the Number Gang a secret from her, fearing it would cause her distress. His mother suffered from mild dementia and could not handle any emotional strain. "All right, with the Mid-Autumn Festival approaching, I'll cook for you then. Didn't you mention that you liked the daughter of the snack shop owner? How is that going? You should work hard, save enough money, and buy a house in town so that the girl will be with you." His mother rambled on. Ma Zuwei grew increasingly silent, scratching his head, pondering how to explain to her that just a few days prior, he had engaged in a rather friendly exchange with the girl's father, wielding a stick. As her chatter continued, he seized the opportunity to excuse himself, hanging up the phone and muting it. Once silence enveloped the room, a sense of emptiness washed over him. Suddenly, a vigorous knocking echoed from outside the door. Peering through the peephole, he spotted a former underling, a short young man with a buzz cut and bleached hair. "Dama Gu, are you in there? I called you earlier, but you didn't pick up," the young man shouted from outside. Ma Zuwei picked up his phone, realizing he had multiple missed calls. "Chicken, what are you banging on about at this hour? Didn't you run off to the countryside?" He opened the door, scolding his underling. Before the young man could respond, a tall, slender figure in an expensive, lightweight wool coat and polished leather shoes approached. He surveyed Ma Zuwei's abode, halting at the entrance, and in a condescending tone, asked, "Are you Ma Zuwei, known as Dama Gu? Who are you?" Ma Zuwei replied warily, eyeing the newcomer. He noted the young man's sunken eyes and unsteady gait, unmistakable signs of inebriation. The scent of strong cologne mixed with the lingering odor of alcohol clung to him, and numerous lipstick stains marred his neck, suggesting he had just emerged from a night of revelry. Uncertain of the man's intentions, Ma Zuwei instinctively took a step back, ready to close the door or escape if necessary. Valen Gang, Mo Shaolin. Mo Air Lieutenant is my father. The slender young man extracted an exquisite pack of cigarettes, lighting one for himself. The young underling recognized it as one of the most prestigious brands, Li Kun Fuchin Mountain Residence, and stared at Mo Shaolin, hoping he might be offered one. However, to his surprise, Mo Shaolin, after igniting the cigarette, stuffed it back into his pocket. Taking a deep drag, he exhaled smoke towards Ma Zuwei's face. From today onwards, I am your boss, and Qilong Jingjie is under my command. You will continue to collect protection fees. Meanwhile, Huang Feifei had believed that with the downfall of the Number Gang, she and her father would no longer be compelled to pay protection fees to gang members. She envisioned a peaceful existence by her father's side, helping him manage their snack shop. Little did she expect that the demise of the Number Gang would unleash a horde of other gangs, more ruthless and brutal than before. On Saturday morning, shortly after the breakfast shop opened, several unsavory youths flooded in. They neither ordered food nor allowed other customers to approach. What do you want? Can't you see the police station across the street? If you don't behave, I'll report you. Huang Er shouted angrily, wielding a rolling pin at the group. So what if there's a police station? Are they going to intervene while we're just having a meal? The officers are so idle, right? And don't think you can intimidate us. We know a few of them too, a tall youth snickered. What do you intend to do? If you're not eating, don't occupy the space. Huang Feifei could no longer contain herself, rushing from the kitchen to confront the young man. No one anticipated that such a radiant girl would be hidden in a humble snack shop, and the onlookers' eyes widened. The tall youth leered lecherously, "Little sister, come sing a song with the brothers, and we'll leave right away. From now on, your family will be under my protection." As he spoke, he reached out towards Huang Feifei's slender shoulder. Yet, before his hand could make contact, a bottle soared through the air, shattering against his forehead. The slender youth clutched his head, fuming as he turned to see who had thrown the bottle. Who the hell threw that? Who dares to collect protection fees on Qilong Jingjie? At this moment, it was none other than Ma Zuwei, who had come to collect protection fees on behalf of Mo Shaolin. He cast a sidelong glance at the tall, slender youth and, without further ado, smashed 3 bottle caps over the opponent's head. From now on, this place was under the protection of the Valen Gang. Any scoundrel who dared to approach would meet the same fate. A group of young delinquents had intended to introduce themselves, asserting that they were part of the youth gang and questioning who dared to provoke them. However, upon hearing the name Valen Gang, they swallowed their words in silence. Qilong Town was the stronghold of the Dongong factions, and among these factions, the Valen Gang, the Zhao family, the Longxing Society, and the Qixing Society held the most considerable power and influence, as evidenced by the demeanor of these young men. The slender youth, having received a few blows from Ma Zuwei, dared not express his anger and hurriedly left, holding his head. Huang Feifei, observing Ma Zuwei with the bottle in hand, instinctively took a few steps back. Her feelings towards him were quite complex. They were classmates in middle school, and she knew he had a crush on her. Although she was not fond of boys involved in gangs, she acknowledged that, prior to Chen Luo's arrival, her family shop had been spared from various harassments largely due to Ma Zuwei's influence. "Thank you," she said after a long hesitation, offering him a tissue. "You can wipe off the glass shards." Ma Zuwei scratched his head and smiled, taking the tissue before promptly leaving the shop. "Ma Ge, I've never seen you smile so happily. You look like the blooming stinky chrysanthemum next door." After leaving Huang's snack shop, a younger associate of Ma Zuwei teased him with a grin. "Get lost with your nonsense. You haven't even graduated from elementary school. What do you know about chrysanthemums?" Ma Zuwei scolded, tossing his half-empty pack of cigarettes to the young man and kicking him sharply in the rear. "Thanks for the gift, Ma Ge." The young man gleefully accepted the cigarettes, lighting one for himself and offering another to Ma Zuwei. "You're way better than Mo Shao. That guy didn't even share a single cigarette with us this morning. I've never seen someone so stingy, and he's supposed to be the heir of a big gang. Enough. Enough. It's just a cigarette. My ears are getting calloused from hearing this. If that guy hears you, you're in for a beating," Ma Zuwei warned, giving the young man a pat on the head. "Remember, it's not that he's stingy. He just looks down on us. With a new leader, be mindful of your words and actions. As long as you think highly of me, that's enough," the young man replied cheerfully. Ma Zuwei did not respond further and hurriedly made his way out of Qinglong Street. At the end of Qinglong Street, A luxurious black Mercedes G-Class was parked, with M.O. Shaolin seated in the driver's seat, flirting with a fair-skinned girl in stockings and a short skirt in the passenger seat. Ma Ziwei approached the vehicle and handed over the protection fees he had just collected. M.O. Gongzi, there is a total of 9,000 yuan here. The protection fees from 3 shops. 9,000. There are 45 shops along this street. At the very least, we should be collecting 13 to 14,000 a month. You think you can fool me with such a paltry sum? M.O. Shaolin's initially playful demeanor vanished, replaced by a dark scowl as he glared at the insufficient bundle of cash in Ma Ziwei's hands. Out of 45 shops, excluding those with connections, we can only collect from fewer than 30, totaling 90,000 yuan. At the beginning of the month, all shops paid their protection fees. These 3 have yet to pay. Ma Ziwei quickly explained. However, he was abruptly interrupted by M.O. Shaolin. Are you telling me that this month I can only collect from 3 shops? Yes. According to the rules, we can only collect once a month. Ma Ziwei felt the suppressed fury in M.O. Shaolin's voice, but pressed on with his explanation. Yet, he was cut off once more by M.O. Shaolin's furious retort. To hell with the rules. Are you trying to play me for a fool? Have I received any money? Without waiting for Ma Ziwei's reply, M.O. Shaolin immediately made 2 phone calls. In less than 10 minutes, 2 red Mazdas screeched to a halt in front of them. M.O. Shao. M.O. Shao. 6 burly henchmen emerged from the vehicles, collectively shouting at M.O. Shaolin. Now, the people are here, but before I finish my business, I want to see the money in front of me, M.O. Shaolin ordered, pointing to the henchmen as he addressed Ma Ziwei. If you can't deliver, you know the consequences. As he spoke, he exited the driver's seat and yanked the girl from the passenger's side. The girl seemed to realize M.O. Shaolin's intentions, casting a glance at the crowd. Her face shifting through shades of red and white as shame, anger, and other emotions crossed her features. Ultimately, she obediently climbed into the back seat of the car. Then, the luxurious black Mercedes G-Class began to shake violently. Lustful, arrogant, and unruly, this was the immediate impression Ma Ziwei garnered from his brief encounter with M.O. Shaolin. He withdrew his gaze from the car, glancing at the expressionless henchman beside him, his mouth suddenly feeling parched. As a native of Qinglong town, he understood better than anyone the dire consequences of offending the M.O. family. Yet, to avoid retaliation from M.O. Shaolin, he had no choice but to helplessly lead the henchman back toward Qinglong Street. Approximately half an hour later, Ma Ziwei returned to the black Mercedes G-Class with the henchman and gently tapped on the car window. M.O. Shaolin rolled down the window and glanced at the cash Ma Ziwei brought, extracting 5 bills and tucking them into the stockings of the girl, who was now dressing. Remember, in Qinglong Street, my rules are the only rules, M.O. Shaolin stated coldly, lighting a cigarette and gesturing for the nearest henchman to help him count the money. As Ma Ziwei handed over the bag of cash, his gaze inadvertently fell upon the cigarette butts near the car's tires. He quickly counted. There were at least 8 or 9. Yet, he distinctly remembered there being no cigarette butts here before he left. Suddenly, realization dawned upon him, and he withdrew his gaze with a peculiar expression. A total of 78,000 yuan from 26 shops' protection fees, the henchman reported after counting. Why is one shop missing? M.O. Shaolin asked, frowning. This meant that even counting the 3 shops that had paid earliest, he had only received money from 29 shops. While there were 30 shops eligible for collection on Qinglong Street, the last shop is with me. They transferred the money to me earlier but haven't submitted it to the number gang yet. I'll send it to you shortly, Ma Ziwei responded promptly. The shop he referred to was, of course, Huang Feifei's snack shop. His claim about not having submitted it to the number gang was a fabrication. He intended to take 3,000 yuan from his previous earnings and give it to M.O. Shaolin. He harbored affection for Huang Feifei, and being able to spare her a month's fee was the utmost he could do within his means. Although M.O. Shaolin was drained by indulgence, his mind remained sharp. He merely cast a glance at Ma Ziwei, immediately sensing that something was amiss. With a swift motion of his eyes, he patted Ma Ziwei on the shoulder. Take me to see that shop. The establishment was located opposite the police headquarters, and should the newly appointed governor catch sight of their actions, it could spell trouble. Upon hearing M.O. Shaolin's inquiry, Ma Ziwei's hair stood on end, and he hurriedly dissuaded him. This was, of course, a mere pretext. The true reason was that he did not wish for M.O. Shaolin to visit the Huang family, nor did he want this wayward young man to encounter Huang Feifei. Which shop has been seized? You ought to have noticed. Take me there. However, M.O. Shaolin was not easily deceived. He sidestepped Ma Ziwei and turned to his hired muscle with a command. Subsequently, he drove closely behind the thugs, hastening towards the Huang family snack shop. Inside the vehicle, Ma Ziwei fervently prayed that the snack shop had already closed. It was Saturday, and foot traffic was sparse on the main street. It was commonplace for the shop to shut early. Mo Shaolin could not possibly frequent the street daily, and if they could evade this encounter, perhaps the matter would be forgotten. Mo Shaolin parked by the roadside and, accompanied by his entourage, approached the snack shop on foot. Upon reaching the entrance, Ma Zuwei was relieved to see that the shop door was indeed shut, as he had surmised. This place is closed. I'll transfer the money to you right away. Mo Shaolin, there is nothing to see here. Leave the street to me, and I assure you that I will collect the money punctually every month. Ma Zuwei pulled out his phone, transferring the funds while vowing his loyalty to Mo Shaolin. Yet, before he could finish, a delicate voice called out from behind. Ma Zuwei. Huang Feifei, clad in a graceful light blue gown with her long hair cascading over her shoulders, approached him carrying a small basket filled with steaming buns and 2 cups of yellow millet porridge. Having seen Ma Zuwei idling on the street, she thought to bring him breakfast as a token of gratitude for his assistance that morning. Although she did not harbor feelings for him, she understood the importance of acknowledging kindness. However, as she neared, she noticed several thugs standing beside him, prompting her to instinctively move the basket behind her and take a few steps back. Thank you for your help this morning. Yet, after a moment's contemplation, Huang Feifei retrieved the basket and extended it towards Ma Zuwei. I don't need it. You should take your things and leave quickly, Ma Zuwei urged, his voice raised. Huang Feifei paused, sensing that something was amiss, and prepared to depart. Just then, a hand reached out from the side and grasped the basket. Let us not waste a young lady's thoughtful gesture. Wouldn't you agree, Brother Ma? Mo Shaolin's gaze swept over Huang Feifei, and a flicker of astonishment danced in his eyes. He had not anticipated encountering such a delicate beauty by the roadside. With a greedy glint, he turned to Ma Zuwei with a playful grin. Reluctantly, Ma Zuwei accepted the basket, casting furtive glances at Huang Feifei, silently urging her to leave. Only when Huang Feifei hurried away, and Mo Shaolin did not intervene, did he allow himself a sigh of relief. Brother Ma's companion is quite the beauty. You fellows ought to keep your eyes peeled when walking about, lest you inadvertently offend her. But just then, Mo Shaolin's cheerful voice rang out behind him. He glanced back at the smiling face, feeling an inexplicable chill in his heart. Chapter 80. Revenge Name. Su Weiqing age, 68 level, 3rd stage of Qi gathering background. Once held the title of a 3rd-rank official and served as the president of a prestigious university in the capital. Closely connected with the Supernatural Bureau and the royal family. He retired 3 years ago and has since ceased to involve himself in any affairs. Skills, mastery of a fire-based technique known as the Heavenly Flame Incineration Method. Qinglong Town, Police Headquarters, Governor's Office. Chen Luo's gaze lingered upon the profile laid out on the table. This personal resume had been sent to him by Yin Xian early this morning, detailing the esteemed Su family's most formidable warrior, Su Hao, and his grandfather, the venerable old Master Su. In addition to the written documentation, Yin Xian had also dispatched a disc containing footage of Su Weiqing employing the fiery destruction technique. This disc held great value, as it had been recorded by a military photographer during Su Weiqing's earlier collaboration with the Extraordinary Bureau in their monster extermination efforts. I have perused the materials you provided. Su Weiqing possesses formidable strength. I am now confronting him directly, and my chances of victory stand at less than 1 in 10. Chen Luo set down the paper documents and picked up his phone to send a message to Yin Xian. Brother Chen Luo, please do not act impulsively. We need to deliberate carefully over the matter of retaliating against Su Weiqing. The captain approached me previously and mentioned that Su Hao's actions against me are far more intricate than they appear on the surface. He advised me to refrain from causing trouble for the Su family for the time being. Yin Xian responded. No wonder, after more than a month. The Yin family has yet to take action against the Su family. It seems there must indeed be hidden complexities involved. What could possibly make even the established captain so wary? Could it be that the attack on Xiao Yin is entangled with awakened beings of even higher tiers in the Foundation establishment realm? Chen Luo's thoughts shifted, and he promptly replied with a cat emoji nodding. Rest assured, I am still quite reckless. That's good, Yin Xian responded with an emoji of someone patting their chest. And then added, Brother Chen Luo, you must firmly maintain your position at Qinglong Town. It will greatly benefit your future growth and strength. I cannot divulge too much, but you must remember my words. After saying this, Yin Xian went silent. Though Chen Luo was filled with insatiable curiosity, he ultimately restrained himself from pressing further. He set down his phone and pushed open the door to the adjacent office. While he could not influence the Su family, he knew that the Zhao family could still be swayed, at the very least. He needed to convey that those who dared to assist the Su family against him would face repercussions. The neighboring office had become the exclusive domain of Su Long, Zhang Dachuan, and others, marked by a plaque reading Special Affairs Handling Section. Chen Luo served as the head of the section, with Su Long as the deputy, underscoring their positions within the police department. "Sir, I have gathered the information you requested," he stated. As Chen Luo stepped through the door, the refined and fair-skinned Long, he promptly approached him, documents in hand. Though the Zhao family is cunning, outsourcing high-risk endeavors to subordinate gangs for the sake of risk isolation, traces remain. Through certain unique channels, I have obtained the clandestine locations of their gambling establishments and illicit venues. In addition to this, I have gathered incriminating evidence regarding the Zhao family's illegal activities in the construction, logistics, and mining industries. Long he bore the weight of dark circles under his eyes, clearly having endured many sleepless nights to acquire this information. Excellent. Assemble the personnel and eradicate these malignant tumors. Chen Luo reviewed the materials before issuing a cold command to Long He. Regarding the illicit enterprises of the Zhao family, Chen Luo opted to take matters into his own hands to dismantle them. The Zhao family possessed individuals with awakened abilities, while the official awakened agents were predominantly absorbed into the Department of Anomalies, leaving the police department with scant high-tier combat power. Moreover, in the realm of urban law enforcement, the police department could not openly deploy heavy weaponry to suppress these gang members unless they overtly rebelled. This constraint was one of the primary reasons why the police's various investigative operations against gang factions often struggled to endure. Therefore, for this operation, it was imperative for Chen Luo to take personal command. Chen Luo, accompanied by the peacekeepers of the police department, descended upon the Zhao family's entertainment empire in Qinglong town like a sharpened sword, methodically severing the malignant presence that had taken root there. The blade struck neither swiftly nor carelessly, yet with each thrust, it unleashed a torrent of dark blood. As dusk settled over the Zhao family estate, located in the southwestern part of Qinglong town and sprawling over 1,000 acres, the grounds were styled in classical garden aesthetics, nestled against mountains and water, and cloaked in verdant shade. From a distance, it resembled the luxurious retreat of an ancient emperor. Fortunately, in this modern era, the specter of usurpation no longer loomed. Otherwise, the opulence of the Zhao family estate alone would suffice to warrant their banishment. Zhao Juming sat leisurely by the estate's pond, tossing fish bait to the goldfish gliding beneath the surface. Suddenly, his cousin Zhao Jufeng, the head of the Zhao entertainment industry, rushed over in a state of agitation. "Brother, what are you doing here, feeding fish at such a time? Our family's enterprises are being systematically dismantled. That scoundrel Chen Luo has obliterated all 20 of our gambling houses and 4 entertainment venues, even detaining the girls from the clubs without mercy." Zhao Jufeng's eyes burned with fury. Managing the Zhao family's entertainment ventures, he felt directly responsible for the devastation Chen Luo had wrought, reducing him to a mere figurehead. Surely, the new magistrate, having suffered an assassination attempt, is entitled to vent his frustrations. As for your entertainment businesses, they are merely outdated industries. Losing them is of little consequence, Zhao Juming replied coolly, tossing another handful of fish food into the pond. The goldfish, sensing the bait, surged to the surface, clamoring for their share. This is an affront to the Zhao family. If word gets out, how will our subordinates dare to stand by us in the future? Zhao Jufeng retorted indignantly. His outrage stemmed not from a deep-seated concern for the family's reputation, but rather from the loss of his own enterprises. The decision to eliminate Chen Luo had been made by Zhao Juming and his associates, and he resented being the scapegoat for their actions. Do you believe that your recent surge in strength has elevated you beyond even the Dark Blade? If so, I shall gladly pass the mantle of family head to you and allow you to restore our family's honor, Zhao Juming scoffed, casting a sidelong glance at his cousin. Zhao Jufeng's expression flickered between red and pale, his anger rendering him speechless. From the day the Dark Blade was compromised, I knew we had encountered an insurmountable challenge. As the saying goes, one must face the consequences of their actions. The Zhao family sought to repay a debt to the Su family and became embroiled in their conflict. Retaliation was only to be expected. Once this magistrate's ire has subsided, we shall extend our apologies, and the matter will be resolved. As for the Zhao family's reputation, as long as I draw breath, our honor remains intact, Zhao Juming declared, emptying the remainder of the fish food into the pond before turning to walk back to the main hall. What if Chen Luo refuses to relent? Zhao Jufeng pressed, pursuing his cousin. Then we shall see if this magistrate's blade is capable of eradicating all 4 of our families in one fell swoop. Zhao Juming replied with a wry smile. Yet, before he could savor the moment, his phone vibrated insistently in his pocket. Zhao Jufeng extracted his phone and examined the recent notifications. His expression grew increasingly grave. Chapter 81. Emergency Preparedness. Zhao Juming stared at his phone for a full 5 minutes before addressing Zhao Jufeng. Call Yu Fei and Yun Fei, and instruct them to return home at once. Zhao Jufeng was taken aback, quickly inquiring, what has happened? Zhao Yufei and Zhao Yunfei were the most promising members of the Zhao family's second generation. Both in their early 20s and already possessing a cultivation level superior to that of Zhao Juming. The Zhao family had invested significant resources in their development at the Bureau of the Extraordinary. Typically, the family refrained from involving them in business matters to avoid disrupting their training. Unless, of course, the Zhao family faced a life-or-death crisis. Zhao Juming handed his phone to Zhao Jufeng. See for yourself. On October 22, 390 of the Chang calendar, the Emperor of the Chang nation issued an urgent declaration, proclaiming a state of emergency and granting the royal family complete authority over the nation's military forces. The announcement ignited a frenzy of discussion across the nation. State of emergency? Our Chang nation already possesses the most formidable military in the world. Who would dare attack us? Are the barbarian tribes uniting to test our strength? Questions arose regarding the absence of signatures from the cabinet and the silence of various government levels, prompting speculation about the royal family's intentions to act unilaterally. In the digital realm, a cacophony of opinions erupted, some claiming divine support, others suspecting a conspiracy, while many offered unthinking endorsements. However, these voices were quickly drowned out by a more significant wave of anxiety, as shortly after the Chang state of emergency was announced. The Western Empire, the Eastern Federation, the Northern Ice Plains, the Southern Union, and dozens of other nations simultaneously declared their own states of emergency. In the wake of this unprecedented development, nations announced the formation of a new world alliance, united against a common foe, codenamed the Boer Alliance. A palpable sense of dread enveloped the populace as the realization dawned that their world was at risk of annihilation. Initially, some may have suspected internal issues within the Chang nation and held on to a fragile hope that they could escape to neutral territories with their wealth. But the simultaneous declarations of emergency from so many nations suggested a dire threat looming over them all. Fear and uncertainty spread like wildfire among individuals, transcending borders, races, and time zones. They sought to voice their concerns online, but found all digital channels temporarily disabled, compelling them to venture outside and seek solace in the company of neighbors. Later, the global network systems returned to normal. At the first moment of restoration, the Boer Alliance dispatched a message to all humanity. The content read as follows: To all citizens of the Boer world, at this moment, our world is under siege by an incursion from an extraterrestrial civilization. They consider themselves players, viewing all of us as emotionless and thoughtless NPCs, slaughtering and ridiculing us at will. This invasion began over a century ago. Thanks to the relentless efforts of our ancestors, the nations of the world have begun to understand the extraordinary powers of these invaders and have established organizations to maintain order. However, due to unforeseen circumstances, the number of invaders entering our realm is increasing. To protect our world and restore the order we cherish, we hereby call upon 1. All citizens to actively participate in the extraordinary awakening operations organized by their respective governments to enhance our world's extraordinary capabilities. 2. Those yet to awaken are urged to relocate to towns and villages, where communities can gather for safety. Nations have constructed protective rune arrays at the township level to safeguard the lives of the populace. If not absolutely necessary, please refrain from venturing into the wilderness. Awakened individuals of the 3rd tier and above are requested to report to the nearest town to bolster the protective formation. When Chen Luo came across this notification, he had yet to depart from Qinglong town. After perusing its contents, his immediate instinct was to seize his phone and call his parents, who resided far in the countryside. Mom and Dad, please follow the instructions in the notification. Do not stray far from the town, and temporarily cease your farm work. I will transfer 50,000 yuan shortly for you to stockpile some provisions at home. Lower, what on earth has transpired? Are you safe there? The voice on the line was his mother, Zhang Ailan, exuding her habitual warmth. Everything is fine on my end. Please heed my words, and refrain from taking any rash actions. Once the situation stabilizes here, I will bring you over. Chen Luo reassured her. Rest assured, your mother and I possess enough discernment. Do not fret too much about us. You must look after yourself as well. His father, Chen Zhantian interjected. By the way, should we participate in the extraordinary awakening? Absolutely not. Under no circumstances should you allow yourselves to be persuaded to attend, Chen Luo replied with unwavering resolve. The process of extraordinary awakening is fraught with suffering, and the likelihood of failure is significant. The arduousness of this endeavor can be evidenced by the state in which Zhou Yin awakened. He wished to spare his parents from such peril. Of course, he refrained from divulging the entire rationale to them, as it was not entirely in alignment with noble principles. Understood, his father, Chen Zhantian, responded, seemingly grasping the underlying implications of Chen Luo's words. After concluding the call with his parents, Chen Luo made his second call to Captain Lei Pingbo, hoping to procure more pertinent information. Regrettably, the captain's line remained perpetually engaged, rendering him unable to connect. Thus, he diverted his attention to contact Yin Xian. The young woman's phone connected immediately. Upon her answering, Chen Luo promptly inquired, Xian, what exactly has transpired? Why have we suddenly entered a state of emergency preparedness? In the past 4 days, the Anomaly Bureau has received a staggering 4,000 reports, encompassing murder, genocide, personal harm, and various heinous crimes, all linked to extraterrestrial beings, the girl replied, her voice brimming with disdain and fury towards the players. Such a multitude. Chen Luo initially expressed astonishment, only to soon realize something was amiss. Wait, reports? Aren't ordinary people unable to see the extraterrestrial beings? The rules have changed. Now everyone can perceive them, making it impossible to conceal the truth. We must unite to expel and eradicate these morally corrupt entities, the girl sighed. Then, as if struck by a thought, she reminded Chen Luo once more, you must secure the defensive position. That rune array will aid in the cultivation of awakeners. The defensive position will be intrinsically linked to the rune array. Chapter 82. The humanitarian luck array. Does the defensive position possess such significance? After listening to Yin Xian's words, Chen Luo asked in surprise, I thought it was merely a position, not much different from that of a counselor or a director. Before the activation of the rune formation, that was indeed the case, but once it is activated, it transforms entirely. The rune formation, during its construction, drew inspiration from the mythical concept of human fortune, which intertwines with the nation's strength. It possesses the capability to repel foreign invasions from the outside, while simultaneously nurturing and empowering the practitioners within. Each town's actual administrator, as well as those who hold the people's favor, are entitled to refine this human fortune for their own benefit. Therefore, Chen Luo, you must never relinquish this position. Yin Xian repeatedly urged. Thank you. Chen Luo felt a warmth in his heart and smiled in response to Yin Xian. I shall forever cherish your advice, Miss Xian, and it shall not escape my mind for even a day and a night. Such confidences, if shared with ordinary friends, would undoubtedly remain unspoken. Why do I suddenly feel as if you're speaking in such a flowery manner? Yin Xian fell silent for a moment before pouting. Where did you learn such cheesy lines? Are you greased? Chen Luo, however, was oblivious to this notion, for these were his heartfelt words. Suddenly, her pedantic critique felt rather slick. Yin Xian first nodded emphatically, then, with a playful murmur, added, Mr. Chen, a man of the 60s, and the youthful Miss Yin of the 70s must now prepare to gather their energies for promotion. Farewell. Chen Luo ceased to disturb Yin Xian, disconnecting the call as he braced himself for the impending state of emergency. However, at that moment, the captain's avatar, a stark gray wild bear, suddenly appeared. Upon clicking on it, he discovered a notification that had been forwarded to him. The announcement, issued by the Anomalous Bureau, was succinct yet profoundly impactful. It stated that henceforth, any awakened individual who had slain monsters of the Gathering Chi realm or higher, or any extraterrestrial beings, as well as those who ranked on the yellow list, whether full-time or part-time, could apply to serve as guardians. The responsibilities of a guardian included maintaining the peace of a town, necessitating compliance with the Anomalous Bureau's directives to eliminate all law-breaking extraterrestrial beings. Guardians were permitted to recruit other awakened individuals to form teams for the purpose of exterminating these law-violating entities, but the total number of team members could not exceed 10, with all expenses borne by the guardians themselves. For teams engaged in the extermination of extraterrestrial beings, 70 of the spoils would be managed independently by the team. It appeared that the situation had indeed become quite dire. After Chen Luo finished reading the announcement, his expression became particularly grave. Throughout history, both power and renown have been inextricably linked to the individual. This announcement essentially permits formidable awakeners to establish their domains in a semi-public manner. Had the situation not deteriorated to such an extent, the royal family in the Bureau of the Supernatural would likely not have issued such a proclamation. Historically, dynasties that implemented similar policies invariably descended into a state of warlord fragmentation, with numerous feudal lords vying for power in the later stages. Chen Luo acknowledged with a brief response and then stowed away his phone. Just as he placed the device down, a crisp knock echoed from the door. Moments later, Long He entered, striding swiftly to his side. "Sir, an unusually dressed individual has arrived in town." The announcement from the Boer world was public, prompting Long He and his companions to heighten their vigilance upon its revelation. Consequently, upon noticing suspicious individuals entering the town, they promptly reported to Chen Luo. "I shall investigate." Chen Luo pushed open the door and entered the courtyard of the police headquarters. With a graceful leap, he soared like a cloud swan, gently landing atop the building. Long He stood in the courtyard, his eyes reflecting a sense of envy. Such extraordinary agility was a gift he had longed for in his childhood dreams. However, as he matured and stepped into the world, he came to realize that martial arts novels were merely fanciful tales for adults, leading him to extinguish that aspiration. Yet, he could never have imagined that this world indeed harbored extraordinary powers. Chen Luo disregarded Long He's gaze, having no time to ponder the other's thoughts. Standing atop the building, he surveyed his surroundings and soon spotted the peculiar figure Long He had mentioned. It was a woman, clad in an emerald green robe. Her lustrous black hair elegantly coiled atop her head, adorned with an ice crystal hairpin. Her skin was porcelain white, her lips thin, and her meticulously shaped eyebrows resembled delicate willow leaves, fine and subtle. In her hand, she held a violet compass, diligently searching for something as she followed the needle's direction. After locking onto her target, Chen Luo stepped forward and, utilizing the surrounding structures for propulsion, leapt gracefully several times, landing with the agility of a monkey before the woman. "You guard Qinglong Town, do you?" "I am Yang Ziwei from the 5th Bureau of the Extraordinary Affairs Agency. Here on the orders of the director to activate the protective Great Formation of Qinglong Town." The woman sensed someone rapidly approaching and promptly halted her activities. Turning to introduce herself, Yang Ziwei spoke slowly, her voice soft and delicate, resembling someone just recovering from a serious illness, as if a mere breeze could topple her. Chen Luo glanced at the D above the other's head, noting that Yang Ziwei was at the 5th level of Qi gathering, with a stamina of 4,548. The hue was white rather than gold, indicating she was not a player. "I apologize. I mistook you for an intruder from beyond." Chen Luo concealed his aura and bowed slightly to Yang Ziwei. "It is of no concern. I am merely fulfilling my duties," replied Yang Ziwei, her pallid cheeks lifting slightly as she continued. "I must return to my work and cannot converse further. I hope you understand. Miss Yang, please feel free to reach out if you require any assistance. I am always available to help." Chen Luo handed over a business card and then leapt once more, returning to the heights of the surrounding skyscrapers. He did not venture far. Instead, he stood aloft, observing Yang Ziwei. On one hand, he was there to safeguard her, while on the other, he sought to unravel the mysteries of this humanistic fortune array. Clutching a compass, Yang Ziwei moved through the town with an enigmatic grace. Whenever she paused, she would deftly gesture with her hands, invoking some unknown power and channeling it into the very earth of Qinglong Town. Talismans? Chen Luo meticulously etched the path traversed by Yang Ziwei into his memory, only to discover that the traces left behind were ancient seal characters, reminiscent of the Diyin Cloud seal script he had been studying recently. This, however, did not imply that the human fortune array hidden beneath Qinglong Town was indeed the Cloud Seal. Rather, it suggested that they might share a common origin. Consequently, Chen Luo used his finger as a brush, continuously sketching the seal characters that Yang Ziwei had just walked past in the void. Mastery of the Diyin Cloud Seal at a profound level allows one to transcend the constraints of paper and ink, conjuring talismans solely through exotic energies. Yet, at this moment, Chen Luo had not yet achieved such prowess. He could only endeavor to comprehend the profound meanings encapsulated within those ancient characters of the human fortune array. Nevertheless, his efforts bore significant fruit. Not only did he gain a deeper understanding of the Diyin Cloud Seal, but he also acquired nearly 2,000 experience points, nearly equivalent to the weight of a substantial battle. Chapter 83, Slaying the Outsider. Just as Chen Luo's mind was wholly absorbed in deciphering the ancient seal characters, the voice of Yang Ziwei resonated from below. It was evident that she had long sensed Chen Luo's unwavering presence by her side. Chen Luo glanced at the time, realizing that an entire hour had silently slipped away. He composed himself and leaped from the towering edifice, nodding at Yang Ziwei. Miss Yang. Yang Ziwei handed Chen Luo a beautiful jade piece resembling a seal. This is the formation seal of Qinglong Town. Following the directives of my superiors, I am now entrusted with its delivery to you. Infuse it with a thread of your spiritual energy, and I shall assist you in activating the formation. Chen Luo took the jade seal and immediately followed Yang Ziwei's instructions, forming a sword gesture with his hand and infusing it with his mental energy. Observing this, Yang Ziwei intertwined her fingers, closed her eyes tightly, and began to softly chant an incantation. In a short while, Chen Luo felt as if the jade seal in his grasp had transformed into a ferocious tiger poised to pounce. The formation was complete, and with this array's enhancement, traversing 3 to 5 minor realms to vanquish foes within the territory of Qinglong Town would pose no challenge. The formation is now established. Yang Ziwei spoke in a gentle tone. However, her complexion had grown even paler than before, clearly indicating that activating this formation had drained her considerable mental energy. Miss Yang, have you had a meal? Chen Luo inquired, noticing her waning complexion. I can have someone prepare dinner. You might take this opportunity to catch your breath. Thank you for your kind offer, Guardian Chen, Yang Ziwei replied, shaking her head in refusal. Unfortunately, time is too pressing. My fellow disciples at the 5 locations are all occupied, and I truly cannot spare any time. Chen Luo was not angry. After all, he was merely being courteous. He clasped his hands and said to Yang Ziwei, "Then I shall not disturb you." As soon as his words fell, a black helicopter soared across the distant sky like a colossal eagle. The whirring of the rotor blades sent debris on the ground swaying to and fro. I'll take my leave now. Yang Ziwei waved at Chen Luo and then made her way toward the helicopter, swiftly departing. Chen Luo withdrew his gaze, clutching the jade seal, as he absorbed the immense power of the fortune array while contemplating the profound meanings of several ancient characters. The storm clouds gathered ominously, heralding perilous paths ahead. He understood that only by continuously fortifying himself could he hope to navigate this tumultuous era with greater resilience. As dusk fell upon Qinglong Town, in the countryside, 3 men clad in work pants emerged from a riverside farmhouse. Behind them stood a fair-skinned young woman, leaning against the wall. Her attire was disheveled, and beneath the fluttering hem of her garment, her once delicate skin bore the marks of bruises in shades of blue and purple. Tears streamed down her face as she held a bloodied head, that of her husband. You beasts! You cursed beasts! I curse all of you and your kin to perish. Even as a ghost, I shall not spare you. The woman gritted her teeth, her gaze rife with venomous resentment, determined to engrave their faces into her memory. Just an hour prior, these men had invaded her home, abducting both her and her husband. In a desperate bid to protect him, she had submitted herself to their whims before his very eyes, believing that once they had vented their malice, they would release her. To her horror, after violating her, they had mercilessly tortured her husband to death before presenting his severed head to her. These men possessed extraordinary powers, leaving her powerless against them. Her only recourse to hurl curses. Fear not, I shall reunite you with your husband. The leader of the men scoffed at her curses. With a mere gesture, he summoned icy blue light that swiftly enveloped her feet. Within a heartbeat, she found herself encased in a block of ice. Just as the cultivator raised his hand to shatter the ice, a streak of light shot in from a distance. Trouble! It's a flying sword. The cultivator sensed the intense sword intent within the light and instinctively reached for a talisman to retreat to his sect. However, he had gravely underestimated the speed of the flying sword. Before he could retrieve the talisman, it had already severed his head. Run! We must flee. It's the official NC of this world. The other 2 cultivators, witnessing the scene in horror, immediately scattered. Yet, it was too late. The flying sword, having dispatched the first cultivator, swiftly changed direction and pursued the remaining 2. In the blink of an eye, both were pierced through the chest by the sword, their lifeless bodies collapsing into the underbrush. After claiming the lives of 3, the flying sword returned to the hands of a young man with strikingly defined brows indeed. It was Chen Luo. Chen Luo took out a piece of cotton cloth and wiped the bloodstains from the alloy flying sword. He then employed the power of the 7th control technique to refine the foreign energy tainting the cloth, preventing any potential contamination from spreading. Sir, this woman is still breathing. As Chen Luo stowed the flying sword back into his satchel, Zhang Dachuan and Su Long, clad in protective gear, promptly examined the person on the ground. To their astonishment, they discovered that the woman exhibited faint signs of life and hurriedly reported this to Chen Luo. Chen Luo stepped forward, channeling the Wuxiang Heart Sutra to assist the woman in regulating her breath for a brief moment. allowing her to regain some composure. Zhang Dachuan, call for an ambulance. Zhou Yin, you and Su Long go examine the bodies of the 3 extraterrestrial visitors. After giving his instructions, Chen Luo swiftly entered the room. His gaze swept across the interior, and he quickly spotted the male head of the household in the living room. The man's dismembered body lay scattered in various corners of the room. Those soulless brutes not only took the life of that unfortunate man, but also used his remains as a grotesque plaything for their amusement. Chen Luo stood in the room, silent, yet his grip on the sword tightened with increasing intensity. Although he had rushed to this village the moment he detected the presence of the 3 players, he arrived a moment too late. Stepping out of the room, he found that the ambulance had already arrived at the scene, whisking away the unfortunate woman to the hospital. As Su Long saw Chen Luo emerge, he promptly approached to report, "Sir, all items dropped by the 3 extraterrestrial visitors are here." He placed a black handbag before Chen Luo, revealing a multitude of glimmering fragments within. This corroborated the findings from their previous interrogations. Upon death, the belongings from the extraterrestrial storage would randomly disperse. 2 days prior, Chen Luo had successfully captured 3 players at the 9th level of the Nourishing Realm. After incapacitating them, he entrusted their interrogation to Su Long. Su Long did not disappoint him. Indeed, he extracted useful information from the trio. For instance, items drop upon death, and the Return City Talisman is generated automatically, requiring a 24-hour wait for retrieval after use. Such insights were unknown even to Chen Luo, who had ventured into the Dao Court world himself, yet Su Long managed to procure them through interrogation techniques. Chapter 84. Killing is akin to visiting a club. Much like the previous individuals, these 3 offenders were ordinary workers from the Dao Court world. According to the confessions of the 3 culprits, they were affiliated with an organization known as Chao Shang. Su Long, comparing his interrogation notes with the blue uniforms on the 3 corpses, continued to brief Chen Luo. These scoundrels, unable to make a name for themselves in their own world, have the audacity to wreak havoc in the Daching world. It is truly perverse. Zhang Dachuan, standing nearby, clenched his fists, muttering a curse under his breath. Chen Luo remained silent, yet his mind was preoccupied with the name Chao Shang. It struck him as somewhat familiar. After a brief moment, he recollected that during his last visit to the Dao Court, he had encountered an organization in District 43 that was recruiting cultivators of the Qi-gathering realm and above to serve as flying shuttle drivers. And that organization was none other than Chao Shang. He recalled that Chao Shang was a commercial entity within the Dao Court, akin to a ride-hailing service in the real world. Chen Luo nodded thoughtfully and then raised an eyebrow, stating, "Are you implying that the recent spate of malevolent incidents is simply the result of drivers heading to a club after their shifts?" While this analogy might seem somewhat unethical, it was nonetheless quite accurate. Su Long nodded in agreement and sighed deeply. This was precisely the crux of the issue. There are many individuals at the bottom rungs of that world. We have all emerged from similar circumstances and understand the immense pressure they endure. With the sudden emergence of a pressure relief outlet like the Qing, all the malice that had been suppressed would inevitably be unleashed. Then we must take action. Zhang Dachuan declared vehemently. We need to ensure that they understand the consequences of breaking the law into Qing. They must feel the repercussions, which will deter them from causing further chaos here. Chen Luo remained noncommittal. He approached the tote bag and sifted through the items dropped by the 3 players. These individuals were rather ordinary workers within the Taoist realm, and thus their storage boxes contained little of value. Chen Luo selected 2 golden Dao Yuan crystals, each worth 100 Dao Yuan. Besides serving as the legal tender of the Taoist world, Dao Yuan crystals are also an exceptionally pure resource for cultivation. These 2 crystals are at least as potent as mid-tier spiritual artifacts. I shall take these 2 items, and you may choose 2 items suitable for cultivation from the remaining contents. The rest will be handed over to Long He for conversion into funds. A portion will serve as your task bonus, while the remainder will be allocated for the procurement of firearms and ammunition. After Chen Luo took the Dao Yuan crystal, he pushed the bag in front of Zhou Yan. Eliminating players, thwarting invasions, and safeguarding the town was not a task he could accomplish alone. He required a professional team to coordinate with him. Although he could currently mobilize the entire police department's security personnel for his needs, these officers were merely ordinary individuals. They could handle players below the 5th level of the body cultivation stage, but facing those of higher levels would only result in their demise. At that moment, the only awakener he could command was Zhou Yan, which made him eager for her to grow in strength. Zhou Yan rummaged through the bag and her gaze fell upon a thin booklet. The booklet was titled Xuanji Finger Techniques. Upon opening it, she discovered it contained a method of finger techniques that, when mastered to the highest realm, could channel pure energy to strike at a distance and kill by pressure points. "I will choose these two," she declared, retrieving the manual along with 2 Dao Yuan crystals worth 10 each. Currently, she possessed only a form of internal cultivation known as the 4-9 training method, which the police department employed to identify outstanding internal talents. This method could be practiced regardless of whether one had awakened and, when perfected, would grant one the strength equivalent to the 5th level of body cultivation. While it was a formidable technique for ordinary people, it was rather ineffective for awakeners. Thus, Zhou Yin was fervently seeking a cultivation method suited for awakeners. "That is acceptable." Chen Luo nodded at Zhou Yin. After neatly organizing his package, he stood beneath the willow tree beside the farm, simultaneously cultivating his techniques while awaiting the arrival of the ambulance and assistance from the Supernatural Affairs Bureau. However, scarcely had he closed his eyes for 5 minutes when an exceptionally violent surge of energy rippled from directly ahead. He opened his eyes to behold a blazing inferno igniting in the southwestern direction, illuminating the sky as if it were midday. "Prepare for battle." Chen Luo grasped the flying sword in one hand while clutching the seal of human fate and fortune in the other. He sensed that at least 2 groups were engaged in combat approximately 1 kilometer ahead in the thicket, uncertain of whether the combatants were foes or allies. He resolutely entered a state of readiness for battle. Zhang Dachuan and Su Long, alerted by the sounds, promptly disengaged their rifle safeties, sought cover, and prepared to fire at a moment's notice. Meanwhile, Zhou Yin, armed with a dagger, concealed herself behind a tree, poised for a potential ambush from the side. Just as the 4 had settled into their positions, Chen Luo suddenly noticed that one of the combatants had abruptly vanished from his perception. Before he could fully comprehend the situation, a notification from the system resonated in his mind. Zhao Yufei, 2nd layer of Gathering Qi, non-player character. Eliminated the rogue Li Yunxiao, 3rd layer of Gathering Qi, at Qingshan Town, ascending to the 1,405th position on the yellow list. Mo Yun, 2nd layer of Gathering Qi. Non-player character, eliminated the rogue at Qingshan Town, ascending to the 1,407th position on the yellow list. Qingshan Town lies adjacent to Qinglong Town, and the location of Chen Luo and his companions coincides precisely with the border of the 2 towns. The system's notification suggested that the energy fluctuations Chen Luo had sensed were the residual effects of the battle between Zhao Yufei, Mo Yun, and the 2 rogues. Despite gaining insight into the cause of the nearby conflict, Chen Luo remained vigilant. He continued to focus intently on the direction ahead until a formidable black SUV emerged from the jungle with a low rumble. The vehicle halted before Chen Luo and his companions, and 3 figures disembarked, 2 men and 1 woman. The leading man, standing just over 6 feet tall, possessed striking features with sharp brows and bright eyes, exuding an air of striking handsomeness. The woman beside him matched his height, her powerful legs encased in gray over-the-knee suede boots, presenting a remarkably dashing appearance. Chen Luo cast a glance at the 3 individuals before him, whose titles were as follows: Zhao Yufei, 2nd layer of Qi Gathering, Stamina, 2930. Mo Yun, 2nd layer of Qi Gathering, Stamina, 2729. Zhao Yunfei, 1st layer of Qi Gathering, Stamina, 2022. These were none other than Zhao Yufei and his companions, who had just vanquished 2 malevolent outsiders. "I am Zhao Yufei of the Zhao family," he declared. "I presume you are the current guardian of Qinglong Town, Chen Luo? Just moments ago, 2 ruffians committed foul deeds outside the town. We happened upon them and eliminated the threat. Their remains exhibit a significant degree of contamination. I kindly request your assistance in their disposal." Zhao Yufei greeted Chen Luo with a respectful gesture, then exchanged a knowing glance with his younger brother, Zhao Yunfei. Zhao Yunfei promptly understood and opened the trunk of the off-road vehicle, retrieving 2 bodies encased in specialized body bags. With a casual toss, he disposed of the 2 corpses next to the 3 outsiders that Chen Luo had just slain. Dust billowed and chaos ensued, shrouding the area in a thick haze. Chapter 85. The Zhao brothers. Zhao Yunfei's actions were far from courteous. After dispersing the dust, Zhang Dachuan, infuriated, exclaimed, "What the hell do you mean by this, Zhao?" Zhao Yunfei shot a frigid glance at Zhang Dachuan, his form suddenly vanishing from sight. In the next moment, he reappeared before Zhang Dachuan, raising his fist like a cannonball, aimed squarely at his opponent's chest. Though he did not target a vital area, with his strength at the 1st layer of Qi Gathering, such a blow would certainly render Zhang Dachuan incapacitated for life, if not fatal. However, just as Zhao Yunfei's fist was about to connect with Zhang Dachuan's chest, a long hand firmly grasped his wrist. Zhao Yunfei struggled in vain, realizing that Chen Luo's grip was like an iron vice, immovable no matter how he strained. He was taken aback, thinking, is Master Zhao's strike not excessively ruthless? Chen Luo seized Zhao Yunfei's wrist and, with a forceful push, sent the latter staggering several steps backward. Had Zhao Yunfei not intervened in time to steady his brother's body, it is likely that Zhao Yunfei would have fallen to the ground as a result of Chen Luo's thrust. This newly appointed guardian possessed remarkable strength. It is no wonder he has ascended the yellow list. After steadying his younger brother, Zhao Yunfei contemplated quietly. He was acutely aware of his brother's capabilities. Even an ordinary practitioner at the second level of Qi gathering might struggle to withstand a single heavy blow from their opponent. Yet, Chen Luo effortlessly neutralized the attack and countered with finesse. My brother can be somewhat impulsive. I hope the esteemed guardian will show understanding. I humbly apologize on his behalf. Zhao Yunfei clasped his hands together and sincerely bowed to Chen Luo. Chen Luo was taken aback by Zhao Yunfei's unexpectedly sincere demeanor, leaving him momentarily at a loss for words to continue his outburst. He withdrew his hand and offered a faint smile, remarking, "Indeed, children require more guidance." Upon hearing this, Zhao Yunfei was consumed with rage, but was restrained by his elder brother. As they returned home today, they still needed to pay respects to their elders and thus refrained from further engaging with the town's guardian, bidding farewell instead. After exchanging respectful gestures with Chen Luo, they departed for Qinglong town. My lord, those three individuals are distinguished juniors sent by the Zhao and Mo families to study in the capital. They seldom return to Qinglong town. Their return at this time may indicate ill intentions, and you should exercise caution, Su Long promptly advised Chen Luo after their departure. After Chen Luo's recent raid on the Zhao family's assets, he had inevitably incurred their wrath. Consequently, all information pertaining to the Zhao family had been meticulously etched into Su Long's memory. When faced with challenges, one must respond with resolve. Chen Luo replied with a smile. Once the personnel from the Supernatural Bureau had removed the 5 corpses of the extraterrestrial visitors, Chen Luo promptly returned to the town with his companions. In the town, Long He and Guqin were leading a contingent of 50 officers from the Public Security Bureau, encompassing both the security and criminal divisions, to maintain order. Recently, a series of rampant incidents involving players had incited considerable panic among the populace. Following the establishment of the Humanitarian Auspice Formation in Qinglong Town, villagers from the surrounding areas had flocked to the town in droves. Qinglong Town spans an area of 80 square kilometers. While the range of the humanitarian formation can only encompass a radius of 5 kilometers, safeguarding merely 1/3 of the area, should they remain outside the town's urban center, the villagers would inevitably face a fate akin to that of the unfortunate family from earlier that evening. With nearly 20,000 villagers pouring in, the town lacked sufficient accommodations to house them all. Chen Luo had no choice but to instruct Long He and his team to seek out locations for setting up tents to provide shelter for the villagers. Naturally, the limited manpower of the Public Security Bureau was inadequate, prompting Chen Luo to issue a special order to recruit volunteers from the town to assist Long He and Guqin. Amidst the crowd, Chen Luo spotted 2 familiar figures. Huang Er was pushing a cart, distributing food to the refugees, while Huang Feifei, clad in a floral dress, followed behind, collecting payments via a QR code. The Public Security Bureau lacked the capacity for large-scale rescue operations. Thus, the provision of essential supplies relied heavily on the local merchants of Qinglong Town. However, catering to the needs of 20,000 people represented a substantial expense, and it was impractical to expect all merchants to donate their goods for free. Therefore, Chen Luo permitted the merchants to sell products to the refugees, strictly forbidding any price gouging. Upon noticing Chen Luo and his companions entering the town, Huang Er immediately approached with his cart, offering a steaming basket of buns. "Esteemed gentlemen, you have worked tirelessly. Please, partake in some food to replenish your strength." Chen Luo handed the steamed buns to Zhou Yan, while Zhang Dachuan and a few others passed them along, then scanned the code to make the payment to Huang Er. Chen Zhenshu now holds a position of great authority and is certainly not lacking in funds. This simply will not do. Huang Er promptly covered the QR code, declining the offer. Chen Luo disregarded the other's obstruction and proceeded to make the payment. He cast a glance at the pricing on Huang Erxiao's card and noticed that the price of the buns was 0.5 yuan lower than usual. He inquired, "Are you not afraid of incurring losses by setting your prices so low?" Other vendors were selling at the original price, and if not for Chen Luo's insistence, they would likely have raised their prices significantly. However, Huan Er had a completely different perspective. We are all fellow villagers, and with so many people seeking refuge here, everyone is struggling. If we lower the prices a bit, it allows more people to enjoy a meal. It's not a loss, just a smaller profit. Huang Er replied with a cheerful smile. Chen Luo nodded and inquired further. Is it still possible to purchase flour at present? With your presence, those unscrupulous merchants dare not act recklessly. However, I have consulted with the storage company, and it appears that the supply of flour may only last until next month. The storage company is currently recruiting awakened individuals to escort shipments, and by that time, it is likely that the price of flour will increase. Huang Er sighed in response. Among the practitioners of the Dao court, aside from committing acts of violence and dishonoring women, the most prevalent activity is the rampant plundering of resources from this realm. Although nations such as Qinghua have dispatched awakened individuals to maintain order, their efforts are but a drop in the ocean. Chen Luo's expression was somewhat grave. The refugees who had fled to the town had taken with them all their savings upon leaving their homes. These savings were sufficient for his family to live in the town for 6 months, provided that the prices of essential supplies remained stable. However, should the prices of food staples such as flour increase, it would trigger a series of chain reactions. The most dire outcome would be a grim echo from history. In times of great famine, people resort to cannibalism. Upon contemplating this, Chen Luo immediately summoned Wang Yang. In the coming days, ascertain all unused lands within the urban area and arrange for cultivation to commence, primarily focusing on potatoes, supplemented by some vegetables. To ensure the town's basic food supply remains secure, he instructed Wang Yang. Zhang Dachuan and Su Long were preoccupied with eliminating invading players, while Long He and Guchun were tasked with maintaining public order within the town. At this moment, his available personnel were limited, and he could only entrust this matter to Wang Yang, the first to pledge allegiance to him. Sir, those lands are owned by someone. I am concerned it may exacerbate tensions, Wang Yang cautiously reminded him. Qinglong Town is a highly urbanized settlement, and the surrounding idle lands had all been sold off in earlier years. Although many areas lay abandoned, they were not without owners. Chen Luo's ambition to convert unused land into cultivated fields was tantamount to declaring war against the local gentry. Chapter 86. The Zhao family's invitation. Wang Yang's underlying implication was readily grasped by Chen Luo, yet he resolutely declared, the relief of the commoners is a matter of state. Inform them that the land is merely being temporarily restored for cultivation. Once the urgent war preparations conclude or the townsfolk receive new accommodations, it shall be returned to them. Should they be willing to cooperate, I shall certainly award them the title of good citizen. But if they refuse, let them come and test the sharpness of my flying sword. Chen Luo let out a chuckle. He then addressed Long He and Gu Chun. You shall assist Secretary Wang in his endeavors. Should any unrest arise, suppress it without hesitation. Should any issues emerge, I shall bear the responsibility. Finally, he cast a fleeting glance at Wang Yang. Do you have any remaining difficulties that require resolution? Wang Yang shivered involuntarily, suddenly recalling that this youth had single-handedly eradicated an entire gang, with countless lives lost at his hands. No, I shall attend to it immediately. He hastened to reply. The initiative to restore fallow land to cultivation progressed remarkably smoothly, although some voiced dissent against Chen Luo's actions during this process. None dared to oppose him after he ruthlessly eliminated a few gang members who attempted to exploit the situation. Naturally, there were individuals who sought to report this matter to higher authorities, attempting to undermine Chen Luo through political maneuvering. However, the messages sent out ultimately fell into oblivion, as the cabinet remained unresponsive, while the royal family and the Bureau of the Supernatural chose to tacitly approve of Chen Luo's actions. This made it abundantly clear to all that the new commander held a sword that was exceedingly sharp. Following this incident, Qinglong Town gradually embarked on the path of agricultural revival. While the residents still faced considerable hardship, at least the food crisis had abated. As everything began to awaken from its slumber, two significant occurrences quietly unfolded before Chen Luo. The first was the formal engagement between Lieutenant Mo Er, leader of the Valen Party, and Zhao Xingyu of the Zhao family, uniting the two families in matrimony. This news astonished the officers of the Public Security Bureau, as the Valen Party and the Zhao family had experienced frequent minor disputes over interests in the past decade. Who could have anticipated their sudden union? This development compelled Chen Luo and others to reassess the relationships among the four major factions in Qinglong Town. The second event transpired 3 days after the Valen Party and Zhao family had joined in matrimony. On that morning, the somewhat semi-retired head of the Public Security Bureau, Zhang Qing presented Chen Luo with an invitation. November 3rd, at Wangjong Tower. I request your esteemed presence. Signed, Zhao Juming. After perusing the invitation, Chen Luo let out a chuckle and subsequently passed it to Zhang Dachuan and others for their perusal. My lord, this is undoubtedly a trap akin to the feast at Hong Inn. Do not be deceived. Zhang Dachuan urged vehemently, simultaneously directing a fierce rebuke at Zhang Qing. You treacherous and cunning old turtle, what are you doing here as an envoy for those bandits? What are your true intentions? Zhang Cheng hastily clarified, eager to dispel any notion that Chen Luo might harbor the belief that he was the instigator of this affair. Chen Luo Cheng waved his hand at Zhang Dachuan and said, in Qilong Town, they will not stir up much trouble for the time being. I will go meet them. I will have a team waiting for you outside Wanjiang Tower, and should anything arise, I will rush in immediately. Zhang Dachuan replied, you bloodthirsty warrior, this is a banquet, not a slaughter. Chen Luo Cheng teased with a smile. Then I shall accompany you. At that moment, Zhou Yin spoke up, her red lips parting as her gaze exuded unwavering resolve. Chen Luo glanced at her and inquired, how is your cultivation progressing? I have made some progress. The Xuanji finger technique has yielded certain results, and I have reached the second level of the nourishing body realm, Zhou Yin replied. That's good. Chen Luo nodded in acknowledgement. Wangjong Tower is not merely the name of a restaurant. It stands as a prominent pavilion on the Qin family's ancestral grounds, deriving its name from its proximity to the Qinglong River. I had always believed that only the wealthy could afford to reside in standalone villas, which I considered to be lavish. However, upon witnessing the Zhao family's estate today, I realized how limited my perspective had been. Chen Luoxing strolled through the garden, a quintessential embodiment of the Jiangnan Watertown aesthetic, and let out a deep sigh. He never imagined that this palace-like estate belonged to the Zhao family. Could your family have ever afforded such a residence? He inquired, turning to his companion, Zhou Yin. In the brief span of his life, the wealthiest individuals he had encountered were the Zhou father-daughter duo, with the exception of Yin Xian. He was aware that the Yin family wielded considerable influence, yet the specifics of their power eluded him. To construct such an edifice in the economic heart of the eastern capital required more than mere affluence. Zhou Yan's clear, luminous eyes scanned the various scenes of the garden as she spoke softly. For this banquet, she had adorned herself with great care. Her lustrous black hair was elegantly styled in an updo, secured with a jade hairpin carved into the shape of a magnolia blossom, its translucent beauty complementing her porcelain-like neck. Beneath her delicate neck, she wore a beige embroidered Han robe, paired with a skirt of vibrant green adorned with bamboo motifs. Underneath, she donned gossamer flesh-colored stockings, and on her feet, she sported a pair of 5-centimeter high silver heels. The fusion of classical and modern elements rendered her both demure and undeniably alluring. Indeed, Chen Luo nodded slightly, signifying her agreement. After walking for several minutes, the two finally beheld the 6-story Wangjong Tower, which offered a panoramic view of the entire Qinglong River. At the entrance of Wangjong Tower, Zhao Jiweming and the leaders of the other 3 families stood resolutely against the wind. Chen Luo was meeting Zhao Jiweming for the first time, his gaze sweeping over the other man. Zhao Jiweming, Qi Gathering Level 1, with a physical strength of 2,223, was indeed the awakened individual he had anticipated, just as the leaders of the Valen faction and other gangs were as well. It was truly an honor for Chen to have such a distinguished guest grace his humble abode amidst his busy schedule. Upon seeing Chen Luo, Zhao Jiweming immediately broke into a smile and approached him, as if they were old friends reuniting after many years. He grasped Chen Luo's hand warmly, exchanging pleasantries. As they conversed, Zhao led Chen Luo into the interior of Wanjiang Tower, taking the elevator to the top floor. The view from the highest level was breathtaking, offering a panoramic vista of the river below. However, it was a pity that the once bustling Qinglong River now appeared devoid of any ferries. If this is your humble abode, then my residence must surely be akin to a doghouse, Chen thought. Chen Luo cast a glance at the loft, adorned with railings intricately carved from Wangwali wood, and replied with a faint smile. As the saying goes, a mountain is not high, but if there is a deity, it is renowned. Water is not deep, but if there is a dragon, it is spirited. Material possessions are secondary. What truly matters is who resides within. With the grace of a guardian, even a humble abode transforms into a place of virtue and fragrance. Zhao Jiweming, undeterred by the subtle sarcasm embedded in Chen Luo's words, let out a hearty laugh, simultaneously lavishing praise upon him. However, Chen Luo had not come to indulge in flattery. He chuckled softly and stated directly, Mr. Zhao, please express your intentions plainly. His gaze remained fixed on Zhao Jiweming, unwavering and intense. Chapter 87. The gift Zhao Jueming felt somewhat uncomfortable under Chen Luo's penetrating stare. Nevertheless, he swiftly suppressed his unease and addressed Chen Luo, saying, "On behalf of the Zhao family, I extend my sincerest apologies. The matter concerning Xiongwen was not our intention. In my youth, I owed a favor to the Su family, and they have now come seeking my assistance, compelling me to comply." He then presented a briefcase, stating, "Here is 5 million in cash. I understand this cannot fully compensate you, but I hope you will graciously accept it." With a clap of his hands, 2 robust bodyguards approached, carrying 2 suitcases. They placed the cases on the ground and unzipped them, revealing freshly minted banknotes that shimmered with a golden luster, blinding to the eyes. Chen Luo did not anticipate that the Zhao family would sell Su Weicheng with such decisiveness. He cast a glance at the money in the suitcase, leaning back slightly, and remarked with a smile, "They say that being an official leads to wealth. Indeed, the ancients do not deceive me. I have just assumed my post. And already fortune comes knocking. 5 million. If he were to claim that he was not tempted, it would be a blatant falsehood." His total liquid assets amounted to merely 1 million, the majority of which had been extracted from Xiongwan. However, he had no intention of accepting this sum. His mistrust of Zhao Jueming ran deep. What if, upon receiving the money, he found himself reported to the authorities? While he did not habitually assume the worst of others, prudence was occasionally warranted, especially given the blatant manner in which the gift was presented, which raised his suspicions. "Mr. Zhao, I find your words somewhat perplexing. We have already thoroughly investigated the matter concerning Xiongwan. He is indeed resisting the inquiry. Is there perhaps some underlying issue that I am unaware of? It seems prudent for me to instruct my team to reopen the investigation, and I appreciate the intelligence you have provided." He cast a fleeting glance at Zhao Jueming before gently closing the suitcase with the tip of his foot. Zhao Jueming wore a smile on his face, but inwardly he cursed Chen Luo for his cunning. If this fellow were truly ignorant, how could he possibly retaliate against the Zhao family's enterprises? "I shall personally add another 3 million, bringing the total to 8 million, in hopes of securing your indulgence." Zhao Jueming gritted his teeth and continued. Chen Luo was momentarily taken aback, pondering whether this individual had misunderstood something, as the asking price continued to escalate. "Of course, if you find it inconvenient, I can make a donation to the Qinglong Town Foundation on behalf of the company," Zhao Jueming swiftly added, seemingly having finally grasped the situation. The Qinglong Town Foundation is a non-profit organization governed by the town council, established to create a legitimate channel for local council members to solicit public donations. Aside from the police department, which receives funding from higher authorities, all other departments, including the local council, are self-funded. The financial independence of these small towns is one of the reasons they maintain autonomy, as well as the root cause of the non-interference among various levels of councils. This system can be traced back to the dual system reform a century ago, a strategic move by the royal family to counter the council's influence. However, following the declaration of a state of emergency, the authority of the town council has been largely consolidated under Chen Luo's jurisdiction, which naturally includes the Qinglong Town Foundation. "I do not understand why Mr. Zhao feels the need to apologize to me, but since you are considering the welfare of the town, I shall reluctantly oblige. Given the recent unrest in the town, there are numerous areas in need of funding. On behalf of all the townspeople, I extend my heartfelt gratitude." Chen Luo nodded slightly, indicating a desire to move past the matter. His intention regarding the Zhao family was primarily to issue a warning. Firstly, the Zhao family had deeply entrenched itself in this locale for many years, unlike the Number Gang, which lacked substantial backing. Unless he was assured of a decisive strike to uproot them entirely, it would be unwise to escalate tensions directly. Secondly, he contemplated leveraging the Zhao family to investigate the affairs of the previous director of the 8th Bureau. Naturally, the initiative remained firmly in his hands. Should the day come when he possessed sufficient strength, or if relations deteriorated irrevocably, this could serve as a pivotal nail in the coffin for the Zhao family. Zhao Juming understood Chen Luo's intentions as clearly as if reflected in a mirror, yet at this moment, Chen Luo was bolstered by a potent aura of fortune, rendering Zhao Juming unable to offend him directly. Thus, he could only chuckle lightly, joining in the effort to brush aside the issue. Dressed in a qipao, the maid gracefully approached, bearing dishes that she placed upon the table, subsequently pouring wine for both Chen Luo and Zhou Yin. Zhao Juming raised his glass in a toast to the two. Chen Luo took a sip and set down the cup, while Zhou Yin excused herself, citing physical discomfort. Zhao Juming remained unperturbed, for he was not lacking in discernment, a woman of such exceptional beauty and charm who could be by Chen Luo's side. undoubtedly shared a significant bond with him. There was no need for him to offend her over trivial matters. As Zhao Juming raised his glass in a toast, he engaged in conversation with Chen Luo. It was during this exchange that Chen Luo learned that the custodian who had betrayed Yan Xian and was captured by the captain was, in fact, a member of the Zhao clan and a cousin of Zhao Juming. My nephew's parents were once members of the Supernatural Bureau, but regrettably they passed away early, leaving him without support. In his pursuit of personal gain, he accepted 1 million from the Su family, committing a grievous error. Yet, even those we despise often possess their own sorrows. Ultimately, it is the royal family that fails to treat people justly. An awakened individual at the 9th level of the body refinement realm receives such meager compensation. After purchasing materials for self-improvement, little remains for basic necessities. As Zhao Juming became increasingly intoxicated, he began to speak indiscriminately. Zhao, your words are rather audacious. If they were to spread, it could very well ruin the foundation of your life's cultivation. Although Chen Luo had consumed several cups of wine, he remained completely sober. Upon hearing Zhao Juming's words, he calmly offered a gentle reminder, stating that they were all among friends and had nothing to fear. Zhao Juming let out a hearty laugh, leaving one to wonder whether he was genuinely intoxicated or merely feigning inebriation. Chen Luo remained silent, taking a sip of wine before carefully placing half of a cold preserved egg into his mouth. Chen, endowed with exceptional talent, had only awakened mere months ago, yet had already stepped into the realm of qi gathering, which was truly admirable. Such a prodigy, relegated to a position of mere guardianship, was indeed a lamentable waste. The meager monthly salary provided by the royal family, barely exceeding 10,000, scarcely sufficed to support the expenses of someone in the qi gathering stage. After a few chuckles, Zhao Juming abruptly shifted the topic. As these words left his lips, Zhou Yan's bright gaze suddenly turned towards Zhao Juming, while Chen Luo set down his wine glass, quietly observing the exchange. At this moment, the banquet had only just begun to unfold. An air of peculiar awkwardness enveloped the room, with all present remaining silent, intently watching the interaction between Chen Luo and Zhao Juming. Chen Luo suddenly chuckled. Are you suggesting that I should step aside and let others take my place, Mr. Zhao? That would be a misunderstanding. I cannot relinquish my position. Zhao Juming replied with a smile. The establishment of a government in Qingyang town presents an unparalleled opportunity for us to defend our interests. How could one even contemplate retreat? With this town as our stronghold, we could aspire to seize the throne and occupy a place in the illustrious Golden Hall of the capital in the future. Should you wish, my 4 esteemed families would stand resolutely by your side. Chapter 88. Conspiracy and Betrayal. Is this truly something I can hear? Zhou Yan thought, as the chopsticks she held slipped from her grasp, clattering against the table with a sharp, resonant sound. Her gaze darted away from Chen Luo and Zhao Juming, and as she picked up the chopsticks, she wiped them with a napkin before hastily shoving several pieces of chicken into her mouth, pretending as if she had heard nothing. Chen Luo did not engage with Zhao Juming's remarks. Instead, he gazed at him and smiled, saying, I have heard it said that there is no such thing as a free lunch in this world. I wonder what price you expect me to pay, Mr. Zhao? The steadfast gentleman was candid, and I too shall be forthright. I am curious to know whether you possess a deeper understanding of the human path qi fortune array. Zhao Juming replied, I am eager to hear more. Chen Luo explained. The human path qi fortune array was conceived by the late Prince Chunming after he consulted certain ancient texts from beyond the world. It has the capacity to gather the vitality of individuals within a specific area, transforming it into tangible energy. The damage this energy inflicts, once unleashed through the array, far surpasses the imagination of the ordinary person. This much is known to all, so I shall not elaborate further. However, many are unaware that the energy amassed by the array can also assist awakeners in their cultivation, enabling those in the qi gathering stage to expedite the transformation of their golden meridians, thereby laying a solid foundation for their foundational establishment. Zhao Juming spoke slowly. The concept of golden meridians is one I have encountered in the notes provided by my captain. The human body possesses 8 extraordinary meridians: Ren, Du, Chong, Dai, Yin Qiao, Yang Qiao, Yin Wei, and Yang Wei. The sole endeavor of an awakener in the qi gathering stage is to draw the golden radiance from the cyclone into these meridians, transforming them from their original grayish-brown state to a pure golden hue. Once all 8 meridians have completed their transformation, one may enter the foundation establishment realm. However, each transformation of a meridian equates to a single instance of qi gathering, the difficulty of which is evident. Thus, The journey from qi gathering to foundation establishment is essentially a gradual process, with the majority relying on time to progress, save for a few prodigies. The energy catalyzed by the human path qi fortune array can accelerate this process, naturally rendering it highly appealing to those in the qi gathering stage. Previously, Yan Xian had merely mentioned to Chen Luo that the human path qi fortune array could provide benefits to the array's master, yet he was unaware of the underlying principles. It was only now that he comprehended the entirety of the matter. Chen Luo was not astonished that Zhao Juming was privy to such secrets. Rather, he was taken aback to learn that the human path qi fortune array was indeed created by Prince Chuming. Each human path qi fortune array in the towns can not only forge a contract with the master of the array to provide mutual benefits, but can also establish subordinate contracts with 5 additional awakeners, supplying them with resources for their cultivation. The primary reason I have invited you today, esteemed guardian, is to request a favor, to include a few of my nephews in your team. In exchange, our Zhao family shall offer substantial funding to assist you in stabilizing the current situation in the town. Zhao Juming raised a glass and a toast to Chen Luo, then drained it in one swift motion. Come in, he called out, setting down the cup. Moments later, the numbers on the elevator panel began to fluctuate. And within a minute, 3 men clad in suits and a woman dressed in a knee-length skirt emerged from the elevator. Chen Luo glanced over and immediately recognized 3 familiar faces. They were none other than Zhao Yufei, Zhao Yunfei, and Mo Yun, whom he had encountered a few days prior at the border of Qinglong town. The last individual was unfamiliar to him, a young man in his early 20s. His pale visage marred by pronounced dark circles under his eyes, and his gait somewhat unsteady, as if he were severely fatigued. Yet, astonishingly, this individual was also an awakened being of the 2nd tier of the body refinement realm. This is my son, Zhao Yufei and Zhao Yunfei. The other 2 are the esteemed daughter and son of Lieutenant Mo Yun and Mo Shaolin. Zhao Jiweming introduced the 4 young individuals to Chen Luo one by one. Aside from Shaolin, the other 3 held positions within the Supernatural Bureau. If they could join Chen's team, it would indeed be akin to adding wings to a tiger, making future endeavors seem effortlessly attainable. As Zhao Jiweming introduced each individual, Zhou Yin furrowed her brow and discreetly adjusted her skirt, seeking to conceal her delicate, translucent ankles. She had noticed that since the moment Mo Shaolin entered the room, his covetous gaze had been fixated upon her, albeit he attempted to mask it well. Yet it could not escape her keen perception. Chen Jinshu, it is a pleasure to see you again. Zhao Yufei greeted Chen Luo with a warm and radiant smile. Chen Luo nodded slightly and turned to Zhao Juming, stating, in Deqing, there are numerous towns fortified by the auspices of the human spirit. To my knowledge, many of these towns are currently in need of guardians. Given their capabilities, it would be no challenge for them to assume the role of a protector in another town. There is no need for them to demean themselves here. They are simply too attached to home. Moreover, with Yan Er and I recently engaged, and with a series of events such as marriage and children on the horizon, securing a position closer to home would be most advantageous. Before Zhao Juming could respond, Zhao Yufei interjected. As he spoke these words, the previously aloof and frosty Mo Yun could not help but reveal a faint blush on her cheeks. Of course, the primary reason remains that I must adhere to the Zhao family's wishes and assist Chen in ascending to greater heights, Zhao Yufei continued. The children are growing up and developing their own ideas. As a father, I can only support them. Zhao Juming laughed heartily. Chen Luo's gaze swept over the Zhao family father and son, and after a brief moment, he replied, allow me to ponder this matter before reaching a decision. Unbeknownst to him, the Zhao family, the Mo family, and the other 2 prominent clans had ulterior motives at play. Thus he intended to delay his response for a while longer. Should Chen Jingshou have any unresolved concerns, he should voice them openly. The Mo family, alongside the Zhao family and the other major clans, would spare no effort to assist in their resolution, as it was merely a matter of finances. Unexpectedly, as soon as Chen Luo finished speaking, Mo Shaolin, who had been standing at the back, stepped forward with an air of determination, ready to finalize the matter on the spot. Name your price. Tens of millions are of no concern to us. Chen Luo raised an eyebrow, his gaze sweeping once more over 2nd Lieutenant Mo Er and the heads of the other 2 prominent families, Zhao Juming included. Noticing their lack of intent to intervene, he swiftly comprehended their strategy. They were using the flamboyant Mo Shaolin as a pawn to coerce him, aiming to force him into signing the subordinate contract for the formation with these 4 individuals. Additionally, Zhao Yufei, Zhao Yunfei, Mo Yun, and others had come not only to meet him but also to lend support to the 4 great families. With 2 at the second level of Qi gathering and 3 at the first level, they were clearly confident in their position against him. Upon realizing this, a cold smile crept across Chen Luo's heart, and he addressed Mo Shaolin with indifference, stating, "My concern is that my team does not require the presence of someone as utterly useless as you." Chapter 89. Challenge upon Chen Luo's utterance. A profound silence enveloped the loft, the only sound being the chilling wind sweeping across the river, causing the wind chimes hanging from the eaves to tinkle melodiously. Mo Shaolin's complexion fluctuated between crimson and ashen. Throughout his life, no one had dared to humiliate him so brazenly before his very eyes. He clenched his fists tightly, his gaze fixed menacingly on Chen Luo. Were looks capable of inflicting harm, Chen Luo would undoubtedly have been reduced to fragments by now. Chen Zhanshu, your words are rather biased, are they not? Is the woman beside you not also at the second level of the nourishing body realm? Why then do you wield your words as weapons to assail my brother? At this juncture, Mo Yun, who had remained silent beside Zhao Yufei, could no longer restrain herself from defending her sibling. How long has your younger brother been awakened? Chen Luo inquired, casting a sidelong glance at her. My brother officially awakened last December, and it has been less than a year since, Mo Yun replied, her head held high, her expression brimming with pride. She had ample reason to be proud. For an ordinary awakened individual, ascending a minor realm within a year is a commendable feat many toil for 5 or 6 years. Barely managing to touch upon the second level of the nourishing body realm, a standard typically met by those engaged in logistical roles within the mystical domain. Are you aware that she awakened merely half a month ago? Chen Luo remarked coolly. The assembled crowd was left momentarily stunned by this revelation. A level ascended in merely half a month? What kind of prodigy is this? Yet, they soon recalled that this man had completed the transition from awakening to energy gathering in under 2 months. In comparison to Zhou Yin, he was undoubtedly the more extraordinary talent. I can offer you an opportunity. Should you manage to defeat my deputy in a direct confrontation, I may consider acquiescing to your terms and forgiving your previous affront. Chen Luo turned his head and gazed at Mo Shaolin, saying, this is what he gave.